Yaga, yo, you know how we do? It's G Block in this biatch. Jeez. Yeah, man. Trust me. Yeah, man. Come on, you know how we do? It's the unholy in the building. Yeah, man. It's the snake free zone. You get me? Jeez. Yeah, so big up Tristan. Old type Vortex. Old type Awakening the People. Old type NLP. Old type James Jones. Old type Jack with the humongous pack. Yeah, old type Sky Church. Big up yourselves. You know how we do. Mm. Yeah, man. G Black, we good from morning. And we are going to stay so forever. Cock it off for me, baby. Let me force up my in there. See? Yeah, man. You know how we do, be. And it brought it. Bro, someone licked off my fucking mirror. Have a look at that, mate. Bloody hell. Yeah, big up the siren, big up yourself. Hey, listen, yeah, I'm going to be outside my van, yeah, because I've got to look at my mirror, man. And you're so cute, and you're so good. Oh, yeah, bro, man was really playing about with my mirror, man. Trying to fucking, I think man tried to tease the mirror and that. And try to take away my blood clot mirror. Yo, so, one sec. Yeah. So big up all the people them inside. Outside my G Block familia. I'm one of the godless ones. Yo, nothing now. I all feel frightening. Can't go Jesus, strike them with lightning. If you have a problem, talk direct to me. Jeez. All right. Yeah, you said that. All right. Kevin Hart, really. Yeah. Anyway. Can one African spiritual system fix one African economy? Like, just one. Yeah. I'm still trying to understand what the use for an African spiritual system is in 2020. I understand following tradition and so and so. I mean, like, what daily use, what benefit, like, so like, yeah, that's what I want to know, man. I want to know. Shit. Yeah. Hey, listen, I just got to run in the shop real quick, yeah? Got to run up in the shop. Yeah, man. Yeah, mate. So, you want to know? Yeah, obviously, like, man wants the fucking, really and true, yeah, man wants the best for Africans and whatever, innit? Black people, even fucking, whoever in it, yeah? Man wants the best for good people, innit? Like, you ain't gotta be black for me to want good for you still. But, I'm saying, obviously, I can fully understand a lot of my pro-black fam where they're like, bro, we need to do everything black first. But I think the pro-black fam needs to understand that they need to lay it out in layman's terms for people that ain't really, do you know what I'm saying? That give man a reason, not like me, but give people who they were classed as pro-black or they want to join the fight or whatnot, reasons or benefits or whatever for joining that. See some benefits for that, man. Yep, not JSA sort of benefits, but yeah, yeah. Man drops it. Within the blue up the door, bro. Got me. Got me. Boy, it's mad at it's no. So you gonna jump on, man? That boss. Got to throw it out. Yeah. I'm no man. It's I didn't have no small change or nothing, man. Sorry, bro. Yeah. Thanks, bro. All right. All right. So pick up my east side massive. Yeah, I'm on my way up to east now. On my way over to the east side. Yeah. Yeah. Trust me. Hey, listen, yeah. You hear what I'm saying, yeah? You cheeky. Yo, if you see me on the roads or whatever, yeah, you know what I look like in it. If you see me on the roads or whatever, like, help me up. Yo, walk on. Yeah. Tell me you are in it. YouTube land and them things there. You get me? It's Candyland. Yeah, me. Hey, Boom Rich was on Candyland mode the other day, boy. It's Candyland, that. Trust me. But all right, let me see if I can slap it back on the Bluetooth. You know what I mean? Should tell me if I done. Yo, yo, you see me there? All right, all right. Yeah, we back, man. We back. Yo, yeah, man. So, yeah, big up man like Shakara though, man. He done a good job yesterday still. Can't lie, man. Yeah? He come in with the intro music and all that. You get me? Yeah. That was hard still. Yeah. Trust me. Luciano, aka the Black Raiden, aka Shakara Smooth. You get me? Yeah. Yeah, man. We got COE, man. You got yourself, broski. Yeah. Yo. All right, so with the I need my African gang in the building. Obviously, Shakara might not be able to be on for the whole day today still. But I need some more of the African gang in the building. I need that MA, Nines, Menelated. Uh, Dillion had some mad, Stallion had mad knowledge yesterday. Yeah, we need ones like that today still. Yeah, man. Mm, we need them dons. So, yeah, man, God, I don't think you know what? Yeah, true stories. Yeah, let me be fair on African spiritual systems. There, like, when I was chatting to Shakara yesterday, he didn't sound like it was a you just follow this and it just fixes all your issues. He didn't sound like that to me still. So yeah, it didn't sound like right. If you just stop practicing Vudan, all your problems will go away. You won't ever have to work again, and you're going to be free of all oppressors. It didn't sound like that to me still. Yeah, it sounded like you still needed to. Yeah, there was still going to be work you was going to have to put in. Yeah, big him up anyway, man. I just like, again, if it's just like a feel good factor, like boost up your pride and so and so, yeah, that's different, man. It's not the same as that, like religion. Religion, you get me? Yeah, I was like shift was over. He's got a show running at 8:30, yeah, on Pinero's Mind. Yeah, the Schiffer show. Yeah, me. Religion, just see. Hey, but yo, when I tune into Schiffer show though, yeah, he's not wilding out like he's over here on G Block though, you know. Yeah, I'm about to say that a few G Block fans to wild him up a little bit. You get me? Yeah, to aggy him off a little piece. You get me? Religion. Trust me. Hey, Schiffer's a ill character, you know. Trust me. Yeah, man. Mm. Right. Yeah. Yo, but still. Yeah. Nah. And another thing that I found out yesterday, I literally just found out yesterday when Dillian was talking, yeah? Dalian was talking, yeah? I didn't know Dessalines banned voodoo in Haiti. I didn't know that. I didn't know Dessalines banned voodoo in Haiti. Yeah, I didn't know that, man. That was news to me, fam. I was like, Ross! So that would have been the beginning of the end for them. Yeah, they're infighting, lack of strong leadership, yeah? Then that all the power back to you. It gave the French the chance to recolonize Haiti. Mad, mad. I'd like to hear a bit more about the Haiti story in depth after the 1804. Yeah, what happened after 1804? People took, it's mad, isn't it, man? We talk about the victories or whatever. We talk about the mistakes that was made as well, though, man. Can't make them again. Yeah, talk about the mistakes and we don't make them again. Yeah, man. Yeah. So, where my G block is at, B? All right. So, we need to, after this week, yeah, yeah, eating curry goat every day probably won't be healthy. So, yeah, like, yeah, eating curry goat every day probably wouldn't be that healthy for you still. Yeah. So, yeah. It's not like you're just going to eat it once a night, but if your diet is literally curry goat every day, obviously it's just bare red meat in it, and so it's not that healthy still. But yeah, like I was saying, yeah, um, yeah, man, G Block needs to be put under pressure, innit? we've been pressuring everything around there. So we need G-Block to be put under pressure now still. Yeah. I feel like next week, yeah, we gotta have Atheist week. We gotta have Atheist week next week, man. Yeah, the panel will be full every day from early, innit? Yeah. We need to pressure, yeah. G-Block needs a bit of pressure, man. I'm saying, like, we fucking win all the time, man. You get me? So, we need some pressure, man. Yeah, nah, do you know what, yeah, Mr. P? True talk, yeah? Knowing the, knowing the shit that went wrong, to me, in the long run, is better, innit? Knowing the shit that actually went wrong is better than, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather know the shit that went wrong, yeah? Again, so we can't get replicated. These stories are hidden, and then hey, you can just keep getting robbed and robbed and robbed and robbed, more debt and more debt and more debt and more debt. We don't even know. You get me? Remember, man broke free. You know, the only place where they got actual full freedom. Yeah, man. So, hey, it's a interesting story, man. You get me? Let me put the link in the chat, man. And then, when it's atheism on trial, yeah, there's gonna be one bag of man woodwork. The woodwork's gonna start creaking, boy, because bad people are gonna pop out the woodwork. Like, oh, atheism's on trial. Yeah, like African spiritual sisters on trial. Yeah, man, popped up for man on to shack still. Yeah, trust me. Trust me. Yeah, outside awakening the people. Yeah, I like them bars. He said, unholy father, gully like Gaza, cheap up lobster, little bit of drama. That was, yeah, it's a little bit, it's a little bit. It's a little bit. It's a little, Witness baited me up, innit? Witness baited me up. He's like, yeah, he baited me up one time. He put me on the spot like, yo, yeah, you like it when there's drama on your channel, don't you? Yeah, no. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing to critique. Yeah, but boy, everyone keeps filing about, oh, you are always asking questions. You don't even believe in God. You don't even believe in God. Yeah, man, Marley. Yeah, oh, that person bargain. He got tugged, mate. He just got tugged. Like, Buddha, I want. I'm like, oh, chop,
Yes, sir.
Like, yeah, I was thinking that we need to get, we do a G block on trial next week, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we've been battering everything, innit?
Do you know what? Yeah, I'm off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, and then I'm back to work on Monday. So if you wanted to do G Block on trial and have me involved, like fully Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, any one of them days I can do.
Right.
But yeah, to be
Yeah, man.
fair, I think it's only right. that proponents come in and critique the block because we've been winning for too long.
Yeah, man. We said we could have Roger the battle every day from the morning, B.
Morning. What's going on? Big up.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
yo, yeah, we got
Yeah,
this.
you know what the thing is, I'm not gonna lie to you, Belly, though. You see, Raj, yeah, he's come on the block a few times, but he hasn't really like done anything. Like, no, when you check it, right? When you check it, like whenever he was going up against Respect and people he hates, right, he would do bits. He would talk all manner of hot garbage and trash talk. But when he's come on the block, I'm trying to think, right? Apart from complaining that he didn't get on the show, he hasn't actually come on.
My bad to cut you, yeah? I'm literally about to go through the tunnel. So hold it down, yeah?
Yeah, I think since Veli's going, right? I can't see the chat at the moment. So I would say anyone that feels like G Block's got too big for its britches. We're gonna do a G Block on trial day. I think it's only right that opponents, naysayers. I don't like using the word hater. Yeah, because I don't know, that one kind of jars me a little bit. I think it's just a bit of a cop out phrase, but anyone who's got a grievance against G Block, anyone who's had their feelings hurt by G Block, anyone that's got genuine critique or childish, infantile, juvenile critiques, I think you should have your day in court. And I totally agree with the owner of the channel. G Block on trial is something that could definitely happen.
You know what, Ultra? What's his name? Veli was telling me this a few days ago. He said to me, like, G Block's going to be on trial for atheism. Come up with some questions that I might want to pose next week. And for the life of me, to be honest with you, I've been an atheist for the best part of 20 years. And for the life of me, I couldn't think of any legitimate questions I would like answered by atheism. So it's a bit of a problem.
I'll tell you the truth, yeah? Look, the truth is, like, you see, like with the Christians, yeah, like they've got their book, right? They've got their Trinity, depending on, you know, what brand they subscribe to. So you've got a direct tenant, you've got direct material that you can go to say, all right, Deuteronomy says this, Mark says this, Timothy says this, blah, 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 the Revelation says this. The problem with atheism is just all of that stuff we just don't believe. Where I think the atheism on trial, where I see it getting sticky is if people get personal, right? Where if
what's that mean?
Hold on, yeah. So if you come on, like, because we already know there's bad guys that hate Rob. If people come on like, Rob, you're a Nazi, blah 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 blah, then it's just dumb because
that's nothing to do. That's nothing to do with atheism.
People should be allowed to be a little bit dumb. Like, come on, I caught you on Muslim channels acting hella dumb. Like,
yeah.
It's just how it goes, isn't it? Like, no one's abusing Rob directly.
No, don't say that, bro, because it happens all the time.
No, but that's up to him. He's a big boy, innit? He can defend himself.
Good morning, Khan, by the way. Good morning. How are you?
Salaam alaikum, Buddha. Respect, my bro.
Big up, bro. So, look, the thing is, if you're going to have a conversation about atheism, have a conversation about atheism. If you start calling people Nazis, and that's just nothing to do with atheism. It's just...
Yeah, exactly. I agree. The Nazis weren't atheists anyway.
No, but it's beside the point. That's...
Yeah, Carl, you missed the point, man.
I know it was a joke, man. Fuck's sake.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
So, Billy, I don't know if you caught any of that. So, you know, when you said to me, think of some questions, I'm finding it really difficult. I'm finding it really difficult to come up with any questions that
related just to atheism, am I?
yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying
Like,
to Ultra,
you can
I've been an
only question
atheist.
a person's personality. Because
No,
there's nothing
this
else.
is the thing. I was an atheist for the best part of 20 years. So I feel like anything to do with atheism, I already know. So I don't think I need to ask any questions about it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a weird one.
I got a
Buddha,
question.
How did you get your thumbnail to do that? That looks fucking sick.
Yeah, you have to be a
there's
believer
There's loads of them now.
No, you have to be a believer in the supernatural stuff to get that.
Ultra, have you seen Daydun's one? The one that goes from a circle into the yin yang sign. Back again.
Wait, Khan.
Buddha, you've seen it, ain't you?
Yeah?
Buddha's seen it.
Khan, you know you don't have a thumbnail, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I know. I had to change my account. Someone blocked me. I think it was someone. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so my question would be to do with atheism. Should or is it right that?
Wait. Are you sure you don't want to hold your question until the G?
Because I want people to have time to answer it, innit? The better answers will come, innit?
Okay.
Cool. So, should theists unite against atheists? Is it like right that everyone should unite? People who don't basically agree, yeah, should they agree just for the sake of it? That's my question.
Yeah, but
because everyone's criticizing me like
against what though,
for doing that. Everyone's like, so go on. I'm trying to speak.
You know, I'm saying I don't understand the question. When you say unite, what does that mean?
Like put their differences aside and like pick one particular angle to come at G Block with. Like you get people like Raj coming at me like, oh, you didn't agree with Shifa. You let the side down, and I'm like, what are you on about, you prick? And he's like, we're the theists. We're the theists. We're supposed to like, you know, put up a united front. And I'm like,
do you know what
fuck
funny
off.
thing is,
I don't agree. I don't agree, innit?
Because of that, Raj and Raspect teamed up because of that same attitude that you just mentioned. Imagine that Raj and Raspect have been going at each other for fucking years now.
So, all right. Let me ask you a question. Who's the hypocrite though? Who's the hypocrite?
Ultra, tell Khan who else teamed up.
Wait. Oh my God. Samaya and Shia Isa.
Fuck me.
Now, Khan, let's be real, yeah?
That's not an invitation, by the way.
Let me be absolutely honest. When I saw that in the chat, part of me thought we must be in the end times.
And part of you died inside.
No, part of me was just like, there's hope for my species. Honestly. Because that team up for me, like, is epic. I'm sorry.
We've seen some mad team ups though, innit?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Fucking hell, bro.
But this is the thing, like, what I don't like, I'll tell you the truth, Con, what I don't like is the way that individuals just get attacked for just stepping outside of the square for like a minute. And it's like, if you don't believe me, what I believe, in exactly the way that I believe it, you're fucking in the out group. And I'm just like, what type of thinking is that? It's insane. And can you imagine how fucking boring life would be if we all believe the same shit? It's madness.
Look, I've been watching this Turkish series called Ertuğrul, right? And it's made me realise that having a religious faith can build a nation. So if that's your objective, then sometimes you just got to go with that. And if it means you're going to break a few eggs to make the omelette, then, you know, sometimes it's worth it. But obviously living in a secular society where everything's already set and that's a completely different proposition.
Let me try to fill the question here. Let me try to fill the question. My question is going to be a bit different. So I feel like your questions, although valid, Khan, I don't think it kind of gets at the crux. My question would be something like this: look,
Oh, I've inspired him.
do you atheists completely discount the notion of the supernatural?
Aha! That's a good one.
Wait, Buddha, I want to answer that question so bad, yeah, because my answer is painfully obvious. But if you permit me, I'll wait until G Block on trial. Also, as well, just so you know, G Block on trial, the square I'm standing on is humanism. So if you want to just pull that up, humanism.
I'll do a little
Okay.
reading on that.
Describe humanism for us then.
All right. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. So everyone could. No. I'm not posting up definitions or anything until G Block on trial.
Yourself, B. Yeah. Now do the research, man.
Listen. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will put a link. I'll put a link to a website in the chat so everyone can have a look. But that's the square I will be standing on. Now the problem is humanism is kind of linked to atheism. But yeah, let me put the link in the chat. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, like while he's doing that, let me just pick up my homie Samaroon yesterday. Done us proud, boy. You know, held his own. He held his own, innit? He didn't buckle. He just stood on his square and just, do you know what I mean? He took on all comers for a little while there. You know, and obviously man's got brain damage and he's been shot in his head and all types of shit. So, you know what I mean?
Wait,
Big up
whoa, calm. What did you say?
Samaroon received bullets to the cerebellum and man's still functioning, bruv. He's a soldier.
Are you like? You're not joking, no?
No, you know me, Ultra. Tell you straight.
Nah, he told me about it.
Now I can't take the piss out of him.
Nah, you can't take the piss out of him, bro. Man's got epilepsy for the rest of his life, he said.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I said literally now I can't take the piss out of him. Fuck's sake. But I will still take the piss out of his fucking broken fire alarm. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, man, that fucking fire alarm's got to go, bruv. Oh.
King.
It's just a nightmare.
Yeah, listen, it's in the chat. It's in the live chat for anyone that's interested. Don't expect anyone to be. And it's also in the private chat. Yeah.
See, the thing is, Ultra, you asked the question yesterday that for me, it could have been asked better.
Yeah.
Like you said, are the Abrahamic faiths indigenous to Africa? Considering Abraham was from outside Africa, and you know most of it went on in Israel, which currently isn't in Africa. It was a bit of you know, it was a bit of a spud to fucking my man. What's his name? Shaka. You should have really tested him and said,
no, but that's the thing. I had a line of questioning. I had a line of questioning ready, right?
Yeah.
But, like if you notice, as soon as I asked the question, Shaka started giving an answer, and then loads of people
and didn't stop. No, but seriously, all jokes aside, the question for me in my mind should have been: are monotheist traditions originating from Africa? And I think Samaroon answered that. Samaroon said, "Yeah, like."
I'm not sure that
No, that's not true, bro. They are deists. They're deists.
Yeah, and there was people in the chat like Dahlia, who and Kushite, who obviously Kushite knows a lot more about it than me or whatever. Yeah, and they were saying that not sure if it was 100% like that.
Oh, so it's a contended thing, in other words. It's not straightforward.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, but you have to look into it, man. It's called.
Because I was mentioning it to M-Stack, and I know M-Stack is like pretty orthodox with the Islam, so he wasn't really admitting that the previous God was anything to do with the next God. But Samaroon was just saying that, you know, one God, you know, it's one God, isn't it? Like he was saying it's the same God both times.
If it was that, yeah, if it was just one God, it's just one God, why didn't man keep their religion?
Because like someone come with a more extensive version.
Yo, Khan, I missed that. What's this about one and two gods, like first god, second god? What's that all about? Previous and what?
All right, so let's say, for example, you believe in one God, yeah, and then you're on your own, surrounded by people who don't believe in one God, and then these guys come and say, do you know what? There's these people over here, they believe in one God too. And you're like, wow, we could link up in it and, like, you know, create a fucking team here and just dominate the world. So, like, it's an interesting proposition for the guy, isn't it? So when he goes over there and he's like, yeah, do you believe in one God? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, all right, but we call our God Allah. And he's like, all right, yeah, I can run with that. What do I get out of it? Yeah, we get to take over half the world and run things. Like, come we go then, innit?
Yeah,
One
but this
name's
is
as
what
good
I
as
mean.
another.
If you
It's just
got a
one God, innit?
religion, why
That's
do
what we
you
need to
take
know.
over the world? If you got a religion, stay the fuck home and cook up a dinner.
No,
Do you
but
know
we're
what I
saying,
mean?
what is the purpose of a religion? Is to build a nation, to unite a people.
Yeah, but you don't need it to do. You don't need to fucking run roughshod over the entire globe. Stay at home.
Abrahamic religion's got a
That's
fucking
emotional. That's not the point. The point is, religion comes above everything else. The reason is, it's an
No, speak for
all-encompassing
yourself. No, it doesn't. No,
belief
it doesn't.
that unifies a people. If you're saying we're going to unify on a different reason, then you might not need a religion then.
They can't. Listen,
Yeah.
if you're saying if religion really comes above everything, yeah.
Yo, you
I'm
man,
saying
catch you guys later.
traditionally.
Listen, wait.
I'm saying
If
that's
religion
the
comes
purpose
above,
it serves traditionally.
yeah, but I would say that if religion comes above everything for each nation or whatever, and their religion is similar to the religion of whatever the people is, why do they need to swap their religion and follow the new religion?
Because obviously it's like you're on fucking Windows 7, there's no more updates, someone's coming along going, yeah, there's Windows 10. You're like, oh, thanks. Just keep it moving, innit?
It's because the new religion is better than the old religion.
Well, yeah, obviously it's got more detail in it, it's got more extensive, it links you with more people. Get me? Because that is the purpose of that. To some people, I'm not saying to everyone, the purpose of the religion is to unite tribes together that otherwise couldn't unite with each other. So that's the purpose that it serves. But if you're uniting on, I don't know, being black, and that, you know, is something everyone can agree to, and not then that's fine. You might not need a religion then. Or you might just have a religion that's a secondary thing and say, do you know what? Everyone's, you know, put their religion in the background, and let's focus on where the fight needs to be held, where's the struggle. It's in this direction. We can all unite on that. So then you don't need a religion in the same way as the next man. Like, for example, like I was saying with the formation of the Turkish nation, they used their religion, yeah, to unite all their tribes together and to fight against, like, the Mongols on one side and the Byzantines on the other. They were squished in the middle. They had to come out strong, innit? So that's what they did. So what I'm saying is, like, it depends on your goal, innit? It depends on your goal. If you're trying to build a nation and someone's coming up with a format for that, going, listen, I've got this format, it's a blueprint, you know what I mean? Here's the book, there you go, run with it. That's what the Turks did, innit? Like, they didn't link up with Saudi Arabia. Do you know what I mean? They weren't like, oh, let's be your lapdogs. They're like, we're doing our own thing, innit? Give us the blueprint, we'll run with it. And they done their own thing. Because they had the blueprint, innit? They just give them the book and they said, yeah, do your thing. And that's what they did. And they built a nation. Without it, they couldn't have done it. I'm saying it serves a purpose. Regardless of whether you actually believe in God or not, it provides the framework for tribes to join together. Even with the Jews, look how many tribes the Jews had. They had bare tribes.
Do you think that if Islam never came to Turkey, then Turkey wouldn't have been able to unite as a country?
Yeah, you wouldn't have that country now. It would either have been like, what would have happened was when the Mongols come into halfway into Turkey and down onto the fucking, what was it called? The Crimea, they would have just bordered like onto the Greeks. There would have been no Turks in the middle. They would have took over the whole of Asia. And it's important because don't forget, it's a trade route, innit? It's a trade route that goes from Greece to Jerusalem. You get me? So the Christians wouldn't have been able to get through. The Christians would have been blocked off, and their empire probably would have crumbled because the things were too strong for them, the Mongols.
the Mongols too strong for the Turks at the time?
No, the Mongols were too strong for the Europeans. You see that traditionally around the world, like they fight fire with fire, innit? If they can't find the way to attack a nation, they will take a part of that nation and turn it against themselves. Because they're like, yeah, let's fight fire with fire. Like these lot know how to deal with them, innit? And that's what happened. Because their style of fighting is different, innit? Like they couldn't handle, the Mongols were like guerrilla warfare. Do you know what I'm saying? And they could switch it up. And they had like bare horsemen and shit and fucking artillery and bows and arrows. Like they were coming at it all guns blazing. Like these lot didn't know what hit them. They couldn't fight them off. They were ruthless. And the thing is, like the Mongols' religion as well made them more ruthless. Do you know what I mean? Because they didn't have no eye for an eye or turn the other cheek rules. It was just like kill, kill, kill. Unfortunately. But anyway.
I don't know. I think you're wrong. I think
But what?
Well, I think we're only just beginning to uncover just how much of religion is closely connected to the African belief system. I think everybody that thinks that their religion is independent is quite wrong. I think all the religions come from the same root. If you look at the Dogon tribe and what they believe and what the knowledge that they had, and that's only just coming to light in recent years, like the last 10 to 15 years. People knew that they had knowledge that they couldn't explain, but now they're beginning to understand where the connections were, etc., etc. And I think once the Africans, namely the Dogon tribe and the Zulus and probably others that they start to connect, once they start to trace back the actual proper roots, they'll find that a lot of it actually stems from Africa, and respect will be given more to where it is deserved. And if the Africans are smart enough, they will peddle that as a tourist attraction. I think that's one thing that Africa's missed out on, the tourist trade. However, what with COVID and everything and the way the economy is going at the moment with all the flight systems and everything else, it's going to probably set them back a little bit. But that's what I believe. So, answer to your question, can at least one African spiritual system be used to fix Africa's economy? Yes, definitely, more than one.
How so? How would they be able to use one? Because I wasn't able to fit enough words in there yet. So it was supposed to be, how can one African spiritual system fix like one African economy, like meaning even just one of the country's economies, not like the whole of African economy. That's like obviously a large feat. I mean, like would say if Nigeria all turn to the Igbo or Edo way of life or whatever, would that be able to fix Nigeria's economy or something like that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's how you sell it. It's how you sell it to the people who've got money. I mean, there's not many people that really know, even amongst some Africans in the diaspora, they don't really know the difference between Benin Republic and Benin Nigeria and how big a civilization that was and just what it did. I mean, they might know if they go to the History Museum in Britain where all the brasses are. I think there's some in Germany as well. But actually, there's a lot of stuff that could be put out for tourism rather than just safari parks. You've got a lot of history there. It's just that people are only just now waking up to the connections. For example, the Orkney Islands in Scotland have been found to be connected to the Dogon tribe, Egypt, Turkey, India, China, Australia, and what was the other one? India, I think that's about it. Australia, but they're all connected, and it's being proven now that those were the.
What do you mean connected? When you're saying connected, you're saying they're all connected. What do you mean they're all connected?
Well, they've discovered that the peoples all had the same belief practices. They all built their structures the same. They think that the civilization was basically around the same sort of worship, and therefore they were connected, probably ancestors of each other. Now it's just working out how. But yeah, they've got the same spiritual beliefs, and they know this by the megaliths and the language. Also, the way that they built their homes, the fact that in the Dogon tribe and in the islands where that was recently uncovered in the 1980s, those people, they didn't even have warfare because there's been no instruments of warfare found. So they were peaceful people, and they were people not fighting with other people.
Yeah, but they could have been the only people there, though.
Probably.
There's no one to fight.
Yeah, probably on the Orkney Islands. Probably.
Yeah, you can't claim that.
That doesn't explain why the Dogon tribe didn't have it. It didn't have weapons either, unless they were right out in the bush, I suppose. But yeah, it's interesting the connections that are coming up now that people didn't realise, and it's all intertwined, all interconnected. Even Buddhism has been found to be connected in with the very early spiritual systems.
To what?
Yeah, but to what? I hear what you're saying. Yeah, you know what you're talking about. Yeah, but I'm finding it hard to make the connections in what you're talking about. You know what? Because you know what you're talking about, and it's stuff like whatever you've been finding out. Yeah, you sort of need to tell us in layman's the connections that you're talking about. What connects to what? Do you know what I mean? That because.
Well, okay,
it's not making sense.
Yeah, okay. For one example, I've just put out a load of videos on it, breaking down the video, but you can go to the original. Let me give you the title of the original, so that I don't want to make it look like I'm making people go for views for me when there's an original.
Yeah, well, tell them about the video on your channel, innit? So you promote your own channel, innit?
Yeah, no, I'm all right. It's called The Unexplainable Connection Between Egypt and Skara Brae, Scotland's Egyptian settlement. If you look up that, and then it tells you about the Dogon tribe in there, tells you about the Indian connection. It's an hour and a half video, and it tells you all the connections. So basically, one of the things is the language. They found the language.
Sorry to cut you, but some things are just inherent to humans. Like it's like if they call their babies baby or baba in China, and they call their babies baba in Africa, it don't mean that Africans went to China and taught them how to say it. It's just something it's a universal thing. It's like, you know, like sometimes you get that is a phenomenon that occurs in the world, that things can occur without a relationship. Like there ain't just because two things correlate don't mean that one caused the other.
Yeah, that's true. But if you're building a house structure and you're building it on the shape of a goddess of a body of a goddess, and you're doing that at exactly the same time as somewhere else across the world, and you're doing it for that reason.
No, I agree with that. I'm saying that obviously if all people came from Africa, then you will find African mirroring beliefs outside of Africa. Same way you find monotheism in Africa, and you will find it outside of Africa. That's facts. You can't argue with that.
Yeah, but they're connected. They are connected. The evidence is there. If you don't want to,
they just showed you that there's no good reason to think they're connected. There's things like this happen all over the world thousands of times, where different people get up to and end up doing the exact same thing when they were totally independent of each other, because they didn't have TVs and phones. They couldn't get to each other. It took months and months to get to each other, so they couldn't have planned and done it done it with some sort of consideration.
Hey, did you watch the video?
No, because those videos are stupid. Like Come on, stop it. Those silly videos don't prove nothing.
They're stupid. Oh, okay. All right then. Fair enough.
What video are you talking about? What video are you talking about? Ancient aliens on Discovery Channel, videos like that.
No.
Come on, Jupiter. I heard you talk about this stuff before.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I didn't mention Sumerian once.
All right, but the point is, what Khan said was correct as far as I can tell. There's no good reason to think they're connected, even if they're correlated.
There is. You should go and look it up.
No, but then tell us, innit? What's making people watch a video? Why can't you tell us what the point is?
Well, I've just told you what the point is. These people have the same.
And Khan just told you why it wasn't a valid point.
Okay, Mr. Argument.
Khan told you why that wasn't a valid point, and then you're telling us to go and watch the video so we can hear the same point. What's more to it after what Khan said?
What do you mean? What's more to it after what Khan said? What did Khan say?
Oh my days! He said that the two things being correlated does not mean that one caused the other.
Yeah, true. It doesn't. But if there's enough evidence to prove that there's connections between the two, you can safely say that they more than likely did.
No, you can't say that.
So, for example, if they've got root words, right? Root words or clusters of words that have meanings that have more than one meaning. So not just like, let me think. Think of a word that's got a double meaning. Not just one meaning, but it's got clusters of meanings, and all of those clusters of meanings can be replicated within the language, every single one. Then you can say, okay, safely, that word is a word that was used in two different regions, but they must have come from the same root word.
No, but you see, Khan already dealt with this as well.
Language. Hold on, you asked me to list it for you. I'm going to list it for you.
You're just saying the same thing again.
Okay, so what did I say?
You said that if some root words have cluster meaning, and then they end up having the same cluster meanings as another root word in other places. Yeah. Come on, it's silly, yeah. The point is, if you look at the.
What was the second?
If you look at the word Jupiter, if you look at the word mum or mama or mother or mama or mom or whatever, you will see that in hundreds of cultures people have come up with very similar words.
Even amma,
ami, umi, yeah, all these different versions of that concept of mother being attached. Why? Because the physical shape of the mouth makes that sound very easily. So when babies were making noises, one of the first things they always said was a mama sound. So the woman who was the
primary caregiver.
Yeah, the primary caregiver would connect that sound to herself, and that would be her name. They would make her name out of that. That's why it happened in so many cultures. Now, explanations like that, which basically come down to the physiology of the mouth and things like that, that's reliable explanations. Not bloody, oh, this word meant that in this language, and Arabic said it in this language, and it's like those linguistic stuff don't prove anything. There have been thousands of languages, millions of words, hundreds of millions of sounds that people have, put together in various ways. Of course, there are going to be weird coincidences all over the place. It doesn't prove nothing. And this is the kind of weak crap that religious and spiritual people have to rely on.
Okay, so point 2. What is point 2?
I'll give you point 2. People, same way how we was talking about how why would one people give up their religion for another religion? Is it a better religion? People giving up their language for other languages. Like, why do you think we're speaking? Hold on, babe. 1 sec. Let me finish my point. In England, we speak English.
The language is useless. I'm saying, what's the point?
No, I'm just saying people use other people's languages because they're better. And they end up being their own. Like in England,
in your paradigm, that's accepted. We've took away the language.
In England, we speak English. What percentage of the British Isles is Anglo English? 10%.
Yes, I've accepted your paradigm. It's crap. Take away the English. What's your point 2? Take away the language. We're not allowed to use any similarities in language. What's your point 2? Oh, you haven't got one, have you? Because you didn't allow me to give you the other reasons other than language.
I just gave you a completely different reason. I
because
gave
you
you a
thought
completely.
it only
You're
relied
not listening.
on language, so you
Oh,
thought
do you know
you were
what?
being clever. And even the point that
It
you've
ain't
made,
about being clever.
it's
It's
not
the second
true.
point. If you think that both of the points are the same point, then you didn't understand them. There's a difference between someone using someone else's language, yeah, and causation, correlation arguments, two different things.
Right. No, I've said we took all the language out of it. We're going to allow you to be right, even though you're wrong, because there's much more to that I could argue. But even though you want to take the language out of it, okay. What about the way that you build the building and the structures, and you set them out?
Based on the only way you can possibly build a building, based on the materials you have, which is an argument which I even heard Veli even putting forward.
No, based on the structure on the floor plan.
When someone's asking why were they building pyramids, why were they building pyramids? It's because they didn't know how to build roofs, because they didn't have arches.
Are you
they
telling
didn't have
me
the technology to build arches and all? If you look at
yes, they did in ancient India, they had archways made of stone. In fact, in ancient India, they had a way of.
Why were people building pyramids?
In India, we don't know how they did it, but they could make molten rock, just like we make concrete. It looks like brick, but actually it's man-made. But we don't know how they did it.
It looks like brick, which is man-made.
It looks like brick. It looks like natural rock.
Bricks are man-made.
I'm talking about rock. It looks like actual rock. It looks like granite, but it's not. But they don't know how it was made. They don't know what it's made, what the components, the actual qualities of what was used to make the molten rock. But it was molten when it was made.
And what buildings was this used on?
What
building was this used on?
So let me see if I can type it in for you.
So you're saying it's a type of concrete, yeah?
No, it's not concrete, but just a bit so that you understand the theory of it. Just so that you understand that it's just like we've got concrete, and somebody would come along, see one solid piece of concrete, and assume that it was once all one solid piece. In India, they've got these other structures that hold on, Indian ancient
concrete.
No, it's not concrete. Let's see if I can find it. I can't remember what the place was called.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're an artist or an architect. The thing that's hindering you from expressing yourself is your materials. That's how it is. If you can't build something and you need to build it, you will find a way. That's how it is. That's what drives, the what's it called? What's the word? Innovation. Necessity drives innovation. If you need something, you'll find a way to get it.
Can I chime in there, brothers?
Of course you can.
Yeah, basically, I was just saying back to the question that I don't think that this capitalist form, what we got now, and African spirituality go hand in hand. Like, obviously, finances and spirituality go hand in hand because they must have had like a barter system or a trading system, because they got to eat the same way as well as doing their spiritual rituals or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
It does.
So I'm thinking.
I learned a lot yesterday. Did you? Was you listening yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday was.
I learned so much, man.
Ever.
It was like fucking university, isn't it? It was like going to university for the day, man.
Nah, it was good, man. Vel, big up for that, man. I'm gonna put something in the PayPal, bro.
Say that, man. Big up yourself for that, man. Obviously,
yeah. Yesterday was knowledge still. It's It's better to obviously conversate about different subjects rather than saying fucking dead Abrahamic shit. You know what I'm saying? Every day. Like if you live in it like how we live it, can't you know what I'm saying? You don't want to hear about it every day.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean?
All right, man. Don't worry, man. Jesus is already in jail.
Sorry?
God's on the run.
He lives in mine. He lives in my house.
God's on the run, fam. You can't see him, fam. So we had to talk
He
about
lives in my house. I'm his Cody, bro.
Temple, Dihear temple in India. And you'll see the archway. It explains to you the ancient technology that was used. So yeah, there are things in the building structures and everything else that shows that there's connection. Not only that, I mean, you can't argue when the Dogon tribe knew stuff about astrology and Sirius, and even the fact that it had a dwarf star that we didn't even know. You can't argue those people had that ancient knowledge. To discover that there was another set of people.
Hold on. Are you saying that people had knowledge that was unattainable?
Yes. Have you never looked into the Dogon tribe?
I don't believe that at all still. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Civilizations always found ways to meet the challenges that they faced, you know what I'm saying? Whether it was building fire.
The Dogon tribe had knowledge that nobody else had at that time, or most other people didn't have.
I don't really believe that.
Really? So even though the ancient drawings and carvings are there inside the caves and on the stonework, you don't believe it?
Yeah, but most of them carvings and hieroglyphics, they can be dated at the same time, like around the same time period. So there must have been something.
No, we're not talking about hieroglyphics. Have you looked into the Dogon tribe?
No, not as yet. We've heard of it, though. We've heard of it, definitely.
They're really interesting African people.
Most definitely. But I know there's loads of tribes all around the world like that had their civilizations and developments underway. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, Jupiter. I'll give you that, but I don't think it's relevant to this unless you're showing us that everything they believed outside of Africa, they also believed inside of Africa. Then yeah, I suppose it can be relevant because although things start off in Africa and move out of Africa, I don't think unless it's inside Africa, it's not really gonna
feedback, you know.
Who is that?
Hey, listen, I've got to jump off here, saying that on here, but big up everyone on the panel. Old type Rob, old type Freddie, old type K, old type Jupiter, big up Ultra, yeah man. Someone else was to jump on. There's a space now. Yeah, my bad. I got to jump on about that.
Right, Vel, you need to give Shaka a slot, man. You need to give him a slot on the show every week, bro, to break up the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And the monotonous same old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I heard that story, man. I like. Yeah. Him and that Dalian guy was putting down some knowledge too. So
fire they was putting down.
That ties in with Jupiter's beliefs, don't it? My man's name, the alien.
What?
You're saying knowledge comes to the Earth from aliens. My man's name's the alien.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's I think that's a way to discredit what humans done on society. Like,
I agree with Freddie. I agree with Freddie on that point.
I'm gone.
Mad thing.
Yeah, I'm sold. Yeah. Sold. Yeah, me. New customer. I'm gone, boy.
Yeah. But hey, Val, I was just gonna say before you go on this point though, fam, you see the African spirituality, yeah, fam. The reason why I think sometimes it doesn't coincide with the European, the capitalist model. You get what I'm trying to show you is because we was very much in like trading, like Caribbeans came here and built houses with partner, and it didn't conflict with the Abrahamic faith. they still knew they had to share the money between each other, not use a bank, share the money between each other so mum and dad can have a house.
Yeah, everyone can make raise, isn't it? With that partner thing. Do you know what I mean? As long as someone.
You know them way there, fam. Everybody's up. Like it's not just an
I'm not gonna lie,
individualistic
partners
thing,
are old thing though. I don't know anyone that still does that shit, but I remember coming up. I remember coming up. I remember coming up though. It was like anytime you got that hand, yeah, you was getting trainers, books, like the TV got changed, holidays got booked. It was a mad thing. The only thing though, my dad was never on it. My dad was like, nah, listen, I don't want that financial responsibility to no man. I'm gonna work hard,
like it was,
buy my yard.
It was,
you know what I mean?
It was definitely like community based, fam. Where capitalism was like individualistic. Like I shine over you, and like I got a better house than you, better car than you, and fuck it, that's it. I'm higher than you. Like,
do you know what the funniest thing is, Freddie? Like, it's my dad that showed me why that type of materialist attitude is nonsense, right? Is because I said to my dad one time, listen, not even one time, it was recently. I said, why don't you treat yourself to a Range Rover? And he said, but I've got an Astra. And I said, yeah, but it's worth a couple grand. And he's like, yeah, but it works. And then I was like, huh? 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 He's like, I've got a car. It works. What the fuck? Like, and I was like, all right, fair enough.
You know Dad's logic, blood. That's the new Emperor's New Clothes feeling already. Like, that's been shining.
Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, Freddie. Imagine my dad, the stupid little shit Astra he's got. I realize it's more than he doesn't feel the need to be flashy, but it's because he's retired now. He's bought a car where after a couple of 100 miles, he's gonna have to do work on it. That's gonna keep his mind and body busy. Because I think those old boys who have worked their whole lives, they don't want to slow down. You know what I mean?
100.
Yeah, and then
I think Ultra. I think Ultra. One second. I think Ultra. He's had that new vibe feeling. Like he's had that I'm brand new feeling.
Yeah, he did, bro. He did. Do you know what car he used to drive back in the day? A fucking Volvo Estate. The same car them Jews used to drive in Stafford Hill. He had one of them. And I remember that car. I used to think that car was cold.
They drive them for a reason.
Cold. Yeah, no, it's a family wagon, isn't it? It's a family wagon.
Yeah. When you've done everything in your life that you need to do, it's just about your utes now.
It's the
like, don't know what how many shoes do I need? How many clothes do I need? And you know what I mean?
And not even that. When he said to me, fucking, like, I've got a car, and it works. Like, it's a sobering moment. Because I figured to myself, well, yeah.
No, but really, like, I mean, there's people that buy brand new cars. No, like, if you go and buy a brand new car, it can go wrong, you know. Don't think this is brand new. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, there's cars that come out of factories with faults on them. I know a guy bought a brand new Ford Escort when they come out, and he rear-ended someone else because the brakes failed because it come out of the factory with a fault. So sometimes if you've got an old car that's tried and tested, you know, and you've got the better the devil you know sort of thing.
Yeah,
but not reliable.
For me, it wasn't even necessarily about failing. I think it was my dad's sort of understated need not to be flashy or impress anyone. And I was
that's my point.
I'm like that.
Because check the levels, them material things are very emotive. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? Like you're not buying nothing.
I'm around people that's driving Ranges and changing them up every week, bruv. And I was driving a £500 Fiesta with a smile on my face.
£500 Fiesta.
You know what? My car's better than your car. And they're like, why is that? I go, because my car breaks down. I could just leave it there, jump on a bus and go and buy a car. When your car breaks down, you're sitting there for 3 days and 3 nights till someone comes and saves your ass.
Yeah,
you can't leave it. They'll steal my hubcaps. I can't leave my car.
And they charged him. They charged him, I think, £1,000 to do his MOT, right?
What?
£1,000 for his MOT or service or something like that. It was either service or MOT. Something he done it with BMW, and they charged him over £1,000 because he had to do the tires as well. Yeah. And I thought, rah, just for a service. Like with my little fucking Ford, yeah, the service was £200. It was £200. It was
What does BMW do the service for? What car?
A 5 Series.
Who's got a 5 Series? Not your dad?
My brethren.
Oh, right, okay.
And I said to him, if I'm honest with you, this is part of the reason why.
No, but you got to find out how much of that is parts and how much is labour, though.
Yeah, no, BMW. It wasn't just the service. It was including the tires as well.
Listen,
the tires can be above. If the tire's £65, it's taking a guy half an hour to put it on. That's £165.
Hey, Con.
And once you go over half an hour, they charge you the full hour. Sorry, Freddie, go on.
No, sorry, bro. I was gonna say like an air filter is probably 180, bro. That's what I was gonna say.
Well, I used to have a BM. I know how the garages work.
Obviously, you gotta pay someone to fit it, you know.
Like, I'm not gonna lie. That's the thing. The Range Rover thing as well is a mad thing because, like, you have to, like, just the maintenance alone will put a hole in your pocket. I mean, if you're on like modest wages, like £600, £700, £800 a week, right? If you've got a family and you're blowing like 900 quid a month on just your car, that's mental.
Yeah.
That is mental.
Of course, and it's unnecessary.
It's no, I mean, don't get me wrong. If you can afford it with ease, no problem.
Bro, you're sitting in a 50 grand car, and I'm sitting in the same traffic behind you in a 500 pound car.
Nowhere.
You ain't going nowhere, bro. Get me? I spent the money on my sounds. Get me? I got my tints and my sounds. I'm good.
Yeah,
that's all I need,
bro. I'm not gonna lie. I remember when I got my fucking £500 Fiesta as well, man. Like, the first thing that you do is you buy the fucking stereo, bro. Jesus. Yeah.
Oh, what I spend the money on that is my kids, bro. Because I've had that new feeling. I've had every new clothes top to bottom. I've had all the new cars and the feeling of coming down the high road and parking up and putting up music and all this shit. It's irrelevant to me now at this stage.
Yeah, exactly.
If I didn't feel that feeling before, I'd say go for it. Yeah, everybody needs to feel that good vibe of having.
Freddie, you're 100% right. You know, you're 100%.
You know what I mean?
You know what? Once I had kids, you see my kids all niked up from the feet up, as the tune goes, and I'll be wearing fucking Asda clothes, Asda living, and people looking at me like, "Rare, what happened to you, man?" And I'm like, you know what?
No, I got older.
When you got kids, and you see your kids running around looking good. Yeah, that's your satisfaction right there.
Thing.
You don't care about nothing else.
Facts, man. You want to give them the same feelings you had. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah, man.
That's right.
And that's what I think. And that's what I think most of African spirituality is. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like transferring good. Huh?
Having pride in yourself.
What I was getting from Shaka yesterday is they're different people you can draw different energy from. You know, like that man he was describing that looks after the disabled kids. They belong to him. Like, I could draw good energy from him because he's doing a good deed. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's just transferring of energy. I've looked nice all my life, so my youths have to look good. Transfer that energy to them.
Yeah.
Bro, my kids don't go to
we've all had our Ministry of Sound days and all that shit. Do you know what I mean? Iron Napa and all this shit. We've all done it now. Do you know what I mean? We've done it. Do you know what I mean?
I don't send my kids looking like fucking Bee Gees. I don't send my kids to school looking like the fucking Beatles with the fucking long hair at the back. No, my kids got fade, bro, every time. Obviously, my brother's a barber, so the haircuts are free, but still, they're going to school looking sharp every time, bro. You get
Facts. And even if your brother were a barber, you'd still send the youth to school with a trim on it.
It would cost me, innit? It would cost me.
Yeah, but you'd still pay the price.
No, I've done it. I've done it, mate. 30 quid in the barbers, like, you know what I mean?
Normal.
Yeah, exactly. I've done it for years, mate. Get me? But I don't send my kids to school looking like Shaggy out of fucking Scooby-Doo. Like some parents do. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe they're not being materialistic.
Yeah, maybe, but like there's a difference between like materialism and having a bit of pride in yourself, like feeling good. know what I'm saying? Because kids ain't got the thought processes that we've got. Like, I think Ultra just proved it there by talking about his dad. Like, that's a mature attitude to have. I don't think kids have got that. Kids need a little bit of something to make them feel good. Do you know what I mean?
Facts, brother, man.
T-shirt or whatever it is, man. Like, kids need that.
It's a transfer of energy. They need a hug. The transfer of energy. You know what I'm saying, Khan? Like, I'm not trying to. I don't know. I don't want to say energy and sound dumb. You know what I mean?
No,
I'm just saying it's like. You know what I mean? It's like I can't even explain it properly. You get me?
Yeah.
Good morning to the panel. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Robbie.
On the panel.
Morning, Rob. Morning.
I was interested in what Freddie said there about transfer of energy. Maybe it's not easy to explain. I was interested in how you transfer energy without making physical contact with somebody.
What, you think money's not a physical thing?
It's a smell.
When I put my money down on the table and I'll turn it into clothes. That's transferring energy, isn't it?
Rob, I can explain it to you so simple, yeah? If I cry in front of my daughter, she's going to cry, innit? I ain't got to touch her. Does that make sense?
Isn't that actually... Sure, okay, no, I agree. That's probably likely, right? But that's like that's a conditioned response. I'm seeing daddy do something. I'm choosing to do the same. Maybe he's upset and I'll be upset with him, for whatever
that's
reason.
That's a transfer of energy for me. I know what you call it.
By transfer of energy. So somebody sees what's going on and then chooses to have an internal feeling about what they're observing. That's what you mean. Okay, cool. Now, I thought it was like like when you touch somebody, then obviously there's a transfer of energy to some degree. But I was interested if that could happen, certainly in the way I understand it, without touching somebody. But what you really mean is that somebody is takes on an emotion based on what they see around them, or they see somebody else, as you mentioned, with some sort of that is quite energetic, i.e. they feel keen and everything, and people go, oh wow, maybe I'll be like that as well, right? Is that what you mean by transfer of energy?
Yeah, one of the key words you said there is energetic. If you come around me with a nice positive vibes or energy, you're carrying it. To me, you might call it learnt behavior or patterned behavior, but I call it an energy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you came in and said fuck you morning, fuck you, that energy is not too great. Do you know what I'm saying? You might call it just like, I don't know, you might call it a different word, but I call it energy. Do you know what I'm saying? Because some of it is unexplainable by science, if that makes sense. So I just all bungle it in one thing and call it energy.
I think, Rob, sometimes you've got to let people have their layman's terms, isn't it? Because it serves a purpose.
No, I used to use that word, and my wife still does. And obviously it's not a scientific term, but people use it. And I used to as well.
What about Reiki?
I would love to learn the scientific term.
Somebody is... Sorry, say again?
I would like to learn it. I would like to learn the scientific term. It'd be nice to
I don't think it involves energy.
The laws of thermodynamics.
In the sense that...
Reiki would be able to do it.
Now, if you
if you could test and show that actually worked in practice better than chance, then that would be something we would look into, right? Because I've had somebody attempt to do that on me and I had no impact, right? And you could say, oh, well, you weren't. And often the excuse with people, I'm not saying that's the case with most people, but so you're not in the right, quote, energy, or you're not really feeling it, or some other thing. And I'm like, I'd love your, distance touching, your distance work, quote unquote, to work on me, right?
Yeah.
So I've been through that. My wife has been through that. She claimed that she had some experience. I went through it as well. I went, I want that too, right? And nothing happened. And then when I sort of pointed that out very politely, well, you just weren't in the right energy, or you know what, maybe I'm getting tired, or whatever the excuse is. So to me, none of those things work any better than chance when you are genuinely wanting it to happen. And under scientific conditions, same with most of these other claims, they're no better than chance. Like a dousing or whatever it might be.
Can you hear me? Rob, there's a university, I believe, that put up about £1 million saying if anyone can prove anything supernatural, you can come and take this money.
Yeah. That was the James Randi Foundation. They had for about 5 or 6 years like $1 million challenge. Anybody that could do something extraordinary, supernatural, whatever term they wanted to use, they would pay $1 million. But they had criteria to which measure, right? Because they had loads of people attempt to do this, right? Nobody got to the scientific stage of under controlled conditions, because they had various ways to eliminate people's bias and show that it wasn't really what they said it was prior to them even getting into a lab. Nobody got to the lab, right? 5-6 years it was open. People said they had telekinetic abilities, they could levitate, all those sort of things you see in the comic books, and nobody actually got even to the point where they could be tested under controlled conditions in a proper lab. So they would test them prior to that and eliminate them at that stage.
Interesting.
Now, if you had that ability, and I'm not saying that it isn't possible that a human being on Earth hasn't got it,
it's not been proven.
Randy Foundation is a great place to go. If they hit the yes button on that, then I'm taking it super serious, because these guys are way better than me at eliminating bias and avoiding, the normal pitfalls that most of us would fall into when, examining these sort of claims. That's kind of one of their specialties. Because they showed with people that
what
do
about harmonies, when they use harmonies and frequencies, like the hertz, the decimal frequencies that they use nowadays for meditation. You don't believe that works either?
Yeah, but there you're generating a wave, right? So I suppose you could call that energy, but then you're generating like a sound wave or a light wave, or then you're generating something that will have some effect, I guess. But it's a bit like the people that speak to the dead, right? And Darren Brown did a great show on this, right? He went to America with these psychics and stuff, and he pretended he was one of them, and he did the thing on them, right? He did what they do to other people on them, and he got inducted into their Hall of Fame. And he told you before the time that he has no spiritual powers. He has the ability to, he's very good at the psychology and all that sort of stuff. And he got inducted, right? And so Richard Dawkins did a sort of a talk with him, and he pointed out all the problems of cold reading and various other techniques. And it's the sort of thing that he can do as well, but he's just honest enough to say, hey, I'm doing this. I know this is a technique that fools a lot of people, and that's what I'm doing here, right?
Okay, so here's another question then from another paradigm. Would you say that it's the strength of mind over matter that is making these people believe that they're having an experience that they're not having? And if that's the case, isn't that evidence to suggest that you can control your surroundings and your reality yourself by mind over matter, and just how strong mind over matter is?
That's just confirmation that people watch too many cartoons.
That's a really interesting question, Jupiter. And I think you can control your inner self. Yes, definitely, right? You can change how you see things, how you respond to things. Your own self you can control in that way. But according to Sean Carroll, who's a world-renowned physicist, and again, I recommend The Big Picture, from his point of view, and obviously he's an expert in physics, and he goes through explaining why that couldn't be the case externally. You've only got 4 fundamental forces that we know of, and that seem to have any measurable effect on anything around us that we can test. If it turns out the dark matter and dark energy, we can eventually detect them. Their effect is negligible, if anything, on the world around us. So we have 4 fundamental forces, and he breaks down that it would need to be one of these forces in order for somebody to do something at a distance or levitate or whatever the case is. And it's not the strong and weak nuclear force, because that only works at the submolecular level, right? The what do you call it? Subparticle level, subatomic level. So then all you've got left is gravity and electromagnetism. And gravity is a very weak force, and so that is eliminated. The only reason that we feel gravity at 9 meters per second squared on Earth is because of the size of the Earth. So if you have a massive object, then you will have an effect on gravity. But you doing it to something else, even if you were doing it to an ant, there's no effect there. So all you're left with is electromagnetism. And again, that force under controlled conditions, we've not seen anybody able to harness that in some way that they can, external to themselves, influence anything around, even at the particle level. So if there is some way that people can do this, it's certainly not a scientific way that we're aware of. So maybe they have a way of doing it with some other force that is not known to science. But then, of course, we'd want to see how that works, and can we get that to work under controlled conditions?
Yeah.
So short scientific answer.
Yeah. It's this is the thing that I'm wary of. You know what I mean? Because we all have a little impact in society, and we all change society with our own ways. And Jupiter was onto something there when she said that you can manipulate your mind to work in a way where it's disconnected from society, as a matter of fact. Do you know what I'm saying? You
but
want
I
nothing
agree with
to
that.
do with it.
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm
I
saying?
agree with that, but that's an internal thing for you, right?
And
you don't have the power to do that external to somebody else without some sort of influence that you are doing. Maybe you're speaking to them, it's an action you're taking. But if you sat back to back with somebody, or the two of you were blindfolded in two separate rooms, and you wanted to influence them in some way, that's never been proven to work in anything better than chance. And so, yes, you'll have an impact around people and the actions you take and the physical things you do.
So, what's your take on deja vu?
I just think that's a psychological phenomenon that we all have experienced probably at some point. I have, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think I asked you this already. I think I asked you that already still.
Oh.
But, well, as I say, your point of view and worldview on life is completely opposite from mine. And all I can do is read that big picture because you keep mentioning it. So I'm going to dig into it.
Yeah, it's worth a read just to get a view of...
It's like you're living on it. That might be your Bible, maybe. So I'm going to have a look.
What about the power of Rob?
Sorry,
I mean, I know that you say that people can't influence each other, but just eye work can influence people.
Yeah, but you do it face to face, right? So there's your body language, your tonality, the actions you take. It's something that you are doing that somebody else is taking in and then being affected by. If I put you in a room where neither of you could see each other, you couldn't speak to each other, you were like literally apart. If you could then influence them in a reliable, consistent way, now we're talking, right? Now I'm interested. What are you doing? How can I do that? But other than that, it's person to person. We're talking to each other. It's video or whatever it is. That's the control test, right? Anybody says they can influence somebody externally to themselves without, speech or actions or sight or whatever. Yeah, we can. Let's test that, right? Put two people in different places, blindfold them, or.
But don't you agree that you have to make a connection for it to work? If you're going to be in two different places, then you're cutting off the connection. You're cutting off.
People have claimed that they have got a connection, right? What do you call it? Identical twins have claimed they've had a connection, some sort of spooky connection, if I can use that term, and they've been tested. And when they've been tested, it's no better than chance, right? So somebody will think of something in one box, and then the other person has to write down or make a note of, or make quote unquote a connection, and try and respond with what they think the other person is saying. And that sort of thing under proper control conditions doesn't yield results any better than chance. Now, if it did, holy crap, I'm on board. Like, tell me how to do that, right? Maybe I can't do it. Maybe it's only certain humans that can do it. But until we can get a consistent result that people like the James Randi Foundation go, yep, this is amazing, right? There's no way that they can be communicating electronically, blah, blah, blah. There's no way that they can do it in a means that we understand, that we normally do. Now I'm like, ooh, this is interesting, right? Until then, it's anecdotal evidence. And because people don't know how to avoid biases, that's often what happens. I'm open to it, by the way. I don't say it's impossible. So let me be clear. I don't think it's impossible. But I think we need to test it very rigorously before we say, yes, this actually happens. Because it's more than likely, not more than likely, almost guaranteed to be something that's happening around us that we're not aware of. But when it's brought to our attention, we go, oh, I didn't know that, right? The whole thing with cold reading, right? Great example. My mom wanted to go to a cold reader, to a, what do you call the people? Communicate with the dead, spiritualist, seance, whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
And I said to her, well, watch the Darren Brown thing, because otherwise, if you're uninformed on this, right, especially with cold reading and the other techniques, whether they do it because they really believe it or they're doing it to take people's money or whatever the case is, we can't get into their brain. But first inform yourself so you don't fall prey to that, because most people do. And they go, wow, that's amazing. And if you rewind and you educate them on what actually happened, and some people, it's amazing that you'll show them what happens and they will still deny it, right? The sense like, this has got to be something special. Some people hold on to like, it's amazing. And Darren did this with people and they still wanted to deny, no, he's actually doing it. No, you're just trying to throw, water over him or whatever, metaphorically. It's funny how people think.
So, okay then. So what do you put down the feeling of You know, like if you're sitting down and you feel like someone's looking at you and you look behind you and someone is actually staring at you with intensity. What do you put that down to?
Like a coincidental feeling, especially if there's other people in the room. You will have an awareness. Oftentimes we have awareness of things that consciously we're not aware of, but subconsciously we're taking in a huge amount of information that we're just not conscious of. And again, Darren Brown, as an example, did this, right? He was at Waterloo Station and he had somebody walk past a lady. The cameras were there. He had a person walk past a lady and just brush her lightly, like just not bump her or something, but brush her lightly. And then he called her over and he said, do you remember that this person brushed you? And she was like, no, what person, right? And then he sort of put her into a bit of a trance and sort of got to the subconscious, and she was able to recollect who the person was, what they were wearing, all that sort of stuff. But otherwise, her conscious, like, nope, it's completely blank to me. Nobody did that, right? So that's a lot of what's going on. It's the psychology of how powerful the subconscious is taking in stuff that you are not consciously aware of. And that sort of thing is a prime example of that happening.
Okay, so how does the hypnosis work? If wouldn't you say that that's kind of supernatural hypnosis itself?
No, I've done hypnosis. I was trained in it and I was involved in it. And really what it is suggestions. And there's certain techniques to help people to get into a relaxed state. And if you're using it ethically, it's to help people overcome a problem or to open up, so that they can, share what's going on for them and find a solution to whatever the problem is. So it's like, just call it an advanced psychological technique, right? And if you see the people on stage, right, because this is, people go, oh, I don't want that to happen. You won't do something that is against your morals. What you will do is do something that, it's a bit like if you were drunk. You'd do more if you were drunk than if you were sober. And hypnosis is a similar thing. So you feel like you can wake up at any moment. And if you're deeply under, I didn't get as deep under as, for example, my wife and other people. But what they've reported is that when they're under, they feel like they can wake up at any stage, but it just feels so good. And the suggestions just are things that they would do, right? I've seen people eat onions as if it was an apple. No effect on them, right? Because they believed this was an onion, and it's not a detrimental effect to their body. And they went there, yum, and they're eating the apple. I was watching it there, and they're eating away at these onions and stuff like that, right? And people driving like they're down a race car. If you said to them, strip naked and have sex, they wouldn't do it, right? Because that butts up against, that's like a moral thing that they just won't do. So it's kind of like being super relaxed and, like in a meditative state, I guess would be the way to describe it. And then people are just saying to you, hey, do this, which you might do if you were drunk anyway. And you feel like, yeah, cool, I'll go with that.
Yeah, but that's kind of like what I'm saying. I mean, if you can hypnotize someone without touching them, you don't necessarily have to touch them to hypnotize someone. Then you are using suggestion, and you are using some kind of connection to control somebody else's mind. Even if you say it is only suggestions that make them feel more relaxed, and put them in a place where their body's probably not so guarded or whatever, but you're still, I would suggest, affecting them without touching them. So in a way, it is kind of proof of what you say doesn't happen.
No, but I agree with that. I'm the first to say you can influence somebody with your words, your tonality, your body language. What I'm saying doesn't happen or certainly hasn't been demonstrated to happen, is that you can influence somebody separate from being with them and communicating in some way that we understand, be that suggestions like you say, or something else. Put two people in a closed room where they cannot in any way communicate in any known method, make sure that they have no devices or anything on them, and then let's see if this works consistently. Otherwise, yeah, for sure. Of course, you can be convinced on things, and people do it. Darren Brown is a master at it. There are other people who do it as well. If you watch some of his videos and you see how he does some of the stuff, in the beginning, it looks like magic, right? It looks like either these are actors or he's got a superhuman ability. Well, when it's broken down, you see what's going on. It's massive amounts of suggestions.
Magic's not supernatural. That's not supernatural.
Sorry, say again? What?
I don't consider magic to be supernatural. It's just trickery. I mean, it's also...
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, for me, supernatural, it would be something that is not natural, i.e. outside of the natural world would be some sort of God. Otherwise, I'd just say some sort of extraordinary event. If it were the case that we found ghosts, I would just say, okay, that's an extraordinary event that we've now explained. I wouldn't call that supernatural to me. That would be supernatural for me is outside of the natural. If it's in this universe,
Wow.
even if we haven't discovered it yet, that's natural to me. It's just an extraordinary event that we haven't yet sort of verified.
See, I
So
see
black matter.
supernatural as different to that. I don't see it as something outside of nature. I see it as something that is more advanced. So I would say supernatural is more of an enriched naturalness, because it's supernatural. It's not. It's natural. It's still natural. It's just at a more higher intense level.
So would an alien be supernatural if the alien came in a ship that had anti-gravity drive? Would that be supernatural to you?
No, that wouldn't be supernatural.
Would a ghost be supernatural if we could determine this and measure it in some way?
Would it be supernatural? That's debatable. I would call that. I don't know. I don't know if I believe in ghosts in the way that other people do.
Okay, so what example would you put forward that is supernatural that we could somehow, in principle at least, test? Or do you think that supernatural is beyond testing in principle?
Yeah, I think supernatural is something that happens at a level that you can't explain from an everyday realistic experience, because it's at a higher frequency.
Does it operate with the laws of physics and with some sort of matter?
How do I explain? To me, it's just an enhancement of what is natural. To me, supernatural is just an enhancement of what is natural. There's nothing spooky to it. It can be explained if only we could find the right way of finding the explanation, but it exists.
So something like dark matter, would that be supernatural? Because dark matter is the label we give to the unexplained amount of mass there is in the universe. We cannot yet detect it. We can't observe it. We have detectors 2 miles under the earth to try and avoid cosmic rays. Super sensitive detectors are like ridiculous. Yeah, and we're trying to find a molecule that we can say is dark matter. Is that what you mean by supernatural?
Yes, I would say that's definitely supernatural, yes.
So when if and when we find that, then that would just be something that's resonating that our current technology can't pick up, but it would still be composed of some sort of particle being acted on by some sort of force, right? So it would still be part of the natural world, just something that we haven't yet discovered.
Yeah, I would agree with that. See, to me, a lot of science is supernatural, because a lot of people don't understand, even myself included, at some level, the science behind some of the technology we've got, for example. And
most of us don't understand that. Yeah, sure.
Right, and therefore the average person finds it sort of like futuristic and out of their comprehension. And
would you agree?
Yeah, go on.
Would you agree that that's just because they're ignorant on how it works, right? We're all ignorant on that. How exactly semiconductors and those sort of things actually work. We know that some things, there's current going through there, but how that all works, kind of to lay people like us, is a bit spooky. But if we did take the time to understand it, then it wouldn't be spooky anymore, would it? We'd go, okay, now I understand it. We can test this. We can show it working.
Yes. And that's why I don't consider supernatural stuff to be what I call spooky-ish. I call supernatural. It's natural stuff, but at a super enhanced level that we don't quite understand, because most of us do not have the layman knowledge of how to do it.
And that's I mean, I just call it unexplained or extraordinary, because then I'm going to ask you, okay, so what would you call, if there is a God of some sort that's an unembodied mind, whatever that's supposed to be, that's existing outside of this universe, what would you call that?
If there was, sorry, say that again.
If there was some sort of God, like whatever God is supposed to be, that is outside of this universe, that is not composed of matter and energy as we understand it, what would you call that?
I don't know, because that goes against everything I believe. I believe that what we call God, and I think the Bible and science both back each other up, but just a lot of people don't see it. I believe that what we call God is the whole experience of the world as it is now, and the cosmology, everything, all of it is God.
Okay, so you don't believe there's an intelligent being that has tremendous power that created everything around us?
No.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so you're basically a naturalist, but you use a different label for being a naturalist person. So you wouldn't believe in a God. If somebody came to you and said, hey, there's this God, he created us, he sent us a book, or he sent us some messages, or he's given us an internal feeling, you would go, no, that's not the God that you're talking about.
Yeah. I believe that there's a universal consciousness, which is God, coming from all the energy and the eons and our interactions with our daily life, and all of that submits an energy that amalgamates and creates, and that is the God, the cosmos, the universe, all of it. And that once something exists, it can never not exist, because even after birth and death, once we die, all of our atoms break down all of our body breaks down into atoms, but they come back as something else. Like, even if you're just end up just a piece of dust, you're still going to nurture a plant. And so therefore, everything, once you've existed in this paradigm, you cannot not exist, if you understand what I mean. Otherwise you would never have existed in the first place. So that's how I see God. However, I do believe that the religions have been created out of somebody that jump-started evolution at a certain point in time, and they were the creator, and they were the creator of us modern humans, rather, let me state that. And they have been misplaced as being a god because they were able to create at some point in our evolutionary past, and all the scriptures and the manuscripts and everything else that go along with these religions all point back to that period in time when that happened. And I believe every single religion is mixed up in it, and that those people were great scientists, I believe, and they did understand at a much deeper intelligent level than us, frequencies, colors, sacred geometry, the power of numbers, the power of the spoken word, all of it, how it all can be influenced in each other and interconnected, to control. Just like
were these people what we call human, or are they non-human?
I believe they came from another planet at some point in time. Yeah, I do believe
a bit
that.
like Prometheus, that sort of thing. Have you seen the movie Prometheus? It's just like an advanced species that comes to Earth and creates human beings. So okay, why do you believe that? Because that to me,
yeah, I believe it's happened in the past, and I believe the fact that when people say, oh, they laugh and they say it's not possible. I say, well, we're going to Mars at the moment, so do we really think that we're so big and important that this has never happened in any of our evolution before, even though we are now digging up stuff that scientifically proves that some of these things could have been possible and more than likely were possible in the past?
Yeah, look, anything is possible, right? I think what we possibly want to discuss is whether it's probable. And if I understand you correctly, you're saying that what you believe is that some point in our evolutionary history, humans were created. They weren't evolved from a prior common ancestor. They were created like in a scientific lab of some sort, and almost like a robot, but a super advanced version of a robot. And this is that kind of what you think?
No, I think that somebody, that other planetary beings came here and interfered with our evolution and jump-started our DNA so that we skipped an evolutionary process and advanced us further.
Okay, so how would you explain the fact that that we're so closely related to chimps, and in fact, the what's the term for it? Again, I'm not an expert on it. There's this DNA strand. Again, I'm probably butchering the word. That the only thing, they've got 24 of them. We've got 23 chromosomes, right? And because we have one fused, and we looked for this, we said, okay, if we are similar to chimps, we should find one of these, and we found it in exactly that spot. So unless these aliens wanted to make it appear as if we had a common ancestor, that would seem to suggest that we, that we evolved from a common ancestor prior. Unless you're saying no, what they did is they came and twiddled the DNA,
yes,
or the chromosome. Okay, but then you'd need evidence for that because it appears to be a natural event that we can explain through natural means. So if you're gonna say no, it's not just a process of evolution over billions of years, but it's actually other intelligent beings, much more intelligent than us, that did this.
Okay,
then you'd need to
monkeys and chimps, and the evolution. That the evolution did go on the normal way, but at a certain point, that the DNA was altered at some point and interrupted. Now, if you go back to the study of evolution, there is a gap. They say there's a gap that they don't know.
What do you mean there's a gap? A gap in what?
They haven't found the actual proper link, even though they say that we have got the same DNA makeup of, I think it's 98% of our DNA is shared with almost every sort of like fruit and veg and things. It's just a different proportion or something like that, isn't it? I know it's high. And that monkeys are sort of like 99% of the same DNA as us and stuff like that. But what they haven't found is the actual link of the species that comes directly from a monkey into a human. They can't show the exact link.
No, okay, yeah, but here's but the problem with this is you're never going to find quote unquote an exact link because it's a range, right? So it's not like there was this thing and then suddenly was this. There was gradual changes over time. Those changes are so small that, like you giving birth to your children, there's gradual changes there that is virtually unnoticeable. Give that enough time and it does make a change. And we have got, and we can see A, from the DNA, but B, from fossil records of how this evolved with, the hominids, especially in one of them was in South Africa. There were many in Africa. And the way that it can check this, one of the ways, at least as I understand it, is how the neck connects to the skull. And you can see over time how it used to be the back of your head, which meant that they were on all fours, and so that the head connected to the spine at the back of your head. And slowly over time, as they've discovered more fossils, this has moved down to where it is now, which is at the bottom of your skull. And so we can see the progression of how they eventually became two-legged hominids, like Australopithecus. Lucy is one of them, and that sort of stuff, right? Now you would have to show evidence that, okay, so that was all happening, but at some point aliens did it, and here's the point where aliens did it, and here's the evidence, and this better explains how we are humans than the evolutionary process, which has been, heavily tested in virtually every field of science that is applicable to that. So it sounds like you have a mountain of a toss. I mean, if you want to believe it, cool, but I just don't see the evidence. And my question is, how do we falsify that? What would evidence be for you, Jupiter, to say, no, I now accept that it wasn't aliens? What would need to happen for you to accept it wasn't aliens?
If they could come and prove why the elongated Peru skulls that they've now proven wasn't due to the binding that they've found in other African tribes, where they elongated the skulls, that the cerebrium and the fontanelle were at birth were already different to what the humans have today, and therefore they've proved that they were natural skulls in the Paracas. I think they're called the Paracas skulls, and these people, they've tested the DNA, and there is DNA in there that they don't know what it's related to. So that for me gives some kind of evidence that there could be proof that there was a being that existed that we didn't know about, that is within our bloodline, but we don't know where it came from.
Okay, but if something's unexplained, then it's unexplained. And to take a position that this gives you evidence that something else is the case, I think is at this stage an unjustified leap. It might be the case or it might not be, but if something's unexplained at that moment, like an unexplained flying object, we don't go, well, it's aliens. We go, it's unexplained. We haven't yet explained it. So us to jump to a conclusion that from unexplained to this is likely the case would need good evidence. That's the part that I'm not hearing. So I understand that's what would go on.
Yeah. No, I understand that, and I agree with that. But when you also go back and then you start looking at where did the knowledge for sacred geometry come from, and all of the, where did the spiritual systems emulate from? Why did people start believing in God? When you start going back, all of it starts to accumulate, and it's all goes back to the source of the stories, which are Sumerian, and even predating Sumerian, because they talk of their ancestors and they tell you the stories of what they believe. And when you start looking at that, you start to see that all of the spiritual systems have sprung out of those beliefs, but they themselves didn't have a belief system in God, but they did have a belief system in cosmology, astrology, etc., etc., etc. Now, they themselves created so much of a foundation of stuff that we actually build upon today. And if you start looking at the intelligence level that these people had for that time period, that we're supposed to believe these people couldn't have had this level of intelligence due to our ancestry and our evolution and what they say our brain size was.
How long ago was this? How long ago was this?
Thousands of years ago. I can't.
That's like a blip. That's like a blip in the evolutionary timescale. And to answer your question, why do people do this? Because they want to explain the world around them. And if these people, as you say, I'm not sure who they are, but if they in fact use kind of like a scientific method and wanted to genuinely understand the world around them and not to jump to a supernatural conclusion, I applaud that, right? The fact that people have done this thousands of years ago, there's no denying it. If you look at, as you point out, cave paintings and all kinds of evidence, people were doing this. Nowhere near to the scale that we do it today, but they were inquisitive and they were looking around and going, hey, could we all have descended? Darwin wasn't the first person that proposed evolution or common ancestry, but he was the one that put forward not common ancestry, what's the term? Descent with modification, whatever it was, right? But he was the one that demonstrated it. So people thousands of years before that also thought, well, could we all be related in some way? But again, that's just human beings being inquisitive, which is what we do. But what it sounds like to my ear, you're saying is, well, hey, how could this have all come about? And the answer to me is human beings being inquisitive and doing what humans do, which is trying to discover the world around them and make sense of it.
Yeah, no, not really, because you're saying that we are all connected because we all go back to evolution and go back to the monkeys, so we all come from the same place. You're saying that
common ancestor. Yeah, we're not monkeys. Yeah, we have a common ancestor.
Yeah, you're the one who's saying that. I'm saying no, I don't believe that. And I would look at the Neanderthals and the Denisovians as a great example to show that actually there was probably two branches. I believe that there was those that were on Earth that were following the natural evolutionary path, and then there were those that were interfered with DNA jump-starting. So, for example, genetic modification. So I'm saying that there was actually two branches. And if you look at anthropology now, you will see that they're starting to bring up more and more reasons to say that actually maybe there were more than one type of man that was living at the same time.
You mean hominids? Yeah, sure. No doubt there were more hominids, Neanderthals and Homo erectus, etc., and eventually Homo sapien, which is us, is kind of the last, or at least this branch at the moment. The others died out for whatever reasons. Either they were defeated or they didn't adapt or whatever the case is. Nobody's questioning that. But you're saying that us, humans, as in hominids, coming out of Africa, however many thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, we are different to any of the others because aliens came along and did this. And you're pointing to things which either haven't been explained or could be explained by an evolutionary process. So I'm not seeing anything that weighs in your favor. At best, you're saying that there's a couple of things that are unexplained, but then you want to put forward a hypothesis that could be true. I mean, it's not impossible, but what's the likelihood of that being the case just for us? And how do we test it?
I would say, I would put it like this. I would say there's more likelihood, right, considering how big the universe is, how small that we are within the universe compared to other planets. I would say there's more likelihood that there are beings out there that have come to this planet before than there is likely to be a living God.
Yeah, well, look, I agree with that. I mean, you have the Drake equation, etc., which suggests that that it's likely that there's human life. There's also, I can't remember the other there's another sort of counter argument against the Drake equation, which basically says, what's the chances of an advanced species being able to reach us rather than dying out or whatever the case may be, because we live so far away, light being as fast as we can travel, our closest star is 4.5 light years away. Unless you can tunnel through wormholes, etc., the massive distance required would make it unlikely that we would encounter aliens. But the mathematical probability of an advanced species, sure, I mean, I don't see a problem with that. There's estimated 2 trillion galaxies with 400 billion stars, so the numbers become astronomically big, and there's no reason to believe that something else didn't evolve on some other planet faster or way before us. We're sort of quite young, really, as a species. So yeah, but then you're saying no, but you're taking it an extra step and saying, but one of these reached Earth, which seems highly improbable, not impossible, highly improbable given the vast distances, and they interfered with some DNA. And then I'm going to go, okay, what's the evidence for that? And then as I hear it, you're saying, well, here's some unexplained things. Okay, but that's not evidence in favor of your hypothesis. It's just something that's unexplained. So you'd need something that only your hypothesis can explain, that an evolutionary hypothesis couldn't explain or is unlikely to explain. And that would be a mountainous task.
Yeah, no. I take that point, and that is a valid point. But I still believe that there is so much circumstantial evidence that leads to around the same time period that it's probable. Let me put it that way. It's not impossible. It's probable and highly.
When you say the same time period, what, within 10,000 years of each other or 5,000 years? I mean, that's still a fair amount of time frame. It's a blip in the evolutionary time scale, but for human beings becoming able to, kind of communicate in a different way or make cave paintings or do whatever, that part is, still has thousands of years between the first people ever doing that and that happening around the world, right?
I don't know.
If it was within 1 year or 10 years, we'd go, wow, that's amazing. That if all of these different tribes and different peoples around the world all started doing this, so we could date it to 5050 BC or whatever it is, right? That time frame around the world, all over, that would be extraordinary. How is it that all these people who are unconnected in any way, couldn't reach each other, all suddenly had this potentially this leap in communication ability and creativity and ways to communicate and so on? That would be extraordinary. But that's happened over thousands of years.
That is exactly what's happened. We're now beginning to understand that in India, Mexico, Peru, Africa, Middle East, Iraq, Iran, around all the same regions at all the same time, all of a sudden farming began to occur all around the world. And they're now saying that not just farming, that civilization took an evolutionary leap. They started to build in a different way. They started to
when you say all of a sudden, what do you mean by all of a sudden?
Well, all of a sudden, these big buildings spring up. All of a sudden, they start to have architecture.
What period? Yeah, what period? Over a few thousand years? Like within 10 years of each other, or what?
I don't know how many years altogether, because I can't remember, to be honest. But I do know that when I read into it, it was all around the same time, all exactly around the same time.
Yeah, that's the part that maybe you can come back and tell me and give us a reference for what you mean by exactly the same time. If that's within a few thousand years, that's explainable. If it's within a year or 5 years or 10 years, that's something of interest, because that's a very, very short space of time.
Oh, I don't think
thousands of years, I don't see a problem with people evolving over thousands of years to do something similar to other people that they've never met or spoken to.
Yeah.
Humans evolve, right? We are all evolving. And so the fact that one species does it before, one tribe does it before another, it's not remarkable unless they were all doing it simultaneously, like you say, suddenly, meaning within like literally a year or 10 years of each other. That would be kind of sudden in the evolutionary timescale. And I'd be going, yeah, that's interesting. And presumably this will be worldwide news. And that would certainly count to your hypothesis that something happened, that aliens visited and sort of tinkered with the DNA around the world with people that couldn't reach each other. Again, we'd have to establish like they hadn't or couldn't reach each other thousands of years ago, where they didn't have a boat to navigate the Atlantic or whatever. Yeah, that would be evidence in favor of your hypothesis, rather than evolution. There was a sudden change, literally within a year or, because again, that would be, to me, that in 1 year would be what I would expect. Aliens being as powerful as they are, they can, change the DNA like from one generation to another. Presumably, that's kind of what you mean. And so that would happen within a year. I mean, a year would be a long time. They could probably do it within a month or whatever it might be, it seems to me. So that would be extraordinary, and that would favor your view. And if that's the case, definitely present the evidence and we can have a look.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be in a year, to be fair. And I don't think it'll be in 5 or 10 years. But from what I remember, their scriptures tell of a period of time where they were playing around with the DNA. They understood genetics. They talk of test tube babies, not in those terms though, but they talk of how to make a baby outside of the womb and then placing it into the womb. So all these things were known in ancient history, and that's what I'm trying to say. That for these people to have had that kind of intelligence and knowledge at the in those times, way back when we're supposed to believe that people were just living in caves and that, and only just discovering fire, just to me is amazing. And yeah, go on.
Well, come back next time. I've got to go now. Interesting chatting to you, but come back again with a reference. And read it to us. Hopefully I'm around at some point. I've got work during the day, so maybe in the evening. Come back with a reference and read us exactly what they say so that I can see what they say. Because oftentimes, like what you're saying is they found DNA, they knew how to make a baby outside the womb. I want to see what does the quote scriptures say. And because oftentimes, I'm not saying you do it, but oftentimes people interpret things to mean something where you could have any sort of interpretation. It's not clear. If I said to you, hey, Jupiter, here's a paper that explains genetics, that would go into the minutest detail. You wouldn't look at the paper and go, oh, this explains cosmology. But if I gave you most old ancient texts and stuff like that, you could take it in various different ways. They weren't nowhere near precise like we are today. So yeah, bring some of that next time, and we can maybe Veli can do a show on that or something.
All right then.
And then we can examine that with a critical eye, or at least to the best of my ability with a critical eye. What is the most likely explanation? How accurate is that? How precise is what they're saying? And does it match kind of what you're saying? And then we can see.
Okay then. All right. Take care, Rob. Bye-bye.
I will leave you. Thanks, Veli. Big up to everybody who's listening, and have a great day. Cheers, man.
Hey, so Juba, what scripture is the Mesopotamian time?
If you look at the Sumerian texts, it's all written down there. So yeah, and in fact, there's so much of the Sumerian text that hasn't been translated yet because we've got so much of it. There's so much of it that there's, and from that time period, it's not only they don't only talk about their system of technology and stuff like that, but they talk about things like bill of receipts. They talk about bartering. They talk about how to make beer. They talk about time. For example, our clocks are all run by these people because the Sumerians used to didn't count in tens. They used to be in decimal. That they didn't have decimalization. They used to go up to 60. So that's why we've got 60 minutes and in an hour, and 60 seconds in a minute, etc., etc., etc. They understood sacred geometry. They understood interplanetary travel. They understood star alignment. There's so much that they understood. They had the original stories that you find in the Bible. So all the stories where you hear about Jesus, which a lot of people say if you trace it back, you can go to Horus, Isis, and thingy. When you trace that back from Egypt, actually it was in the Sumerians before that as well. And the Sumerians, when they talk, they're talking about their ancestors. So it went back even further than that.
Hey, Juba, did you say that they done interplanetary travel?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, like they went to
the Sumerians have what they call star map. If you go and see it, it's an ancient I've told you this before. It's an ancient disc that has got interplanet, that it shows you how to enter the Earth's orbit from outside.
Right, yeah, so I've never heard of it. Yeah. You told me that, I forgot about it. So,
yeah, so it's there. You can look it up. Write ancient Sumerian interstellar disk, and it'll come up, and you'll see it. It's an artifact. It's there. If you go to Mexico, there's hundreds and hundreds of artifacts of ancient technology and little statues of well, I don't know what you would call them, being people, like little human people, but with slight difference. You'll see that if you look at Sumerian artifacts and drawings, you will see that they wear what looks like watches, and these are all carved into the walls. If you go to ancient Egypt, you will see that they've got I've told you this before, they've got pictures of flying vehicles. If you go to ancient India, you will find that they've got the Vimanas and things like that talk of flying machines and flying travel. If you go to the Mayans, you'll see that they've got ancient beliefs to do with the calendar and the year and the way that the sun comes down, and you will see that they've got certain pyramids where a snake at a certain time of year slithers down the steps, and they believe that the snake people were the people that came from outer space. If you go to the Dogon tribe in Africa, they know all about Sirius, and they knew about the dwarf star system before even our scientists did. These are a small tribe in Africa that even European scientists don't understand how they had this knowledge, and that these drawings were all over inside of the caves. They have ceremonies to do with these to do with the star system, and they tell you that that's where their ancients came from, and that they had precise knowledge of the solar system that we didn't even know. So yeah, all of it is really, really interesting if you go and have a look. But like I said to you, that video that I gave you, it's quite boring because it's very it's a scholar talking. It's not somebody like doing it, jazzing it up like the ancient alien theme and all that. It's actual hard facts that this man's giving you as a scholar and an author. But yeah, if you look at that video, you'll see the connections that they're talking about. So
yeah. So what you said something about the snake people?
Yeah.
Snake man. Who believe in the snake man?
In Mexico, I can't remember the name of it. Let me see if I can Google it. In Mexico, there's a tribe of people, snake people, Mexico, that believe in the belief that their ancestors were like snake-like beings and reptilian-like beings, I suppose. And they talk about how they left and they promised to come back at some point. So, and the remarkable thing about the pyramid is that there's a shadow cast on the pyramid once a year, and they have celebrations where the snake actually travels down the steps. Let me just look it up for you. Let me find it. Okay, the feathered serpent. I think this is it. Yep. Okay, it's called Colcolcon. The feathered serpent descend from the El Castillo temple. So it's the El Castillo temple in Mexico.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, look it up. The El Castillo temple in Mexico. You know, when I talk, I know people think that I'm just a nutcase, but actually I do talk facts.
No, true. That sounds nuts, though. I can't lie. But one second, I'm going to try to connect to my Bluetooth so it stops echoing when you're talking.
Hello, is that better now? Yeah.
It just sounds the same to me.
Yeah, nah, because it's well for the people on YouTube, it echoes when it's on when I ain't got my headphones on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or it's on Bluetooth or whatnot. So. Yeah. The lizard people sound nuts to me, man. That's the snake people or whatnot. That sounds like alright.
Yeah.
If anyone
But
really believes that and they try to bring that round here, we're gonna have to ruin that dream still.
It's not just them. When my husband comes from in Africa, let me tell you this: when my husband comes from in Africa, right, his tribe believed that their ancestors are the what you call them that walk around the list what they called iguanas, and so that they allow the iguanas to sort of like walk through the village and stuff because they believe that they were once their ancestors. So you will find this a lot in a lot of places that people talk of this. If you go to some places in America, there's some Indian tribes that actually believe it too. There's another lot that say they were the ant people, which is interesting. But yeah, there's quite a few references to reptilians. And I'm not saying that we're all dragons or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that there must have been some kind of ancient being that we were once connected to in some way, shape, or form or other, or they must have lived on this planet. For so much information to be there in so many different tribes about these beings.
So that the Edo people used to think that they come from iguanas. Did you say?
My husband's.
Or they got a belief, or they got something where they got a bit of some sort of respect for iguanas.
No, they believe their ancestors were iguanas. Yeah.
So that's not much though.
That's part of the belief system, but also part of their belief system is that there were gods that fell from the sky to that landed, that fell from the sky and landed. Very similar to the Sumerian story, actually. Very similar. Just like the Dogon tribe. It all interconnects. It all interconnects. And this is what I'm saying to you, Veli. People laugh, but all of it interconnects. The whole lot. But yeah. It's just the obvious.
I was watching a program, yeah, about language, yeah. And someone was trying to see if there was ever a possibility of one world language, but for them to do that experiment, yeah, it was nigh impossible for them to complete. So.
Interesting. But it all depends, doesn't it? I mean, people say that there's evidence that there was a flood all over the world, all over the earth at one point. People say that maybe that was to do with a comet impact or something like that. But then that bit again backs up scriptures that are not only in the Islamic faith, the Jewish faith, and the biblical faith, but it also backs up what the Sumerians say. So yeah, they talk about floods, but they say it was flooded twice within their knowledge. They say it was flooded twice.
Is there like an African flood story?
What you mean, the biblical one?
Yeah, well, just the general African flood story, like.
Well, all their stories are different, aren't they? Some of them could have been just down to tsunamis and just localized floods, couldn't they? I mean,
no, I'm saying because you're saying that there's a flood story all over the world.
Yeah, all ancient cultures talk about a flood story wiping out a lot of people. Yeah, they all do it, and all of them.
That's what I was saying. Is there like a African tribe that says that they experienced a world flood, like the world was wiped out by a flood, and then it carried on?
Yeah, there is, but I can't remember what their name is now. But yeah, there is. Yeah, that talk about it. Yeah.
a lot of belief, yeah, and factual history, yeah, it gets mixed up a lot of times, especially like say when we're talking on here, yeah, like what actually really happened, and what we believe, or what the beliefs of the people, or we think the people are. I think it's usually that. Yeah, two different things.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from, but for me, I just think that there's more evidence to prove that that's more likely than there is to prove that there's a God. Let's put it that way, a proper God. You know, I mean, the ancient Sumerians say that these people were not gods. They weren't gods. They were just other beings that had more technology, basically. They were not gods.
Why haven't they ever returned, or why is there no evidence for?
I don't know, do we? Maybe their planet fucking exploded. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they went out into space and couldn't come back again. I don't know. I ain't got the answers to that.
Well, think about why is there such a long gap between the Sumerians having so-called contact with international aliens or outer space, intergalactical beings, and the just human race being able to just get to the moon and back? Why was there so much of a gap, do you think, between that and that?
Because the knowledge was lost, and that's quite clear all over the world that the knowledge has been lost. Because when you find out that an African Dogon tribe knew about the star system, and other people didn't, yet people would look down on those people in Africa because they're living in a very basic tribal manner. Most people, but myself included, if you went and you see people living in mud huts, to some extent, living in a tribal way, just goat herding or cattle herding, and with basic clothing on, we've been kind of taught that means that those people have a limited understanding of the universe and everything. But actually, when you spoke to them, these people had a greater understanding, and had been worshipping and holding ceremonies for a star system that we didn't even know existed, and then found out that actually they were right. So
yeah, but why? If this is what gets me about when people talk about these so-called old school great tribes or whatever. It sounds like why did they end up getting subjugated? Why did they end up being under the foot of other people? Or like right now, a lot of the Dogon tribe have converted to Islam. If their knowledge is so great and they know that this, that, and the other, and they've got so much knowledge, why would they bother converting to Islam?
I can't answer that because I'm not somebody that's converted, but I don't know. Maybe
See, for someone, like me, that's skeptical of anything spooky, If someone's saying they've got ancient knowledge, that made their people so great and be able to they can see past planets, past solar systems and shit, into different galaxies and all this, that, and the other, why are they able to be subjugated by other humans that have got lesser understanding of the Earth than they have?
Well, it depends. Would you consider them subjugated if they were still living in their tribal belief system, and all these eons later, and they still maintained their knowledge? Is that subjugation? I mean, you could say economy-wise that they lost out, but that's because
with the Dogon, with the Dogon, like I was saying, the last thing that I saw about the Dogon was that a lot of them was converting to Islam. So again, that was me just saying, well, if their thing was so great and so good, why would they need to convert to another religion? Why would you need to do that? You just stick to your ways or whatever. If your ways are so great and so good, yeah, and it's the way to be. Why is other people not trying to live like them?
Well, I suppose the human mind is fickle, isn't it? Let's put it that way. I mean, so people always think the grass is greener on the other side, don't they? And they always think, look, if you come along and you see a belief system that seems more advanced and more rewarding, let's say, in your present lifetime, even if you've got this spiritual knowledge of the solar system, you're going to say, maybe these people are onto something, and maybe I think I should start, I don't know, following their faith because they seem to be having a better lifestyle than what I've got when it comes to material things. But you will always get the hardcore who say no, because we understand that material wealth isn't the riches of this world. I mean, it's like me.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but I'm trying to say, yeah, what I'm trying to say, yeah, is that if, say, for example, if the Dogon lifestyle, yeah, was the happiest way to be happy on Earth for each individual person, objectively, yeah. So no matter what it was, yeah. So you could be the richest person in the world, yeah. But if you was living the Dogon's life, you would be happy. If you was the brokest person in the world, you'd be living, and you switch to the Dogon's life, you'd be happy. If you, or whatever, do you know what I mean? That, so if you came from any situation and then could switch to living the same lifestyle as the Dogon, for example, and I don't know, your life would be more fruitful and more happy or whatever.
No, I see
then
what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, why would they do
because
that?
they're like they don't package it as something that they're trying to sell to other people. It's not a case of they believe that their system
No, but
is
whether
superior.
they're trying, it's not that. See that? It's not that they're trying to sell it to other people. So basically, yeah, in history, people have adopted other things from other cultures, yeah, which they have seen to be beneficial to the majority in it. Yeah, so anything that they feel like it might be majority beneficial, they might try and adopt that. So then, if they could see that living the Dogon lifestyle was beneficial, why wouldn't other countries or other places, other tribes or everywhere else, why wouldn't they be? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
so
no.
Why wouldn't they live that? Why wouldn't they live that? Why wouldn't everyone be striving to live like the Dogons?
Well, the Dogons have got a very basic lifestyle, haven't they? They're like cattle herders and things like that. Nomads, quite nomadic, even though they're a settled tribe. They don't have they're not part of the materialistic world. And the materialistic world is a fabricated world. That's not a natural world.
Think about what you're saying, though, yeah?
Yeah, money isn't natural. It doesn't grow on trees.
But listen to this, though, yeah? Why it's a bit of a contradiction, yeah? Because if they've got contact with intergalactic beings, yeah, the technology that the people would have had to use to get to this galaxy to contact them and whatever means that the Dogon would be knowing about having to deal with some higher level engineering, yeah, and do you know what I'm saying? That that's what I'm saying. That to live in the nomadic lifestyle, really, if they've seen people come from space from another galaxy in different shit, yeah, why wouldn't they be creating or have the blueprint to create anything like that?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, they don't have the technology. They only speak of the people that came and told them how to farm. But they do have the understanding of the star system and the astrology. and they say that that's where their forefathers came from. Now, the second part of the question is, why don't they have the technology and the blueprints and everything else? Because according to the scriptures and the stories and the reoccurring stories from the different places all around the world, is that these beings that came from outer space created modern humans as a slave race. They weren't on the same level as these people, because these people saw themselves as superior. And it's very interesting because there's a lot of things that reoccur over time, and maybe certain things would be slightly different, but things reoccur and reoccur, and they reoccur again in the biblical stories and ancient Egypt, the Sumerians, and even through to the modern world. For example, there was a time in Sumerians' lifeline, because they claim that they lived over thousands of years, not like us where we only live for 100 years if we're lucky. These people lived for a much longer time, because apparently they came from a system where their planet went on an elongated cycle, so therefore they aged in a different way. But
that's another thing, yeah, Jupiter, that stares me away from these alien and spooky stories, yeah, where it's like they made the human race to be a slave race. It's always like, fucking man's always got to be a slave to something. Some slave, this slave or that. But fuck all this slavery thing, bro. If you got to be a slave to anything, I'm never signing up. If I've got to be someone's slave or worship and just praise an unknowing that I can never see or reach the heights of, man, fuck that, man. I ain't involved, man. You know what I mean? I'm not even involved. But one second, we got someone new on the panel. Yo.
So what up?
What's that?
What up, man? What up, Wagwan, man? What up?
What's going on?
Listening with Cho. You can call me Cho. Cho.
Tro.
Cho.
Cho.
Yeah.
What, like CHO?
Yeah.
Okay. Where you from, Cho?
Southern Ireland.
Southern Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah. What, like, what's the stuff like? White Waterford?
Yeah, around that area it would be.
Yeah. Crystal, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Someone shout out my Irish gang. Yeah. I big up yourself, bro. So, yeah, welcome to G Block. Yeah. So, what was you interested in this Sumerian sort of discussion and?
In the whole UFO talk, I was really interested in.
Cool. All right. So, what did you want to add something to the discussion, or was you just listening in?
No, I was just listening to when you were just talking. I just wanted to bounce off the conversation. If you open the mic, you know what I'm saying?
Alright, yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah, well, if you feel there's a question that you want to ask or a point where you want to jump in at, yeah, just unmute your mic and start rapping in it.
Cool, man. Cool.
Alright, cool, bro. Yeah, so like I was saying, why I'm always uncomfortable with when it comes down to, see, like, man's always got to end up being a slave to something. Besides that, yeah, but that makes me turn away from it.
Yeah, of course. Nobody's advocating to be a slave, for God's sake. I mean, but I wouldn't say that it was always black people, but white people slaves as well. Even
I didn't.
Saying just being a slave, innit? Anyone being anyone's slave, being a slave to anyone. I don't want to be a black man's slave. Like, I don't want to be a white man's slave. You get me? Like, I don't want to be no one's slave.
Yeah, no one's advocating slavery, for God's sake.
We're all slaves to the government. That's how it is. regardless of what your beliefs are, we're all slaves to the government.
Oh, mate. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Jeez. All right. So, yo, listen. I need a couple more people to jump on, get the panel full, get the discussion popping. Yeah, it's turned into a bit of a conspiracy theory one today. Still, like, was there ever an alien race that came down and helped humans? I'm like, I highly doubt it. Obviously, I can't say it's definitely not true because I can't produce no evidence to say that why it's 100% not true. I'm just saying that I highly doubt it. Innit? Yeah, can't. Obviously, you know me. I don't really believe in nothing that you can't prove. Still.
All the alien shit is a lot of bullshit, man. Nothing like that ever happens. Like, how did aliens aren't even real? You know what I'm saying? Like, people are fucking, they're either on sleep paralysis or on magic mushrooms.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do believe it. And anyway, I'm gonna love you and leave you, Benny. Take care.
All right. See you later. Yeah. All right. So, like I'm saying, man, I don't really this conspiracy theories, aliens and shit. No, I don't believe in none of that still. Like, you have to show me some actual. I need to see this motherfucking alien myself in it in some real shit. Like, I don't know what sort of evidence you could produce to me that could make me ever believe that there's a fucking alien.
I could prove to you alien exists.
Bro, yeah, go to a crack house, you'll see a lot of them.
What, like like another being from another planet?
Well, they sure look the part anyway.
Well, really, these beings don't need a planet to survive.
Yeah, but I mean, what I mean there is another living being that doesn't come from Earth.
Yeah. Doesn't need to be on Earth to exist. Or to survive or whatever.
No. So, you know what I mean by alien, yeah? You know, like Men in Black.
Something that we don't know what it is. Yeah, but if you're looking for the Hollywood alien grey dude.
No, but listen. Why it's come to this point, yeah, is Hubert was talking about Sumerians contacting aliens, Dogons contacting aliens,
the
snake people in Mexico contacting aliens. I'm like, I don't believe none of their stories about contacting aliens. Because if any of them contacted blood clot aliens, yeah, that had some superior technology, better than car, bike, and whatever, how are they not
technology?
Next level technology. How are they not engineering geniuses?
They are
manufacturing some fuckeries right now.
Well, where do you think we got all our stuff from?
What? So the aliens have got fucking intergalactic spaceships that travel from Thingbob to Thingbob, and we got fucking Ford Fiesta and
yeah,
and Fiat Punto.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like the aliens showed us love, innit?
The aliens do show love still. They can show love. They can also show hate, innit? They can show anything. Like even science agrees with these indestructible aliens. But like I was saying, if you think of it as a being like a grey man and that, like you're not gonna find that, innit?
How did Dogon know about the stars like that? I don't know, man. How did Dogon know about the stars like how they knew about them? But like I'm saying again, if they're contacting people that come from a different place, yeah, and they've got no head start in no sort of technology or anything. All they know is that there's a fucking extra star in the solar system. It's like, bro, do you really feel like that's an advantage that they receive?
Bro, you see the way you say the word alien, yeah, and the first thing that pops into your head, like that might be nothing like what you'll find as whatever intelligent life form is there. That's basically not us, innit? Like if you look at science, they'll say energy is an alien.
Intelligent life form, that. What do you mean, like intelligent life form? What? Yeah, but I'm obviously, you know what I'm talking about though. Because remember, these people were talking about like they're talking with blood clot.
They're communicating with extraterrestrial beings
with
that are on another level to
humans, telling them
humans.
that they're coming back at this date, and you need to worship us, and we've mixed up DNA to make these people to this level and that, and blah blah blah, and so on. So,
but you know what?
Listen. All the people that have supposedly been contacted as old species by aliens or whatever are all being subjugated or have got no advantage on this earth at the moment. They're not taking advantage of. They're not being able to take no. They're not bringing no engineering expertise. They're just living their tribal lives in their circle.
But that itself is manifestation of this information we can learn from. Like you see when you give information, you can either tell it.
Don't ever move forward in your life. Just stick to your one rituals and don't ever move nothing. Sometimes you gotta upgrade, B.
What would you mean?
Yeah, sometimes you gotta upgrade, man. Imagine if your mum's on. Alright, so check it like this. Imagine your mum's on benefits, your nan's on benefits, your great grandma was on benefits, and your great great grandma was on benefits.
Yeah.
Just gonna let's just join benefits and just sit down. Do you know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
you move forward. I hear you.
Yeah, if it's something that's being able to move you forward and take you to, I don't know, like if it's something that's being able to elevate you, like I was saying, that just knowing where this special star is that no one else knows about or whatnot. I don't know what sort of a life advantage that can bring you right now.
That's because we're not at that level, innit?
Huh?
We're not at the stage to know what exactly the significance of this thing is. You know what I'm saying?
So do they have to be in the exact same sort of condition and way of life until the aliens from the planets return or something? Like, they can't move forward. They have to stay in the same position, the same sort of lifestyle. I'm trying to address you
point by point, innit? Like on that specific point, like someone back in the days could have told you this stone is special because it does whatever, and you'll be like, what am I gonna do with that? But now they're using this stone for magnetism, and it is the core of our technology. It's just a magnet. No one ever thought that this stone is going to do anything. But until we got to that stage where we knew what this stone can do, and now we're using it all over the world. Until we got there, we wouldn't have known. Like, we'd just be like, yeah, these guys know about this stone. What's so special about them? It was just scientists who knew shit. They were ahead of their time.
If you was the head of a tribe, yeah. If you think about if you yourself was the head of a tribe,
yeah.
Like, you know, the snake people that rep Mexico, yeah.
The Nagas.
The head of the snake tribe, yeah. So, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Huh?
Is that what you're talking about? The Nagas?
I don't know, but the snake people in it,
yeah.
Yeah. So, if the aliens came to you, yeah, what would you wanna know? What exchange sort of would you take place, or what conditions would you worship the aliens or wait for them to come back up under? Why would you wait for them to come back?
Look, the way you're thinking of worship or being a slave to something it's probably not even what is meant. It's like right now, you are a slave, whether you like it or not, to the physical world around you. You're a slave to gravity. For those who don't believe in gravity, you're a slave to the fact that you need oxygen to breathe, and you're a slave to your breath to survive. You're a slave to many things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm asking
The
you,
only difference,
why
is
would you want to be a slave to alien race
no. It's not
that's
about
going to come
wanting
back
to
in a
be a
million
slave.
years?
No, it's not about wanting to be a slave. It's like everyone is a slave, and the second you realize what it is that is enslaving you, then you can
But listen,
have a
bro,
higher level of awareness in it.
at the times when the aliens came down there, supposedly,
Yeah,
there was no supposed world government. There was no um, NATO. There was no United States of America.
yeah,
Do you know what I'm
yeah,
saying? There was no
yeah.
European Union. None of that was there, bro. So there was no national insurance or council tax or anything like that. None of that was there, bro.
Yeah,
In the
well, how does that relate?
Mesopotamia times, I don't know what their system was then of people
Yeah,
paying rent or whatever. Yeah, what the different levels of um of citizenship was
yeah,
in Mesopotamia, or even with the Dogon people, or with the Snake people, or whoever. Yeah, but I know that none of the government sort of stuff was out there. You know, that the government that we know it as today, that
yeah,
people
yeah,
try to say, "Oh, you're a slave to the government because you have to pay tax and you." Blah,
yeah,
blah, blah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
blah, blah, blah."
It's not even the government. There's things that are bigger than the government. Like we're all slaves
Yeah,
to.
but even that though, yeah,
Yeah,
all that sort of government world dominance and people in power, none of that was done.
yeah,
None of that was involved in or even created yet.
yeah. I
So,
agree.
what reason could the aliens give you to just stay in that position, or even have a celebration, a worshipping ceremony every year, and just live your same lifestyle? Like,
Yeah, I hear you. This is
because
why I wanted to address
how
it
did
point by point in it,
what
because
you see what happened? Yeah,
yeah,
what happened is that before the aliens come here, they was living a certain way. After the aliens come here, they were still living the same way. So they didn't change no other way. Yeah,
yeah,
all
but
they did,
it's like after
all they
and
did
before.
is
The
have
aliens
a
always
couple of
there.
celebrations at the times when they thought the aliens were supposed to be coming back, or when they came, or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I'm trying to say. That. So what's the benefit? What benefit did the aliens coming down give to any of the people of this time?
Bro, we don't know in it, but we don't know in what form they came, in what form the information was received, what did they look like. We don't know any of that. The message that we're being told, yeah, is not the original message that those people received. So we can't really like go and say because this person said this, then that's exactly what it was. Really, we don't know anything about it. We just know certain things, and we're gonna have to figure out, read between the lines, what are these people trying to say? Yeah, that's the way I see it. But when you're talking about needing to be enslaved and whatever, yeah, like if you see it that there is this people who want you to be a slave to them, yeah, like I don't think that's the right way to understand it, innit? Like the right way I believe to understand it is that we are all enslaved by things. All right, let me go into that. Like on the deepest level, it's our desire. Yeah, I'll go back to that. Like that is our desire that enslaves us, innit? And the reason it enslaves, like right now, for example, if I want to live, yeah, I have to eat. So I have that desire to eat because I have that desire to live. You know what I mean? So I'm going to use this physical thing that is around me in order to be able to sustain myself and absorb energy so that I can what's it called? Give out energy. You know what I mean? Yes, big up. Reggie and Buddha.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, fam. So what are you trying to say then?
Big up.
Big up yourself, Buddha. Big up yourself, Reggie. Yeah. So are you saying that?
I'm saying the energy.
Your desire to eat food is a form of a slavery.
Yes.
Your desire to breathe air to stay alive is a form of slavery.
Yes.
So if you wasn't a slave
you
to
are
being
a slave
alive,
to your desire to live.
Yeah. So if you didn't have a desire to live, what would you do?
You would not do anything that will push your will to live forward.
So you just die.
Either that, or you might find something else. Obviously, that's a higher level of awareness. So under this level of awareness, I can't really answer that question. I have the desire.
That's an interesting one though, still, because I think like in the Buddhist teaching.
Hey, Buddha, listen, hold on a sec here, because I need to jump off here. So big up everyone on the panel. Yeah, big up for jumping on. I'll type freebie. Yeah, big up yourself. Yeah.
Man.
The point that I was trying to make here was if any of these civilizations, wherever in the world, had any aliens come to them, and that had some superior technology. Imagine how superior the technology of the aliens that came here 10,000 years ago. Yeah. Imagine how superior this technology is. Yeah. Why wouldn't the people who they came to be trying to gain any of the knowledge or any of the technology, any of the technological advances or anything like that? Why wouldn't they want anything or have anything to show for the aliens coming down to visit them?
Yeah.
So maybe I could answer that. So there's a divide. There's a divide there.
You can jump off now, Veli.
So
Veli, are you going to jump off now? I'm saying.
Yeah. In a sec, still. I'm going to jump off.
I was just going to say, were you serious last time? Or were you joking? Like,
what's that?
When you were calling man a snake, bruv.
Yeah, you snaked me, man. But it's cool though, still.
We can talk about that later. If you're jumping off now. I came on to talk to you
about that, man. We ain't gonna talk about nothing, man. It just is what it is, man. We just like, yeah.
You can't call me a snake and not tell me why I snaked you, innit?
Yeah, man ain't making a show about other shows, innit? Like I don't do that. That's not what my show is. Still, a review on other shows or anything like that. No one else's show ain't getting reviewed right there. I didn't do that. Still,
I thought you said we'll talk about it on the G block, like.
No, I said I will talk about it on the G block, but I decided not to because, like I said, I don't do that still. So, again, I don't make shows about anyone else's shows.
Do you want to talk to me about it or not?
Huh?
That's true, actually.
Do you want to talk to me about it or not?
Nah. Yeah, it's calm, man, innit? Just whatever, innit, man.
Well, like it's calm for you. It's not calm for me, innit? Like I'm not used to being called a snake for no reason, innit? So.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. You got me. But yeah, so like I was saying, man, like there's no fucking advancement that any of these alien visited societies have fucking gained from aliens visiting them.
Well, I don't know about that, Veli. I was trying to answer that. So let me try and answer that.
You, bro.
So that's cool. So look, imagine these people were ill-educated and had no concept of sciences, physics, or anything. These aliens appeared. When they appeared magically through spaceships and new science and all this kind of stuff. The assumption would be that these human beings, these primitive human beings, would look at these people as gods, actual gods. And so when you're seeing a god, you wouldn't want to raise yourself to the same level as the god by getting a space machine yourself and getting some of these sciences yourself. Anything you're worshiping in submission, you wouldn't be trying to attain the same level as one of these gods. And I'm sure the gods would have felt the same way. But who knows what they may have passed on? I mean, things like fire, water, these agriculture, all these simple things we take for granted now. Like if we look at go back to the Babylonians, Sumerians, and stuff like that, they say that the agriculture was a gift from one of their gods. Even the process of recording and writing and reporting. Who's to say that the gods didn't give us human beings that intellect? So there's a number of things that I think we take for granted that could have possibly come from that era.
But what I'm saying, is that any of the societies that supposedly had aliens visited them have no technological advancements or engineering benefits or anything that, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that is putting
No, I
them
just answered that. I know what you're saying, buddy.
That's putting them in any advantageous position today. Do you know what I mean? Like, because think about it like I keep trying to say, imagine, like today, I'm talking about today, we got Ford Fiesta and Fiat Punto, If 10,000 years ago, a man has come from a different galaxy in a spaceship down to your shit, and you're still riding camel and horse and whatever, and them man are coming in a fucking spaceship from a different planet to Earth. Bro, that's what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Belly. I understand what you're saying, Belly. But are you familiar with Star Trek? Do you watch Star Trek at all, Belly?
I've seen it in 90s.
Parts.
Okay, all right. So you familiar with the Prime Directive?
Nope.
With the what?
The Prime Directive. It's one of the.
No, what's that?
Okay. All right. So basically, what they say is that the Federation is not allowed to interfere with civilization and the progress of civilization. Yeah. So, and the reason behind that is because they don't want to adversely affect that civilization that they're seeing or monitoring or visiting. Yeah. So again, I'm just thinking out loud here. There's no facts or anything like that I'm trying to put out. It's just a hypothesis. Now, you say cars and Fiat Punto and all them kind of things. I'm saying, how do we know that the aliens didn't teach human beings how to get on horses and ride them? How do we know that these aliens didn't show humans how to ride camels? So that in itself is an advancement. I think that if we can acknowledge those things first, you with me?
Yeah, but I'm saying that I don't know this for certain, but supposedly at that time they was already riding camels and donkey and horse and whatever the animal of choice is, elephant and shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so around them sort of times already. I'm saying that, bruv, if you're riding, all right, so think about it like this then. If you're riding an elephant, or even if you ain't riding nothing, and the man comes down to you in a flying spaceship of so-and-so, and then he just puts you on a fucking horse to ride, that's an advancement, but like the technology and the advancements that these people have got, is crazy, fam. They're doing shit with metal and different parts and different energy. Imagine the different energy, the amount of energy that they've had to use to come from a different solar system to this solar system, sit down and chill on the planet. But it's a lot, bruv.
That's a fair point, Belly. That's a fair point. So what you're saying is, instead of teaching them how to ride a camel, they should have taught them how to build a car. I get that, and that's a valid point. You know what I'm saying? But again, I would suggest, look, there are things like the Vedas, and inside the Vedas, there's diagrams about flying machines and how to build the engines. They call it vortex plasma or vortex mercury engine, right? It's only a few years ago that the physicists managed to find out that those drawings from back in the day, from the Vedas, are actually plausible, and they do work. You know what I'm saying? So you'd have to, that would answer a question that you're putting forward. Where would these ancient people get the knowledge to build a vortex engine? You know what I'm saying?
To build a what? Vortex engine?
It's called a magnetic vortex mercury engine.
And where was that?
That was in the Vedas. Should I pull it up?
Yeah. If you got a laptop, you can share the screen and let the people know because I've never heard of that before.
Okay, let me do that. Veli, man. Right, so what do I do? Press screen share.
You can share screen without the volume. That's
okay,
easy.
so let me. Oh shit, I'm using that thing, ain't I?
Using
Firefox. Hold on, wait. It says here start sharing. Don't show me this again. Screen share. Best good computer. Use Chrome.
Yeah,
okay,
you
let me try.
Chrome in it, man.
All right, let me reboot. Let me start the thing again.
Or even you can load up another page. Yeah, open up another tab on Chrome.
Yeah.
Get the page up that you want to share, and then just share that page.
So right now, so I'm clear, because I usually come into this thing, I'm a bit perplexed. Are we just like investigating aliens and whether aliens exist? Is that what the topic is?
What do you think, Reggie? What do you think?
Oh God, I haven't really. I'll be honest, I haven't really gone into it, but I'm just listening, and obviously, like, if someone can bring out something that's really like interesting, then I like.
But you're a Christian, yeah? Doesn't the Bible point to a number of episodes involving spacecraft and stuff like that? Like Ezekiel's. You're laughing, but Ezekiel's will. What would you classify that as?
No, like the Bible doesn't really talk about something like. Like,
have you heard the story of Ezekiel's will?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Cool. Has anybody else?
What I would say is that
Benny or Dave Dunn?
The Bible, when it defines an alien, it's just someone that is foreign or something that is like from outside of.
Well, I'm talking about Ezekiel's will, which in modern times we would describe as a spaceship or a UFO. So let me try and screenshot.
Yeah, maybe some people might say that's what it's trying to say, but I don't really like aliens as we typically understand it. Like, it's not really something that's in Christianity. You know what I'm saying? But if people are just trying to say in the simplest way that there's something outside of Earth, then yeah, I could be open to that.
I'm saying the aliens are outside the Earth, inside the Earth, they're everywhere.
Or aliens are inside the Earth.
Yeah, they're inside you, bro.
Is that what they're trying to say?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay, right. Well,
yeah, I'm saying, science agrees with a type of alien that they call energy, but they don't want to call it an alien, even though it is. It's an indestructible alien that can transform into any shape or form.
Are you speaking on a specific type of energy, or are you kind of putting every kind of energy underneath that?
Specific types of energies are different manifestations of this thing we call energy.
So if you was talking about background radiation or cosmic energy, what do you call that? What's it called? Cosmic background radiation, I think it's called. Yeah, I could agree with that still.
Yeah, that's an alien, bro. That's part of the alien that I'm talking about. And what do you think we are? Like, do you think that we are not incredible enough technology for you to believe that there's higher level technology than these computers? Because we're some next level technology. Humans are like next level technology. Humans can't even make humans unless you get two humans and you get me the traditional way. The only way you can is to replicate that science.
I'm guessing they you're the only one here that probably subscribes to this belief. Wooders sounds like he's just trying to be open-minded.
Science subscribes to it. The mainstream science subscribes to this. Wait 1 second, I got a call.
Right. Yeah, so it looked like it. It'd be nice if Betty can come on the channel, you know.
Yo.
Few words, you know. Hey, Betty,
hey, walk on, Reggie. You say, man, you got your confidence sky high right now, ain't it, man? Shit, looking all comfortable in the block and all that.
Confidence is always sky high.
Yeah,
I mean, how comes Betty's not allowed on your panel?
But everyone's allowed around there still. But differently, when Betty was in my chat room last time, she was trying to disrespect my youths and all them shit still. So yeah,
Oh,
man, not
okay.
play that. Man.
All right, is she
Yeah,
banned from your panel then?
get that shit for that still. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, how long is the ban for? It's forever or something? Until you feel like
Whatever, man.
okay,
Oh,
fair enough.
yeah,
Yeah.
man. Trust me. Yeah, peace out. So what are you saying
Yeah.
about yeah, you're fully against you're anti-African spiritual systems, man. Do you think that there could ever be an African spiritual system that do you think there could ever be an African spiritual system that could solve like one say like for alright, so you're Yoruba, yeah. So do you think that there could ever be like an IFA system that could sort out Nigeria and fix its economy like and have it working for Nigerians?
You probably know the answer to that, man. I definitely don't. But I don't know. From my brief understanding of this African spirituality thing, it relies on one person being the leader of the tribe, and that person getting some sort of or believing or claiming what that they got a message from God or some communication from some deity, and that deity tells them how to run the society or how things should be done. And it depends which leader you're gonna actually listen to. You get what I'm saying? And if that leader's actually what the leader's actually been told, if that's actually going to be beneficial to us, which I don't actually, it's subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, yo, Buddha, do you want to be on two accounts or do you call on one of your accounts? Or
Well, it's yet to be demonstrated whether it can actually be.
Yeah, I'll drop out on that because
Well, go on. But yeah, I was just saying that it's actually yet to be proven whether the African spiritualist system can actually take us forward, because there's a lot of things that as we imagine from African spirituality that is actually backwards. You get what I'm saying? We actually haven't seen the forward thinking within African spirituality. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, like you guys,
What
me
would
and
it be
Shaka,
like?
see eye to eye, but you guys are a bit more in line with what he says. You get what I'm saying? You're a bit more neutral, I would say. But I don't know what you guys' understanding of African spirituality is. You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen anything in it that actually takes us forward. If anything, it seems to be something that will just take us backwards. And I don't see anything.
I think it is taking us back to the stages of natural living, which is basically we've moved backwards from the best way to live. That's the way I see it. And this is just taking us back to living the proper way. You know what I mean?
What is the proper way they want?
The natural way, innit? The way we live right now in the 21st century is unnatural.
Yo,
which
hey
makes
Reggie.
us
Also, yeah, let me be fair to the man was talking about the African spiritual system. When I was chatting to Shaq yesterday, yeah, he was sort of saying that it's not for sorting out like financial benefits or anything like that. Rah still. So like I was forcing the question anyway, but true I knew Shaq weren't gonna be able to jump on. I thought, right, let me just put the question out and see if we get any of the other African spiritual guys might want to jump on and have a little go and even have a little explanation on how the thing works properly. So man's
See,
not
that's
getting it
that's the
twisted
thing
or
that
whatever. Really.
that's the thing that I kept throwing at Shaka. Like he spends quite a lot of time talking on the panel, and at the end of the whole discussion, people are hardly even learning anything substantial about African spirituality. Why is it such a complex system for people to understand? You know what I'm saying?
I think what it was, was that because like I can see Shakira's angle, where obviously he wants to deal with Africa, not just one African thing, but like I could see where the like say the Christians, the Hebrews, or the Muslims were saying, obviously I want you to, although you rep all the African spiritual systems, pick one that's you, and then sort of ride just with that one, so you can sort of question in and out on that one, because for you lot, it seems like when a question's hard with that, you're just going to switch to a different one, and then when a question's hard with that, you're just going to switch to a different one. But that's only because in the way that it's not the same, like you know what I'm saying, it's not like Christianity. It's not like Christianity where the Bible, it's just that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like with Islam, depending on what sect you are, it's Sunnah and Hadith, or it's just the Quran, or the Quran and El Kafi, or do you know what I'm saying? Like I think that was the Hadith book still, but so.
No, you got it right.
The thing is, when
you mentioned Sunnah and Shia.
Come on, man. I'm just call me Scolavelli now, yeah? You got me?
I think the most important thing is the one concept that would unite the people, whatever it is, really.
But I think that's the thing, when you ask a question like what's the question of the day? Let me go back to my issue. When you ask a question along the lines of if African spirituality can move our economy forward, and then you're looking for which system.
Yeah, so what are you looking for? Sorry, Reggie, what Buddha, what are you trying to find on the screen?
But here's the thing though, why do you
we're talking about the Vedas and the
okay, yeah, that's it. That was it. The Vedas.
You're going back to aliens again.
Yeah, but carry on.
I was saying, if you're trying to find if you're trying to say that African spirituality is going to work for us in terms of economics, in terms of making everybody happy, because not every time it's down to how rich you are. Sometimes you got to look at other factors as well. Then you got to be able to be specific. You can't just say, "Oh, there's a number of systems that we're going to all use different systems across Africa, and somehow we're going to all it's going to work for us." Because that's what we already have in Africa. You get what I'm saying? We already have so many different tribes. We already have different systems. Of course, we have one system that is superior. Seems to be the ultimate. You get what I'm saying? Which is capitalism, which is white supremacy. But even under that, the little systems that we do operate are not working. You get what I'm saying? So him coming and saying that there's,
you see, but not being specific, let me just cut in on that little point there about capitalism. Do you believe in a capitalist system that anyone can rise to the capital
to the
fortune? Is there a chance for anyone or everyone to rise to capital fortune?
Yeah, but it depends on your own capacity.
No, not everyone. Not everyone. To make capital, you gotta have capital.
No, you don't.
So capitalism really just works for the people with money. If you ain't got money, you're just gonna be a worker. You're just gonna be a worker.
So there's no. Do you not think? Yeah, because I've seen people who've not earned a lot of money, but understand how money works. Yeah. No,
it can be done. Don't get me wrong.
Out of poverty by using money in the right places.
No, what I'm saying is, it can be done, Veli. I mean, you can spot an opportunity, and you could provide a service or a product that's in demand. It can be done. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is, it's stacked up against you, because if a corporate company was to spot that opportunity before you, you're gone.
All right.
Do you know what I'm saying to you? So you can spot an opportunity.
You don't have to. You don't. If a corporate company spots the opportunity before you, but what if you get the opportunity?
This is why
This is why
like that Dyson Don.
This is why Maverick doesn't know anything about being a broker. Fam.
What the fuck? Where did that even come from? Go ahead, Billy.
Man, like 3D, you know. He's a joker.
Maverick is narrow-minded, fam.
Yes,
Okay, go on, Billy, man.
We always need one of them ones, man. An ad lib.
I like go on, Billy.
Yeah, but I was just saying that obviously if you understand the system that you're living in or the shit that's going on, you got more of a chance of being able to navigate it a bit better or whatever. And then but it's sometimes it just feels like men don't want to do the stuff that it is to actually really get the real freedom that the man then really are talking about that they want to get. Do you know what I'm saying? That because obviously that entails now being either joining a political party, getting rules and regulations changed or set for. Do you know what I'm saying? That for you to be able to do shit without any fucking anyone coming to just shut you down for no reason. And it's bad. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just two things off the list of a million fucking things holding the spider web together that you fucking need to lick down before you can start to do.
I personally don't know of a system better than capitalism. Can capitalism be improved? Yes, I'm sure it can, but I don't know of a system better than it, to be honest, at the moment anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know what I mean? And we got a lot of people that are staunch advocates for us to go away from capitalism, but they're not really able to sell the other products, such as socialism, you know, that people talk about all the time. Which
A lot of people do that, man. They'll complain about one thing, but they won't provide anything better. Pointless listening to that.
Yeah, especially that you get a lot from the Pan-Africanists. I think I
So
hear
you
it a
think
lot.
that there's no better system than capitalism, or do you think that because we've lived because I feel like we get this bias where we live at this time here, so we can measure everything by where we're living now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so because we've never lived in any other system, it's hard to measure truly what a socialist system,
But EB, we're not. I mean,
these other different
Belly,
systems.
we're not really saying that there is nothing better than capitalism. We're just saying that we haven't been introduced with anything better than it.
Right.
Because like socialism is not that straightforward, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you see, the thing is, yeah, it looks good for people to say, "Oh, we need to like."
I need to
share
jump
it."
off, man.
Huh?
So I need to jump off though, yeah. But like carry on the convo still. I'll be back in a bit though, yeah.
Yeah, as I understand.
See you in a bit, fam.
Yeah, as I understand it, it looks good for people to say that everybody should share everything and that it should be controlled by the government, etc. But at the end of the day, if someone puts in more work, they want to benefit more than someone who doesn't. There's always going to be that kind of belief within human beings. So,
And I definitely find capitalism more, you know, more natural. I mean, just because of exactly what you said. Why should I just share my shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, unless you
Everything,
was in the
shit you want to use is going to be shared with you as well, innit? So no one's really missing out on nothing. You get me?
Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't mean that just because you are capitalist, you earn and you want to have control over your share. It doesn't mean that you don't want to share with other people. You just want to share with the people. You just want your money to go where you want it. You know what I mean? But which is not always the case. I have to admit, with capitalism, sometimes they take some money from people, and you wonder why the hell is it going here, or why is it being spent that way? You get what I'm saying? But at least the money that you earn, you can kind of say where you want it to go, and you can take responsibility for what you've earned and where you put it. And sometimes you can see actually the rewards in your investment, or where you decide to put your money. I'm saying, but socialism sometimes, I mean, it looks like, oh, you're earning money and it's going into other people, and you're not like you're not really earning. I mean, sorry, you're not really owning. You're not really owning things. I like to see that side.
I don't feel like socialism would be like that. Like if it was implemented in a proper way, because money would kind of become a thing of the past. Like those making food will give food that is extra from what they made to those who need food, and they'll get from them whatever is extra from what they got in it that they're not using or whatever. Like money wouldn't really be like, if you needed something, you just know where to find it, innit?
What about ambitions and and bums?
Like, give me an example of an ambition.
Like, I mean,
to go
well, like basically, you see, with capitalism, yeah, what could drive one is the potential to own God knows what, and to basically be on top of the game, if you like. That could incentivize people. So with socialism, with with everyone having equal share of everything and all of that, what's going to incentivize anyone to invent new stuff and change the world? You know what I mean?
All right, I get you. So socialism, like, that's a good question, man. I think it will. The most important point about us inventing new things would be that it will be things to our benefit that wouldn't be to our detriment, because the motivation in socialism is the lack of selfishness. It's the the selflessness that will drive. That's the driving force, the driving factor of socialism.
But say you imagined two societies, yeah. So you have one operating under capitalism, and the other one operating under socialism. So the capitalism is basically promoting selfishness, and the socialism is promoting the opposite. Which one do you think will produce more inventions? Like, which society do you think will be more innovative?
I think the selfless society will be a lot more innovative.
You reckon?
Yeah, I do.
I think in an ideal world, you're right, that socialism would be the best, but the nature of human beings means that we will always try to.
I get what you're saying. Some natures within us will make us want to deviate, like that control, wanting control for power and all that kind of stuff. That's the whole point of all these messages. They're trying to tell us what is the problem, and these are the problems. If we just done away with the problems, everything would be cool.
Because it's very hard to find someone that will just do something for nothing. You get what I'm saying? It's very hard.
If they knew that they can also get whatever they like for nothing, they will do everything for nothing. So basically, you're not doing it for nothing. You're doing everything for everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
no one's going to end up with nothing. And everyone's going to end up with everything.
I'm just thinking
that sounds perfect to me.
When you worked with people, when you worked in different environments, you get to familiar stories that people feel like, oh, I've worked harder than this person today, and that other person hasn't worked as hard as me. People
is it wrong to want to be recognized for your hard work?
I don't think it's wrong to want to be recognized for your hard work at all.
But isn't that technically what capitalism is then?
Not really. You're being recognized for your hard work, and your hard work was at the expense of someone else who would have had the potential to do the same hard work but weren't in the same position because they didn't have
but their
access to the
wages,
same resources.
Yeah, but the wages that they've earned is because of me. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship.
The wages they earned.
Yeah, that's because of me, innit? So it's a mutually beneficial relationship.
As in at you, as in the worker, or as in the boss?
Yeah, as in the owner, the boss. If I give someone a job, then I've done them a favor too, because obviously they want wages. I get a job done for me, they get wages. What's the issue?
Yeah, I get you. I don't know what
How,
the issue
if
is.
someone's doing a job, hold on. If someone's doing a job for you, how is that a favor?
No, it's not.
What's this guy talking about?
They're doing a job for me,
What
and
he
they're
said
getting
is
wages in return.
what he's saying is the
That's
favor is
not a
done both
favor.
ways.
That's not a favor.
Yo,
It's a favor
Freebie.
because they needed a job.
One second. Freebie. What he's saying, yeah, is the favor is being done both ways.
Yeah.
You're doing a favor to
That's
someone.
not a favor. A favor is basically doing something for you without anything in return. That's a favor.
Maybe the terminology used wasn't right, but you're doing a favor for a favor.
Contextually. Yeah,
you can say
contextually.
you're
favor
doing, yeah, that's what he's saying. You're doing a favor for a favor. Giving someone money is a favor. Doing something for someone is a favor. You're trading favors, isn't it?
No, just call it a job. Just call it what it is. It's a job. It's not a favor.
Yeah, but he's defining what a job is because this conversation requires for that clarity. You know what I mean?
A job is already defined. You don't need to call it a favor. It's already defined.
I don't
Alright,
think you
EB.
understood what we were talking
You're
about.
not, let it go. You don't know, EB.
Yeah,
Trust
just let
me.
it go,
Let it
man.
go. Fine. You're right, EB.
Yeah.
No, I have to complicate everything.
Why do you
What?
have to complicate everything?
Day one. Are you so you're in favor of socialism then?
As far as what I understand it is based on the word, then yeah. But I like, because I don't know nothing about politics. I literally have a baseline understanding from this conversation, innit?
Yeah, I would say likewise myself. I'm not really I haven't really gone into it that deep.
What state would you say was a good example of socialism? Would you say, for example, Venezuela is socialism?
I don't think humans have done socialism for a very long time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
and I
what-
noticed you put
hold
a time
on,
on
Maverick.
it. So do you think that there
Hold on,
was a
Maverick.
time they did it?
Maverick,
There may
'cause
have been, yeah.
Maverick, he
I
did
think
kind
there
of, he did state that he hasn't gone in depth with his understanding. He hasn't got in depth on.
Oh, no,
Let
I'm
me-
not going to
let me
put it
tell
on
you
him. I'm not
what
going to
I
put it on him. I
understand
know.
from it, so you know what I mean when I use the word, innit? What I understand is that everyone is basically allowing everyone else to help everyone else, and that's life, innit? You know what I mean? To get whatever they want without having to.
But couldn't
Basically,
you
that
say
if I-
that capitalism is like that as well, though? Everyone really is helping everyone else because, you know, everyone has a role to play in this game.
Yeah, but the thing with capitalism, ownership becomes a very important factor. With socialism, ownership doesn't really exist. And I understand the problems with that. People want to own their shit that they worked hard for, whatever. But if you worked hard to own everything on earth, literally everyone owns everything on earth, no one has anything to complain about. Like, for example, if there's a yacht, yeah, and then I want to use it, Reggie wants to use it, Maverick wants to use it, and 3B wants to use it, we're all going to come together and build more yachts because more people want to use one at the same time.
But
innit?
I think that's
And then boom.
So hold on.
problematic.
That's a very good point you made. So you feel that people shouldn't be able to own anything. So who should own?
No, everyone owns everything, innit? Like, you get me?
Basically, just you use things as a utility. But check this out, yeah. Here's the issue I have with that. The issue
But
that
wait,
I have with
I
that.
just wanted to add something as well. I think capitalism allows you the option to own people, whereas I don't think socialism does, and I think that's a very important factor.
Capitalism allows you to own people.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that comes.
You get what I'm saying?
Capitalism allows you to own people.
Like, see the
Could you not
person
say?
who's working
Could
for
you not
you,
say
if it
communism
says-
does? Surely you
I
could say
don't-
communism
I have
does
no
too.
idea what communism is, bro.
Well, I'll tell you what communism is.
I just picked out something from what day one said. So what? So say what? When you say own people,
Communism is basically when the government owns everything and everyone, and everything that you make goes towards the company, and you get some bloody coupons.
Yeah, that's one way. Yeah.
But
another
wouldn't you
thing
say
is
that that's owning people?
In a sense, yeah. Like, you can
No,
say
but
the government
at the
owns
same
you.
time, Maverick. At the same time, Maverick, like if the government, like if the person doesn't want to work, then they're free not to work, and they'll still partake in the in the riches of the land.
Where is this? Communism?
No, socialism, as he describes it.
Yeah,
So
this is what I wanted to. This is what I wanted to talk. I'm glad that you mentioned that.
Yeah,
The
yeah. I
problem
thought
with
one of you
socialism.
would mention that.
Yeah, the problem with socialism is one what Reggie mentioned, and the
Yeah.
other thing is that it basically makes the most talented, hardworking individuals. It puts them on the same footing as the bums. So basically, we don't know who's talented. We don't know who's a hard worker because everyone is just the same. It kind of ruins human potential. How are we gonna know the potential of man?
But that's the thing. If you take human potential for the lowest, you're going to go for that A minute. But if you take it for the highest, you're going to struggle to have everyone reach that high potential that highest guy reached.
Yeah, but why does everyone need to reach the highest guy? Clearly, we're
Because
all different.
that's
so
advancement,
which-
isn't it? That's evolution. That's upgrade. That's a good thing.
No, but hold on. Let's talk about why we say it's a good thing. Because, for example, like, okay, life as it is now, obviously there could be some tweaks in capitalism and stuff like that. There's no disagreement there. But life as it is really and truly is about achieving your own potential. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Every human being's potential is different. Now, with socialism, that would just go out the window because we'd all
Do
be
you
the
think that
same.
could be changed? Do you think that could be changed?
What?
The fact that every human being's potential is different.
No, I think it's natural.
I think it's
So you
natural,
don't think
though.
there are ways to increase someone's potential in something?
Oh yeah. When you simplify it like that,
Yeah, I
there
mean,
are ways.
yeah, but you
There's
okay?
always a
You
limit.
can increase someone's potential in something by teaching them, but what you can't do is you can't put that motivation inside of the human being. So that's what makes us different. You see, is what motivates everyone is different, isn't it?
Yeah, I get you, man. I just feel like from this angle, from this time, and in this situation, we can't really see deep enough to everything that we're gonna face if we try to take that route or that approach to humanity. There might be different ways to solve things that people will think about at the time and place, because like we might think of a solution for something that something might not exist or might not even apply them times or will be useless or null and void. But when you're there might be a solution that you can only see when you're there. Like, you know what I mean?
No, I see your point. I wouldn't dismiss it. I definitely wouldn't dismiss it. I mean, my personal view is that basically home, food, health, and clothing, the bare minimum should not be at risk for anyone. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
But anything, and education. But anything beyond that, I think really and truly should be a competition based on, how much you really want to achieve.
But here's the thing: what are you competing for?
What
would you? No, you're not competing against anyone else. You're competing with yourself, like, as in how what could you do? What is the potential you could reach, basically?
But don't get twisted, Maverick. He's right though. We are competing in many ways. I know people don't like to hear it, but we are. Everyone.
No, it's true. We are competing. Yeah, but I'm saying I wouldn't promote it like that's the way to go. I think it's better to compete with yourself, like to reach your own potential. You ain't got to watch no one. Innit?
But you know what? Like, at that time when selflessness is the abundant energy, you would compete with each other on levels that we would have never imagined competing on here. You'd compete with each other, for example, as to who can most benefit the next world to come, rather than who can benefit themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, that requires motivation.
Can I ask you like a practical one, a practical scenario? So, if if you yourself wanted to live in Knightsbridge, and everybody else wanted to live in Knightsbridge, how under socialism?
How does it work?
How would you determine?
That's a mad one, isn't it? I feel like, well, from here and now, I can only say, like, you have to rotate the thing, man.
Wait,
You know what I
even
mean?
when it comes to products, how do you value them differently?
Or you make more Knightsbridges. You don't value anything. You value people.
No, I know, but okay. Well, okay. Like, say for example, you make a product and I
Sorry,
make a product.
not just people, nature and life, and also
Fair
animals
enough.
and plants. Yeah.
Watch this though, yeah. Say you make a product, yeah, but then the making of that product did not require much labor, much ingenuity, much time. It didn't require much effort. Put it that way, yeah. And let's say I create another product which required all of that plus more. How is my product and your product valued the same?
The
I went through
value
hell
would
for my
be
product.
the value would be that now more people understand and learn from you, yeah, how to help the future generation and others more than this other thing. So more people will be driven towards doing that if the motivative driving factor is to improve and evolve. You know what I mean?
I watch this now. Let me take it the moral route, yeah. If I was taking the moral route, I would say capitalism, at least I have the option to do all of those humanitarian work that you speak of. So it's up to me. I've been given the option. But with socialism, it's forced upon me.
Not really.
So which okay.
Why would you say it's forced upon you?
Well, basically, you are with socialism. I can't own my own tools. I can't own my idea. It's basically, it's like you're virtue signaling, and you're forcing me to play.
You wouldn't want to. You'd have no will to own it. You know what I mean? You have the will.
Hold on. Hold on. When you say I would have no will, is that because the system is anti that, or is that because you reckon human beings don't have the will to own their own shit?
Humans have the will for owning more and more things because we've been trained to think that this is what makes you better, but really it doesn't really make you better, innit? You have a limited amount of things, and they're finite, and you can't own something that you don't have the means to get monetarily, and that will give everyone a detriment who doesn't own that thing. You know what I mean? So if you want to use tools, everyone knows how to make tools, because everyone was educated, because what we were driving for was for everyone to know all these things. You know what I mean? I feel like even education itself would be improved, the method of education, and you'd be able to work in a system that drives for people to be able to accumulate knowledge more effectively and more or quicker or whatever. But with capitalism, would you say that wait, what was the question you asked me?
Which one? I forgot.
The last one, because I forgot the question. I wanted to compare it to capitalism as well. Forgot what it was. Yeah, but I mean, socialism, like, we can't, whichever system that we've never done before, we'll never be able to see it for what it is. And
we can't dismiss it, basically.
We can't dismiss it, but we just have to, it's like you can write a checklist, pros and cons for all systems, but you really just have to, I think the key thing is to go into each one in detail and take all scenarios from every scenario. But that would require masterminds and all these kind of things. And if everyone was a mastermind, it would.
Here's another thing. How do you stop socialism from becoming communism? Because that's the problem. That's how communism started.
Yeah, that's how communism started. There was socialism, and then someone said, hey, look, if I have the only of one thing and I don't agree to give it to anyone and they have to do this to get this, then, people started learning from that and created selfishness and all this. What can stop that? That's the tricky bit. Like, we had to go through this. You know what I mean? we had to go. Like, you see, when people say heaven and hell and punishment and reward, and God punishes you or rewards you or whatever, I think this is why it is. Like, people think it's the next place and dimension where you go, and I think it's literally this: someone fucked up, everyone decided to fuck up, then we fucked up, and we're in a fucked up situation. You know what I mean? Now we're literally living in hell, and hell can get worse. We can go to a lower pit of hell, or we could climb up and.
Where's Veli? Malik wants to come in.
Yo, Veli.
Malik wants to be edited.
Veli.
Yeah.
Veli.
All right, mate.
Veli. And Walter. Oh, Walter's there as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Walter got smoke from you, man.
It's an interesting one. Day one. The day one.
The day one.
No, it's the day done.
Yeah, the day done.
The day done. I thought it was the day one. Oh.
Nah, because bare people say day one in it, so like, you get me? Bare people read it like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's interesting, man. You got a few of you people that come on here now and again and give all these ideas of how the world should be going towards. And like, obviously, interesting enough, you can see some models that have been tried and failed, but maybe could have done better. Yeah, you got to admit that they could have been done better, and they are obviously another option. But I don't know, people just need to like.
All I know is children need to be taught how to grow food. You know what I'm saying?
Here comes the witch doctor.
Which one's the witch doctor?
The witch doctor with the man with the hat. And
jeez, man, like Shakara.
The skeleton.
Shakara, the witch doctor. You're in trouble, bro. You're in trouble.
He better have the cure for COVID.
Be careful, Malik, man. He might put a curse on you, man.
Oh hell no! I'm not scared of that.
You'll start bleeding from your ears.
Remember, I'm from over there. I got the antidote, man.
You wake up and start bleeding from your ears.
Yeah, and I know how to cure myself also.
I share the antidote, man.
I'm not sure. It's not to be shared.
Come on, socialism out here, bro. Share that.
It's not
see what capitalism does to people.
according to my spiritual how do you say it? It's not to be shared.
Oh yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Well, what would someone have to do?
Hold on. How can something that helps another person not to be shared? What kind of evil spiritual system are you practicing?
It's not evil.
How's it not evil if you don't want to share something that you find beneficial?
It's very sacred. You can't share it.
But if it's beneficial, how's it not evil?
If it's beneficial, if you share it, some people are going to take it and twist it.
Yeah, but you don't know if he's going to do that. You just dismissed him.
Yeah,
so
well, you just have
to do.
You just have to assume, that once you share the secret, it's over.
No, what would someone have to do to be able to gain this knowledge?
Not only that, why would you have to assume that?
You have to do a joining ritual.
Yeah, you have to go to school, get initiated, and then, keep it on the down low.
What, does the initiation prevent you from misusing the information?
Yes.
And how does it do that?
Initiation process?
The initiation purpose is to learn and to build up your spiritual.
The process. Huh? What do you do? What do you do? Do I have to give blood or sacrifice? Give hair?
Yeah. It depends on the level of. It's level of. It's like school, When you go to school, you have levels and grades. So, when you come to the level when you have to shed blood, you shed blood. But we're not shedding human blood, though.
Whose blood you shedding?
Animals.
But hold on, you already shed animal blood when you're eating them. Ain't that enough?
That's different.
Or so you want to shed their blood twice?
Yeah, that's different. When you cooking and eating animals, you know, that's different because you eating it. It could be for
All right.
spiritual purposes, or it could be for
No, all right. Check this out. Yeah.
pleasure.
When you kill, all right, when you kill an animal, you do so because you have to eat it. You're doing so
So
for survival.
someone's exploring it.
Are you saying that you kill animals even though it's not for survival?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't that evil?
No, it's not. Say for instance, if you have cancer, you have certain cancer, probably cancer of the brain. You have certain animals that you have to shed their blood in order for you to, you know, deal with the cancer of the brain. And you have certain animals also that you have to kill if you have to deal with cancer of the feet.
Okay. Do we have any evidence for this claim?
Hold on, Malik. Malik, are you a spiritualist?
Yes.
And a
Scientist.
Muslim?
Yes.
What on earth?
Yo, Malik, do you have any
So there's
knowledge
evidence
on
for this claim.
Yes, there is. I told you there is. Yes.
Yo, Malik?
So do
if you
doctors do
finish.
this stuff? Then?
Doctors go the otherwise way. Doctors don't do
Sorry?
it. They have their own knowledge and interpretation of healing people who have cancer, while the spiritualists also have their way of interpreting the knowledge of how to heal people with cancer.
But surely people in the medical field, if something works, they would have used it, would they not? Isn't that just straightforward?
Yeah, that's everybody have their own way. We don't say it's not right. That's their own way of healing and spreading knowledge, while we have our own sacred way of healing people.
No, but are you both correct, or is one of you wrong?
No, nobody's wrong. As long as you could heal people and then they feel better, it's not wrong.
No, but if you can prove that one of your methods is basically not effective, doesn't that prove that it's wrong?
When you say not effective, that means either the doctor don't know what they're doing, or the spiritualists don't have enough knowledge of what they're doing.
Or the substance doesn't work at all.
Right, or the substance doesn't,
work
it's
at
not
all.
proper.
Do you know someone who can assassinate someone without having to be present? Someone having to be.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I don't even want to know you, man. What kind of freaky shit is that? What?
Yeah, we see
did you
that
say?
every day. They kill people who, while they invoke, certain, like they invoke the cardiac arrest spirit to kill somebody in their dreams. They invoke, it depends on what you want to do. But we don't do that though.
The significance of actually, I don't know if you're educated in that or what, but do you know what the significance is for having to sacrifice a animal?
What's the significance if you have to, if it's for a good purpose to heal somebody?
Yeah, I mean, like, why? Like, what does sacrificing an animal do? How is it connected with healing someone? Where's the connection?
Say for instance, if you look at the elephant bone, it has been used to heal certain, certain ailments or sicknesses. It depends on what type of ailment or sickness that you have. Say for instance, if you want your manhood longer, you have certain animal oil that you use. If you have diabetes, you have certain animal parts that you eat. If you have cancer,
so is what you're saying that you're cultivating materials or medicines from animals that have them inside them?
Yeah, not only animals, it's nature.
Yeah, all herbs and all that, and any sort of chemical.
Right.
Because what I
it's just
understood
basically
first is that,
chemical
like,
compounds.
you
If you
sacrifice this thing, and then someone will like be healed because you spilt the blood in it. Like the way I saw it was like that. Like if I shoot this guy, that guy will be saved, kind of thing. You know what I mean? But now I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that
but
makes sense.
it doesn't have to do with blood always. It could be the urine of certain animals. It could be the feces of certain animals. It could be the skin of certain animals, bone of certain animals.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So
But
you're
one minute,
cultivating a certain type of material for a certain type of
It's
job.
basically physics and chemistry and biology.
Yeah,
It's basically nature. You have to mix the certain compound and not going beyond the chemical composition that you actually needed. It's a
Yeah, I get
balance of
you.
life.
Yeah, it makes sense though.
Maverick wanted
could
to
it
say
could it
something.
could it
Do you
could it
believe
could it
that
have
these people
anything
can
to
be
do with the
regulated,
placebo
Alex?
effect?
You said what did you say, Ahmed?
Could it have anything to do with the placebo effect? So you basically you believe the quote unquote medicine is working, but it's really in your head.
No, it does actually work, and then also it depends on a man's faith also. Like
So
you have to
when
be.
you say a man's faith, now you're coming to the placebo effect.
Yeah, that's what creates it.
Yes, it's part of it. Like I said, it's part of it. But sometimes you have to like I said, sometimes it depends on the person's faith, and then sometimes it depends on how much understanding the spiritualist, puts into the medicine.
But Malik, can
So
I ask? Like, what's the difference between you guys conjuring up a cure using animals, and what went on in Wuhan in terms of like the bats and the dog?
when you deal with anything in life, you have to be pure. So if you're not careful, basically, say for instance, if you go to the bathroom and you take a dung and you don't clean your hands and you eat, you might have hepatitis B or C.
So what are you saying, that the people in Wuhan, they just didn't wash their hands before they started eating the dogs and the bats?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying you have to be clean. In order to achieve many things in life, you have to be clean, internally and externally.
I hear that. Don't you feel that it should be regulated though, if they're going to be, getting people to eat animal blood and stuff like that?
When you say animal blood, it depends on, like I said, there's always a balance in life. It depends on how you prepare these things and what type of, because some animals are not sacred. It's better you just leave them alone and just
How
let them.
do you determine which animal is sacred? Who decides that?
That's knowledge. Say for instance, in Islam it says pig. It says you can't eat pig because it has its own negative effect. But it also
No.
says, one second, it also says that when you're stranded and have no choice, you could deal with it. So it depends on how much knowledge you have about. Say for instance, you can't compare somebody who rears pig compared to somebody who rears sheep and like a herdsman. They have two different knowledge. Yeah.
Okay.
So the more you study these animals, the more you it's like dogs. You know when a dog is angry, but somebody who's never seen a dog just wanna, hop on a dog and be like, and the dog's gonna bite. But if you look at a dog, you see the hair that comes from the middle of the spine. You know that the dog's angry and you can't go near the dog. You have to appease the dog, please the dog, and try to calm the dog. But if you don't know, you're not familiar with dogs, that dog gonna bite you.
Yo, I was gonna ask about this placebo effect thing, yeah. So why doesn't everyone use the placebo effect to cure everything?
It's because knowledge is how they say, everybody don't have the same knowledge and faith. So you can never compare someone who just got into Islam, who don't really know how to pray or probably don't know how to read Arabic, than someone who's been there, done that. He knows certain letters, it's the beginning of certain surahs and end with certain surahs. And, I've heard people say 19 plus, whatever gives you 23, gives you whatever number. And those numbers are very significant also, just like Fibonacci principle. Yeah. So it depends on life is basically the higher you try to understand things and learn, the higher you become spiritual. So you being spiritual in the physical realm and the spiritual realm, you can either use it to help people or destroy people's life.
Could you explain what spiritual means, please?
Good question.
It's that which has to deal with a little bit of the physical world and mostly deals with things that you cannot understand physically. Like
You
say for
cannot
instance,
understand physically.
yeah, like say for instance, when you boil water and then you put garlic.
Sorry, someone's
So
mic is echoing.
yeah,
Someone's microphone is echoing.
so if you boil water and then you put basically any chemical compound, it only takes for a chemist to understand, the reaction that's going in the water and the chemical substance that's being added to the water. But if I wanted you to sneeze, I could put water and certain compounds, and then when you inhale it, it makes you sneeze. But you feel, oh, you're probably sick. But I know what I'm doing and you don't know. But in the physical realm, you think you're just sneezing, just for probably sneezing sake or for dust, or you're sick. But the person who made you sneeze, he knows internally, spiritually, what they have done to you to make you sneeze. So doctors and scientists could also be spiritual people because they go deep in the unseen.
Right. So see when you were saying about the spirit of the how did you put it? Like you know when my guy asked you about the assassins, basically, yeah,
right?
Who can, and then you said what exactly did you say? The spirit of the cardiac arrest. He can send that to you, yeah, while you're sleeping.
Right. That's it depends on how you wanted to assassinate the person.
Wouldn't that require some sort of physical intervention?
Yes, the physical intervention also works with the spiritual intervention. They it's like yin yang, yin yang, yin yang.
Yeah, so wouldn't someone need to actually physically go into the same place or space at the same time as the other person in order to get something happening?
You're always in a space and time. So I have to catch up with you in your space and time.
This is an interesting conversation,
Right. Yeah, big up Chakra, man.
Right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, brother Shaka.
Yeah, Car, I'm very interested in what you're saying, yeah, based upon the fact that yesterday you were saying that hardly anybody ever uses these things positive. But Veli's already sharing my screen. I was sharing this here for the benefit of my brother Reggie, because my brother Reggie has given people the impression that I'm lying when I say that there are many people in Nigeria who still practice Ifa and revere the Orisha. Yeah, so I've brought up a site that I believe Reggie would find reputable, and it's the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, and they have covered the Oshun Festival that takes place every year in Osogbo. And as it says, the Oshun Osogbo Festival, a traditional celebration that is thought to be 600 years old, is underway in Nigeria. This was August of last year. Southwestern Oshun State, yeah. And by the way, so even though they're not necessarily dealing with nobody cares about Orisha, they still got on Oshun State. The 2-week festival is considered to be the biggest annual traditional religious event of the Yoruba people. It attracts thousands of worshippers and spectators, not just from Nigeria, but from all over the world. Yeah, and so I'm just going to scroll down. Yeah, as you can see, these are some of the pictures. Now look in the background. Yeah, right. Does this look like a small event? Okay.
No.
So this is
does it look like people are being demonized? No.
Yeah. But come on now, I'll get back to that statement. But by the way, you were the one, who said that the Yoruba don't even care about that no more. No one's actually dealing with it. Yeah. So now don't try to switch up the thing right now.
Who, me?
No. Reggie said this. Yeah.
Okay.
Reggie was saying basically that none of the Yorubas care about it anymore. That's what I'm saying. You know, nobody ever even practices it, right? So
really,
that's what, right? So I'm just demonstrating. But to be fair though, man, uses it for positive.
You're having a laugh.
Because you said nobody ever uses
wrong.
Again?
You're misrepresenting what I said.
No, I'm not. People can go back and watch it. People can go back and watch it. Yeah, you said many times.
No.
The Europeans don't even do with it no more. Why do we want to do with that? No, you're imposing your thing, trying to to do with this thing, and that the Europeans don't even care about it no more. So I'm just demonstrating this massive festival every year. 1 second, I'm not finished yet. This massive festival takes place every year, right? Every year this thing takes place. Yeah. And by the way, one time when we was on, I can't remember what channel it was. Witness brought up Blue Brothers, yeah, the AO Masquerade. There's a whole festival dedicated to this masquerade itself. Yeah, this masquerade tradition. You know what I'm saying? And what's interesting is that when it says that it draws thousands of people from around the world, yeah, we're talking about, they actually really mean around the world. This festival is actually a tourist attraction. Yeah,
right. It's like Mecca pilgrim also.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
People from Brazil, Haiti, Peru, basically, yeah, all over the world. Go ahead.
Right. So this is obviously them prostrating towards a shrine that is dedicated to the Orisha Oshun. And you know that because of some of the colors and the things that are placed on the shrine itself, like mirrors and fans. There's those drinks are I'm not sure what the drinks might be, but there's a few different examples. But obviously, the color yellow is associated with Oshun, and the color white is a color of divination. It's a Batala's color, which is divination. You know what I'm saying? So there's all kinds of different common people, royalty, and then you got this big picture of all these white folks. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously there's tourism involved in the Oshun festival in Oshogbo. Yeah, and there's also commerce taking place with how people are selling bees and all kind of different things. So I'm just making it clear that, you know what I'm saying, there is a significant amount. When I said that there's a significant amount of people in Nigeria still practicing the Ifa religion, Reggie tried to tell you that I was lying.
No. Can I respond?
So yeah, so you know what I'm saying? So
can I respond?
Making it clear, you know what I mean? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I would say is, first and foremost, Shakara has said before that their spiritualists are demonized. You can see thousands of people worshiping here, and they're not being demonized, they're not being hurt, they're not being harmed, they're not being persecuted, as Shakara has said in the past many times. And as you can see, just because you can get a festival of thousands of people doesn't mean that the rest of the population is happy with it. You get what I'm saying? If you go to the festivals here, you'll see every year the Pride March, thousands of people again march, but it doesn't mean that's representative of the whole society and how the whole society feels about it. I said previously that Nigeria is a population of about 200 million people, of which 40 to 45% is Christian or Muslim. So that 40 is Christian and 45 is Islam, or 50-50, whichever way you want to put it. But the remaining 10% is African spiritualists and other faiths.
That's great. Before you wasn't saying that. At the same time, though, I want to
I'll go based on what if I had my laptop now, I would obviously show you the chart. But if you go on the statistics,
that's fine. I would agree with your statistics. But my only point is that before you never gave people those statistics. You attempted to give people the impression that this is me, a diasporan, imposing my opinion on native Africans who don't care about the tradition. So I'm just saying, and then I completely affirm the fact that most of the people in Nigeria are Christian and Muslim, but there is a significant amount of people that still practice their Ifa traditional religion, and even some of the Muslims and Christians practice their Ifa traditional religion when it comes to certain times of the year, for example, Osogbo Festival. Yeah. So you said that even though you can get thousands of people to a festival, it doesn't mean that the rest of the population is happy with it. Explain that.
Explain that. Okay, so you get the LGBT marches every year in Soho or whatever. They bring together thousands of people. But I'd like to think that there's a significant majority of people here who are still against such practices and will not turn up for such.
Of course. No matter, Reggie, no matter what you do in life, you would always have certain people who would like it and certain people who would dislike it.
But forget the LGBT thing for a second. Let's place that in the context of Nigeria and IFA and this festival. What do you mean when you say that? Doesn't mean that the rest of the population is happy with it?
Yeah, as in, okay, you let them do their festival just to appease them so that there's not unrest, but at the same time, you know, like, it's not something that the rest of the group, the majority groups, as in the 80% or 90% of people
would do.
That's normal. That's in every.
Okay, 1 second. How do they view it though? The rest of the 80% or 90%, how did they view a festival like this? What do they think about it?
They think that they will tell their children, don't go to those people because those people are practicing things that are against your faith. You get what I'm saying? That are opposed to our beliefs.
Do they consider it witchcraft and devil worship and fetish?
Yeah, most people do.
Again?
Yeah, there is a lot.
Most people do. Especially those who don't understand the faith.
Right. So I'm my two Nigerian brothers on the panel are saying that most of the population of Nigeria would consider the Oshun festival in Osogbo to be witchcraft, devil worship, and fetish and idolatry.
Right.
Yeah, just like you would, just like from what Malik has said. You get what I'm saying?
So that therein lies the demonization of Ifa and African spiritual systems.
Well, yeah,
even Christians demonize Muslims, Muslims demonize Christians, everybody demonize everybody.
Yeah,
and African spiritualists like Shakara demonize people of the Abrahamic faith.
No,
that's colonial marketing.
It's a forced comparison to make, but you're entitled to it. I'm not going to really
All you go on is magnitudes. That's all it is. You talk about magnitudes, but at the same time,
as though magnitude is not important. As though there is no value or there is no real life consequences to the magnitude of something. This is a ridiculous argument to make, and we all know the history of these things. So when my brothers and sisters who are converted here play tit for tat when it comes to these things, as though they don't understand the context of the demonization of African traditional spiritual systems, it's really dishonest reasoning, and I would hope, and it not for my own personal sake, or my own personal sensibility, but I'd hope that we can get beyond that kind of foolishness, because y'all know what it is that I'm saying, and you will know that there is no equilibrium, and there is no significant movement among people that practice traditionalist spiritual system in the in the demonization of Abrahamic faith just because they don't like the faith. It's nonsense.
No, Shakara, you don't get it. At the end of the day,
finish. Those African spiritualists, who are critical of Christianity and Islam, are critical of it because of the fact that the religions and those who practice them have organized to target and demonize the African spiritual traditional systems, and it is perfectly just. It is perfectly just for those who practice and adhere to those systems to be critical of traditions that come with the express intent of destroying them. There's nothing unjust.
Well, that's the same thing. That's the same thing for the people of Abrahamic faiths. They are skeptical about this belief that as Malik has demonstrated, can be also used to destroy people.
And you're entitled to your skepticism. Yeah.
If someone could just make a.
Veli had a line of questioning earlier in relation to the question of the day that I think is an interesting one. So I don't know I'm assuming that he's working, but if he wanted to come and facilitate that line of questioning, I'll be most happy to. I can't stay here all day today, but I just hope that we get over this honesty regarding you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well.
So you're entitled to hold on to your dishonesty, but
it's not dishonesty.
Trying to draw an equivalence between how African spiritualists view Abrahamic religions and how people of Abrahamic religions view African spirituality is just
we all demonize each other, even those who practice.
There you go. There you go.
There is no equivalency to be drawn between how African spiritualists view Abrahamic religions and how people who practice Abrahamic religions view African.
Yes, there is.
There isn't, bro. There isn't. There's no equivalency to be drawn.
There is.
There is just magnitude.
You know what I was about to say? Even though you look at the Hausas and the Igbos, they do the same spiritual practices and they demonize each other, even though they have the same faith. Just like the Abrahamic people demonize each other. Just like the sects demonize each other.
You know what I'm saying? This guy is imposing his Afrocentric view.
Yes, Shaka.
Are they traditionalists?
Huh? Yes, Shaka.
Are the Hausa people traditionalists?
Yes, they are.
You can't, Shaka, you just be kidding, you know what I'm saying? That's what we're asking.
Are you being serious? So you're saying to me that the Hausa people are traditionalists?
Yes, they are.
They're not Muslim, no?
Of course they are.
They have Muslims.
They're Muslim, though, ain't they?
Yes, one second. Yeah, 1 second. They have pure Muslims. They have also Muslims who combine combine African spiritualism with Islam, and then they have also some who is Muslims by basically let me say just faith, but their culture is spiritualism. So you have like three faces. You have the one who is pure in faith of Islam. The second one is those who mix both, and the third those who confess Islam, but they really practice spiritualism.
Yeah, but the majority of the Hausa are Muslim. That's a fact. I don't know why.
Yeah. I could say that. Yeah.
The overwhelming majority of the Hausa people are Muslim. Yeah, that's
right.
That's what they identify as. So why when I say that, act like I'm being dishonest? It doesn't make any sense. Like the Hausa people are Muslim, they're not traditionalists, and so anyway, let's not.
Why they have a proportion that are traditionalists as well.
It's not bad. So did the Yoruba. You were denying that just the other day. Veli. So I don't know if you got.
No, I didn't deny that.
No. Yes, but the Yorubas also is the same thing. And it goes what?
There's no equivalency to be drawn. Yeah. Anyway.
No. Oh my God. A couple questions. Africans about Africa.
When I'm even just in one form of media, which is like Nollywood movies, there are anyway. When it comes to African spiritual systems and how they're depicted in Nollywood, there's no equivalency to be drawn between how African spiritual systems are depicted, and how Islam Christianity is depicted in these films. None whatsoever. Yeah.
No, I would say it's the perfect thing that you see in the movies. It's the same thing that goes on in real life. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put it in the movies. The same way you see the Christians pissing and praying over face towels just to wipe themselves and be protected is the same way you see in reality. Same thing with the movies. That's why I told you the main reason why.
No, that's even.
The main reason, 1 second, the main reason why we all demonize each other is because we have very few people who actually stick to this tradition, either Islam or Christianity or spiritualism. It's only like, I could say 1% of
whatever you're going to say, bro, whatever you're going to say, you cannot say whatever you're going to say, whatever you're going to say to me, you cannot tell me that Nigeria is a nation where Islam and Christianity are routinely demonized. Yeah, the entire government system, the social system, is built around Christians and Muslims. Yeah,
right.
The Christian tradition.
You're not paying attention, Shakara. You do more talking than you do listening. That's the problem.
Christian tradition and the Muslim tradition are the traditions of the elites and those who Nigeria and those who govern Nigeria, and the majority of the nation, to the tune of 90%. At least, is Christian and Muslim. So the idea that in a society where Christians and Muslims dominate, that the demonization of Christianity and Islam is equivalent to the demonization of African spirituality is a joke thing, and you both know.
No, so Shaka, I understand what you're saying, but I wouldn't say it's a joke thing, because if you look at numbers, it's like saying, say for instance, if I have 1 to 10 Christian and 1 to 10 Muslim, you would have 8 of the Christians and Muslims demonizing the 2%. Just like in spiritualism also. If you have 1 billion people who practice African spiritualism, you will have more those who practice in the wrong way demonize the 1% of those who practice in the right way. So numbers don't really count.
You're saying that, but you have to show me now where that right? So
I already showed you. I already told you. If you look around the African people, all they do with this
Malik,
with this knowledge is kill people and destroy properties.
But you're telling you haven't shown me anything, yeah. So this is what I'm trying to say. There's thousands of people on the street in the Oshun festival.
What have you shown us, Shekara?
Which is the Ifa festival, and nobody's killing anybody, right?
Right.
What have you shown us, Shekara? You've only shown us that the people in the festival are not being demonized. That's what you've shown us. You've shown us in a festival where people are not being demonized. So what have you showed us in terms of demonization?
Reggie, the fact is, yeah, you very well know what I'm talking about, and you're attempting to deny it at the moment. So I can't.
Well, you're asking Malik to show you something. You haven't shown yourself.
The demonization of African spirituality is apparent, yeah, throughout world history. Okay, that's the fact, yeah. So I'm saying to you now, I'm not aware of what you are talking about. I don't know that you are from Nigeria, right? I'm not from Nigeria, as you like to remind me often, Reggie. Yeah. So you're saying to me now that there's an equivalency to be drawn, yeah, between the African spiritualists are just as virulently anti-Abrahamic. Yeah, what's it called? As the Abrahamic are against African spirituality. Yeah. So
yes.
I'm not aware of this, isn't it? Yeah. Right. We can definitely demonstrate just through Nollywood movies alone that demonization of African spirituality is evident and apparent. Yeah. I've not seen any Nollywood movies created by African spiritualists to demonize Christianity and Islam. I don't know of that dynamic. So I'm saying to you, if you can show me evidence of this, like where is there a group of African spiritualists going around desecrating churches and mosques? Yeah, as African shrines have been desecrated throughout time. Yeah, where is that taking place? Let me know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
I accept it. Where is that taking place? I accept it.
Okay, so I think the reason is because they are in a minority. But if you look at the Christians also, they have movies that's being made to demonize themselves. I'm not saying the Christian doing it. It could be the Muslims directing the movie, or it could be an African spiritualist directing the movie. But what you're saying is a fact. I haven't really seen a movie where, there was a fight between the African spiritualists destroying, sacred places, probably a masjid or a church. No, but I could tell you I haven't really seen the otherwise also, but I know it's a fact that there would have been a movie that it definitely does happen, because you would see at the end of the day they would say, oh, Jesus reigns, all the voodoo has been destroyed, the whole shrine has been destroyed or whatever, the old. But yeah, you're right when it comes to that, and like I said, it could be the reason. It could be the reason could be because they are in a minority. If it was otherwise, trust me. If it was one second. If it was otherwise, then the African spiritualists would have done the same thing.
That's speculation.
So the numbers doesn't matter. To me, the numbers doesn't matter.
That's speculation. You're entitled to your opinion.
Malik, if they were making movies, they would do the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
The reality is there is I know of one movie here whereby prior to the modern day
I beg, Shakira, stop going to movies and go to the actual place and actually learn.
I am. But you know nothing by your own admission about Ifa, Reggie. So
go to the festival and enjoy yourself there. Look, they're not persecuting anyone there. You're able to.
I will. All right. Thank you very much. The fact of the matter is the demonization of African spiritual systems is a fact. There is nobody can tell me, yeah, that there's any equivalence to be drawn. Right? That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, that's the first thing, right? The second thing is there is a film called Chedo. It was written and directed by a man by the name of Osman Sambeni, yeah, and in it he depicts the coming of Islam to Senegal, what is now called Senegal. And it's based upon a real history whereby a group of people called the Chedo, galvanized, because they were protecting their spiritual, indigenous spiritual traditions, okay? And so the film does depict, battles between, the imams that came from North Africa, I believe, and the Chedo who were trying to hold on to their traditional spiritual system. Yeah, that does exist. But yeah, the idea that African spiritualists would persecute Christians if the numbers are different. I mean, there have been times where we were the minority.
Yo, let me quickly ask a question, man, because I need to jump off still.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask Shakara, if there's any African spiritual system that could fix an economy, in the country, obviously on the continent of Africa. So if one of the countries or one of the states in Africa just was living purely by one of their spiritual systems, would that help them fix their economy, or what benefit would it bring to them?
So let me say this here. This is actually what I came on for. All right. So now that we proved that the Yoruba people are
you improving nothing, Bomba Clark boy.
Are concerned with our tradition, to some degree. The reality is that the idea that people just got practicing an African spiritual system is going to in and of itself solve problems associated with an economy is overstating the point. That nobody will make that claim. As long as we practice Ifa, then the economy of Nigeria will resolve itself. Yeah. So the answer to the question would have to take into consideration direct and indirect things. Yes. So one of the things that religion does is that it organizes the social tastes, of the people. Okay. For example, there is an industry for halal because there is a religion that only eats meat from halal sources. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So because of that sensibility, it creates an industry. Yes. The same goes for kosher. There's an industry for kosher because there's a religious inclination towards eating meat that has been, sanctified, so to speak, in a certain kind of way. Yeah. And so, by implication, all religions and all spiritual systems inform economies. Yeah. Because the religion informs the tastes of the people. Yeah. In that sense. All right. Now, I would say that in as much as an African spiritual system would change the taste of the people, coming from where we're coming from, one of the things that the adherence to an African spiritual system would do in many African countries is that it would redefine how the place of the church in the economy. Yeah. Bearing in mind that churches, as in terms of the churches factor into the economy of the country. Does that make sense? Like they don't pay taxes. Yeah.
With due respect, you spend a lot of time highlighting.
Let him explain it. Let him explain it, man.
Finish, though.
Reggie, shut up, please, because you ain't.
Reggie, shut up. No, come on. Let him get to the end because I've still got more questions in it, and I've got to jump off.
I don't want to make it long, but obviously it's not a simple question that you're asking, man, isn't it, really? So
right.
Yeah, but we
hey, Shaka, is it like the equivalent of when I was in yard? I lived. Josh, man, you've been talking for a long time, Reggie, man. Let someone else have a go.
You just got into the panel. What you saying, man? I'm just trying. I just want to chime in quickly.
Come on,
Yeah,
Reg,
but
man.
But
Be fair.
but let Shakarov finish. Let Shakarov finish his explanation, innit? Because he never got to the end of his
No, I
explanation.
just wanted to follow Shakara's reasoning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I was going to ask him a question like, is it the equivalent of when I lived in Yard, and obviously the closest thing to an African spiritual base was Rastafari, and we separated ourselves and made brooms, and sold them, and we grew callaloo, and we made mangoes, and we grew ganja, and made our own economy off of the back of that.
Right. That's the point. So the role that religion plays in solving the problems of an economy is how it socially organizes the people. Like I said yesterday, there's no abracadabra. I'm gonna do a ritual to Oya and Oshun, and I'm gonna get bare P, or we're gonna, you know what I'm saying, or Nigeria's oil situation is gonna be solved tomorrow. That doesn't happen. It's about the social organization of the people and how the people apply their religious understanding to their economic, to their social organization and their economic distribution. That's a short answer, really.
Okay, respect him.
That was a short answer, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like,
on a level, that's a
what I'm trying to say then. So, along that then, what's the benefits? What benefits, yeah, could it bring for everyone, or for one country in Africa to literally just follow one African spiritual system? Like, wait, what benefit? I'm asking like a layman, in it. What benefits could there ever be to doing that?
The benefit there is not necessarily inherent in the African spiritual system in all ways. So let's say like any religion that is practiced by a whole group of people is going to benefit them, if that makes sense. Yeah, like Christianity helped to unite Europe. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of vibe, yeah. So if all people are practicing, if all people are practicing one religion, there's a basis of there's a basic level of commonality that they share that can unite them on certain levels. Yeah. For African people, the strength of African spirituality, again, you can't divorce African spiritual systems from the culture that birthed them. Yeah. So the strength of African spirituality, specifically to African people, is that because of the shared ideas within them, it would help in order to reconcile African people to their past, a history that because of foreign intervention we're disconnected from. So we feel like we're more disconnected than we are connected. But an understanding of our original cultures would show us how connected we actually are. So in the consciousness of the people, we're not seeing ourselves as so different anymore. We're seeing ourselves as more similar. Yeah, again, that's an indirect benefit. It doesn't necessarily relate directly to an economy, except for the fact that people are an essential part of an economy.
Right, it sort of does relate to a benefit on the economy, because, like you're saying, if the whole country, so if the whole of Nigeria practices the Igbo tradition or whatever Igbo's religion is or whatnot, yeah, and they're all, obviously there's going to be some sort of benefits. They're going to be working together, and
Veli, we see so many examples. We see so many examples in Africa where whole countries follow one religion, and it doesn't make a jot of difference to their economy. You know what I'm saying? And even
that was going to be my next question. Yeah,
right. Yet to show us which system of African spirituality.
Yeah, would there ever, what past system could you ever use to benefit? How could going back to a past system?
Veli, did you hear me say when I started? The first thing I said was there is no idea that just practicing an African spiritual system is going to solve economic problems.
Yeah. You did say that.
But you can pin down a religion as
that would be stupid to think Jesus would solve your economical problem. Words without works is dumb. You know what I'm trying to show you? Talking a lot of nonsense about any religion. I'm just saying, Reggie, if you were praying to the prophet, peace be upon him, and that's all you done every single day, and you didn't go to work, you're gonna be fucking broke, bro.
On the contrary, Shakara seems to feel that it's the Abrahamic faith's that are the main cause of all our downfall. So why is it that you can pin all the what do you call it, misfortunes of
You're
our people?
misrepresenting the man, Reg. I know that for a fact. You're misrepresenting the man.
You're misrepresenting.
Because it's not Abrahamic versus this. Get the versus thing out of your mind. It's not versus, we're just reasoning, innit?
You're misrepresenting at the moment, Rick. When I talk,
so, Shaq.
Yeah,
don't worry about that. Obviously, you know it was a misrepresentation,
yeah.
So, with the African spiritual systems, what benefits in the future could going back to one of these African spiritual systems? What benefits could that do for us in the future?
When you say that, are we still talking purely economically?
No, just in general. What benefits?
Right. So
benefits?
I'm saying, So okay. There's a concept called cultural continuity. Yeah. I'm going to answer it simply. It would have the same benefits for us that the Western world being rooted in the civilization and culture of Greece and Rome has for them.
Say that again, sorry?
It would have the same benefit to us that European or Western civilization being rooted in Greece and Rome has for them.
But do they live today by Greece and Rome standards, or?
Well, if anything, can I break this down for you, Shax? Because I think Shax is saying that they use it as an inspiration, innit, to do wickedness, or not wickedness, but to do what they need to do. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like certain things, what they need to do, manifest, innit? They probably got built in a relationship, an economic relationship with the religion. Is that what you're trying to say, Shax?
Yes, but it's
hey, yo, Shaq, listen, what benefits does Greece and Rome bring to? What benefits? How does Europe benefit from Greece and Rome today?
Because Europe or the Western world is united by a shared origin that's starting from Greece and Rome. Yeah, their philosophical development. Well, if you ask them where today, democracy is the highest form of government as they promote it. Yeah, where do they say that democracy started?
Yeah, in Greece and Rome and that.
In Greece, right? So they're fulfilling and improving and developing on the culture of their ancestors. That's exactly what they're doing.
Right, but that was the point that I wanted you to get to, yeah?
Yeah, one second.
That was the point that I wanted you to get to there, Shaka, yeah?
Yeah.
Because,
but the religion is not.
Yeah, but wait, listen. You see what they've done, yeah?
Yeah.
So they looked at some of the old shit, yeah, and cherry-picked the best parts.
Yeah.
And made it up to date today.
Yeah.
It's not like they've gone back and recreated any old shit.
No, they have.
Wait. Instead of having the wheel with a wooden wheel now, they've made a metal wheel and put a fucking inner tube and a fucking time. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, so they've cherry picked the best parts and made it into a fucking a run flat tire now. You get me? One tire can't burst now.
But
and while they've done that, they've said it's exclusive to them as well. You know, they've also added the exclusivity, like they can only do it, and it's only entitlement for them.
And because that's what I'm trying to find out. Is there anything that African spirituality or being an African spiritualist can that achieve anything like that?
Yes. Bearing in mind that the Greek civilization, that still informs Western civilization today, they got their start, they learned their knowledge from ancient Kemet. So if ancient Kemet, could found the earliest European civilization that is still informing them to today, why is it there's nothing in it? Why doesn't it stand to reason that there may be things in ancient Kemet that could inform us today? You see what I'm saying? It's only because of the idea that things African are primitive and past and have no application in the present that we can't get over this psychology. But we would never say, things from the Greek and Roman period can have no relevance in the present, because the civilizations that are born from Greece and Rome have had almost uninterrupted cultural continuity from that time until now.
But Shaka, that's a bit of a change though, because I remember I said, that they've cherry picked the best parts of whatever they feel to make the new laws and the new system.
No, but Veli, you're wrong. Veli, you're wrong. Yeah, let me tell you why you're wrong. They didn't just cherry pick parts here. They have had a almost uninterrupted process of continued development. Yeah, so they have evolved through the stages independently, if that makes sense. Yeah, based upon their own intention for developing their own culture. Nobody is asking, when people talk about African spirituality, people are only capable of seeing it as a past primitive thing. They're not able to understand that it is a living reality. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they can only see it as as us going back, but not us going forward.
Yeah, but realistically, with the Roman Empire, it encroached on a lot of different people's cultures, whether they were European or African, in a sense like that. And even to this day, you can see that a lot of European people, they can't really connect to Jesus, even though he might be in his their appearances. What I find a lot of European people, especially the young people, if you check with like the emos and all them rock and roll type of youths, they go back to they're looking for their pagan beliefs again.
Yeah. So and so the reality is, Veli, that the question that you're the issue that you're probing at the moment. All right. If I said explain democracy, yeah. And how democracy benefits a society, yeah? Like, you need a bit of time to break that down, innit?
Shakra, you're doing a terrible job, mate. You do a
better
job.
You're doing a terrible job, bro. Yo, hold on a sec, yeah?
I know,
Reggie. Let me say something to Shaq, yeah? Yo, Shaq, listen to this, though, yeah? So, that we're saying about democracy is going to take a couple of sentences to explain, but when you look at the different states of democratic systems that have come up, you can see that they've modeled it on one and then put their own twist to it, to suit their land. So that's what I'm trying to say. That so is there an African spiritual system or is there an African democratic system that can be used like that? Can you use it like that? So now, when you say that, okay, let me clarify your question. You're saying, is there a basic African spiritual system that you can take the principles from and rejig it and mold it and shape it to various different groups of people? Yeah. Yeah. So now it's a run flat tire. You can use it on the road. Yes. The simple answer to that, there's a concept here coming out of Southern and East Africa, called Ubuntu. Yes. And so it's a philosophical system ideas. Ubuntu is about people. Yes, it's about people. That's the Shona, yeah? No, it's not just the Shona. It exists among the Shona, but it's in various different so-called Bantu languages, the term Ubuntu. Wow. I say Bantu, not even just Bantu languages, sorry, but the languages that are the term predominates in East, Central, and Southern Africa. Yes, in various different forms. Okay, and so Ubuntu is not just an idea about the value of people, but it informs systems of social organization. It's a political system, yeah. And there's a book by a brother by the name of Kimbwadende Fukiao, yeah, called Umbongi, an African Political System, yeah, where he explains how traditional African social orders can inform the development of new modern day political institutions. Yeah. Now, again, because when I say democracy, people have an intuitive understanding of what that means because we live in a society that claims to be democratic. Yeah. At the same time, the problem that I'm gonna have now is that if I say Ubuntu, nobody knows what the hell I mean. Just what I'm saying. Yeah.
I know one called it Umbanda.
Wait. That's not really the big issue, though, bro. It's like you're saying, if you're able to break it down in terms which are understandable to masses, then whether it's called Ubuntu or whether it's called flipping Shakara's manifesto, it won't matter, innit? As long as it's being able to be understood.
I understand what I mean, though, Veli. I'm saying that if I say democracy, I don't have to do a big explanation. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. If nobody here understood the word or the concept of democracy, I would. But I'm saying that because we live in a society that claims to be democratic, I can say democracy and people relate to it. But when I say Ubuntu, people don't relate to it. Yeah. So I can break it down. It just means that the breakdown would have to be I have to overcome people's lack of understanding in a way that I don't have to do if I say democracy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's because that system's already in place, though.
That's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm saying what I'm trying to highlight is the fact that
Shaka, come on, man, you got to think about it like in serious terms, though. Like if there's a system that's in place that you can easily explain it to, and you're bringing up a past system which is going to incorporate future things or whatever, you're going to have to re-explain it. But like I was saying there,
bro, in the same way, yeah, that you see democracy in this country, yeah, there are books, yeah, of hundreds of pages long that explain the system, yeah. America has to facilitate its democracy. It has reams of papers, a constitution and laws, yeah, that in order to understand its democracy, like and protocols for how their system is organized, is in the sense of the fact that, all right, let me ask you this, really, yeah. If you were to explain Parliament, yeah, if you were to explain Westminster Parliament, yeah, all right, how would you explain it?
To be able to explain how Parliament works.
Yeah, how does Parliament work?
The simplest way would be that each member of Parliament is a voted representative from the local council,
right,
or local constituents that we voted in place to have a say in how we want rules and regulations, or even different things to work in our town. And like you're saying, it does sound like a village elder or so and so, but it's just been prettied up a bit more. But that's what I'm trying to say. But Shaka, this is what I'm trying to say to you, cuz but you're talking to me, fam, yeah, when I'm trying to understand it. When you're talking to someone that's not really trying to understand it, or that's really trying to critique it, you have to break it down into layman's term, brother. And it's because it comes, because it will start to be. They're going to start to make you like a god of the gaps and so and so. You know what I'm saying? That because I wanted to ask. Wait. Because I wanted to ask a question. Yeah, I did want to ask a question there. So in sort of the Ubuntu system, yeah, is there any sort of like magic or any worshipping to a deity that needs to be done for anything to happen or anything like that? Does it have anything to do with anything like that?
The Ubuntu system, so all African cultures have spiritual systems associated with them. Ubuntu informs the spiritual system, and the spiritual system informs Ubuntu. Yeah. So in essence, yeah, I guess because the separation. Someone's making a lot of noise with their mic.
Yeah, he's in the background.
It's usually Malik, you know. Malik's got bare background.
No, not me. I don't know why people always say it's me. But
Did go away when I muted?
Yeah, somehow, I don't know.
It might be you. All right, so let me say this now, yeah. The separation between sacred and secular is not the same in traditional African societies as it is in European society. Yeah, so let's get that clear. However, it is possible in theory to secularize Ubuntu. Yeah, but let me give you an example of how a governmental system could be organized around an Ubuntu philosophy. Okay, an example of this actually was in development in Grenada under the New Jewel movement or Maurice Bishop. Okay. So you've got a central government, yeah, that has its various ministries in relation to the different institutions of the society, education, economics, labor, law, whatever it is, yeah. And then among the people, you have different systems of social organization. Yeah. So whereas there's agriculture in the society, there's an organization that organizes all the agricultural workers. Yes. And they have a stake in the industry of agriculture. Yeah. So the workers themselves benefit exponentially from the labor that they provide, and how agriculture fits into the general workers of the nation, how the nation is fed, and the crops for export and them kind of things there is decided by the organizations of the workers. Yeah. What's it called? With the minister for that particular, those workers, the agricultural organization puts a person in the government, yeah, that represents their interest in their business. Yeah. You would also have what's it called? What they in Grenada call zonal councils, whereby the people in each, let's say, parish are organized to politically make decisions about the workings of their parish. Yeah. And high government officials are required every month to visit one of these parishes and give a report on the overall macro running of the nation. Yes, right? Another organization that you might have is an organization associated just exclusively with women. Because if you understand where we are at the moment and the fact that our societies, women have issues that are specific to women and or inequalities that are specific to women.
Then it does sound like a democratic system, though.
But I'm not.
It sounds better than a democratic system.
But listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, though. Yeah, why I'm saying it sounds like a Democrat. Listen, he's got his Nigerian passport up there. He's a dickhead. Yeah, but like I was saying, yeah, why it sounds like a democratic system to me, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that?
Is what I'm saying. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Is what I'm saying understandable?
Yeah.
Of course it is. Because basically,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I was going to make a point. Wait. Let me just make one point, yeah, because I was going to make a point on what you were saying, Shaka. Yeah.
Other question is what I'm saying.
It sounds understandable, but I wanted to make a point on it sounding understandable. It's like I was saying. Remember, what the point I was making before, yeah. So England had their own version of a democratic system. Yes. So it sounds like an African version of a democratic system that you're wanting to have installed.
Can I ask Shaka a question?
I would say.
Let him finish.
Things here that the people the leadership in Grenada, that they define some of what I'm saying as participatory democracy. Yeah, which is different to what we have over here. Okay, but again, I wouldn't use the word democracy. Okay. But based upon where most people are coming from, yes, I would say yes. It sounds like a version of a democratic system, but I'm saying that Ubuntu proceeded like as a system of social organization. This is long before Greece and Rome. Right?
Yeah,
so,
of course.
But you know what makes it different, though, Shaks, to me, from my understanding, is it's more inclusive of the people.
Right.
So if I'm a builder, I need somebody representing me in the fucking place as a builder. Do you know what I'm saying, lad?
There's right now we've got something called unions. They're not as good as they used to be, but that's the sort of same.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the same. Yeah, but that's the same sort of thing, though. But that's the same. But listen to what I'm saying. Listen. Wait. Let me finish because Freddie's cutting me. Yeah, because like I was saying with the unions, they're not the same as they was at that time. They're not the same as they was when they was first invented. But like you say, the reasons why they was invented is the same thing, to get a representative, so you can get your work rights.
Afterwards.
It might not have been specifically for black workers. I hear what man's saying, yeah. But the idea of a union was for workers to have their work rights met and conditions be working in the safest manner as possible.
Bell, you know they turn a union into another tax. Come on, Phil. You know what they've done to the unions. It's got no say in British society at the moment. Maybe in the 80s and 70s, but not now.
Bearing in mind, right, this is the fundamental difference. First, I want to point out something really, in relation to what the point I've mentioned before. Yeah, I've said and you notice that since I've said it, I'm not wrong on you for this because it's natural to do this. But all you can do is align it with things in your environment that it sounds like. Does that make sense?
I can only make that. That's why I did try to make that statement at the start. Yeah, before before you jumped online. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I did make this statement before. Yeah, that every time I'm going to make a comparison, it's going to be to a capitalist society that I live in today, because that's the only society that I know about living in. So I can only make that comparison as a living comparison. So obviously, if you're trying to implement a new system or whatever, I'm only going to be able to compare it to whatever I've seen before or any other.
That's what I'm saying.
But you know what, Vel? I hope Reggie inspires someone to get their passport and fly the fuck out. Because if you'd have managed to see more things in your mind, you could grasp what he's saying a bit quicker. You know what I'm saying?
I can see what you're saying.
I see what you're saying.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
I've been
to, please.
I think 3-4 different continents. I've been to a lot of countries and different lifestyles, and I've seen how people live and rah. So
how come you can't
I don't understand.
It, fam?
Yeah, I can grasp it. And that's what I'm saying. And what I was saying.
Can I check around question, please?
No, but I'm saying, Vel, if you see different things, you must be able to relate it to something else, like in Africa that you saw.
Yeah, because
the continent it was. You know what I'm saying?
Let me know. I don't.
Hold on. I want to ask you a question, Shakara. 2 seconds, man.
I'll come to it. I don't.
So let him go through still, because I'm going to jump off in 1 sec. No, but listen.
I'll be honest.
I'm going to jump off in 1 sec. Listen, I'm going to jump off in 1 sec here, and you can carry on with the question, innit? So, like I said, we need people that are asking questions about the thing, innit? So you're going to listen, cuz you're going to be asking questions.
Similar to the European system and the Asian system. People are going to have courts. People are going to encroach on other people's land. Animals are going to do certain things. So they have courts in the systems and certain things what they delegate on. I don't see what's so hard about.
I was trying to get to that point, because again, like I was saying, when you first start your system, you might be able to get it running as smoothly as possible. After a while, the shit's been running for 100 years, 20 years, or whatever. There's going to be fucking chinks in the armor of shit that you need to hold in place.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, Veli, before there was like what we see today, they had different kings in England, and it's the same thing in Africa, different places where they had their own rulers and certain things like that. So it's the same sort of concept.
Like, God bless Grenada, because that's a living example. What Shaka said is happening today. So God bless them Grenadian people, really.
That was Maurice Bishop. But yeah,
the European, American invasion.
He got assassinated. Yeah.
But can I say that the point is that I don't necessarily wrong people for not understanding some of what I'm saying, because I understand that the concepts there's an element to which the concepts are we don't have an experiential reality of it, if that makes sense. Yeah.
No, we do.
Right. But I don't wrong people for not understanding. At the same time, there are people that don't want to understand anything that I'm saying anyway, so they're going to do that and try to use it, yeah? So big up to those people, you know what I'm saying, done.
So Shakara, can I ask you a question? How we...
The fundamental difference, is Veli, is that unions in British society have to fight, for right of place, within a capitalist run economy, if that makes sense. Yeah, the unions in the country are not even 100 years old.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Why? Yeah. Because the economic system is not centered around people; it's centered around property. It's an economic system that is centered around people, yes, and African spiritual systems are centered around relationship with their environment, with nature. Yeah. So another fundamental way in which an African spiritual understanding would affect economics is in how
Reg, you give mute your mic because you're giving us some background. Mute your mic, bro.
So yeah, the other way in which an African spiritual system would have an economic impact is the way in which the people relate to nature. Because because it's essentially nature-based, the preservation of nature is paramount. So you would consider the impact on nature before you develop economically. So it's less likely, it's not impossible, but it's less likely for you to pollute the air and pollute the ocean and these kinds of things, because the preservation of these natural forces is deeply knitted within your cosmological understanding. You know what I'm saying?
So Shakara.
Yes, sir.
So how does that culture deal with tax?
I wouldn't argue that there's one way. I would say that tax would be a way. Sorry, tax would be one of those flexible things that Veli was talking about. So the basic ideas are there, but how tax is generated, I'd say that can be flexible. I couldn't give one answer to that. Just like tax is not generated in the same way in any country in the world, even as capitalist.
No, but
Shakara. One second, man. Because I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go on. Answer your question because I'm going to jump off still. But like I was saying, yeah. See, like obviously he's talking about Ubuntu, yeah, and I was likening it to democracy, yeah. So it's like obviously it's just like going to be so Ubuntu. The new version is going to be an evolution on the democratic system that's already sort of in place, but just not improved, working for the people.
Very. Look at it like this. The new Ubuntu system is an improvement upon the old Ubuntu system. Look at it like that.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
So instead of animals, it's going to be money now.
I don't understand, sorry.
So in the old Ubuntu way,
no,
it's not to say there was not money, but I think the money was the cattle or animals. So now in the newer world, it's going to be some sort of currency.
No. Animals were not currency. Animals were traded like any other item. So I would
for what?
I would suggest, but before for whatever had.
Were they traded for money?
No, you could buy animals or you could trade animals for other products.
Yeah, but now we're in another kind of currency now. We use money in it.
You can use money, but I'm saying that there is nothing to say that resources cannot be traded either. So I would actually suggest, the first thing is that where there is currency would be measured against a natural resource. Yeah. So the idea of creating
that would be the new version.
Yes, but that's an old principle. So in ancient societies where there was money, it was, even in European societies where there was money, it was measured up against gold and other natural resources.
For instance, there's bauxite in Jamaica, innit? So if I wanted steel, I could trade bauxite for steel instead of getting the money. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and so those systems of trade are still viable. They're ancient, but they're still viable today. There's no reason why.
But what I'm trying to say to you, Shakara, like you got these people now that's gonna enter the world market.
What's your point? Sorry.
What I'm trying to say to you that this is an African concept that's gonna evolve in it. It's always gonna grow in it. So I'm gonna say what I'm trying to say to you, we're in a newer type of world. It's a world market now.
Yes. What's your point?
So how do you think they can use these same techniques into the world?
The world would have to come to us, though. If we decided to end trade and they wanted something what we had, they'd have to come knocking on your door, innit?
So my point is now.
Sorry, Turo.
My point is, have they got their own currency then?
Sorry. The first thing is that Veli was asking me about internal economics. Yeah, he was asking me about internally in a nation. Okay. Among the people of a nation, okay. Externally, once that nation is powerful enough to command its own terms, anybody who wants to trade with that nation would have to trade on those terms. It's possible to have two different currencies running in a nation, you know.
So what are the new terms they run by?
You're asking me all these intricate, finer details questions. I'm saying
it's not. It's simple. What I'm trying to say to you, I could understand the old version, but I'm saying in the newer days, that today and tomorrow, they have to develop their model in it. Basically, that's all I'm saying. Like Veli is saying.
And by
of course, bro, you're asking dumb questions, though, Tora. Because of course,
no. But what I'm trying to say to you, then, I'm not saying that is a bad idea. I'm trying to elaborate on the idea. I'm not trying to diss anybody.
I'm trying to
listen to the idea first, and then you can get a grasp of what he's saying, isn't it?
point is that some of the questions that you're asking, there is no one answer to. That could work a number of different ways. So I'm giving you an example of something at the moment. Yeah, I have heard of instances whereby you have currencies that run for internal development, yeah, and or among your own group of people, or the groups of nations that are trading in the way or that have the same economic system for you, and then you create another currency, yeah, that has a transfer value rate for trading with the rest of the world. Yeah, that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is, well, the terms that we are setting up is we've got natural resources. If you want them, you have to give us something in return, and we can define what that is. So if all these nations are creating, I don't know, artificial intelligence, but they need our resources in order to create their artificial intelligence, we put a price in terms of their finished products and our natural resources. So in order to get a certain amount of this, we want a certain amount of those robots over there. You know what I'm saying, and whatever it is like that. So there's a number of ways that can work. Yeah, but that is a finer details question. 1 second.
So how would you?
1 second. That is a finer details question that would have to be answered with the organic development, the actual experiential development of that system.
So how would you pay teachers?
Did you hear what the man just said?
So
I'm saying
you'd have to have a lived experience of the system.
The point I'm trying to make to Shakara,
you'd have to have a lived experience of the system.
It's all right. Again,
hold on, 2 seconds. Calm down for a second. It's not a trick question. It's not a bad mind question. It's a simple question because
I'm just saying you've gone from there to there. You're just going all over the place.
No, but on the title it says economics. I'm talking about economics now.
Yes.
So I'm not diverted the question. Shakara brought up a
but you just went to teachers. You just went to education, innit?
No, but
I'll come back later.
You just went to education. Yeah,
come back later, man, because it's a simple question. I can't talk properly, man.
Legitimate question. Just let me answer it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and Freddie, it's fine. It's an okay question. I'm not offended by the question. All right. How would you pay teachers? Again, you're asking a question to which there are multiple answers to that question. One way is that, first of all, teachers would have an organization within the society whereby they also feed into the curriculum, yeah, as it stands. Okay. There's one way to do it is to have the different social organizations whereby the people who work in those industries that are connected with natural resources, the organizations themselves would pay a tax to the government for social institutions, for example, the healthcare institutions and the teachers institutions. Yeah. So in effect, the teachers would be paid for by the natural resources or the industries that govern the natural resources of the land. That's one way to do it. Yeah. But again, like you're asking me questions whereby, like every election cycle, in this country, the chancellor of the exchequer, yeah, the man that deals with the money, has to go through all kinds of many different calculations, yeah, to figure out how we're going to pay teachers, how we're going to pay doctors, and them kind of things there. So these questions are not simple ones. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And I feel what you're saying, but the reason why I say that, because like the government is sometimes its own corporation. What I heard you said, do the government use these methods as well?
Which government? Sorry.
The government we were talking about.
What, in Grenada?
No, in the areas of Africa,
No, they don't.
Southeast.
Because there's no government that's running a system based upon Ubuntu politics or Ubuntu political ideas. That's not happening.
Yeah, but this is my whole point now. You can have individual tribal people now because you have cryptocurrencies and all these different things. They can form their own way of currency now, so they can pay people and even trade. They can trade and thingy with other different people, so any tribal people now can enter the world market now.
Yeah, okay. That's but
Shaka, I was gonna ask you a question still, you know. I was gonna say, when did it mash up in Grenada, or did they abandon it?
So there was
80s.
There was internal upheaval and external upheaval.
I didn't even know they were using it, so
so there was internal upheaval and external upheaval. Without going into all the details, there were internal contradictions in terms of differences, and those differences opened the way for the American government to come in and basically overturn the whole revolution.
Okay, cool.
So Shaka, you concede that you really haven't been able to demonstrate that there is a viable African spiritual system that will improve Africa's economy.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Well, I think it's my opinion, and it's probably the opinion of a large majority of the viewers here. You failed to demonstrate the point, but I think it's time we move on to something else. Thank you for your attempt.
This guy's
all I would say,
you're an idiot, bro.
Is what?
I said you're an idiot, man.
Oh, okay.
Because
anyway,
what subject have you got to speak about after this?
All I would say is that when it comes to the things that I've said, if Reggie has a challenge for it, an intelligent one, I'd welcome it. But if not, that's fine. You can, feel free to hold on to your conclusion. It has no.
Your spiritual systems just sounds a lot more like what we have already, in terms of like.
All right.
In Nigeria, for example, we have.
Yeah.
Go on, sorry.
So how old is it than the current form we got already?
One second, Freddie. Let him finish. He said in Nigeria we have what?
We have states, and some of the states, they govern themselves. They have a budget, and whoever's in charge basically decides where the money is put into.
Okay.
And obviously, you know about the corrupt.
And in your opinion, what I've just explained sounds like the Nigerian political system.
It sounds very close to. I mean,
okay,
it's a similar framework.
You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Yeah. I don't think that's an intelligent assessment, but you're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah, I think like obviously you did point out that you can't. It's more detailed than that, and that it needs to like obviously put into like a big legislation.
Is any political economic system. Yeah, if I was to go to Nigeria and look at the laws that govern how economics and resources are distributed, I would find documents upon documents that explain these things and that put rules in place to do these things and them kind of things. So, you know what I mean? So yeah,
it's correct. You're right. You're right. So obviously, without the presence of you being able to do that, or without the time, of course, we have to just concede that we've been unable to demonstrate. Which is fine. You get what I'm saying?
You're entitled to your opinion, as I've said. You know what I'm saying? I won't take that. You know what I'm saying?
But it's clear. We can't say that you have demonstrated.
Do you think America had the more or less the strongest part to play in the destruction of this of it over in Grenada?
By the way, sorry, say that again. Sorry. No. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, I would say so. At the same time, I would tend to err on the side of caution in the sense of the fact that we have to look at those internal contradictions, and how they the American invasion. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, there's a lot of lessons to be learned there. So I'd guard against any analysis of Grenada that just says, well, it was America, which they did. Like I would also guard against any analysis that suggests that it wasn't America. You know what I'm saying? Because it's possible to like all the political systems have times of upheaval and destabilization. Yeah. Every so often in the capitalist world, you get what's called a recession. Yeah. And the capitalist economies actually rely upon mass poverty. Yeah. Within the nations and also around the world. Yeah. So the opulence of a nation like Britain is inherently linked to the impoverishment of Africa and other places in the world. Yeah. It doesn't exist without it, because of the fact that African nations are unable to benefit sufficiently from their resources. It is the key factor that contributes to the wealth of Europe. They don't have to pay what the resources are worth. Yeah, that's the key factor that contributes to that. And so because of that, that mere fact alone impoverishes the continent, yeah, and enriches Europe, yeah. And so that the an African-centered political, economic, and social institution, yeah, is inherently about doing what is best for the people. It centers African people outside of attaining and trying to seek to implement and imitate Westminster style democracy, which is the factor that is contributing to the idea that we give over our resources to the people that we consider to have the superior economic and political social systems. Yeah, if we considered our own political and economic social systems to be superior, effectively the psychological impact of that would be that we would be more inclined to respect our social institutions and respect our resources and respect our land even more, and less inclined to allow people to come and exploit them.
Yeah, but that's the problem. How are we gonna believe that how are we gonna believe that our systems are superior if it's not being demonstrated?
Bro, listen, I'm saying, yeah, when you can't fathom it and you've been beaten down and you've been downtrodden in this system for so long, and you can't like elevate your mind to think of anything else apart from this little rabbit hole thing, what's going on now, and this little hamster wheel thing, you won't ever be able to, like, you know what I'm saying, grasp what Shaka's saying, innit? Because obviously you're so used to this way of life, you won't want to, like, try and see if you can elevate to try and do something over there and something better over there. Like, there is some alternatives how to live, you know, bro. We don't just have to have one rule, because this ain't working. What's currently happening at the moment isn't working. And if you're trying to, do you know what I'm saying, say this is anything nice, you'd be wrong, innit? Because it's more than flawed in many areas.
I agree, Freddie. And the answer to your question, Reggie, is that there are demonstrations to varying different degrees. But I would also agree with you that there is a level to which that demonstration is yet to manifest itself, partly because we have not been dedicating ourselves to manifesting it for any significant period of time. Yeah. So the reality is that we draw on the examples of our history, whereby these systems have been implemented to varying different degrees. We look at where we can strengthen them and build upon them to suit modern day realities, and we go about the business of solving those problems. Some of those problems will be solved within the experience as a part of the process of implementing the system. Yeah, but as Freddie has said, the system that we currently have, we know for a fact is not serving us. Yeah, we know for a fact is contributing to the continued oppression, impoverishment, and exploitation of our land and our people. We know that for a fact. There's no question about that. And the only questions about that come from brothers and sisters among us who seek to manifest and perpetuate what Fela Nicola Pakuti referred to as the colonial mentality. Yes, whereby all things European, be it the European name, be it the European politics, be it the European clothes, be it the European economics, be it the European religion, we see all of those things as superior to things African. And so an essential point, yeah, in terms of us being able to manifest what has not been yet manifested is coming out of the colonial mentality, coming out of the colonial.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I implore people like yourself and even Fred Cole, who likes to come on here and cheerlead for a lot of people and not really add much. But I implore people.
I'm adding my little 2 pence, innit? Obviously, I ain't got the greatest vernacular, but I'm adding my little 2 pence. Business in what you're saying, innit?
I implore people like yourself, Shakara and Fred Cole, to put in as much detail a demonstration of how this will work, so people will be convinced in such ideas, because that's the only reason. That will be the only way that people. The reason why people believe or are so attracted to what you guys call this colonial system is because it has demonstrated its ability to give some people somewhat success even if it's as individuals or even if it's a small isolation of people, including to some extent, believe it or not, some black people actually are successful and have done well under the system. And if it has demonstrated, as it has demonstrated that in some ways it can be successful, then of course people are going to be entitled to say, okay, this system works and the system is actually quite okay. But until you guys demonstrate the other system, then people have every right to question and ask, what, like,
yeah, there is
ask
something.
you guys to demonstrate enough, go on, sir.
There is some truth in what you're saying. However, the problem is, Brother Reggie, is that when brothers and sisters have actually tried to implement the systems and have had success, because you talk as though there's never been success in the Pan-African ideology. There has been. Right? There's no success stories. The problem is that whenever there are success stories, there are brothers and sisters who come who are colonial minded and sell out the thing, to the colonial master, because they believe that the colonial master system is superior, So, Brother Reggie, in as much as that is the case, can I have your assurance, that as and where that system it takes place, or people are implementing it, that we will have no interruptions and no anti-propaganda from brothers like yourself who don't want to get involved in what is going on. So if brothers and sisters who are African spiritualists want to restore the dignity to African traditions, that we have no comment and no hindrance and nothing from our Christian brothers and sisters, even if you don't want to believe in it, that's fine, But if Africans see value in restoring dignity and pride to the indigenous spiritual systems of our continent, then we don't really need to hear from, if that's the case, our Christian brothers and sisters who don't want nothing to do with your traditions. Fine, don't have nothing to do with it, but allow us to have something to do with it. For example, when as and where another Kwame Nkrumah, rises up at the helm of a nation on the continent, that we don't have brothers and sisters who believe in Westminster democracy selling out and giving intelligence, to the CIA and the FBI and MI5 and MI6 and assisting in the overthrow of that leader and welcoming in the corporations of Britain and America to come and impoverish the people, and reversing the gains, like Thomas Sankara did in Burkina Faso. In the space of 4 years, Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso made Burkina Faso food self-sufficient. There is not one African nation today on the continent that is food self-sufficient. Yes, there are a couple that may be on the way to getting there. I'm made to understand that Eritrea may be on the way to getting there, but they're not quite there yet. All right. What's it called? But food self-sufficiency was achieved in Burkina Faso under a Pan-African government that valued African culture in Burkina Faso in 4 years. What happened? He was betrayed by people that were willing to sell him out to French colonizers, and the French colonizers came in and reversed all of the gains that he had made and installed a dictator that was only overthrown about 2 or 3 years ago. Blaise Compaoré, 1987. 1987 until about 2 or 3 years ago. So the success of Thomas Sankara is undeniable. One cannot deny Thomas Sankara. But sellouts who have a Western mentality destroyed the thing. So once the sellouts stop destroying the thing, you're good.
Shakara, we've seen
just what they did in Black Wall Street, just what they did to Marcus Garvey, other organizations. You get me? You always get, this is why it's unfathomable for people like yourself to believe in your own ability. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're so downtrodden. You get me? Because I've actually looked off the grid without society. I used to have lunch on the beach every single day, God sends. I was happy with the earth and nature and what was surrounding me. I didn't need a paycheck. Do you get what I'm saying? Can you fathom that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can imagine that.
The strength of the oppressor.
What I would say is that there's never been a leadership or government that hasn't had to face opposition from their own people within or whatever like that. You look at even today, the previous, even Boris Johnson, he has people that are inside within his party that go against him, that would stab him in the back. He had to get rid of, I think it's Sajid Javid, the former Home Secretary. He had to sack him.
Reggie, what would happen?
His party was against him. It was against him. Even you mentioned Islamic faith. You don't want people to get involved and infiltrators from certain come and stab them in the back. But we've had it even from Africa. Yeah, they're gonna interrupt me. Go on.
Let me ask a question. Yeah. You see, the example that you're giving. Yeah? What if those people that Boris Johnson discovered, yeah, were against him? What if they were actually, yeah, plotting with Russia to assassinate him? What would happen to them?
He would, obviously his mission wouldn't be fulfilled. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to fulfill whatever he's set out to do while he's there.
And what would happen if, let's say, he discovered the plot before it was actually fulfilled, yeah? And Boris Johnson discovered that there were members of his own government, yeah, who were plotting with Russia to assassinate him. What would happen to those people?
What would happen to those people?
Yes. So the same people that you're talking about, let's say the people that you're talking about that were in his government, yeah, that were looking to stab him in the back. Let's say it was discovered that they were actually in a conspiracy with Russia, Vladimir Putin, yeah, and the boys, yeah, to assassinate Boris Johnson. What would happen to those people?
Well, this is what I would say. Those people would be the people that went against him. They'll be punished, I guess. I don't know what you want me to say.
I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to answer the question. What would happen to people in Boris Johnson's government that were plotting with a foreign power to assassinate the prime minister of the country? What would happen to them?
Well, if they were caught, they would probably be done for treason.
And what's the punishment for treason in this country?
Death. Oh, not in this country. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Imprisonment.
Right. Would you suggest that the punishment would be significant though, or would it be a slap on the wrist?
No, it'll be probably imprisonment, but I don't know how long. But no, I don't think anyone's been tried for that in decades. So
I don't think they have. Right, but we can speculate that the fact that trying to assassinate the prime minister would be a severe crime. Yes,
it would. Yeah,
and trying to assassinate the prime minister whilst in league with a foreign power would actually add to the severity. Yes.
Yep.
Right. So can we also conclude then that as a part of what you're talking about, that traitors,
brothers, peace. I'm gone. You know, love and respect every time. Big up yourself, Reggie, man. Stop being this stiff-neck guy, man. You can do better than that.
Yeah. So can we also conclude then that when African revolutionary governments come to the fore and there are traitors in their midst here, who can collude with foreign governments, yeah, to assassinate the leaders of the government and them kind of things, that they should be severely punished?
Yeah, I think they should.
Right. Okay. So I'm glad I get. I've got your.
But what I would say is that in line with the question of the day, that it's not about one particular leader or a particular individual.
I agree.
Although it does help to have a very good leader to set up the thing. It's a system that we have to work towards. It's a structure. It's a way of a mindset, and it has to go on beyond that. And right now we have failed. We have failed for the longest time to implement a system or structure. All these people that you've mentioned, they should have set up a system that would last longer than their lifetime and take us to where we want to go to. But what we found is, as soon as these people have been assassinated, there's nothing to continue. It's just gone downhill. People even mention Gaddafi. We were both alive during Gaddafi's reign. Like, there's nothing exceptional that we heard was coming from them that benefited black people anyway. You know what I mean? Like, but people still point to him now that he's gone and say, "Oh, he was gonna do this, he was gonna do that, he was in power for bloody 40 years." You know what I mean? And he never really reached out to any black people. He never changed the circumstances of any black people. And when he went for black people, things just got worse and went downhill. So where are these systems that have been put in place that don't rely on some individual. And when that individual has been assassinated, we start saying, oh, if that individual was around, we would have got to X, Y, Z.
No,
these
Reggie,
are just
Reggie, I never spoke about an individual. I said the leaders, yes, because oftentimes the leaders are targets of assassinations. Yeah, so there's more than one.
well, I agree. Our leaders are actually.
I gave an example, but the problem is though with your assessment is that you're half right. You're not completely right. Yeah, and so I give you that, Reggie. You know what I'm saying? You've made a half good argument. Yeah, well done. Congratulations. Right. However, normally they don't just come in and kill a leader and then it all falls apart. Yeah, more often than not, military interventions, yeah, don't just kill leaders, they kill people. Yes. So for example, when Maurice Bishop was assassinated, like he was assassinated alongside like 6 other members of his government. Yes, what I'm saying? Yeah. When foreign invasion comes in, they destabilize by killing ordinary people certain times as well. Yeah. And oftentimes people have been killed before even the leader gets killed. Does that make sense? For example, in Ghana, there were a number of attempts to assassinate Kwame Nkrumah, some by bombings. Yeah, the bombings didn't kill Kwame Nkrumah, but they killed many people that were around. Yeah, that were in the vicinity of him when they went off. Does that make sense? Yeah, and that kind of causes destabilization. Yeah, and so what happens is that Western propaganda is able to come in and influence the people, and some people are force susceptible, yeah, to Western propaganda. So would you also agree that it's the responsibility of the people to not be so susceptible to Western propaganda, to not just be gullible to the whims and wills of the European and their propaganda in a nation or their supposed superiority?
Well, yeah, to an extent, but at the same time, I think people were more inclined to follow, even though we don't agree with everything our government does. We still would put our government. We still try to protect our own people as opposed to outside people. We still like to rather foolishly actually feel like our government to some extent has our best interest at heart before outsiders, and that's kind of into our detriment at the same time because we've not really got anything back from our leaders. You've pointed to a handful of leaders that have actually possibly maybe been genuine, but maybe from the 5, the next maybe 95% of our leaders have always been all about themselves. You get what I'm saying? So we've never been able to actually trust our leaders. We've never. Why? Because they're quite greedy. They're greedy bastards. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time,
they're greedy bastards backed by Western superpowers. That's why. If it wasn't for the Western backing, the people of their nations could have got rid of them a long time. Yeah, that's the reality. What's keeping them? What's kept greedy bastards in power is big guns from America and Britain and these kinds of things. That's what's kept them in power. Yeah, and also the general inclination towards things Western among the people. I would wager, Brother Reggie, that if you were in government in Nigeria, very, very little would change because at the moment, unfortunately, you expressly have been unable to overcome your allegiance to Western, institutions and ways of thinking. So in that sense, nobody who hasn't overcome that Western conditioning is going to serve African people. That's the reality. So we have to, as a people, we can't.
It depends what kind of.
Just like you were saying, let me finish. Just like you were saying, yeah, we can't just look at the greedy leaders. Yeah, we have to look at ourselves as a people, right? So what is it we ourselves as a people are doing or not doing that facilitates the reign of these greedy leaders? What work have we done and not done, yeah, to get rid of these greedy leaders or to change our society to a point whereby these greedy leaders become unviable? There's no room for them. There's no space for them, yeah? The reality is that to varying different degrees, we accept the greedy leaders through our worship of the same things that the greedy leaders worship. We don't want freedom. We don't want
with all due respect, Shakara, we are in the UK right now and we see time upon time again the leaders of this country going against what the people want, covering up, doing things that you'd question. I mean, we've had it with coronavirus. The whole one moment is masked, the next moment is not masked. one moment, we're not going to lock people completely down, and the next moment we're on lockdown. They constantly go against what the people want, and they get away with it. Even here, where the structure and the system is a lot more, scrutinized, and a lot more able to, like, a lot more free to ask questions. Talk to us of back home. You want people to go against the government, and you're saying what have the people done to actually override or to contest what has been done by the government. Sometimes when the system is in place, people just don't have the fight or the the means to be able to oppose their government in an effective way. And that's what you see in places like Africa. You just see a government in place. But even though there's a system above that, which you always keep on talking about, the white supremacy or this system of colonization that you talk about, there is this thing. There is still a capacity whereby we can still obtain a high level of success. That is even something that is within what's the word for it? A high level of success that we can even be proud of. You get what I'm saying? It's the same kind of success that you see in a lot of other places, and I've spoken, I think, to you about this before. Places like the Middle East, places like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, even India to an extent, Malaysia, all these places that have been colonized before, but from nothing over the last 50 to 60 years, I think Dubai or Qatar turned the desert land, deserted, just into something like it is today, into one of the richest countries in the world. Similar story that I think the reason why you're going to point to is the fact that maybe the white supremacy has an obsession with Africa and doesn't want to allow the stronghold to go from Africa. That's what I've heard that argument before.
No, it's because those people had movements, led by people, and their people dedicated themselves to those movements. You see, China assassinated millions of people that they consider to be sellouts to the Chinese Revolution, right? Because they wanted absolute dedication to the program. Now, I'm not advocating that for Africa. I wouldn't advocate that for Africa. But the point is,
why not? Why not? What's more important? You achieving your success or blood on your hands? Would you not do all that it takes to obtain?
I'm not. In as much as I would die for African liberation, there are circumstances under which I'm prepared to kill for it. What I'm saying is that I would not promote and advocate a program of mass killing, as the only way to attain to achieve.
So you wouldn't approve a bloody revolution if it was to get your people out of what you.
There are circumstances under which I would approve a bloody revolution. What I was talking about was the mass execution of people. I'm not sure I would just blanketly approve of that. Now, to the extent that there are criminals and dissidents and what's the word? People that are prepared to commit treason, depending on how you define that, then punishment should be dealt out. We're not disputing that. That's not being argued against. But the idea of just mowing down millions of people, I can't find too many justifications for that kind of action. You know what I'm saying? But I'll be careful what you're promoting though, Reggie, because I suspect that if there was an African leader in Nigeria and you was there who wanted to mow down Western thinking people, you might be your head might be on the chopping block. So be careful how you
we do have that to an extent though, Shekara, and I've always tried to bring this out to you. But obviously some people have made excuses for it. Some people that you align yourself with. But if you look at Boko Haram, the actual meaning of Boko Haram is deaf to Western education or something along that line. So they are strong advocates, and you might actually like them. They're actually totally against Western democracy, Western way of thinking, Western freedom of speech. It's all the package together. They're completely against the whole colonial thing. And what they do is they kill people who don't agree with it. It remains to be seen, just like your system that you're trying to push us towards, whether their system is actually going to be much more better than the system we have in Nigeria today. But that's an example of a group.
Are you suggesting that because I'm anti the Western educational system, the colonial education that has been imposed on Africa, that I must now support Boko Haram in everything else that they did.
No. I wouldn't say that I haven't said that. I don't think I've said that. And if I have, that's not what I'm trying to say.
I'm good you're not saying that. By the way, Veli, if you're listening, it occurs to me that this question, I'm not sure if you've asked this kind of a question of any other religious system. Yeah, like, I don't know if you've ever asked how
you're playing the victim card quite a bit today, are you, Shakira? I'm playing that victim card.
Let me finish. It occurs to me that you probably never asked this question before, and I think it will be a good exploration. I think it will be a valid intellectual exercise to see how the very different religious systems inform economic development in nations, and what specifically about those religions could inform an economic system. Maybe I'm wrong, so do correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know.
I think he's asked Muslims because they have a system in play. He wouldn't really ask Christians because we're not really pushing for anything like that, or we're not trying to transform things, but to bring people to the truth and to turn their religious practices back to Christ. So it doesn't make sense for him to come and ask Christians, as per se, much, but maybe Muslims because they have the Sharia law.
Right. Well, I'm confused. If it makes sense to ask African spiritualists how African spirituality is going to solve economic problems, to me that it suggests that the question can be asked of any religion. And I'm not even asking this in a funny way, like to attack anybody. I'm just saying that I think it would be an interesting question. It occurs to me that I don't think this question has been asked of any other religion. I wonder what the conversation.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like the only reason you've given us to turn to African spirituality is because you seem to feel like, you seem to demonstrate that Africa is in a very dire position economically, mainly, and because of economics, we need to return back. You haven't actually given us any like theological studies into or teachings in how African spirituality is truth or right in terms of like what we should be following. Your main thing seems to be and we were enslaved, and because of that we need to return to African spirituality because it would help Africa. You know what I'm saying? It will help Africa to grow or something like along those lines. You're not really.
Reggie.
That's why Veli's probably that question, but he's here, so he can probably elaborate.
Reggie, have you heard me break down the fact of African spiritual systems being nature-based? And have you heard me explain the concepts of the creator in African spiritual systems? And have you heard me explain how the different divinities and the Orisha and the Loa and what they mean and what they represent and the philosophical foundation behind them and the role of ancestors in African spirituality? Have you heard me break down those things?
Yeah, I think you have touched on them.
Okay.
And what I've constantly been saying to you is that people come to a decision, whether by coercion, whether by force, or whether by just willingly deciding.
You said you haven't broken things down. I'm asking you if you've heard me break these things down, and now you're saying yes. So no doubt tomorrow or whenever we have this conversation again, you continue to say I've not broken down the concepts of the theology of African spirituality, and I'll have to remind you again that you just have not ready to be honest with you. One second.
You're misunderstanding.
If you have
Shakara, did you just say you haven't heard any other? Did you just say you haven't heard any other religious systems talk about the economic problems?
No, that's not what I said. If you have a question, if you have a question ready, about African spirituality and you want to know something, then ask. I don't mind. I'm open to being questioned. If you've got a question, ask.
We would like to know that African spirituality is the truth in simplest form, because I like to make things very simple. You have not shown us why African spirituality is the truth. You get what I'm saying? And that is what will take people. That is a key thing. Yeah, let me give you some advice. That is a key thing that will take people away from the Abrahamic faiths. If you can demonstrate to them why African spirituality is the truth and Christianity is not the truth.
Reggie, can I just make this clear? In teaching about African
you're wasting your time. If I'm being honest, you're wasting your time with
to be honest with you, Reggie, there's no point asking me to answer that question and then tell me that I'm wasting my time. if it's a waste of time for you to ask the question, it's a waste of time for you to ask it. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is that I am not trying to convert you. When I teach about African spirituality, this is not necessarily expert conversion. Yeah, I am restoring dignity and respectability in the traditions. Yeah, and I stand by that. So you know, you're entitled to your opinion. It's easy to be concern. However, Benny was trying to speak, and when he's done, I'll come back and
But
ask you.
Shakara, but Shakara.
Yeah.
But Shakara, don't you want people to accept the truth? Oh.
So what? Yeah, really, you know what it is, Shaks, yeah? You gotta look at it as a badge of honor, really, yeah? That man's getting the unique questions. You feel me? Because
I don't mind Reggie. Veli. I'm not like I think this question is an excellent question and it's an important one, and I welcome the question. Yeah, I was just thinking, and not today. Like, don't do this today. Like, stay on the African spirituality thing today. Like, don't get it twisted. Yeah. I'm just saying that I think it's an interesting question for the other traditions, like in terms of our traditions, because honestly, sorry, why I was actually saying it, Veli, yeah, is because oftentimes it's just the same old conversations that I had about the Abrahamic religions. You know what I'm saying? Whilst I don't deal with them, like I can appreciate a good intellectual conversation in it about learning about a people's tradition. That makes sense. It don't have to be my thing. Yeah. I don't have to believe in it, but I think it's interesting to learn about how different religions inform the social development of people in the kind of things. It's an interesting conversation. So I was thinking, yeah, this might be a one for you. I know you're always asking questions and suggestions. So I was just suggesting.
Check her out. I'll be honest with you, yeah. You did a very.
Is your way of life? Is your way?
Come on, man.
Use that breathing, man. That heavy breathing.
Is your way of life universal, or is it only for Africans?
Where's Benny finishing? I'll answer you.
Yeah,
it's our man that was breathing, man. Our man.
What you gotta do, yeah?
Go on.
Yeah, sorry. What you gotta see it as, yeah, is think about it like this, yeah. Imagine I'm asking you questions about African spiritual systems that pertain to today. When I'm asking the questions about Abrahamic faith, I'm asking about 1 million years ago.
Point taken.
Yeah.
Point taken. Point taken.
Right.
Yeah, fam.
But
yes.
That's right. You answered the question.
So why is African spirituality? Yeah. Answer that question. So there's a lot of breeders on my Thank you. The answer to that question from my perspective, Reggie, is lies in the fact that African spirituality is inherently nature-based, and because a lot of the viewers can only conceive of African spirituality when we are discussing it within the context of one individual system. Yeah, so I'm going to give an example from one individual system, right, which is Ifa. But yeah, for me, the creation and the creator, I don't have a spiritual system that gives us a sharp distinction. And so because African spirituality is nature-based, and nature is the primary arbiter, yeah, of how we define laws and rules and concepts of the divine, that because of that, the ultimate expression of that is the fact that through an African spiritualist consciousness or understanding, the more we get to know our environment, the more we enrich ourselves. It's about reality itself, yeah. So before you interrupt me, I'm going to read from this book here, the Handbook of Yoruba Religious Concepts. It says the Yoruba contend that the study of nature is foremost. Nature is viewed as the manifestation of Olodumare's essence through degrees of material substance. That essence translated as Ashe, which is just basically the life force, or God has manifested in different things, yeah, is the inherent force of all creation. The emphasis of such study or worship is not centered on the physical object or the tangible, but on the life force energy that brings it about. The tangible object is but a symbol of the eternal existence that bore it. Yeah, so we're basically about life and existence and reality, and understanding existence and reality, and achieving harmony with existence and reality as manifested in nature. So for me, my perspective is that African spiritual traditions are the truth. They deal fundamentally with nature. Well, repeat your question.
So it's not exclusive to Africans as
Oh, so African spirituality is exclusive.
Hello?
Yeah.
So it's not exclusive. So it's not exclusive to Africans, as everyone can experience nature, right?
African spirituality is exclusive to African, but spirituality is not exclusive to African.
But if your African spirituality is based on nature, everyone can experience it.
Everybody can experience spirituality. African spirituality, when you put the African on top of it.
No. Everyone can experience nature.
Yes, everyone can experience nature.
So why is it not called a universal spirituality? Why is it African?
Because
nature's Africans.
Because when you say African spirituality, you are dealing with the spiritual traditions that have developed that are unique to African people.
Nature is not unique to Africans.
No, it is not.
So why call something based on nature African? Just call it universal.
Because African spirituality is about the traditions that Africans have developed that are nature-based. So you will have traditions that are nature-based that pertain to other groups of people. So for example, the indigenous peoples of there are various indigenous peoples of the Americas that I would also regard as having a nature-based spiritual system. Yeah. But they're not, their spiritual systems are not, but their spiritual systems, though nature-based, will manifest differently because of the African spiritualists.
No, they're the same.
So if I have a nature-based spiritual system in the UK, then me and you have the same nature base, right? We have the same spirituality.
Not necessarily, because even nature-based systems on the African continent are not all exactly the same, right? So I should also say, as I said yesterday, that the African spirituality is also political, in the sense of the fact that we understand our sojourn in history, and the fact that politically our culture has been demonized, yes, and rejected. And so politically, the term African spirituality is meant to restore dignity to the traditions collectively, and also develop an understanding among the adherents to the various different systems that they have commonalities within their Africanness.
The only difference I see in nature, UK and Africa, is the weather. So what? It's a different because of the weather.
So based upon that fact alone, nature-based spiritual systems in Britain, developed in Britain around British climate, will manifest themselves differently to nature-based systems and other places where the climate is slightly different.
Not really. Some people can make parallels to the Viking gods and some of the Yoruba gods.
There are parallels to be
so we share all the same things in nature, realistically.
There are parallels to be made between every spiritual system. Yeah. That doesn't mean that cultures do not develop themselves uniquely.
No, they're all the same, because we're using fire, water, all the elements, and we share the same sun and moon.
So basically, Shakara, if a white man bases his spirituality on nature, then you two are brothers.
No.
Brothers in spirituality.
No, we share some spiritual ideals.
That's correct.
Yeah. At the same time,
but he should be your brother. You have the same spiritual foundation. At the same time, yesterday. I spent the panel. Some members of the panel spent a lot of time trying to convince me
that every African spiritual system is different, yeah, and unrelated to each other. So now we're saying that we're the same. That's fine. In as much as there are similarities and sameness, we don't deny that there's not a problem with
There's cultural differences, cultural, not natural differences, are there?
Shakara, if someone believes in the God of the Quran and believes as Prophet Muhammad as his messenger, he's my brother in faith. If someone believes in the foundation of nature as their spirituality, he's your brother in faith, even if he's white.
Let me finish saying what I was trying to say here. The issue of putting African, yes, in it is once again political. Yes, remember what I'm trying to say, family. That the fact that
but I'm asking you, what is the foundation of your spirituality? Is it nature?
Let me finish, please. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
The idea I have nothing against, yeah, and I have no problems accepting commonality and a shared spiritual foundation with people of other nationalities and races who have nature-based spiritual systems. Yeah, I study said nature-based spiritual systems. I'm interested in learning about them. Yeah, and so yes, where all nature-based spiritual systems come from the same foundation. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Whereas a spiritual system is nature-based.
But that's not what I asked you, though.
Yes, I'm dealing with the 2 points in terms of the sameness of the system. What is your?
I never asked you about. I never asked you about commonalities. I asked you about foundation.
Excuse me. Bear in mind that you are not the only person that asked a question. Yeah, and I've said yes. The foundation is nature. That question has been answered. What's your point?
Okay, so then the white man is your brother in faith. Basically, that's my point.
No.
Why is he not your brother if his foundation is nature? Why are you dismissing him?
Because I'm an African spiritualist, and culturally and politically speaking, my inclination is towards African spirituality. Okay, so the fact that I can acknowledge that a white man may share common spiritual foundations that are coming through nature, I don't have to make him my brother to acknowledge that. Yeah, we just share something, and we can as human beings, we share a common understanding about something. My brother, politically.
So the black people, so the black people who have a nature-based spiritual system, they're not your brother.
Yes,
you just share something.
Yes, they are.
Oh, but the white man who's got a nature-based system is not your brother.
I'll tell you better than that. The black people who don't have a nature-based spiritual system are my brothers and sisters.
So what defines a brother? Just skin color. That's it.
How long you got left, bro? So White So Religious wants to challenge a couple points that you're making.
I haven't got long left, but go on.
Yo, White So Religious, you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I think
you wanted to ask some questions, man.
Well, my thing is, I feel like nobody's addressing what the real issues are with Africa. It's talking about how to make a system better without talking about what the real problems are. And that's what you and I got into while we were texting. My issue is there's bigger issues in Africa than talking about just implement something spiritual. And to like Shakara's issue about European Christendom being an economic system in a way. Venezuela is a huge Christian country that has tons of resources, and look what happened to their economy simply because of an economic system they implemented. It has nothing to do with it. And then when I'm talking about with the Ebola, okay, the biggest problem with Africa is that they have these ancient customs in a lot of places still, and they're very tribalistic. Okay, a lot of African people are very tribalistic, and if you want to know that, if you want proof of that, in America, there's this big concept with black people talking about let's go back to Africa, African pride, and all this, but you never hear about Africans caring anything about Black Americans. Africans don't care anything about Black Americans, but for some reason Black Americans act like they have such so much African pride. Now, the thing is with cultural problems in Africa, there's cultures in Africa, like tribes and places, that still dig up dead bodies every year in a resurrectional symbolic fashion, and it causes Ebola outbreaks, dude. It causes the plague. And there's the problem here, is that, and somebody called it colonial education. It's not colonial education to say don't dig up dead bodies and the chances of having a plague outbreak is slimmer. Okay, that and it's not, and there's nothing racist. There's nothing racist about saying what.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, mate. Carry on.
Okay, and a lot of people want to say, and I heard them mention racism and stuff. There's nothing racist in pointing out the facts that that in this continent, which is rich with resources, they are more tribalistic and kill people based off tribes. Now, what is worse, tribalism or racism, is the real question now, because nobody wants to talk about that.
Hey, whites and religious, hold on a sec, yeah, because you're making a lot of points, yeah, and obviously we want to address points that you're making, yeah. But let me stop you there, yeah, because you're going down the road, and like basically the discussion today, the reason we was having this discussion today is because we got brothers like Shakara, a couple guys, M.A. Brown, and a couple other guys that celebrate African spiritual systems. Yeah, so we've been asking questions all week of different religious systems. Yeah, like asking questions about them. Yeah, like different verses in the Bible, different hadiths in the Quran, different Quranic verses. Yeah, like asking about which the just strange things about in them, innit? Yeah, so to get a bit of an answer and to get the people of their faith to explain it in their own words or whatnot. Yeah, so it's not, today's show is not like how do we wait hold on. Today's show is not like how do we fix Africa with Vuma. It was literally because Shakara deals with African spiritual systems. It was how will someone like Shakara, who believes in the African spiritual system, how would that work out in Africa today? Like what benefits would that be able to bring to him doing that? So you're making fair points in what you're talking about, yeah. But like I was trying to let you know why the title of the show is the way it is. It's not because no one thinks that there's any other better ways that could be working in Africa. It's because someone has over here, yeah, it's godless bluff, innit? So if someone has like a spiritual belief, a way, something that can't be proved with science or with as a fact beyond reasonable doubt, we'll question it and try to see how the people have come to that belief, or what's the practical use of that belief in today's terms. So
then I would say
although you're asking fair questions with what you're saying, like
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the point of today's topic. I just woke up a little bit ago and came on to listen. But in that concept, I would say, obviously, Africa has proven that none of their spiritual beliefs or concepts benefit them at all, because it's been centuries, millennia since African nations have really been a thing of power. If you think about it, even what was it when Mali was first being formed by that king, I can't remember his name, and he went on pilgrimage, he went to Hajj, and he didn't even understand economics to the point that he flooded Egypt with gold and caused them to have inflation for 7 years. Okay, so what I would say is Africa is, well, not only Africa, but a lot of places, obviously their spiritualism doesn't work. Okay, if you think that praying for something is going to help your country out and it doesn't for centuries, then what? It's just like with let's say Islam. Okay, Islam says that Allah will provide for them. A lot of Islamic countries will only survive because of Western aid, and that's a fact. The Muslim, just like I said earlier about African nations, African population would drop by 20% if it wasn't for Western nations. That's the same thing you could say about about Muslim nations.
Oh, it's got mad feedback. It's a mad feedback.
Okay, maybe
someone's got feedback still.
Is it me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, it might be your mic still, Shaka.
Oh,
mute up, yeah. Let him finish up, and then if you got anything that you
so I guess what I'm trying to say is, obviously, spirituality doesn't help most nations if they're based off of it. Just like if you're basing your whole concept of a people based off your spirituality, it never works. Just like if you base your whole economy off of one economic system, it doesn't work. Look at Venezuela. That's a very religious country. They went under because they chose the wrong economic system. You have and then you can look at places inside of Africa and in the Middle East and in Eurasia, and they're very spiritualistic, but they're tribalistic, and they kill each other off before they can ever become more than what they really are. And so it takes an in-between balance. And you just look at various countries, and the ones that are very spiritualistic, right, and don't have kind of a middle ground between economics and separating economics from religion or spirituality, they are the ones who depend on more Western aid than most countries. That's what I would say about it.
Why so?
A lot of points have been made. Well, no, the gentleman came on to challenge some things that I was saying, so I'd like to respond now. Thank you. Yes, Reggie.
You take a while to make your point. I'm gonna be quick with my point. Could I just quickly go in front of you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just about the point he made about certain countries not being reliant on Western aid, as he calls it. He mentioned the likes of the Middle East and countries like that. I think Qatar is what probably classed as the richest country on earth, and Saudi Arabia also is very rich as well. I don't know what aid they get from the West that you're.
You have two examples.
Well, how many examples do I?
You have two examples, bro.
How many examples? How many
Muslim countries are there that depend on Western aid?
I don't know.
Are you telling me that Libya, Algeria? What about Sudan? What about all these countries that are in, especially Africa?
But no, Algeria. But I took that the other day. But let Shakara have an answer back to some of the points that was making.
Oh, yeah, they were points, yeah.
Hold on, because Reggie was gonna go. You can go back and forth with my man a little bit after you. So let Shakara have a go at answering the first points that was made, and then then you can.
My mic really, yeah.
Yeah. Your mic is good as well on the mic. Yeah, like we need a bit of adult etiquette as well. Yeah, like allow the burping and the slurping and all them shits on the mic. Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you. All right, go to Shaq.
So yeah, right. So so many points have been made. I do want to say that I did when I first came on. I made the statement that there's no such thing as everybody's going to return to an African spiritual system and alakazam, all the economic problems of Africa are going to be solved. Yeah, this is a delusion. The role that spirituality and religion plays among a people is in the ability to socially organize the people around shared values and principles, and those shared values and principles and the commonalities that come from them inform their capacity to be able to organize and develop in other areas of people activity. I hope what I'm saying can be understood thus far. yeah, the validity of laws in a society are the extent to which those within the society abide by the laws. If those who do not in the society don't abide by the laws have no meaning. They do not function as a cohesive force among the people. Okay, so when we speak about Christianity and Europe, we are not just speaking about an idea whereby, by the way, why so religious? Are you a Black American?
Why should I have to answer that?
You don't have to. I'm entitled to ask it though.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Because that just informs how I'm going to address you and the statements that you've made. So where was I?
So because of my race, you're going to address me differently? Isn't that racism? Addressing a
No.
person differently because of their race?
No.
So if I address you differently because you're a different race, if I openly say I'm going to address you differently because of how you answered your question based on race,
No, I wouldn't consider you racist because you address me differently. For example, I'm a black man. For example, I'm a black man. I would not expect you to call me nigger. And that is taking my race into consideration as how you relate to me. I don't consider that to be racist. So yeah. So I don't think it's wrong to
that was a red herring, bro.
I don't
Because
think it's I
that
don't
was
think
a
it's
red herring
I don't
because
think
we're
it, but
not talking about
why so
how we're
religious? Why so religious? Why so religious? The basic point is I don't consider it racist to take people's race into consideration in terms of how you relate to them. Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't-
let him give an answer, and then judge on the answer that he gives to whether you feel like he was being racially prejudiced or not.
Indeed. All right. So, Christianity played a key role in organizing Europe. Yeah. In the 1400s, because of the fact that the Pope in Rome was kind of a cohesive force. Yeah, the Roman Catholic Church was a cohesive force that was basically uniting Europe around that time, and so that enabled the Pope, gave the Pope powers to be able to arbitrate on differences and apportion power and resources to different groups of people based upon the power that was invested in the Pope by the various different European nations that gave allegiance to the Catholic Church. And that how that affected Europe economically was basically that also coincided with the period during which they embarked on this mass international economic enterprise called the so-called slave trade. Yeah, so it wasn't just the Christian religion in and of itself. You know, Jesus didn't just come down and give them pure money and resources, but the social organization, yeah, the transnational organization that came from all of their adherents to one particular order gave them a cohesion that allowed them to act in certain ways. Yeah, so the argument, again, not divorcing African spirituality from indigenous African culture, is that culture is the cohesive force of any nation. Okay. And within the aspects of culture, there is cultural continuity, whereby people are organically allowed to go through the uninterrupted process of developing their cultures. Yes, so moving from different stages of development whilst retaining and building upon their culture. Many other groups of people in the world have been afforded that right and that privilege. African people have the unique experience of significant numbers of us, and especially in the important areas of people activity, being robbed of our culture, and in the context of that, being robbed of our spirituality and our spiritual understanding. So the idea from an African spiritualist perspective is that the restoration of dignity and pride in indigenous African culture and in indigenous African spiritual systems has the wherewithal to form or to contribute to a cohesive understanding of commonality among African peoples, and that actually stands, whether every African follows an indigenous African spiritual system or not. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
So may I interject real quick?
1 second, please. 1 second, because you made a number of points. I'm going to try to respond to as many of them as possible. Okay. Now, when it comes to Britain, and Eurocentric or colonial education, there is an entire straw man to relate the concept of colonial education to teaching Africans not to dig up dead bodies. Like, this is, I'm not sure where that analogy comes from or that example comes from, but please, I would suggest that we should be more capable of reasoning more intelligently than that. When we talk about
okay, I'll give you an example for that. Dude, you're talking a lot on this today's show, dude. You're talking a lot on today's show.
Because I'm an African spiritualist, and the show.
So what? That doesn't mean that you get special privilege, bro. That doesn't mean you get special privilege.
The show happens to be about
because what you did earlier, just a moment ago.
Spirituality. The show happens to be about
what you did. Okay. Well, I'm officially an African spiritualist. I just became an African spiritualist, so I get equal representation.
Ones like yourself have questions to ask me. If Reggie has a question to ask me, if Turk has a question to ask me,
I don't have to ask you anything because I'm an African spiritualist. I'm not equal representation.
Sorry, why so religious? When you were speaking, you spoke at length, and I did not have a word to say to interrupt you. Yeah, you made a number of different points. Okay, and I was informed that you were coming on to address me specifically. Yes, that's what I was informed, and you will agree.
Well, then you were informed wrong, so then the conversation can switch over a little bit.
No, but you did make a number of points in relation to things that I've said, and I just like the respect to be able to complete my response. That's all. You
spoke 7 minutes, bro. If you can't finish your response in 7 minutes, you need to pass the mic.
Why so religious? Why so religious? I have not spoken for the length of time that you spoke when you came on. Okay.
When I came on, oh my gosh, you are ridiculous, bro. I'm an African spiritualist. Let me speak, bro. I'm an African spiritualist. Let me speak.
All right. I'm done. Yeah. So go ahead.
So you wanted to talk about Europe in the 1400s and the Pope and everything. In reality, that was around the time, right, when the Great Enlightening was happening, and the Pope was totally against it. So Christianity was not for the moving forward of this. And then when you talk about the African slave trade as a Christian or a European stance, you totally negated that the African slave trade was actually invented by Islam back in the 700s. Okay, and how there's been millions and millions of black people, Africans, enslaved by Islamic people who were white for the most part. Okay, but they were Africans and then you just pass over all of this. And when I speak about the Ebola, when I speak about the culture of the people, the yearly concept of them digging up dead bodies and then causing a plague, that's because in Western cultures, Western civilizations, and you call it colonial education, or you're against me calling in that, not doing that. That's because science has come in and said, do not do it because it can affect your community negatively and cause mass problems. Okay. So that's what I was getting at. That's a proper response. 3 to 4 minutes, get it out the way, bro. And as an African spiritualist, I would like more representation on this platform so that I can speak. Thank you.
So me saying that I'm an African spiritualist has nothing to do with what length of time I'm allowed to speak.
Can I respond?
1 second, please. It stands to reason, yeah, that if the subject is African spirituality and I am the only African spiritualist on the panel, that most of the questions are going to be directed towards me. Yeah,
but you're not the only African spiritualist.
I don't have. Yeah, I mean, why so religious? Your attempt at facetious, trying to basically.
Who are you to question my spirituality?
Filibuster the conversation is up to you. At the same time, you spoke at length when you came on, and you made a number of different points. Now, in what you said I didn't address, you may have found that in response to you may have found that I actually addressed it if I was allowed to finish. You cannot speak at length, yeah, and when somebody's responding to you, attempt to curtail them and tell them, and then attempt to chastise them for not saying certain things in their response to you. It's a total contradiction. At the same time, not speaking about the Islamic slave trade has very little to do with the point that was being made.
No, that's why you asked me if I was a Black American. That's why you asked. That's why you made it about race, dude.
You made a statement about Christianity and its role in among Europeans, and so I spoke to Christianity among Europeans. That has nothing to do with and the issue of how that relates to Africans and our economies, right? So I've answered and responded in that context. Okay.
And also, why are you talking about? Why are you talking about things that Vision G Block?
Let me finish, please. Thank you.
Vision G Block said that not to discuss the stuff that I brought up earlier because I didn't know the concept of the conversation at first.
Let me finish, please. Thank you very much. Let me finish, please. Thank you. The other issue is that when it comes to Mansa Musa, yeah, who's the individual that you were mentioning in from the Mali Empire, as an example of the fact that African indigenous spiritual systems have no use, and you use Mansa Musa as an example. The Mali Empire and Mansa Musa were Muslims; they were not African spiritual.
I mentioned they were Muslim, dude. What are you talking about?
So therefore, that is not an example of African indigenous spiritual systems not working. That's my only point. Okay, it's not.
No, you obviously didn't listen to what I said. I said people who do not separate economics and spiritualism.
Let me finish, please.
No, because you misrepresented what I said. You misrepresented what I said, dude. What I said was people who do not separate. Not if you're going to misrepresent what I said.
A number of times now, I've attempted to speak, and I haven't been speaking for that long, and you've interrupted me about 3 times now. Yeah, I haven't done it.
You're misrepresenting what I said. It doesn't make me right. So I'm going to let you misrepresent what I said.
Either we are going to facilitate but you, in your response to me a while ago, you misrepresented some of the things that I've said. I did not interrupt you. Yeah.
Well, you should have.
Right. Well, that's up to you. I chose not to, and I'm asking you now not to interrupt me.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Thank you very much. Right. So where was I? Right. I was correcting that the flaw of Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa, yeah.
Where I was interrupted the first time I was speaking, you spoke about colonial education and attempted to use the example of digging up dead bodies. Yeah.
Is that a spiritual concept? Digging up dead bodies? For ritual every year on the same day, digging up a dead body in the concept of resurrection. Is that spiritual?
I'm gonna complete with saying what I'm saying, okay?
Oh my gosh, dude, that's the reason nobody's taking you serious earlier, dude, because I asked a very direct question. Is it spiritual, the concept of digging up a dead body in a symbolic form of resurrection?
I'm going to complete saying what I'm saying, okay?
Ridiculous, dude.
Thank you. I'm speaking. If you want to ask me a question, that's fine.
What, in 7 minutes when you're done?
Asking me the question. Well, if you can continue to interrupt me, I'll speak for half an hour.
You already spoke for 3 hours, bro.
Yesterday, I was on here for 14. You want to test my patience?
I'll give it up to you, but Shaka, you have to answer a bit better now. Like, I'll be honest, you can't keep doing the same thing.
I haven't been able to say anything to answer anything. You cannot expect me to answer
circles, bro.
Excuse me. Bias is but your bias is aside, Turok, yeah? Because I know.
No, but Venny was having the same problem, and I was having the same problem earlier.
No,
that's why I jumped off.
Whatever, yeah. But your bias is aside, yeah. It's impossible for me to be able to actually make a point if, when I'm making a point, new questions are being asked of me.
It's impossible for you to make a point for the past 2.5 hours.
I'll tell you what.
So why so religious? Just let me finish.
I'll tell you what. Why so religious? Yeah. Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to facilitate a conversation in which respect cannot be maintained. Okay, so either you're going to respect me, or we're going to end this conversation right here.
Is it spiritual based? Digging up a dead body?
I am
in the
going
concept
to.
of resurrection.
I am maybe once I've made the point I'm trying to make, maybe I'll answer your question.
And you're talking about respect, and you're not willing to answer a question. You're just willing to talk in circles. Gotcha, dude. That's the reason nobody took you serious earlier, dude.
To be honest
Okay,
with you,
so let him finish.
I'm not particularly interested in your opinion. We're having a conversation, and I would like to be afforded the courtesy of being able to speak. That's all.
Right.
Thank you. Colonial education. When we speak of colonial education, as I was trying to say, the example that was given was entirely flawed and intended to belittle the idea of colonial education. The concept of colonial education is born out of the fact that when the colonizers came, they instituted systems of education in order to facilitate colonial rule. They educated groups of African people at different stages in what it would take to assist them in creating a social class that was able to facilitate the rule of the colonizer over the colonized. And post independence, many African nations simply kept and developed on those colonial educational institutions. Most African nations did not engage in a systematic overhaul of that colonial educational process, and therefore the education that we get, we have absurd example of realities like British history being taught to majority black schools, whereby the history of the nation itself, the people themselves, is not being taught. And so when we attack colonial education, that's what we're attacking. There is no African educational system that teaches people to dig up dead bodies, and these kinds of things. This is colonial. Again, that's actual part. That caricature is actually a part of colonial education. Okay. Now,
how, since when has colonial people been going around the world telling other people to dig up dead bodies, bro?
I repeat what I said. The caricature is actually an aspect of colonial education. If you need an explanation, I'll give you one. The colonizer attempted to institute a system of education that negated the humanity of African people and the civility of African culture. And so therefore, in that context, they promoted many of the caricatures about African people that we're all familiar with: savagery, barbarity, and all the things that come with those kinds of things. Okay. So what did they teach all right.
That has nothing to do with what I said. That has nothing to do with it, dude.
I am saying that there is no African education system whereby people are taught to dig up dead bodies.
But there is a spiritual problem, isn't there? There is a spiritual problem.
That caricature is a colonial invention. Yeah,
but there is a spiritual problem. There is a spiritual problem in Africa.
Fine. Why so religious? Are you able to name the spiritual system that you're referring to?
Some of them are Christians and some of them aren't.
Right. So evidently, we're not talking. If you're saying some of them are Christians and some of them aren't, at least as far as the Christian examples go, we are not dealing with an indigenous African spiritual system, right?
Yeah, so wait, that's not true. That's not true. Back up, Chakra. Back up, Chakra. That's not true.
1 second, please.
Because the fact is, no, listen. You made a blanket statement. Listen, you made a fallacy of saying that it had to be one or two answers, that it had to be that it wasn't Christian or that it had to be Christian. And the fact is, religions, people bring in their previous religion into new religions all the time. Okay, that happens all the time. People always take their old cultures and they thrust them into the religion that they accept also. So you can't say, oh, well, that proves it because there's people who are Christians who still do it. That means nothing. That means nothing.
Why so religious? Are you able to name me? I asked you a question, simple question. Are you able to name me the spiritual system? The only one that you mentioned by name was Christianity.
What does that have to do with anything, dude?
You said
Do you know
some of
how
them.
many different? Do you know how many different spiritual systems?
You said some of them. You said some.
Do you know how many spiritual systems there are in Africa? All I could do. What if I just said it was shamans? If I said shamans, would that be okay?
You said some of them are Christians and some of them are not. So I'm asking you, are you able to name the non-Christian spiritual systems whereby
What does it matter, dude?
whereby digging, well, because if we're attempting to attach digging up of dead bodies to African spiritual systems, it makes sense to validate the argument. So I'm saying to you, can you
do a quick search and
do
a quick search and you see the videos.
Are you able to are you able to name the spiritual system of the people that you're referring to? Are you able to do so? Because then we can ascertain, we can look at the spiritual system and say, okay, there are rituals in the spiritual system whereby it is required for the members who are adherents to the spiritual system to dig up dead bodies, and for ritual purposes. We can say that this particular divinity requires the sacrifice of dead bodies, and so people are routinely, as a part of this spiritual system, digging up dead bodies. That's why
Right, but I thought some people did and some people don't. I don't think
I'm not interested at the moment. At the moment, the speculation is fine. I'm asking for a spiritual system that we can identify whereby the digging up of dead bodies, because just because somebody does something, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a part of a spiritual system. Anybody could do anything, right? So I'm saying, can we identify, what the spiritual system is and the tenets of the spiritual system? Just like, for example, we know Catholics go to mass on Sundays, So we know that when we see Catholics going to church on Sundays, we know that there's a tenet in their religion that requires them under all justifiable circumstances, to go to mass on Sunday. That makes sense. Muslims are supposed to pray 5 times a day.
Okay, Madagascans have been told to stop the traditional practice of Famadihana, which sees locals dig up deceased relatives and dance with them before they are reburied. It is feared the ceremony has helped spread the outbreak of a pneumonic plague that has left more than 120 on the African island dead. The country's health chief, if a person dies, the tradition has been banned since the outbreak began, but it fears the ceremonies have taken place. So it says that this is an ancient ritual, okay? And then this is Madagascar. So what else do you want me to bring up other ones too? Because what you're doing, listen, I just did what you asked. Now the point here is that it's not important the name of the spiritualism, because Africa is filled with a lot of different tribes have different spiritualities, okay, that also interlink. And just because I don't know the name of them,
African ones, are there any West African ones that do that?
Sorry. Oh my gosh! So now it has to be divided up on east, west, north, south, and central.
I'll be honest, with Madagascar people, they're sort of isolated to their self in a sense like that. With Shakara, he mostly deals with West Africans.
No, so what, dude? Now we're talking about compasses.
Well,
I don't think it does matter.
But what I'm trying to say, you're trying to say that there's many of these people and they're still Christian and all these types of things. But we're saying on the continent of Africa, where are these people?
Sorry, to Rock. To me, I'm with all due respect, and I get the point that you're making. It doesn't matter to me whether it's West African or not. Famadihana, Madagascar is a funerary tradition. Okay, so I'd like for you to post the link to whatever you just read in the back chat, because from my understanding, the funerary tradition is not about digging up the dead body. It's about taking the dead body to be buried. Just like
I'll post it right now, bro. Post it right now, and you take a look at it, and then you say that you're wrong to everybody.
That's fine.
I believe it. You have to be honest to yourself as well. A lot of them people on that sort of parts of the world, they're not really. Their culture is a bit different from the African culture.
But I'm going to agree with you though, and I'm not. My point is that I don't negate or reject any African group of people, even if I believe that our cultures or our traditions or whatever practices that are within them are in need of evolution. That's the whole point, yeah. But I'm saying that what he has given in terms of Famadihana, my understanding is that these are people that wrap their they wrap their deceased there. One second, they wrap the deceased in silk, yeah. So they there's no coffins. They don't use coffins and them kind of things there. They wrap the deceased in silk and they carry the dead body to be buried. The idea of digging up the dead body and dancing with them, and then burying them again is not something.
Well, then look at the report, dude. Stop talking and just read the fucking report, dude.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, Shaka, it's not uncommon because in the Caribbean we do something the same as well.
But
Stop
the point,
talking and read it. Stop. That's
is-
the problem with you. You're talking around the answers instead of just reading what's in fucking front of you, dude.
I'm not. And at the same time, all right. You know what? At the same time, yeah. At the same time, we're gonna. I'm sorry. This is the sun. The sun. Okay.
Oh, you're right.
This is the sun, right?
Oh my gosh, I hate your source, but it's true.
What date is it?
No. All right. So what we see in this article, it says here that a plague is spreading because the relatives are digging up digging up their their Black Death corpses and dancing as a part of an ancient Famadihana ritual. Yeah, Madagascans have been told to call a halt to the ceremony as it feared to have contributed to the outbreak that has left 120 dead from the pneumotic plague, and even deadlier strain of lethal disease than the bubonic plague. Yeah.
Just read the headline and admit that you were wrong. That it's not that they carry the bodies to the grave dancing with them. It's that they're digging up the bodies, like I said, and that is causing an outbreak. And that this is an ancient African spiritual issue. This has nothing to do with Christianity, bro. So there you go. Just admit that you were wrong.
I never said anything about it having to do anything with Christianity. You brought in Christianity in relation to this thing. Okay, you did that. I did not do that. Okay, right. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh.
Right now, let us say, yeah, because obviously we're having a conversation right about now. I'm reading through the article, and I will do this article alone is not going to give us conclusive evidence of the origin of this thing, and in order to provide that.
Dude, I'm out of here. My family's about to wake up. You're pathetic, bro.
Well, I think it's more of an Indian culture than an African culture, to be honest.
I was about to say, from my understanding, that culture derives, yeah, from the East, yeah. So anyway, but at the same time, the point that was being made is that it took for Western education to come to stop Africans from digging up their dead bodies, right? So the fact of the matter is, that colonial education, the Western education, is what stopped Black people from doing this thing, yeah. Now the reality is, yeah. If that is the case, yeah, Madagascar is Madagascar. What's it called? Then you'll be able to find me the other examples of this taking place and how Western education, yeah, has served Africa in relation to oh, he's gone, right? So we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave that there. You know what I'm saying?
No, but it's a good point he's brought up, but I don't think that's an indigenous African practice like that. If you know
that's where he was gonna go, but he ducked out. So you know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying African tribes, but I haven't really came across any.
No, yeah, he ducked out. He knew
that. Some similarities with I think it's the Igbos, where they might bury certain people underneath their house, was very similar to the Caribbean and certain other places in the world. I don't think they actually dig up their dead afterwards.
No, but my point is that just because the sun, this is the stupid thinking of some people, yeah. Because the Sun writes an article and says that people are digging up the dead bodies, yeah. Does it mean that they're actually digging up the dead bodies?
The way they say it, making it look like it's like everybody's going balmy doing it, like, if you know what I mean.
No, my point is that before we even get to that, Turok, I'm saying that the tradition itself is a funerary tradition. Yeah, it has nothing to do with digging up dead bodies, right? That's what
it's their ancestors. It's the ancestors.
Listen to what I'm saying, Turok. Listen to what I'm saying. The Famadihana tradition is not about digging up dead bodies. It is about burying the dead.
No, but there's a part of it where they probably do.
They carry, yes. There are many traditions on the planet.
And also, I'm not saying they do, because I haven't looked in.
That's what I'm saying. Listen,
2 seconds. I think it's more of an Indian because we do something similar to the Caribbean. What I think they might do, I'm not too sure. They might dig up their dead after a while and decorate their bones and certain things like that. But I'm not too sure what guys got out there.
Turok, yeah. Whatever anyone's gonna tell me, the actual practice is about burying the dead. So if people are digging up dead bodies, why is it being defined as Famadihana if Famadihana is about burying the dead? So the Sun writes an article, yeah, and says this is Agwan, and we are not supposed to accept that without investigation. And if man doesn't, then man is not accepting the thing, right? This is the simplistic thinking of people. Right?
I can see it in
I'm not saying either. What I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, the Famadihana tradition is about burying the dead. That's what it's about.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, are you sure they don't dig up their dead afterwards?
I'm not saying I'm sure about anything. What I'm saying is that the Famadihana tradition is about burying the dead. So just because
It's a tribe called Famadihana.
just because, not from my understanding, Famadihana is a name for a practice. Yeah. What's it called? Just because the Sun writes an article and puts Famadihana on it, yeah, doesn't mean that it's Famadihana. That's the first thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
But
So
to me, like a tribe, like a tribal spiritual practice in a sense, and the people are probably the Famadihana people.
you know what I'm saying? Either way, he ducked out in it. So we can move past
Yeah, he needs to do a bit more research there, to be honest.
fully. You know what I'm saying? Fully. So yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, you know, I mean, all that happened just now, family, is that a white American attempted to impose white supremacy on the thing, and got frustrated when, you know, man would accede to his white supremacist demands. That's all it is. And so we take pride in frustrating the intentions of white supremacy around here. You know, and it's not a problem. All right. So big up the white supremacists listening.
The thing is, I don't see nothing wrong with everybody's spiritual practices at the end of the day, but I think everybody has to give everybody their individual respect and stuff at the same time. And I'll be honest, there's new ways of doing certain things.
This is the point I'm trying to make. When you come and you're on the panel and you're trying to defend European colonial education, yeah.
But what I'm trying to say to you, like a lot of people, I think in the later date, people are gonna go more to the raw root of their culture, if you know what I mean. Same way with the English people, because really and truly, I don't think English people want to give them.
Let me show you what I mean, yeah. Let me show you what I mean. Sorry, yeah. All right, because I've just pulled this up here, and it says this is just Wikipedia writing on this thing, yeah. Okay, Famadihana is a funerary tradition.
Share the screen, buddy.
Of the Malagasy people in Madagascar. During this ceremony, known as the turning of the bones, people bring forth the bones of their ancestors from the family crypts. Okay, so that would be digging up then. Rewrap the corpses in fresh cloth. One second. Rewrap the corpses in fresh cloth. Rewrite their names on the cloth, so they will always be remembered. Then they dance to live music while carrying the corpses over their heads and go around the tomb before returning the corpses to the family tomb. Famadihana appears to be a custom of somewhat recent origin, perhaps only the 17th century, in its present form, although it may be an adaptation of pre-modern double funeral customs from Southeast Asia. The custom is based upon a belief that the spirits of the dead finally join the world of the ancestors after the body's complete decomposition. The appropriate ceremonies, which may take many years. And the appropriate ceremonies, which may take many years. In Madagascar, this became a regular ritual, usually once every 7 years, and the custom brings together extended families in celebration of kinship, sometimes even those with troubled relations. Yeah, right. So what we've got from that is, yes, one, that they do dig up the bones. Yeah, that's the one thing that we got from this. Yeah.
So you lied.
But it seemed like it's a new thing from the 17th century.
So you lied, Shakira.
No, I shared my understanding that I was wrong, and I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with that?
Would that be the first time? Yeah.
No, Reggie.
So why do you just
Reggie?
Give the guy the chance to like expand on what it was saying instead of getting so defensive.
because I personally think because of the slave trade and certain things like that, I think there's a lot of even the
Anyway,
American people
Reggie,
and South
Reggie,
Pacific people
Reggie,
mixed up in the culture
Reggie,
in America.
we understand that you would defend the colonizer to your dying breath.
It's not defending the colour. I was about to rebuttal him, but obviously I let you.
At the same
I let
time,
you embarrass yourself instead
at
of.
the same time, but Reggie, if I'm wrong, it's not an embarrassment for me to be wrong. You know, this is this ego that you think man has. I don't have. I've read the thing. My understanding was incorrect. It's that simple. Yeah,
You condemn.
I understood it to be a funerary tradition whereby they're burying the dead, and I was incorrect. That's
So
fine.
you can see your effort. So you can be incorrect again, right?
Anyway, we're gonna move
Yeah.
past whatever point we're trying to make at the moment, yeah? Because I've already answered that question, right? So the first thing that we've got from this is that the funeral that the tradition does deal with the digging up of bones, yeah? We've got that, okay? Then we've got Famadihana appears to be a custom of somewhat recent origin. So this idea that it's ancient, yeah, is false, okay? Right? It's not no ancient practice, okay? What's it called? Where are we? Say again?
Man.
Perhaps only since the 17th century. In its present form, although it may be an adaptation of pre-modern double funerary customs from Southeast Asia. Yeah. So, is there anything that suggests that this is an African spiritualist custom?
Shakara,
I tried to say
where's
earlier.
Veli, man? Veli, share the screen, man.
But I said not everybody does that.
Whether this is African practice.
And this is what I'm trying to say. With Mauritius in place, they had a lot of influence through the French and the Dutch, and the French and the Dutch moved a lot
All kinds of
people
different
around.
things. This is the part. That's why I asked the question: can we name the spiritual system? And what he did was name a practice and where it was done. He didn't name a spiritual system, right?
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to show you, because I'm not to be kind of funny, but I classify that area as the Indian Ocean, the Seychelles, and them type of places. Not to say it's not Africa, but you can tell it's a different type of people and culture that's doing their certain practices there, if you know what I mean.
By the way,
even though it's within Africa, that don't mean nothing.
There's loads of people that's been put there as well. You know what I mean?
He said they're not African.
No, but they already tell you said they might have a South African influence in it.
So what? That's not all of them. Period.
But the point is,
century.
Sorry, can we not get away from the point that the white American was making, please? What he was saying is that Africans dig up their dead bodies, their dead bodies. And it
Exactly. He's trying to make it.
What's it called?
Trying
And
to make it.
and it causes Ebola. That's what he was saying. and it was European colonial education that stopped them from digging up their dead ancestors and causing diseases. That's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. Right. So I'm saying
he said to you, hold on, he said to you, if there's an African practice and they dig up their bones and is it spiritual? That was the only answer. That was the only question.
I asked him to name the spiritual system. Yeah. What he did was he named a practice.
When afterwards, he couldn't say when he brought it up afterwards. When you said no, they can't.
Right. And what he did, he went away and did a quick Google search, and then he named the practice and a country. Yes. He didn't name a spiritual system. Okay. Now let's say these things happen and them kind of things there. Again, where is the spiritual system that commands these things and them kind of things there? But that aside,
I don't.
One second. That aside, the point that I was actually interrogating was the idea, because he put that in the context of me challenging colonial education. Yes, and we're saying that colonial education or the education that was brought stopped the people then from digging up the bones of their ancestors.
True.
Right? Stop the people them from digging up the bones of their ancestors. Right? But I'm saying
that's my point.
I'm asking the question. Anyway, I can't remember it. Sorry. Go on,
It depends because realistically, the only education what was pushed into Africa, to be honest, was Christianity.
Sorry, Reggie wants to defend the colonizer, so let him go ahead.
No, I want to understand. This is part of the.
No, but as well, Shakara, you have to look at certain things where people built alliances because there were in-house fightings and certain things. So
I'm talking about what's happening.
I think with Reggie. Hold on 2 seconds. I think with Reggie, he unknowingly, the reason why he sticks with the Christians, because the Christians have helped a lot of Yorubas through the time secure themselves in Africa and certain things. That's why I think he has that sort of alliance to them.
This is the point I'm trying to make. What I'm saying. This is what I've been saying the whole time. People can take any practice and call it African culture and call it African spirituality. And oftentimes, when you actually delve in and do even a little bit of research, you may find that what they're talking about is nonsense. This
Yeah,
man,
but this is what I say all the time. But people say I'm being
hold on,
anti-African.
this man just applied the creation of the fermenting of disease, yeah, to African spiritual traditions, and the stopping of that tradition to apply attributed the stopping of that tradition to Western education. This is what he just did. And you do a little bit of thinking, and there's and with the example that he gave, and there is actually no evidence that this is the actual African spiritual tradition. Yeah,
Yeah, but I could imagine certain people do that. I could imagine certain people do that.
But because you say digging up
certain
dead
people.
bodies, but because you say digging up dead bodies,
Shakara,
everybody just accepts it.
Shakara, anything positive
I would say some people do it.
You're
Period. It's not
disingenuine.
all. Everybody
Anything
don't do it.
positive about African spirituality, you say yeah, it's part of. It's okay.
The
But when it's
essence.
negative, you try and distance yourself. I don't understand. It's actually natural.
You're entitled to your opinion.
It's actually quite natural to do that. I mean, this is part of the African spiritualist practice, as it's
Yes, to
demonstrated.
certain people, and I agree with
Yeah,
it.
for certain people, like you said, it's up to the
I'm
person.
not denying
Right.
it.
To decide.
Listen to me.
Oh, you're not denying it now.
I have, but I never denied it. What I'm saying is, can he bring the name, the spiritual system whereby this is done? Can
It
he
doesn't
do
matter
that?
about the name. It
Yeah,
is.
it does matter. It does matter. In the same way that when we're talking about so that when I'm talking to you about African spiritual systems,
Is this the African spiritual system you want us to leave?
I'm talking to you about African spiritual systems, yeah. More often than not, I will give you examples and I will name a system and a concept and break down the concept within that system. It is not a got your question or anything like that. It's about the fact that if we're going to assess what these people are doing, it makes sense to name a system whereby we can judge and look at what significance the digging up of the dead bodies has in that system. That's basic. I don't know why that's complicated.
Other than that, seeing as we can't get the name of the system, right? Like, is this the kind of thing that you want us to leave what we're currently practicing for? You want us to go to this kind of practice?
No, it is not essential to the African to the development of African spirituality that dead bodies must be dug up. It's not fundamental. No.
But it can be part of it, right?
Yes.
To the extent that it is.
Certain people.
Yeah, there are all kinds of traditions associated with burying the dead in all kinds of.
Can you understand why some of us might want to like move away from this kind of practice now? Could you understand why some people might have a
It's
negative
quite
opinion?
similar to the Egyptian culture.
If Reggie, those like yourself, define African spirituality by the practice of digging up dead bodies, then yes, I can understand that.
So the people of Madagascar and neighboring countries, if they see this kind of practices, you can understand why they might want to tell people to stay clear of this kind of way of living or doing things.
Yes,
I can understand why people like yourself have a vested interest in defining African spirituality by practices. By practices, and this is the African spiritual or African centered individual's perspective on the thing. We don't look at we stay away from the colonial characterization of African spirituality. We don't characterize Christianity as witness has been fond of bringing up, yeah, by the fact that Catholic priests walk around with the blood of deceased.
You just mentioned you mentioned witness bringing these things up. Did you correct him when he brought them up?
Of deceased saints, yeah.
Did you correct him when he brought up
those acts? Nobody, including yourself, Reggie, would suggest to people you don't do that, but you would not say to people that we should get away from Christianity because of these acts.
Did you correct him when he was in that?
That's the same point.
Did you correct him?
You're missing the point, Reggie, and I will not be distracted. Yeah, you didn't. The dead bones, the dead bones of saints, yeah, are used in the Catholic Church. Yes.
Some
Yes.
churches, yeah, not all of them.
They have ceremonies whereby they parade the bones of the deceased saints, yeah, for congregations of people. That happens in the church.
You
Yeah.
mean the Catholic? I'm not Catholic, by the way. You
Right.
don't do that.
You are not a
So
Catholic.
what? They're still
But
Christians.
you don't define the Catholic Church by the carrying around of the blood of dead saints, yeah, the stale blood of dead saints, or the bones of saints. You don't do that, and you don't say, well, we should stay away from Christianity and Catholicism because of the practice of carrying around dead bodies and blood. Yeah.
No, because that's just the basic fact that it's just part of a Christian sect.
By the same token, the African spiritualists does not say that we should get away from African spirituality, because there are some African spiritual systems that do ritual with bones. That doesn't happen, right? So we will look at the system. We would understand. We would try to seek to understand what the purpose of that is, and then we can make an assessment. We don't have a religious corpus that tells us that all rituals must remain the same forever and ever. Amen. There is no Bible in that respect, yeah, with a set of immutable laws, yeah, in that kind of regard, in that social sense. The only laws are the laws of nature. So because African spiritual systems are based around the laws of nature, if a particular ritual, yeah, is causing what's the word, harm to the community, then the African spiritual, by the order of the African spiritualist system, it would be incumbent upon them from a nature-based perspective to change the ritual.
So what if some people are dead to it and some people don't?
That also happens too. But
exactly, that's my point.
Those who are anti-African spirituality want to define African spirituality not by the principles, not by the values, not by the core concepts, not by the core tenets, but by a number of fringe practices, yeah, that people want to use to encompass and define the whole of African spirituality. I have never made the claim, and I affirm the fact that there are some things that are done among traditionalists in certain societies today, yeah, that I would regard as we need to evolve these traditions, yeah. And look at where they come from and investigate them. I've said this many times.
So don't you think you should spend a bit more time in tackling that than tackling other?
That's why these practices have been demonized anyway.
But I don't
know who was fake.
Anybody that knows me will know, yeah, and anybody who's honest, yeah, and has no intention to bear false witness against their neighbor would, in fact, appreciate the fact and understand the fact that when it comes to talking about our people's religions, yeah, my focus is on African spirituality. I speak about African spirituality. My discourse on other religions is to the extent that those religions have been culpable in the demonization of African spirituality. The reality is that most of us have gotten our concept of African spirituality from the Christian perspective and the Muslim perspective. So oftentimes, in order to explain African spirituality, it is necessary to break through Christian indoctrination and Muslim indoctrination. So if the Muslim brothers and sisters have a problem with that, then I suggest they address their faith communities about the demonization of African spirituality.
Yeah, it's the same way Islam. It's the same way that Christians demonize Muslims when we bow, when we do our prayer rituals. They say we exercising. They say we bowed into the devil. They say we worship a stone. They demonize us also. People demonize people. That's what I'm trying to say.
True, exactly. Valley's spot on.
No matter how you try to explain to people, you will always find people demonizing people.
Yeah. And as Shakara has just demonstrated here, like there are African spiritualists as well who have some very despicable practices. You know what I'm saying, that affects other people because it's led to an outbreak and a plague in a certain region as well. So they say,
yeah, it could be true, it could be false.
But this is the root.
Let's just put it on the true side, though.
This gives people ammunition. Hold on, Turek. This gives people the ammunition to demonize, as Shakara likes to constantly talk about. When you have people like this within your ranks who do certain practices that are what we might deemed backwards or immoral, whichever words you want to look for it,
This is why I
but
say what
quite
year was
negative,
this?
it leads to people having ammunition to be able
Doesn't
to
matter
demonize.
what year.
So I
You
suggest,
know,
I
it
suggest
doesn't
that,
matter what
I
year because
suggest that,
in
I
England we had
suggest,
somebody called Rupert
my
Murdoch that was
suggestion
putting
is, my
putting
suggestion,
stories
my
called News of the
suggestion,
World, and he owns a
my
lot of newspapers.
suggestion, my suggestion to Shakara is to put his house in order before he speaks to other people to go away and stop, pointing out these things that are going on within his ideology or his community. You know what I'm saying?
So,
So how do you think
one
Shaka's gonna do that?
second, Reggie's contention, because I speak about Pan-Africanism, and he challenges me on Pan-Africanism. I speak about African spirituality, and he challenges me about African spirituality. Yeah, more often than not, when I speak to Reggie about Christianity, is because when I speak about African spirituality and Pan-Africanism, Reggie has challenges for me. Me speaking about Pan-Africanism, yeah, is about attacking the systems, the global systems of white supremacy, yeah, and European colonization. And whenever I speak about Pan-Africanism, Reggie has many defenses for the systems of colonization, yeah, in that regard. Okay. When I speak about African spirituality, evidently Reggie's a Christian, so he's defending Christianity. When we discuss both of those topics, it is impossible to deal with Pan-Africanism without dealing with European governments and neocolonialism. It's impossible because neocolonialism is a reality. Okay. When it comes to African spirituality, once again, although Reggie and others are trying their very best to draw equivalencies between this whole one size fits all, as though we are dealing with a world in which there are governments and nations and groups and institutions that are built by African spiritualists for the express purpose of demonizing other faiths. Yeah, that level of dishonest reasoning doesn't help the conversation. So I'm going to try to refrain from going down that road. At the same time,
right. They don't have to do anything. You guys are doing the job. You guys are doing the job for them.
At the same time,
Hey, Shakara, I'm with you 100%.
At the same time, when it comes to these kinds of things,
of course, Frank White will.
At the same time, when it comes to these kinds of things, if Reggie and others are honest, they will say that I've said a number of times, yes, that when it comes to African spiritual traditions, especially at this particular point, especially because of the fact that we have not been able to flourish in the way that we should be able to, there are many things that we need to evolve out of. Many things, yeah, that we need to evolve out of in terms of the traditions. Yeah, so I have no problem saying that. It's been said a number of times, and where traditions are detrimental to the health and the life of the people, then the mechanism within the African spiritual tradition would address that. When I read yesterday that in you have the Akomfo and you have the Obiafo, and the Obiafo is the one who's said to use spiritual power negatively, and the Akomfo is said to protect the people from people that use spiritual power negatively. Nobody who's of an Abrahamic tradition seems to want to acknowledge that African spiritual traditions within their own corpuses and within their own social structure have mechanisms for tackling and attacking and dealing with people that want to use spiritual power to harm other people. Nobody wants to acknowledge that. Yeah,
I would say me. Don't say nobody. I would say me, because that's what I've been saying all the while. I've been saying that those who's been demonized are those who's been practicing this culture in the wrong way. And I told you about the 1%.
I gotta make a phone call. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, so
that's what I've been saying. I've been saying that in Christianity, in spiritualism, and in Islam, you have people who practice in the wrong way, and those are the people that the other people used to demonize the religion or the practices.
You see how Shakara scoffs when he brings up the source as the sun. I'm not a big fan of the sun, but sometimes the sun obviously does have some factual stuff in it. But when he wants to bring his own sources about one person from about 200 years ago who's just a normal person like me and you. You know, he's very happy to bring up these sources and read them to us for half an hour. Your favorite page, yeah?
Yo,
But yeah,
peace and love, family. It's your boy, Brother Bernard Eastland Bay, Moorish American Muslim. My answer to today's topic, I will advise to check out the sister Dana Marnici, because she would explain to you as a historical / archaeologist that during the time of the revelation of the Quran via Muhammad, Saudi Arabia was a part of African jurisdiction. So therefore, the answer to the one religion that could unite us as a whole, I would say, would be the Quran via Islam as the African tradition and religion. Well, that's why it was very easy to be accepted in Africa. Peace.
oh my God.
So before the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his family came, has there been any other prophet that's been sent around Africa before him?
It can't even unite Somalia, talk less of trying to unite the whole of
Yes,
Africa.
yes.
So what's the point?
Yeah, the point is, Somalia's got one religion. They follow Islam, yeah, and it's unable to unite. They've got two Somalia. In fact, there's two places, isn't there? There's Somalia and there's Somalia. So how the hell is it going to unite the whole of Africa?
If people agree to just follow Quran alone, then there will be uniting. The Quran says itself, follow and hold on to the rope of Allah and do not become divided amongst yourselves. So men is the issue, not religion, not the Quran, not the Bible, but it's men. As an actual ayat actually expresses, it says only after revelation does man divide amongst themselves out of jealousy and animosity. Only after revelation comes. So once again, it's pointing at the weakness of humanity. After revelation came, then we become divided.
Bernie, let me ask you a question. When they was fighting wars against Islam, was the enemies not united? Was the enemies not united?
Yes.
Okay.
The Quran actually says, pay attention to the enemies because they demonstrating what we don't, and that's trust and unity with one another. They come together under trust and unity. Hey, we're gonna spread this LGBTism. They come together and they demonstrate trust and unity. That if you go over there to that country, I want you to spread that LGBTism, and it happens. Boom, we got TV shows with LGBT being involved now. Ferguson, is it Ferguson? No, Whitworth in London. You got transvestites in London and these prisons and these female prisons on TV. Yeah, they demonstrate unity. We must learn from them.
Moorish American Muslim, where is the system, the economic system within the Quran only that's going to take us forward?
Investing into silver and gold. Peace.
Investing into silver and gold. So we have the opportunity to do that right now. Is that taking us forward?
Yeah, but you have to understand where the Quran was devised. It was devised.
Do you have investments in silver and gold?
Yeah, but you have to understand where the Quran was devised. It was devised in Saudi Arabia, like the desert.
What that mean?
It doesn't really talk about farming and crops and stuff. It doesn't really...
Can't hear you. What does that supposed to mean?
It doesn't really talk about farming and crops and certain things like that. If you know what I mean.
So do you think everything is present in your country as well?
One Ummah.
Well, take first, it doesn't tell you how to go and
don't they do trade? Do your country do trade?
Yeah, because we got things to trade. It's not.
Okay,
we're not,
so
we're
what
not
are you talking about? You're not making no point. I'm sorry.
Anyway, hey, to whites or religious, that is a good point you made. Muslims cannot even unite. They got Sunni, Shia, Salafi, Hanafi. Reason why, as the ayat says in the Quran, as it said, it said, hold on to the rope. Hold on, Tarak. I want to answer whites or religious statement. He made a good point.
But I don't cut you off. The point I'm trying to make to you, and our religion and our thing is based on nature. It's not solely based on oil or gold or diamonds and certain things like that. So that's the point what I'm trying to bring out to the message.
I can respect that. But for rights or religious, I actually made the verse in the Quran where it said to hold on to the rope of Allah and do not become divided amongst yourself. I'll stop there. That is the reason why there is division. nobody holds on to the rope of Quran. They get into the side, the Sunnah, the Hadiths of these other 6 books that came 200 years after Muhammad changed
So
form.
what? So what?
So
You're a
I wouldn't say
Quranist.
700.
Wait. 1 second. 1 second. You're a Quranist, but you're still my brother.
That
Are
sounds
we not
lovely and
holding?
all.
Are we not holding on to the same rope?
Nope.
So does the Quran tell you what time to
Are you
harvest?
holding on to the Quran?
Huh?
Are you holding on to the Quran?
Yes.
Are you holding on to the Quran?
So
Okay,
what
then
about
my
you?
brother.
So what about
Quran
you?
tell you when to harvest.
I hold on to the Quran.
1 second, Turok. So what about you, Bernie?
I hold on to the Quran.
Okay,
What's your
so
point?
what are you talking about? Why you keep mentioning Sunni,
I'm
Shia,
answering the
whatever?
question that Why So Religious made a statement to, which was that there's a lot of division
What did God
amongst
say in the
the
Quran when he
Islamic
said
community.
what does God mean when he said in the Quran that if he wanted he would have created black, white, blue, everybody in one color, but just to recognize each other and to respect each other, that's why he created a separate black, white, green, blue, tall, short, midget,
Yes,
a whole
and
bunch
the
of stuff.
best of you is the most
We're
righteous
not
of you. That's one of my favorite ayahs, brother.
exactly. So
That's one
are
of my
we still
favorite
not
ayahs.
brothers?
You preach to the choir.
Do
Yeah,
you
we still
hate
brothers, but those who divide
exactly?
themselves amongst us. That's why I'm not talking about you. So don't take it personal, bro. I'm just responding to something that Why So Religious said. Yeah. See, there you go. The Quran says that becoming sects is shirk. Thank you, Why So Religious. Thank you.
Becoming what?
Everybody is feeling glad in what they have. That's what the Quran says. Oh, well, we got the history of Muhammad's cousin. Oh, well, over here, we got the Zamzam. Well, it's like, calm down. Let's all just come together and let's work.
Yeah, but no
But we
matter
get caught up in
one
debates
second,
and
no
quiz
matter
about
how
it.
you look at it, we always have different teachers and we always have different interpretation of the scripture. But that don't mean we should be split up. When it talks about sex, yes, there will be teachers, and yes, there will be people who understand differently. But when it says hold on to the Quran, it means we have to love each other and understand each other
Why we
and
talk about
respect each
Right,
other.
which we don't. That's what I was saying. That is the issue.
why we talk about the
Obviously,
Quran?
we
That's
don't.
African Spirituality Week. Let's keep it African spirituality.
Yeah, even the African spirituality also. It doesn't say for us to hate each other. It says to love and respect
Exactly.
everybody.
Can I say though? Yeah, can I say
Yeah,
though?
yeah. The debate, the argument is not with me. I'm just replying to something that Wise. I appreciate what you said.
Okay.
I want to make it clear. Yeah. It's cool. Turn
Can
your
I
life
say
down.
though? Yeah,
Wise for Religious was just making a statement that about why is there so many separation, and I was just demonstrating on that. But peace and love. I'll slide back in the circle.
The funny thing is, yeah, you see everything that Reggie's saying here, because he's going on about this thing about me demonizing Christianity and these kinds of things. You know, the problem is with that analysis is that you never hear me. I'm not among those who come on and just to say, well, you know, this is in the book and you must justify this and them kind of things there. But over the last few weeks, I've heard a lot of madness being justified. Yeah, and whereas I don't have to justify these things. Okay, I don't attempt to. I attempt to understand them, yes, and understand where they come from, and from that,
The first thing you did was
from that, we can make an assessment regarding where these things fit into our spiritual life today. Okay, at the same time, the defense of African spirituality and culture is a worthy task, and I make no apology for that. I make no apology for challenging the demonization and the rejection and the mischaracterization of African spiritual systems. I make no apology for teaching about Oludumare and Ifa and Loa and Ordinani when others only want to when others seem to want to characterize African spiritual systems as cannibalism, digging up dead bodies, and killing albinos. So if it is the case that there are African spiritualists and African spiritual traditions that exist on the planet, and that more often than not, the impression of the world about these spiritual traditions has been given to them by religions who are expressly against those traditions, it makes sense for the people of those traditions to come forward and explain exactly what it is. and that's what I do. Yeah, and so
But you didn't do a good job of it, though, Shakira. That's the problem. You tried to cover up.
You're entitled
this-
to your opinion, already. Your assessment of my acuity in explaining African spiritual concepts is neither here nor there. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm explaining what it is I'm doing. Okay, all right. So you're if you don't think I'm explaining it very well based upon your limited understanding of not caring about African spirituality and not knowing about it, you're entitled to your opinion. Yeah,
but you have a very big understanding of it, but you still.
Hey, Rice to Religious, if you can, jump in, man. You're making sense.
Reggie is entitled to his opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. You don't think I'm doing a very good job. Give thanks. Maybe I'll look at maybe I'll watch back the video in a year's time and think, you know what, I could have explained that a bit better still. And I don't claim to be perfect in my explanations of all things either. I agree. Right. Let me answer Turok's question. I proclaim Rastafari, yes, but not in the popular way that people proclaim Rastafari.
How do you do that?
Why are you allowing Shakira? Sorry,
So-
Turok, to take us to Rastafari.
You cool with the green, right?
Because no, it's a relevant question, Reggie. Yeah, listen, you might learn something. Okay, so listen, yeah, you might learn something, and it might make sense to you in a second. Okay, what are you saying, Turok?
I'm just saying because they're sort of Christians as well, innit? Like Rastas and things like that.
So, have you ever heard of Rastas but in the Bible?
No.
Some of them.
Huh?
No,
I haven't. No.
I don't think they actually banned the Bible itself.
Have you ever? I'm asking you. Have you ever heard of Rastas but in the Bible?
Depends.
Depends on what.
It depends on what Rastas you're talking about.
Yeah, so I'm talking Rastas in general. Are there any kind of Rastas that you have come across that ban the Bible?
They banned white Jesus.
So you never heard of Rastas that ban the Bible?
End up referring back to the Bible.
Say that again?
They always end up referring back to the Bible, though.
So you've never come across any Rastafari that don't deal with the Bible at all?
Yeah, boy, they end up referring back to it, either it's Psalms or
But do they consider the Bible to be their religious scripture, like their religious scripture? So you've never come across Rastafari that don't consider the Bible to be their religious scripture?
Well, how can you separate the Bible and Rasta?
In a sense, there's a sense in which you can't, and there's a sense in which you can. Yeah.
What they do is ban the imagery of whiteness of the Bible.
Okay. Well, I can say that I have come across Rastafari that don't deal with the Bible.
Which ones are those?
In various different schools. There's no one school.
Shakira always does that. He always does. Turk. He always does this. He always says, have you ever come across anybody? And of course, there will always be one or two of everything. So you get what I'm saying? Like,
no, it's not one. It's not one or two. It's not. But just that's no different to you though, Reggie. When you try to characterize African spiritual systems,
when you do that with African spirituality,
but Reggie, at this point, yeah, it's important for you to stop and learn something. All right, stop speaking, listen and learn. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
I've been doing a lot of talking. I haven't allowed you guys to speak, so I'll let you speak.
Indeed. All right. Thank you very much, Reggie. Thank you very much. Right. What am I saying now? Where was I up to? Right. Rastafari. So yeah, I know of schools of Rastafari that don't deal with the Bible. Okay. So they was a lot of them would refer to themselves as non-aligned. Yeah. So you got the three main houses, Naya Bingi, Baba Shanti, 12 tribes. A lot of the ones. Sorry.
No, you didn't say that. Non-aligned. No.
Sorry, what is it that you're saying to me at the moment?
What are you saying to you? I'm saying to you, which groups are you particularly talking about so they don't really advertise their organization?
No, that's the point I'm trying to make, bro. If you listen to Pete, there's a Rasta. Obviously, you know who Muta Baruka is, yeah. Have you ever heard of a Ras called Profi?
Profi.
Yes. Yeah, Profi, he's a Ras, yeah. And these Rases have been part of whole communities that they don't necessarily call themselves any of the three main mansions, yeah. But they're Rastafari, and they're Italists. They don't cook food. Pardon me?
Taruka says Selassie are God.
No, he said he don't associate Selassie with God.
No, he does. He said Selassie are God.
No, you're wrong. Turok, you're wrong. Trust me, Turok, you're wrong. Mutabaruka is a man. Mutabaruka is a man that I have not only listened to but met
I used to
and
listen to him a lot as
met.
well.
Yes, but I have met. But Turok, listen to me. I have met the man. I've hosted a show with him over here, and I've interviewed him extensively on this subject. He does not associate Haile Selassie with God. Yeah, he don't use no God. I'm gonna post the link in I can't post, can I? Well, when Veli comes back, he can post it in it with an interview whereby the most famous interview of Mutabaruka on Religious Hard Talk, where he openly, blatantly says that he doesn't associate Selassie with God. Yeah, so I'm not gonna go around. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you about it. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay? Black man God.
Jesus.
Like how the white people got Jesus. Selassie is like the Rastafari version of Jesus.
What I'm saying to you is that there is a different understanding of Rastafari. Yes,
there's a different understanding of God, because they say the head creator. So that's why they say yes, Selassie
yes,
are God.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
All right, Selassie. Yeah.
Sorry, so I was explaining the fact that there is a school of thought in Rastafari that doesn't deal with the Bible, but beyond that,
so Mutabaruka don't bring up Queen Menin.
Yes, he does.
That's what I'm trying to show you. Like, so you can't take the Bible away from Rasta, because Rasta part of the Bible, King David, Psalms, and all them.
There are Rastafari who do not consider the Bible to be their religious text.
They do, because
Okay,
Turok.
I'm not gonna go back and forth with you about this. I know what I'm saying is correct. So if we're gonna get stuck on this point, then I'll leave it here. Yeah.
The Kebro Nagast.
Okay, Turok. Cool.
So Rastas are and what do you think they call themselves? Nazarenes? Why do you think they take the Nazarite vow? Oh. Christians. The first Christian church in 4th century, they're not Christian. They're in Sashamani land.
So Shaka, what one African belief do you feel will economically save Africa?
Rastafari.
We've been over that. There isn't. When you ask me what one, in the context of economics, there is no one in the context.
Yeah, forgive me for that. I just came back from Walmart. I didn't hear the conversation. I only heard the beginning before you stepped in.
It's cool. It's cool. In the sense of the fact that when you're dealing with African spirituality as a concept, it is inherently communal. Turok, when you're done being a child, maybe we can continue the conversation.
Not being funny, Rastafari has spread around the earth quicker than any other African religion there is, mate. So
yes, my brother. But Turok, I was quite happy to have the Rastafari conversation with you, but sometimes it's very difficult to have a conversation with you because Turok,
if Chinese Rastas, I can show you pictures of Chinese Rastas in China today, mate. They're not practicing Lagoon and all them type of things. They're practicing business.
Turok, if you want to have that conversation, then we can have it, but you're gonna have to be sensible, and you have difficulty doing that sometimes.
How have I not been sensible? You're being cantankerous for no reason.
No, I'm not, Turok. I was trying to have a conversation with you about Rastafari and schools of thought in Rastafari, and unfortunately, you are not allowing that conversation to take place. So if you want to have it, then I'm prepared to try it again. Yes.
Did you listen to the question brother said, and you said you're part of Rastafari? You said, "Oh, it's not only."
I proclaim Rastafari, yes, and I was in the process of attempting to explain the perspective that I'm coming from with that. I don't reject Rastafari. I don't as a part of my spiritual understanding and expression. I don't do that. Yeah,
I'll be back.
And I was going to explain it if you would allow me to, without trying to
even African Rastas.
Okay, a point taken to Rock. Yeah, you've made yourself clear, like you're not gonna allow that to take place. Yeah, so I'll just deal with what Bernie Bay is saying. Okay.
Even the European wrestlers as well.
Yes, to Rock, indeed. What was your
Even Italy. Italy's got probably the most wrestlers in Europe, and they're burning down the Vatican as they speak.
I'm still here. Islam, I'm still here.
Cool.
Hey, Shaka, real talk. I thought you were Muslim, man. I thought you were Muslim, to be honest. I know you had a recent talk about the earth was flat and you were referring to the Quran. I thought you were Muslim, to be honest.
That wasn't me, bro.
You spoke
That wasn't me, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther like that.
Oh, okay. My apologies. But you still believe the world is flat, huh?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Do you mind refreshing my the demo on the whole one African system, or you said there was a social thing or something like that?
So the idea that there's one African spiritual system that's gonna solve all the sorry, what I said earlier is that just the mere adherence to an African spiritual system is not going to solve economics in Africa. Yeah, there's no once we all start praising Allah Mali, all of our economic problems will be solved. This is a false concept.
Well, I think Rastafari could change that.
Indeed, Turok. So
reggae music, it's very what do you call it, economics and things like that, the culture and sort of aspects of it. So I think even around the world, as an African black spirituality or a Nubian spirituality, I think it can actually do a lot for Africa economically and worldwide.
Yeah. So in that regard, Bernie, me in terms of trying to answer your question, yeah. So I don't make that claim. The strength of a religion is in how it socially organizes the people. Yeah. And so within that context, because there are different expressions of indigenous African spiritual systems, it wouldn't be economically viable to organize them around the imposition of one onto the rest, but more the understanding of a shared expression within the many different varieties of African spirituality. That's political. That's a political approach to the thing.
You know what's interesting is that the Quran actually it already kind of does that. It tries to unite people from different various beliefs. Unfortunately, the powers that be has shell shocked people into believing that you must use the Arabic word Allah to demonstrate this religion when it's not even in the text. I'm gonna put a link on the back chat and also for the private chat for people to check out in simple bullet points. What is the Quran promoting? Because I feel most people get in their passions and desires when they're trying to promote Islam, and it starts to become a personal attack instead. So I feel if I just I think this link is pretty good in explaining simple bullet points and what is it trying to promote. Just 2 to 3 small examples, if that's okay. As an example, it says that the Quran insists on the ultimate oneness of humanity and asks people not to divide into conflicting fractions. There's over 10 verses it'll provide. It also promotes the declaration that humans have been made into nations and groups so that they may know and understand each other and not to convert or subjugate each other's. You can find that in 49 verse 13. It acknowledges equal human rights and dignity of all individuals, regardless of their status and identities, and recognizes superiority only by awareness. And there's about 20 more points of what the Quran advocates that I feel if people take their time and check it out, I think you'll like it. So, peace.
Good, but I think Rastafari is a better way of living with liberty and living with nature and the human race. And I think even it can go even that far, even outer space, to be honest.
Yeah,
And
Okay, I just put the link in the back chat and the chat for the YouTubers to check out. I'm asking more. Excuse me. Otherwise, anybody got anything else to say, or I can try to ask some questions.
So tell me this then. So how do you think can you have Chinese Moors?
Hey, peace be unto you. That whole concept of dreads. Hey, Tariq, if you want to play, just go in the room. So I think anyway.
Ask you a serious question. Can Chinese people be Moors?
People are equal. Well, the thing is, rain falls on all of us. No matter if you're a rapist, a rich person, a smart, dumb, young, or old person, rain falls on all of us. So we have some equality to some extent. I will just advise to take some time to ponder upon those similarities that we have, other than the differences that we've been indoctrinated to judge in life based on who runs the fastest. So that's all I can say for you. We have more in common than our differences.
I understand that, but even the Chinese, the Asians, they got their own way of philosophy, what might be even older than your one.
And for those who want some clarity on the Quran, I'll also put something else in the back chat. Here it comes. Hey, you already ate. Well, too bad. Yeah. Yeah, check that out, everybody. Quran-Islam.org. It gets over all the contradictories, all of the what about this, what about that, and stuff that's been mentioned about Islam. I've been using this website for about, let's see, what's 2020 minus 2012? About 8 years. I've been using this website for 8 years. It answered about 99.9% of my questions. So just check it out.
So does the Quran tell people how to harvest or when to harvest?
Is that a book, Reanimator? I'll like to check that out. Anybody, any of you guys, feel free to jump in and just demonstrate.
He's running, everybody.
Can't hear you, Tarak.
I said to you, Stan, ask you a standard question. Does the
Shaka
Quran?
is half Muslim, half African spiritual. You know what's so interesting is, like, if you just be Muslim, if you're just Muslim, man, you get all of it, man. You get the whole buffet, man.
Bible, when to harvest and when to reap certain things like fruits and all these types of things. So I'm saying, does the Quran have that insight, depth of knowledge?
Okay. Thank you, Reanimator. I'm checking it out right now as we speak.
Now you're running,
The mass. Just click on my name. I have videos. Okay, will do. Yeah, why so religious? I think me and you need to demonstrate one day. Okay, yep, the mass era, 60 videos. I ain't gonna subscribe, but let me see what they have in here. Then I'll judge from there.
So tell me this then, yeah. What do you think on Islamic banking? You're running. See. See, people, he goes to a website. If that website crashes, he don't know.
Does he speak English in this?
If that
Oh, okay,
website,
that's nice. ISIS has nothing to do with Islam.
if that
Good
website
stuff.
crashes,
Good
he's
stuff.
gonna be praying. He'll be praying.
Okay, okay. I'll check it out there. He taught you everything you need to know. That's yeah, I like people who clear up, confusion. Like, believe me, man, if Islam is all about blowing up babies and socking your wife in the face because she slept on the wrong side of the bed, I wouldn't be about this life, man. I got a daughter, man. Killing homosexuals. Oh, okay. Beheading and mutilation of the dead. Executing offensive jihad, killing innocent civilians. Nice. Lost tribes of Gog and Magog. Ooh, I've been waiting to get into this Gog and Magog demo. Supposedly, the Russians are supposed to represent this Gog and Magog, but
Jesus, where's my website?
Turok isn't saying anything, Aurora. Why don't you jump in?
Jesus, where's my website?
That whole concept of beating, unfortunately, has been the most misunderstood of use. All I can say is, in short, it simply means to just execute the divorce instead and follow the divorce process. But we'll have to open up an episode on that one day. I might do that on my episode, ask more about this whole wife beating thing. Once you get to the Arabic of it instead of the English translation of that word, everything would make sense. I don't think no sister would join a religion where if she had, she getting her feelings, she has to be afraid of getting socked in the face, So I'm not too big on that either. Yo, add Zabuda. Hey, Veli, add Zabuda. I feel like I'm isolating myself. It's a quarantine on Veli Vision by myself. Everybody jumped out. I'm just kind of talking to people in the chat box now.
Yo, Bernie.
I'm just talking to my wife,
brother.
everybody. She's Congo, man. So get y'all dark-skinned sister. They got vaginas too. Just want to throw that out
Bernie,
there.
salam alaikum. Salam alaikum, Bernie, first of all.
What up, Zabuda? Peace and love.
Bernie, can I just say something to you, my brother? Yeah, my name's not Zabda, it's Zubaydah. Like, you have this issue of calling me Zabda all the time. Just a quick correction:
I think it's Naruto that throws me off. Naruto is a guy in there named Zabuda.
No, my name's Zubaydah.
Zubaydah. Got it. Well, peace and love.
Peace to you, brother. How are you?
All is well. Just throwing some people some insight about the Quran. I feel that the Quran can economically save the whole world. Just
I wanted to speak to Turok because he made a very good, interesting point about Rastafarianism and the influence that it's had globally. Obviously, I personally don't know if Rastafarianism is a African spiritual system. I'm not really sure about that. Possibly it could have derived from there, but its origins maybe would have been in the Caribbean. I'm not sure, but there are many principles in Rastafarianism which me as a Muslim I can definitely identify with and definitely respect. Turok's back. But yeah, Rastafarianism, that's one thing that could possibly out of Africa or related to Africa, that could be a possible thing which will help with you know what I'm saying, Turok, because it has a very big influence, like you were saying, throughout China, throughout everywhere pretty much. A lot of people have
Australia.
Yeah.
And you have to think about it, even though it might have come out Jamaica, it's still clearly centered on sort of African beliefs in a sense of that.
Right.
And it has got a bit of Asian as well.
Yeah.
It has got a bit of what do you call it? Sikhism.
You have like different sects of Rastafarianism, because what I was watching is one documentary is you obviously got this Rastafarianism who are very like Hebrew Israelite Christian based kind of thing. They read the scripture and they believe in the Most High. And then you've got some who also have this African spiritual traditions, you know, because I was watching a documentary. There's a group of Rastas that go into the Blue Mountains and they revere their ancestors. They play the drums and they call upon their ancestors. So, but I think it's the nature, the aspects of being in tune with nature, and this idol thing. I think that's like really proper, positive. I mean, Muslims definitely can relate to that.
Because realistically, people have to look at it. It's a Nazarite vow or a Nazarene vow. So you can see people are practicing this type of culture in Africa, in the Middle East, and also maybe even in Asia, where you have like the Naga Barbers, the Sadhus, and all them type of people. And somehow the other is sort of got revived back in Jamaica or the Caribbean, but also spread it back into Africa, because a lot of the people from the Caribbean and the Americas, they went back into Africa. They're living in Shashamaniland, Ethiopia, and been living there for years and certain things like that. And I find with the Rasta culture, it's not really that racist in a sense like that. It combined a lot of people, and I think it's a good sort of religion to say that if there's other sort of different creatures or aliens out there, if there was something to represent the earth, I think Rastafari would do a good job of it.
Definitely. One thing about I respect about Rastas is their sort of political movements, like Bob Marley, for instance. You know, he was a Rasta and he centered a lot of his music in speaking about, you know, oppression, and that really sparked off a lot of people to speak up. You get it? Like, they're very much against oppression, and they speak out. You know, they speak about Babylon and stuff like that.
True.
And you know, that's contribution to the economy. You get me? Because they're speaking about justice and fair rights. You understand?
And now is it like the same speech is being spoken in different languages? You might even have reggae in Arabic, reggae in I don't know, Chinese, all different types of language.
We've got a lot of Algerian reggae, believe it or not. There's a lot of, especially like Egypt and that, a lot of men started wearing dreadlocks. They started singing. They're singing in Arabic, but it's like to the reggae rhythm and the reggae tune. Yeah, so it's very
a positive message, and a positive message basically, whatever language it is. It's like that one divine message about people's upliftment and equal rights and justice for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. Who's this guy saying?
Yeah, I can rock with that, man. I'm personally curious if the Rastas refer to their hairstyle as dreads, because to me, the whole concept of dreads. You look in the Bible, you see the word locks, not dreads, and I'm wondering if the same like underhand attack on them was the same type of underhand attack on like the Muslims in a way, on how it's pronounced. Like it has like a nasty phonetic to it, Muslim, you know how they say it. So I wonder if they did the same thing with like dreadlocks. You know, what is dreadful about locks? You know what I mean? I'm just curious if the Rastafaris themselves use the word dreads. Peace.
Well, I think it's more of they didn't. The original Rastas didn't have dreadlocks.
I think it's more of a society sort of thing, but the core thing about it is a Nazarite vow, where the Nazarenes or the Nazarites themselves, or even the yogis in India, they grow their hair out into locks and don't comb it. There's certain rules what they do. There's a certain way they live by, certain food they eat, and basically the reason why they
to it in the Bible. It says until you are able to run to God. Until you are able to run to God as your refuge, then you grow your locks. That's why, if I'm not mistaken, that's why when you see certain masterminds, they end up being bald-headed.
No,
but
this
off with the locks, and then they mastered self. They learn to, return to the source by any means, and then boom, they're bald-headed.
No, but what happens is a symbol for you separating yourself from the day-to-day society or the matrix in a sense like that. So this is why you see certain people go up in the hills, or they'll go into certain holy places and certain things like that, and you will find these people.
Yeah, hermits. Well, that's one word, but yeah, hermits. We have in our Moorish teachings about John the Baptist actually being a hermit of the hills. He was a hermit.
What does it mean?
he, he did what Jesus did and many others. They isolated themselves, like he just said, separated themselves from the world and just, mastered self. They conquered this companion devil, which is what we call the shaitan in the Quran, and they mastered self. Buddha did the same thing. The companion devil for him was called Mara, the tempter. But it's all speaking about the man in the mirror. All of this is all about the man in the mirror. Peace.
Yeah, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, used to meditate a lot as well. And I will class prayer as a form of meditation as well, because you're kind of releasing all
And
the
he had a
stresses of
turban
the
as well.
world. Yeah. Yeah, the
So
turban is something. Go on.
because I know there's certain like tribes like in the desert that actually grow dreadlocks as well.
Yeah,
Or
I was
locks.
actually looking at because I follow this page on Instagram, which is like an Algerian page, but it's really focused on indigenous culture and people of Algeria. And I was looking at some pictures of some ladies in the south of Algeria, Tamil Rasset, and they had their hairstyle was very much like dreadlocks or twists, like it was dreadlocks but twisted dreadlocks. You get it?
No, but I've seen Osama bin Laden's son on a CNN report, and he had like literally big locks, like he looked like somebody out of Chicago had the locks how he had on his head, all proper nicely done and everything. So it just shows like there's probably a culture of certain people did have locks in the desert and certain things like that.
Now, if you want to get deeper with it, there is a metaphysics to this whole locks thing, because the shape and the form that the locks take, they have a spiraling demonstration going on with the locks. I have locks. You probably just saw the camera.
Oh yeah.
I myself have locks. And they have a spiraling fashion to it, which is kind of funny because it emulates the propagation of energy. If you look at energy, it has a spiraling motion to it, which is also very interesting because even the Quran talks about the heavens being made of weaved ropes. And you can see through the
Can you have locks and do dua as well?
I don't think there's because it's in Islam there is certain like hadiths and stuff about grooming, like about shaving yourself, cleaning yourself. But in regards to the hair, like for instance, men are not allowed to get like shape ups or fades. All the hair has to be the same length. So if you see Shamsi, a lot of people have been laughing at Shamsi saying, "Oh, he's growing dreadlocks or he's growing dreads," because he's actually following the sunnah though. Because like I said, there's hadiths about you know how men have like the bottom of their hair shaved and at the top is all big. This is haram. You have to have the hair all the same length. Yeah. So depending on where man's from, if he's gonna allow his hair to grow out, then there's a possibility his hair might end up being like dreadlocks. It might end up being curly. It might end up being straight. And as you can see with Shamsi, his hair is obviously growing in a particular way.
Yeah, you can tell he's got that sort of origin as well in his DNA for his features and things.
He's Algerian. He's from Algeria.
No, but there's certain ones with like proper thick afros, like, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing with Algeria. You'll find people that have white skin, but then when it comes to their hair, you see, a difference. They don't have this straight curly hair, and that's what you get out of mixing. There's certain features which will definitely stand out. Algerians, especially North Africans, are very unique people. They are byproducts of a lot of mixing. So when you think of mixing, you might think of one or two races. Black or white, or Asian and black. But when it comes to North African, it's a bit of Asian, a bit of Middle Eastern, a bit of African, and a bit of European. And most of the people that you see in North Africa are byproducts of all these races mixing.
True.
Yeah.
And the Mediterranean's across the water, you know what I mean? And people go back and forth. It's like it's just part of life, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And if you notice, that there's certain white people you find in England that they're always tanned, no matter what, and you find that they probably have got like a little DNA in Morocco or something or the other.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why a lot of the Mediterranean people, they tan very well. But then when you start going higher into Europe, maybe Germany or Russia, and everything, then they don't have the best, experience when it comes to the sun.
No, yeah, because you see it with certain white people, like they would literally go brown as soon as the sun comes out. Like they look
Yeah,
white
yeah,
normally,
yeah,
but
yeah.
as soon as the sun comes out, these don't go automatically brown, like that Mediterranean North African gene, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they tan very well, yeah.
Yeah, some
But that's the
genes can
thing.
skip.
But it's hidden though. Some people do that, they won't see it. Like it's only summertime. You think, "Raw, how come that person got so dark?" And they're not really using too much sun cream, but you can tell, yeah, it must be something to do with genetics, man.
Yeah, when I tan, I look very Asian looking, to be honest. Like I look very Asian. Especially when I go back
Does
home in
your
Algeria.
does your hair go more thicker in the hot climate?
Yeah, I mean my hair's thick already as it is, when I naturally allow it to go. But I wouldn't say it goes any more thicker than it actually is, to be fair. But I've got one sister. She looks very because obviously I'm very pale skinned and I've got green eyes, which are very people say like European features. But one of my sisters, so all my sisters are much darker than me. They all got brown eyes, and I've got one sister who's got very, what I would class as very Afro-y hair. When it's very curly, tight ringlets, and Arabs do have
Yeah.
curly hair, but not like ringlet type sort of hair. You get me? And,
Some of them, not all of them, like.
Yeah,
According
like
to
you
my
got
more
wavy.
convo,
There's
I
like
hear
an
that the
odd few, and you can
Mahadevan
tell.
are
Yeah,
Palestinians mixed with Greek.
Yeah.
yeah, because even some Greek people have afros as well.
Yeah. It's like very like Somalian Ethiopian type hair. Yeah, you get me? Like, with my son as well, his father's Ethiopian. My son's quite fairly light skinned, but his hair is like his father's, like Shamsi's hair, very tight ringlets. And that's the thing, when you the most African features that you'll find within mixed people is the hair. That's where you can
Yeah.
say, yeah, you've got African in you because your hair is, you know what I'm saying? But other than that, it comes down to skin color, but facial features don't really change, to be honest. They don't really. You find
Yeah,
a mixed person, and yeah.
Yeah, this is either like sort of either sort of things like that.
Mm. Yeah. But that's the thing when I'm hearing all these conversations about Africa and stuff like that, and like I think a lot of North Africans are not claiming to be black people, because how can we? It's very evident that we're not. But what we are claiming is that we're African. We have a strong link to this area, through centuries and centuries, and it becomes very diplomatic and controversial when people say no, you're not a part of this simply because you're white, and it's something that I've had to really kind of investigate and see, like, am I actually an imposter and an invader, or actually do I have the right to claim this area or be a part of this area? And I'm leaning more against the fact that we are allowed to be here because we are part of this land. Do you get it? Like, you're dealing with a nomadic people who've migrated for many, many years. So, it's a part of the culture to migrate. It's a part of the culture to roam the earth,
And this is what I try to show people. Like, it's like the south of Europe is part of Africa, if you know what I mean. Like, because there's a mixed connection with people, and everybody knows from the 10th century, there's always been Moors there or dark Mauritanian-looking folk there, and I think some of them, I think some of the dark people and their lighter skinned relatives, some of them probably run into West Africa again, if you know what I mean, because of the other invasion that came into Europe.
Damn it, I burnt myself.
Sorry, say that again.
No, I was saying, like, I think, like, because everybody knows, like, there was like the Moors or dark people in Portugal and Spain, and I think when the other lighter skinned people of Europe came and invaded those people, I think the dark people, and some of them had probably light skinned relatives as well. I think a lot of those people just ran back down into Africa. If you know what I mean.
You talking
But the
about
thing is,
1492?
Or even before that, if you know what I mean. Like certain people, they see that what's going on, and they just probably just some people just divert. Some people might run up into England. Some people might run up into France. Some people might just run down into Morocco and you know what I mean, Africa.
Well, are you speaking of the time period when the Spaniards came to like reclaim their kingdom and all that stuff on the Moors?
Yeah, or like the other people, like other different lighter skinned tribes took over Spain and Portugal.
Yeah, that was true. We actually, you know, we get into that in our obviously Moorish American. We study a little bit of that history. I would. Are you good? Okay. I would advocate the book. I'll put it in the link chat. I forgot what it was called, but it's from Anton Smith Bay. He's a historical / archaeologist, and he gets in on Moorish history. I'll put it in the back chat. But those mixed Moors who mixed in with the Romans and the Spaniards during that reconquest, they were called Moriscos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were the ones who actually revealed a lot of secrets to the Spaniards of our. I guess they just like being taken over. While the strong ones, they went back to West Africa, and that's what created the Freemasonry, because we had to keep secret to what we knew people were. Were snitching about. They were snitching, so we had to keep it secret.
That's why they call some Moors sellouts, because the Moors had a lot of what you would class as hidden knowledge. You know, they were very.
That's true.
I heard a lot of the Moors gave back Greece their knowledge because they lost sort of their knowledge.
Possibly, I don't know. Breaking up, Zubida.
They shared that knowledge without realizing that this knowledge was used to do evil things. But
Hello?
Hey, can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Trill for Igbo. It doesn't matter. You are Black European. What does that even mean?
I heard at one point the Greeks lost their history, and it was the Moors or the Turks giving them back their history.
I don't know. I just haven't looked into it, so I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised. You know, my personal conjecture. I wouldn't be surprised. We're very giving people. You see, when I come on here, I come with some inspiration, some knowledge, some benefit. That's how our West African ancestors promoted Dawah, to try to invite people to God through charity and benefit. You know, I'll give you some knowledge and I'll feed you, you know. So yeah, we're really big, especially on health. That's why I see a lot of our people are, you know, very hygienic, you know, very clean cut.
In what parts?
Like America. It was just giving you a small example of how just we have that ancestral behavior of like being very hygienic, you know, clean cut. We don't let dogs lick in our mouths, stuff like that. You know, the Europeans, they'll let dogs lick in their mouths. You know, that's very unhygienic.
So what about the Moors that are in Africa today?
The Moors in Africa today, a lot of them, I would say, is mixed. At the Moroccans, a lot of them are mixed now. So that's why you see a lot of you know, Muhammad hijab looking Moroccans. But the original ones, you know, the original ones look like me. Hello.
Yeah, but So what about the ones that are in Mali and Mauritania?
I don't know.
Senegal?
Not sure.
Huh? Have you heard of the? Have you heard? Pardon?
No, go ahead. I've heard of what?
Have you heard of the Falanis?
I heard
Or
of
the
it. The Fulani
or the Caliphate of Sokoto?
Caliphate. Yeah, I heard of that.
Of
Haven't looked into it.
Sokoto. Do you know a place called Sokoto?
Brandy put a top on. Ah! Hey, don't let the body fool you, man. I'm a martial artist now. The flesh don't matter to an extent. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. See, this would be you would have a good convo with my boy Orthodox Moore. If you ever seen him jump on the panel.
Oh yeah, big up to him, man.
He's more of a history nerd. I'm just the mystic. I'm just the mystic guy. I like to talk about more of the metaphysics and the, God within man and the soul and spirit. I'm that guy. But so I'm the weirdo. I'm the Muslim hippie. I'm the weirdo.
Okay. Oh, so like you're more of a what do you call them? Shia.
I guess. Hey, jump on Ezra. Demonstrate your Hebrew Israelitism. Can it help save Africa? Can your system save Africa economically? What's the economics in the Israelite system? Can you break it down? Because for us Muslims, I would say is gold and silver. I would say invest into gold and silver. It fluctuates, and you can pull in, pull out. You can invest. I got one bullion. I got one little piece of gold in the closet somewhere.
But why do you think it says that?
Why?
Yeah.
It's very precious. We use it a lot for technology developments and just the value of it. It never changes, because gold is dependable and silver. So it will be an everlasting type of investment that we should put more emphasis in, along with marijuana. But other than that, gold and silver on top.
Do you think gold and silver is a thing of the past?
No, because we still use it. We use gold in our cell phones.
But is it needed?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we could find other means of doing what gold and silver does, but so far I don't think so. No. Ezra, break it down, man. How would we be rich? How? Jump on the panel.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I actually want to know. Like, I'm not trying to argue or nothing today. I'm not trying to debate. I just want to learn.
No, neither am I. I don't really have I don't know. Don't really have anything into this, but I think silver is very good because of medicinal purposes and certain things like that. But I think it's a change of settings. I think it's going to be more food. What's going to be the frontier of a lot of things? Food and energy.
I believe at this point, food can be produced with artificial intelligence. They have robots now that can pluck fruits and stuff for us. They can plant it. We're already using machines to do these things. I say we should automate it and have the machines to just do it for themselves. Of course, keep maintenance of it, charge it up, whatever. But let the machines do the work in regards to resources.
It's only so much a computer can do when it's dealing with a living organism of a plant.
I agree. It's very limited, but it's up to the man. We give it programs to look for discrepancies and stuff like that within the crops, and like there's this one machine now that can tell if the soil content doesn't have any water, and it'll just give it some more water. It's like little examples like that. That's a whole other conversation if you want to go there.
Big up
All right,
everybody
I
in the
see you,
chat.
Ezra. Yeah, please jump in, man. I want to hear that out.
How do you mean? Oh, yeah, go on, Ezra. Bernie Mac. We need to practice Americana. Don't know. The Panamera. One Panamera. Bahia. One Amarera. You dig? Marijuana seeds taxed in the caliphate. Tell them that. Why?
Big up everyone, man.
Hey, peace,
Big
big
up
boy.
South
Thanks,
Africa.
Zubida. I got it correct. Zubida. Peace to you.
Yes, peace, bro. Peace. I dropped out. Sorry.
R1 Z. R1 2 Rock.
Big up, big up, big up.
Yeah, enough.
What's good, Bernie?
Big up Black Van Man. I'm biased again. Big up Israel. Kimo, you need to come on these panels, man. It's lockdown, man. What you type for?
Yeah, Zabila, you
This
saying
chemo
something?
guy is just absolute disgrace.
come
All he
on.
does is attack me in the chat, but is never, ever, ever
A
come on a
wicked
panel and
blows,
put it with
man.
his chest. Yeah, waste man.
We got no excuse. Come on, Kimo, man. I have to jump on the panel, man.
He's
But
a
yeah,
joke.
type.
He's an absolute joke. Joke man. Yeah. Always chatting my name. Do I even chat your crusty name? Dickhead. Anyway, astaghfirullah. Trying to be on my best behavior now. We got Ramadan literally 2 days, so you have to, start cleansing ourselves to get in the right frame of mind, but some of these devils, man, they just keep on popping up.
Hey, man. Hey, as the Quran say, how can we claim righteousness and not be tested?
That's right, brother. That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Are you fasting, Bernie? You gonna be fasting this Ramadan? Yeah, alhamdulillah, mashallah. Yeah,
Yo,
man.
Bernie, I was interested to hear like what you were saying about God in man and all of that.
What's up?
I was interested to. I wanted to hear more about what you were saying about in man and all of that. The metaphysical stuff you were talking about.
Yeah, man. The scripture says we show you these signs outside and inside yourself until you're convinced. And the example of the existence of God is within you. God is also called manufacturer or creator in the Quran. And with every manufacturer, there's a mark that gives you a distinguished sign that this guy has created it. Like artists do it, marketers who market their products, they do it. They have a little symbol there, like like PlayStation. Like PlayStation, Xbox. You have that mark, that symbol that oh, okay, this is from Microsoft. So God also has mark, a watermark. So it says in the Quran that God has made everything out of water. And if you look at the matter and energy structure of water, you can also find it inside yourself. The atomic structure of water is a six-sided hexagram. If you look at bones, it's a six-sided hexagram on the micro level. Bones and muscles have a six-sided hexagram. Even energy itself, or light, it has. You look at the dots of the photon; it has a six-sided hexagram. So I would say for Ezra that the Israelites was onto something when they possessed this Star of David, because it's six-sided, just like light. if you look at the also water gives off waves. When you throw something into the water, it kind of propagates energy in the form of concentric circles, which is kind of interesting because when we do, well, I haven't had the opportunity to do it, but when Hajj or pilgrimage is demonstrated, and they circle around the Kaaba, it literally looks like that energy propagation of it's concentric circles. An earthquake also gives off concentric circles when it vibrates and it shakes under the earth. So everything we will say has this consistency of waves and a six-sided hexagram figure. If you also look at the eyeballs of a mosquito, which is what the Quran talks about, a mosquito or a gnat, their eyes are shaped geometrically. A beehive is shaped geometrically. People who even take psychedelics and they take stuff like DMT, MDMA, acid mushrooms, which I've done a lot myself, they speak about these geometric patterns. So
what are these patterns? Is that what are you trying to say? Like these patterns are what should be drawing us closer to the creator, or yeah, like
what it should do is convince you that there is a creator behind all of this. Because let's go back to the economics. If there was another business person with another product that is different from mine, then we will have what is called economic competition. Right? So you can't, according to this universe, since the universe is still built on the six-sided hexagram pattern, and it has a wave-like function, and it's consistent in everywhere we look, from light to water to insects to just the structure of atoms itself. It has this hexagonal figure. There can't be another individual to create the universe in his own image, in his own way. There would be conflict. There would be conflict in nature. An example of conflict on the atomic structure is what created the atom bomb. They created the conflict on purpose. So there has to be a consistency that's going on in this universe and inside of ourselves. Even the DNA structure is hexagram. And for us, we will say that is the mark of God.
Okay, and once you acknowledge that, what's next?
What will be next? Once you're inspired to God, you talk to others about it, and you continue to tap in to this source that you now recognize that is inside you. As it says, to ponder upon my verses. These verses are inside of you. So when we speak out from inspiration, we are actually emulating what we believe as Muslims is what's coming from the book. So the book is honestly just a physical proof of your heart. And I hope I didn't lose you there, but
no.
Right on. And so that's one of his examples of his oneness. That would give us the example of the characteristic of his oneness. So let's give another example of his mercy. An example of his mercy would be the skin folds on the knuckles and the joints of your bones in your body. There's extra stretch marks there. So when you're born and you bend your fingers, it doesn't hurt you. You're able to bend your finger instantly. We would say that is a mercy of God. Your teeth, it comes out already nice and sharp, however way it needs to be built in order to bite into food. It could have came out dull, and we had to, manually sharpen it. But it comes out already. You have your canine teeth, you have your grinding teeth in the back. It's already designed. We would say that is an example of God's mercy.
Yeah, like everything he made to perfection, sort of thing.
I was speaking about this with some atheists. I was saying this to some atheists, like, why don't you believe in God, And this is also another sign of God's mercy. Like, he has given us everything on this earth. Like, everything's been set out. Like, when it comes to rivers, mountains, plants, sunlight, like, we have all the tools that we need to survive and live. And what has man gone and done? Destroyed it all. You understand? Like, this earth is rich enough to feed everybody, and in this strong enough for everybody to survive and utilize it. But man came and decided to keep most of it to himself, and other people that that don't get the richness of the earth. And every time when I try to speak to these atheists about God, I say, look at nature. At the end of the day, you know, that's where you can really get close to God, because, like, nature speaks for itself. You know, the way that everything is perfectly shaped and the way that things are moving. You must think that there's a supreme being to be able to construct such perfection. You know, because these lot love to talk about science and these professors or whatever the hell that they go on about. But you know, they can never construct what God has constructed. Even things as simple as plants, even things as simple as the detail of your eyes. This is an intelligent being here, you know. And yeah, that's the thing, nature. If you want to really feel God or get close to God, get in tune with nature, man, and just really observe it, and then you will get this sort of feeling in your chest, like, yo, there's something out there, because this is just really, you know, something out of this world.
So would you say that that's kind of similar to what Chakra is saying, like when, you know, they feel the oneness, or they experience the oneness of the Creator through, you know, observing the power of the river, for example, or the mountain? Is it kind of similar to what you're saying, Zabina?
Yeah, not really, because you know, we appreciate it, and then we give reverence to God. We don't give reverence to the actual nature, you know. So we you know, there's many Quranic verses that speak about, you know, roaming the earth and traveling the earth. You know, we're promoted to do that. We're promoted to take care of nature. You know, it's actually haram to kill a plant. It's haram to kill an insect. This is very forbidden, because we understand the importance of these plants and these insects. And we are also, you know, the Prophet Muhammad SAW also spoke about using honey as medicine, using dates, using
Hey,
garlic, many things.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You said that Allah made the world that's perfect.
Yeah.
What's perfect in the world?
You know, I need somebody who's gonna pick me up.
No. What I said, I also said something. I said, everything the Creator has made, He's made to perfection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I mean by that, Veli, yeah, is I'm speaking about, like, the construction of the body, the construction of mountains, you know, the construction of
water,
plants. Like,
yeah,
they're so
plants,
detailed,
everything.
they're so detailed and very complicated that no human being can fashion something of that sort. And we're talking about a God that, the reason why people are able to build stuff is because they're using certain materials. You know, they weren't able to fashion it out of thin air, but God was able to fashion these things, and they're so detailed, you know. And when we speak about immense detail, I'm even speaking about, you know, your hand, even the marks on your hand. These things will take, if a human was trying to do it, it will take years for them to do it. If a human was try to, you know, manufacture the cells within the plant, or, you know, it would take them a very long time to do that. But God did it like that. You understand?
Or
He
what
did it
have
like
flaws.
that.
Or what have
Yeah.
flaws. Man did it.
What?
As we can see, we can't come up with a vaccine.
What if I tell you about some faults or evolutional flaws in humans' bodies? I know that. What about
Let's
that?
hear them, Veli. Let's hear them.
Like what? Disabilities and that.
Yeah, that's like when you're saying, alright, so there was one time when what became man was walking on all floors. So you get me? Like, remember I showed you. I sent you a link for a website.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for History Museum. Yeah, with all the different species or whatever.
Pardon me.
That's showing the evolution of the human race over time, innit? So when, depending on what environment each person has been in, that's where the different adaptations come. When you've had to adapt yourself to the environment. So if the climate's got wetter, it's got hotter, you've had to move this way, it's got colder, whatever has happened, that's the only time your body or the adaptations have happened. And even that's over millions of years. It's not like one day you've got oh my god, look at one day you've got so say I went swimming, yeah, and I was in water a lot, tomorrow I get fucking scales and web feet. It's not like that. Do you know what I mean? That it's over thousands of years, like millions of years. So.
Hey, peace and love. G Block is a cool.
Big up everyone, man. How's it going, people?
Rajanator is in the house.
Yeah, I'm here to
What are you
defend the
doing here?
creator. I'm here to defend the
What are you
creator.
doing here, eh? Why you come G Block? Why?
Bad ding ding.
Why are you here, Raj? here.
I'm here to destroy the G Block.
You know that like when girls have got that ex-boyfriend that used to be nice to them.
Yeah, I'm after you guys, man.
Chat shit about them all the time.
No. I only jumped on because I saw it's a good panel today. Normally you got full of degenerates like James Jones and other people on it. Today it's a nice little panel. You got Toros, you got all of you lot, man. So it's a nice little panel, man. I hopefully you can keep it. I thought this is a black
Raj, why
topic
do you
today,
love
though.
James so much? Why do you love James so much?
James Jones is a pussy hole. He's an internet avatar, man. He can't show his face.
Man.
Until he shows his face here, I don't take him
Every
seriously.
time you're on YouTube, you
Nah, I have to keep him gunning for him, yeah, because that guy is a
talk about him
demon.
more than respect.
Nah, I do.
don't love
You know why,
respect no
yeah?
more.
You know why? Because Rasper is done out here. We buried that guy. Why am I gonna add more freaking hurt to that man? We freaking demolished him, man. He's like knocked out, like for like 1,000 years, man. He's in the grave. Yeah, there's no point, man. What's the point of this? It's not nice kicking someone when they're down. Yeah, we've done enough damage, me and Zabida, haven't we? So yeah, that story's over. Man. That story's over, man.
I'm free from this.
That story's over, man. Now James Jones is the next one because that guy's a demon on the next level. Now the reason I go for him because I think that he actually weakens your case for atheism. Really. Oh, he's gone. Look. Did you hear that? See that video?
No, but you know what was very interesting, and I actually want to discuss this with you guys, yeah. And Veli obviously was there when they were speaking about the Darwin theory, yeah. And towards the end, they tried to tell me, or they confirmed actually that Darwin was a racist. So what I'm saying is, yeah, do you not understand how a racist man, yeah, will come out and say mankind evolved from monkeys, right? And also, I asked them what was the first race of this monkey. Cause obviously, when he evolved, what race did he evolve into? They said black, innit? So I said, okay, fair enough. And then we continued the conversation, and I said to them, look, this Darwin guy's a racist. You not see how this guy?
Yeah.
Hold on,
keep saying the Horn of Africa.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, Darwin's theory was actually used to justify slavery. So, for instance, I was telling them about some biologists at the time were using the fact that they were comparing a monkey's skulls to a black person's skull, a monkey's features to a black person's features, and saying these men are animals, so therefore they deserve to be treated like animals. Do you understand? And from then on, they had nothing to say.
Correct. That's correct.
That's not what happened.
Here in America,
No, I didn't say you, Veli. I didn't say you, Veli. I said James Jones.
To be fair,
that's why I've been saying for my people over here as African descent, do not fall for that evolution demonstration. They are low key poking fun at you. They are relating the skull. Yes, they are relating the skull. There was literally books in the 40s and the 20s called The Negro Nose, The Negro Foot.
Yeah, but the thing is that the theory of evolution, yeah, they did use it to abuse kind of different races, but it doesn't mean the whole theory was wrong.
No, but let me say something to you,
Right.
Raja. When they evaluated races, what they done is they said the white man is the superior outcome of this evolution. Yeah, so you start off with the black man. And you evolve into the white man, which is the superior race. That's what a racist argument is. I am the superior race because I am white.
Are you saying G-Block follows the racist ideology?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
They do.
If you support evolution, you support racism, innit? Simple.
No.
That's their profit. That's their profit.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, bad day for G-Block today, man. They support a racist ideology, man. Oh, no.
That's their profit.
So why?
Oh, no.
Why?
But that's always the thing that way. Everyone's
Why
always
stick the
been
bunks?
on
Yeah.
that. You know what I'm saying?
Why
Like,
stick the
come on,
bunks
like,
again? Yeah.
who's
Because,
from an ape? Maybe they're from apes. Like, fair enough. Like,
evolution.
if they want to say they're from
Yo,
apes,
hear
I'm
me.
not gonna take that away.
Yeah, your voice is very low, though, Billy. God is punishing you.
on to this,
Oh, I
brother.
can't even hear Billy
Yeah.
at all.
God
That,
punishing him, like that's so his
like I
voice
was
is low.
saying, yeah.
Oh, I
Like I
can't
was
even hear
saying,
him.
yeah.
Maybe. Hey,
Yeah,
Billy,
he
can you
can't. He's
back
actually
up?
speaking, Bank Boy.
Wait, Bank Boy, yeah, Valley's speaking. I don't think you can hear him. You have to come in and out.
Yeah, tell him to
Yeah.
jump in and out, and I hide him back too. If
Atticus, if you, okay, I ain't even gonna go there, but there's certain books of that's claimed to be a part of
Wait,
Islam.
Valley's speaking,
that will
Bernie.
make you
Bernie
think
was
it's
Billy,
saying something.
can you hear Billy? I think there might be a problem with his microphone. God's punishing him.
it's all fam, you man are just chatting over me.
Billy, before you go on, is this? I'm being serious now. Is this a black panel today? Because I don't want to interrupt a black panel because the question of the day is very African centric.
On the panel.
No,
Reed is
Shaka's
not
black.
black. Raj ain't black.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm not taking the piss though. I'm saying if people want to jump on, they want to talk because I don't want them to say Raj derailed the.
He's like Kabul Asian. You get me?
Yeah, I don't want to. No, I don't want people to say that we do. No, we derailed the topic of the day though.
What topic of the day? Nah, man, we're gonna get into this now, Nick. He's not trying to say that.
Yeah. So what are you saying, Valley, about that one then?
Evolution.
I have to bring you that alert though, man. Well done, Zabida.
Equals racism.
Yeah,
but it's not.
Don't.
Evolution. Using evolution to prove racism has been debunked in it because it shows that all the different adaptations in the human body are due to climatal differences, not to one being superior or one being inferior.
Okay. Let me answer that, Veli, yeah? What the racism that we see today basically is saying that, and the most people affected by racism, let's just say, are black people. Now, if this evolution is not racist based, why are there white people? If these people generally believe in evolution, yeah, then they should be respecting the black man because technically by their examination, he was the first man, but instead he's been put on the lower end of the stick, and the white man has been put on the upper end of the stick when he is the last. He's not even as been on the earth as long as the black man, but for some reason, yeah, he is revered as the most superior, yeah, and Darwin himself is. Sorry,
that's not down to science though.
But I'm trying to show you how racists are getting involved in science and using science, right, to justify their racism. But so Darwin's not a real scientist now. So are you saying Darwin's not a real scientist?
I never said Darwin's not real science. I said using pseudoscience to say that one race is better than the other by measuring someone's skull or the distance between someone's flipping nostrils. That's pseudo. How does that prove anyone is better than the other?
But I'm trying to tell you, Veli, you can check this up, bro. I watched a very good
Veli, they've done that.
documentary.
They've done that.
Yeah,
They did
it's
that.
been done. I'm not saying it's not been done, but I'm saying it's been proved to be pseudo.
Yeah, I look here. I'm gonna be fair.
Yeah, that's fine. But Zabida's point is like the actual reason they did it in the time they did, and the purpose they did it for. It was effective, bro, for that time.
Yeah, but can I just say
wait. Let me answer that, bad boy. Yeah. So using pseudoscience in the fucking 1500s was effective in the 1500s, but if they try to bring forward anything pseudo like that today, it just gets the bugs thrown out the water.
Well, can you measure the consequences of the time when it was believable? Can you measure that? The impact of that up until now? Sorry?
Yeah, sorry, say that again. No, this fucking wanker was going round and roundabout, just went speeding round the opposite way.
Yeah, I said, can you measure the impact here of that way of thinking in the time when it was believable? You know, when people actually believed it, regardless of whether it was pseudoscience. Can you measure, quantify the impact it had on people's psyche, even till today?
Right.
Can you measure the impact that it's had on people's psyche? I don't know. How would you measure it?
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, can I say something? Just to be
wait, no, hold on.
Let me talk after
How
you
do
then.
you say exactly that's your point? I said, how can you measure it? And then you went, exactly, that's my point.
That's the it's immeasurable. That was the point I was trying to make. Like you can't measure it.
All right. So the thing is, I want to be. Let me just say my piece quickly. Hold on.
How do you measure it?
Let me say my piece here. I'm trying to be balanced here. Yeah? I don't say, I wouldn't say that the whole theory of evolution is wrong. Yeah, but it has been used to oppress people. That doesn't mean the whole theory is wrong. They've abused the theory in order to get their let's say their own political kind of views or racist views, and they've used it in a way to abuse it. So I don't have an issue with
But Darwin was a racist himself, though. He
was a racist there, but
what he done here is the work of the devil. His ideas, coming from a racist, was used to justify things like racism and slavery. And I gave you an example previously, and you can check it out. Yeah, there's actually like a blueprint of this. Yeah, an actual like piece of paper where they had drawings of monkeys and black people, and they were using the fact that, and I'm not being disrespectful, I'm just going off what was being said, the wideness of the black man's nose and the largeness of the lips and the dark skin, and they were comparing that to a monkey. And then they also went into the skeleton, and they were using the monkey skeleton the ape skeleton.
But was that Darwin that did that, or someone else?
Hold on. Where do they use that today as a where do they use that today as a measure to anything?
Because they can't, because they'll be called out for that. They can't do that now.
Why can't they do that now?
Because it's racist.
Yeah, but why though? Why was the reason?
At this point,
what was the reason? Wait. What was the reason? What was the reason?
Attack our people. Racist comments. That's why if you see a movie like Aladdin, you will see the monkey wearing Moorish dress code.
Yeah, that's a good point, Bernie.
Our people dress code.
You're talking that. I'm trying to talk in it, yeah? I'm asking Sabina, why that information or that science or even whatever it is, why is it not used today? Why is it not being used today?
Because I tell you why, Veli, they used it already, and they already used it for what they needed to use it for, and they accomplished what they wanted to accomplish. They can't do that now.
Exactly,
yeah?
Facts. Because it's been proven.
Wait. The
damage has been done, bro.
The only reason you're saying
the only reason it's been proved that it was.
Wait, hold on. The only reason they're not using it today is because it's achieved what it was supposed to achieve, and then now they've brought out the real results. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's been.
But to be honest, you have to understand, what system we're dealing with here. I don't know if you put your 100% trust in the system, but for me personally, this system has pushed out so many narratives, in order to indoctrinate and manipulate people for their own agenda. Yeah. So when they initially came out with this evolution thing, we all originated from apes, and this is the origins of mankind. That was what they was pushing out to the people. But behind closed doors, they was using this information in order to enslave and oppress people. Yeah. And that information is not out there unless you actually research it. Yeah, the blind man will say, we evolved from apes. But if you actually deep it, Joe, this thing about evolution and the treatment of black people at the time, and this is why the word monkey is very derogatory to black people. You just piece the puzzles up, and then you come back to the original.
Can I read a quote? Wait. Let me read a quote from Charles Darwin. 1 minute. Let me just read a quote from Charles Darwin. 1 minute.
Did you know that Dragon Ball Vegeta actually represents the African people in Dragon Ball Z? That's why Frieza calls them monkeys. Stop going out there.
Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That is anything that the powers that be or the government or anything put a trust in. Yeah. So anything that the government has certified, are you against that?
Yeah, definitely. Darwinism was actually taught in school as well. Yeah, they were actually teaching racist narratives without actually telling the truth.
Why I'm saying, do you know why I'm saying that? Why I'm saying that? Is because stuff like education and religion is certified and stamped by the government. So for you to have your religion as a legal religion in the country or in this place or whatever, it's got to be approved by the government.
Brother, that's still Veli. That still doesn't take away. No. Hold on. Let me explain that to you. Yeah, because we're dealing with a secret society here. Yeah, that has to be tolerant to a certain extent. Otherwise, hold on. Otherwise, there will be anarchy. Yeah. So yes, they might be tolerant of Muslims, allow mosques to be built in the country, allow Islam to be taught, but it doesn't take away the fact that they still went into Muslim countries and bombed up Muslim people. It doesn't take away the fact that they still allow the media to push out anti-Islamic rhetoric. It doesn't take away the fact that there are still segregation and discrimination and hate crimes against Muslims. Yeah, so if we're going to be all the way balanced, they're still pushing up their agenda.
Can I just
Wait, can I just read a
quote from Darwin?
In England doesn't pay tax.
All right, let me just read a quote from Darwin. 1 minute. Let me just talk to you.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
It's a tax-free enterprise. Your man's not saying that, but wait, you started trying to straw man in it, yeah? Because I'm not trying to say Darwin's not racist. That's not the argument. Yeah, that's
All right. I was about to prove he was because
the argument is why the stuff that was used as racism is no longer used no more. That's what the argument is.
Because it was already.
I know the answer, yeah, but I'm waiting for people on the opposing side to give the answer.
Let me just read a quote. 1 minute. Let me read a quote. Let me read a quote from Darwin. 1 minute. Let me just read a quote because I've been asking to. I'll read it. 1 minute. Let me read the quote. So from Darwin's book, The Descent of Man, yeah, he said the Western nations of Europe now so immeasurably surpass their former savage progenitors, stand at the summit of civilization. The civilized race of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savages races through the world. That's pretty extreme. That sounds almost Nazi.
Okay, and that's what you man are supporting. Do you not realize that?
No, but it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that everything he said was wrong, though.
This is from the man that created this theory.
Listen. Yo, chill out for a sec, man. I don't know if you are even listening, yeah, or if you need to rewind it, yeah. How am I gonna say? Man just said Darwin's racist, and man ain't supporting any of Darwin's racism, yeah. So what are you saying?
But
and then the
you
next
support
statement,
his evolution,
hold on. The next statement you read out was a racist statement from Darwin, and then you said, "Oh, that's the man that you're supporting." I'm like, bro, I don't support no racist.
No, because you support the evolution, though.
Listen. I only
indirectly supporting him.
Listen. It's like you don't want to hear what I'm saying, man. Listen. Yeah, you listening now, yeah? Everyone can hear me, yeah? You hear me, yeah? Yeah. So the only thing that I can say that I would support that Darwin was saying is anything that he can prove as factual.
Yeah, I agree. Not everything he said was wrong. They abused the theory, but your third in command, that degenerate James Jones.
How can they abuse the theory when the theory is already abused, Raj?
That James Jones here is actually in support of eugenics. He said it yesterday, and eugenics here is kind of like a offshoot of Darwinism as well, like the survival of the fittest. Yeah. Yeah. So he said it yesterday. He does that.
But I already spoke about that, Raj, the survival of the fittest, and I use an example. If it's all about survival of the fittest, how come dinosaurs extinct and when they were very, very strong animals, but insects still exist to this day and they're completely tiny? So,
that's because we were around
insects are more That's what dinosaurs, like cockroaches, can live through pretty much anything.
They couldn't.
We existed as humans, so that's what
evolution is. Evolution means that you have to adapt to the new climate.
Yeah, I agree.
To have camouflage because they're still getting eaten. But the point I'm getting at is that the evolution was used as a propagation for racism. That's why the whole island of the indigenous people of Australia is gone. You know that it was based on the atheist mindset that they were savages. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Bro, they were Christians. They were Christian Brits that went to the fucking Australians. So shut up, bro. They went with your Bible.
Yeah,
you know the thing that you read every day. That you say the truth. They went with your Bible. So shut up, man. Your bollocks talking about aliens.
Yeah, the curse of Cain. It was
the British Empire was a Christian empire, man. It was Catholic.
Yeah, but Veli, that's irrelevant right now. That's not what we're talking about.
What do you mean that's irrelevant? How's that irrelevant?
It's irrelevant because I'll tell you why it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
Let me explain.
How is it irrelevant?
Because what he was saying is that they used that information, as propaganda to oppress other people. And he gave you an example in Australia, that literally That's what they did. Yeah. And then you're just trying to basically take away from that by saying, well, they were Christians. Who cares whether they were Christians? That's not what we're talking about.
All right, can I just read it?
No, stop there, because that is a blood clot straw, man. Yeah, I'm not letting no one.
You just tried to straw, man, bro. You just tried it, bro. You're trying to switch the argument into a Christianity talk, and that was not what it was about. Don't try it. Don't try it.
How did I let you finish, and now you're cutting me, cuz? I let you finish, you know. I didn't cut him once while you was talking, yeah, and I didn't agree with anything you said. You get me? So, like I was saying, yeah, how's Bernie gonna come on the panel and go, it was the atheist mindset and Darwinism that got rid of the black people in Australia? And then when I say we're talking about the Brits for Christians, how is that a straw man?
Can I answer now? Yeah, it's what you just said. It was an atheism mindset, meaning the information that they used to go over there to say that, you know what, we are better than these savages, and we have to go over there and do what we need to do because they're savages. That thinking was from an atheist point of view. Do you feel me?
No, what
it was Christians.
It's Christian.
So it's the mindset.
That is Christianity. That's Christianity 101.
No, there's no Christian scriptures that say that.
Let me talk. Wait,
Correct.
hold on.
That's the point. That's the point right there. You're looking at one thing. It's like if I reach around Babida, right? And then I put.
You keep doing that, man. Right in the middle where man's talking, bro. Everyone's gonna get a chance to talk.
If I tap your back,
getting a chance to talk, bro. You start fucking talking.
I'll just there to say Veli.
Are you fucking disabled or something? It's like every time I start talking, you have to start talking in the middle of it, and then you go on the monologue and go and carry on talking, no matter what anyone hears or not. So what's the point of even talking when someone else is talking? It's dumb. Like, but anyway, like I was saying, yeah, how it blatantly wasn't a straw man. Yeah, how it wasn't a straw man is because the British Empire was a Christian empire that worked underneath the fucking Roman Catholic system, and that is Catholic. That is Christianity 101, calling them higher beings while they look at other people who don't practice their religion or their way of life as savages. That's Christianity.
Let me just say one thing here, Raj. One quick thing here. There are many people, that infiltrate religions, principles like this Darwin guy. Yeah, according to me, he's a racist atheist. Yeah, but according to other people, he's a revolutionary. Yeah, he's a well-known scientist. Yeah, we have to understand this. Yeah, he was very clever in what he did from a racist narrative point of view. Yeah, I'm a racist. I don't believe in God. Yeah, and I want to convince people that black people are lower beings. How am I going to do that? I'm going to create this theory, which says that we all originated through apes, but I'm going to differentiate between the black man and the white man through this theory and make it out that the black man is because he's so closer to the ape version, and we are so closer to the developed version, we're going to differentiate between us being as the superior beings as the perfect outcome of this evolution, and the black people as the lower end and the starting point of this evolution, which is more closer to animals, right? Which people will look at that and say, yo, if this black man is more closer to the ape, and when we look at animals, savagery, barbaric, whatever, we're going to associate the black man with that. And when we look at the white man, he's the superior version of this evolution. He's come out at the end, the perfection of this evolution, which was actually used. This is why monkey is a derogatory term when it's used to black people. Black people call savage, barbaric, all of these terminologies. One more last point. One more last point. I'm just rounding up here. Like I said to you previously, I want to find this documentary. I want to send it to you. They had pictures, and I'll keep on saying this. They had pictures of monkeys and black people, and we're saying these people deserve to be enslaved because they are animals. They are animals. They look like animals, so therefore they should be treated like animals.
Let me come back with utilizing real life history media.
I'm after you, Belly.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to prove a point. Have you seen the movie Planet of the Apes? I know you haven't seen Equilibrium. Have you seen Planet of the Apes? Because if you look at the bibliography of that director of that movie, he will tell you The inspiration of the movie Planet of the Apes was based on the riots that was going on during the time of the civil rights of our people here in America. It was motivated to make that movie Planet of the Apes. They were talking about us.
But what's
Peace
that
and
got
love.
to do with evolution? Bernie, what did anything that you just
Okay,
say there
you asked the question.
have to
Good
do
question.
with
I got your
evolution?
question. I got your question. You ready for the answer? It was utilized as a sidetrack to go, well, since animals turned into monkeys, went from monkeys to, little cells to, monkeys to standing up, these people with dark skin have a closer relationship with these monkeys. So that's why they're intellectually more lower than the rest of us. But there was a finesse. That's all we're saying. We're not saying evolution is bad. We have no issue with microevolution. It's macroevolution that they pushed. You can have a dog in the north who has a lot of fur, call a husky, cool. You can have a dog in the south who has less fur, call a chihuahua, cool. But both of them are still dogs. That's all we're saying. Peace.
Yeah. So
Can I speak after you,
like
Belly,
I was
please?
saying, one sec, yeah, Raj, you can go next, yeah. But like I was saying, there's three things here. Number one, it's a bit patronizing, some of this conversation, about fucking. Yeah, I understand racism, innit, Like I've lived all my life as a black person in the UK, so I know what racism is, But then again, Charles Darwin was a Christian, Anyway, so I don't know about why this atheism and evolution thing keeps going together like that,
Veli, sorry, when you're finished, can I
is
ask
there
you a
any-
question?
No.
please?
I'm
I have one question, please.
Please, please, please. Let me
All right, go on, Veli,
man.
go on, sir.
Yeah. So like I was saying, the way that evolution works now, has for people being a superior race, that has been debunked because that's not how evolution works. It's the change of climate that causes the change in the cells in your body. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's the change of environment. Like so, all the environmental factors and the different things what affecting your environment at that time is what's going to have a cause on your evolution. So it's not whether because white people are so great they evolved last or whatever. That's not sort of how it works. It's just a different climate.
All right, Veli,
climate.
do you get offended?
hold on.
Raj, one question. Raj, please, I beg you. Just one question, Raj. Yeah, I just want to ask Veli, just like a 2-second question. Yeah, Veli, do you get offended by the term monkey? I'm sure someone called it to you before and you got pissed.
No one's called me a monkey before, man.
I thought it was Rap Boy. Oh no, he said the N-word. All right, cool, boom. If somebody called you a monkey, like, would you find that as an offensive term?
Depends on what if they're trying to offend me, then might be. Yeah.
Okay, so if you believe in the Darwin theory, then why would the word monkey be offensive to you if technically, based on the Darwin theory that you support, you evolved from one?
Because in the Darwin theory, no one actually evolves from monkeys. Number one. Yeah.
Well, apes, which
Number
are
two-
from a family of monkeys.
Yeah. Number two, I'm not a monkey. So if you're calling me a monkey,
But you believe in the Darwin theory, which says that you evolved from apes.
yeah, but an ape and a monkey.
So
are
why
the
would
same
you
thing.
find it offensive now, but not offensive when Darwin says it?
Yeah, but it's not that it evolves from an ape. It's a great ape. Yeah, and the actual ape that evolved, that was supposed to be the common ancestor, is not about today. So the ape that you see in the zoo, that monkey ape, whatever that you see in the zoo, ain't the same. It's not the same thing. I'm not.
So,
that.
so what's the same
So you
ape
can't
then?
tell
What
me
is
that.
it?
Yeah, so you can't tell me that I'm an ape or a monkey because obviously
listen,
we've evolved.
Oh
into
no,
human
Ultra, it's
beings.
my turn
Some
next.
Homo
It's my
sapiens
turn
ain't.
next.
Listen,
Oh my God,
Yeah, let
Raj,
Raj
I'm
go.
being
hero.
abused. I'm being
Raj go.
abused
I've got to
today,
go.
man. I'm being
I'm
abused.
being a hero, Raj. I'm being a hero at work
Okay.
today, and I've got to go. So I just wanted
Oh,
to
big
jump
up
in
to
quickly and
yourself.
say, as an atheist, yeah, just quickly, Veli, I've got to go now. Yeah, just wanted to let you guys know, as an atheist, I forgive all of you,
Oh
and
my
I love you.
God. Demon, get out of it, demon. Oh God,
I
that
appreciate
demon
your
always.
conjecture.
Yeah. All right. So look here. I don't have an issue with Darwinism. I don't think it's a what I call like a I don't say it's 100% because it's still a theory in my opinion, but it has been used as a way to oppress people by saying that you know, like you have a hierarchy of different races, and people have evolved differently depending on that race. Yeah. So also with the
So
concept
where is
of like,
that in?
oh,
Where is
let me
that in
finish.
the
Let me
origin
finish.
of
Let me
species,
let me
though?
finish.
In his
Let me
document,
finish.
where is that?
Let me finish. Why so religious? And so they had the survival of the fittest kind of mindset come out of
He didn't
Darwinism.
coin that.
Oh my God, let me
That
finish.
was an
Why
economic.
so
Let
religious?
me
Let him finish,
finish.
man.
I'm
Let him
not
finish,
saying
bro.
he coined
Let him
it.
have
Did I say that? I said it come
wait.
out of that ideology. So he might have come in with good intentions about trying to kind of like prove the origins of man, but that particular theory has now been used to kind of abuse different races. I'm not saying that was his purpose for doing it, and he definitely was a racist. There's no doubt about it. I read the quote where he said that, you know, the Europeans are the top of the food chain and they are going to suppress and exterminate other races. And that's what he said. That was from the Descent of Man. I'm not saying that I disagree with the whole theory though, but it has definitely been abused and used to subjugate other people, including Indians as well.
Okay, firstly,
I heard,
let's start
listen,
here.
I heard Newton was a racist, and people accept the theory of.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of people in this world that are. I mean, Mahatma Gandhi was a racist. Mahatma Gandhi was a racist, but I still respect him for the fact that he liberated India. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he's a racist and a pedophile, because he was a pedophile as well.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Here, let's start
Hey,
with
big
this
ups,
real
right
quick.
for religion. Big
If
ups,
you
man.
don't understand, thank you. If you don't understand the science or the reason behind evolution, then don't talk about it.
And we
Zobita,
talk about what we want.
you're
Who are
talking
you to
about
tell
I
us?
don't care
racism.
about the science,
Who are
Firstly,
you
Joe.
to
you're
tell us?
talking.
Joe, I
You're
don't care about
talking.
the science. I'm a
Zobita, let
Muslim.
me
Wait,
Yeah,
finish.
I'm a
Raj,
Muslim.
Sabida, let him finish. Let him
No,
make his
no.
point, and then answer him back.
So,
Yeah, but hold on, you wanted
so
him to stop cutting you when you were talking. You
Yeah.
can't just tell him to stop cutting you, then 2 seconds after you start fucking
I
cutting him.
wanted to realize how it
So
feels as well.
you even said survival of the fittest, obedient, and then you said dinosaurs are really strong. Why aren't they still here? That shows that you do not know the science of history as far as the comets and the mass extinctions that we had. And the survival of the fittest is not actually Darwin's phrase. He put it into a later edition, and then he took it out of that edition, the next edition of Origin of Species, because he didn't agree with it. Okay, it's the survival of the adaptation. The way that animals adapt to their environment causes evolution. Okay, so Zabita, firstly, when you're talking about survival of the fittest, you don't even know that that's not a Darwin quote. That was an economics professor. Okay, that was an economist that coined that, and then it's
You just said
attributed
that
to
he
Darwin,
coined it, but he
which
took it
makes me
out.
question.
You
No,
said he
no, I
coined it and then he took
said
it out.
no, I did not. I said that
Oh,
an economist coined it, and he
okay,
put
all
it
right.
into one of his
All right.
editions, and then he disagreed with the concept after further studying and took it out of the edition, the next
All
edition.
right. All right. I thought you said
So,
Darwin. Sorry, man.
so when you telling me to hold on, Billy?
No,
No.
not you.
No.
I'm telling the people
Okay,
in the back
so
chat. There's people in the back chat.
what I'm saying is, if you don't know about it, don't talk about it. Even Zobita, that's what Allah says, right? In the Quran, He says, "Do not talk about things that you have no knowledge of."
Okay,
So,
can I please ask you when you're finished?
so go ahead then. Ask me your
Yeah,
question.
I, as a Muslim, you know, based on the principles and the teachings, of course, I'm going to boldly reject Darwinism. Yeah, boldly, because I don't believe that we evolved from apes. Otherwise, that will contradict me as a Muslim. Yeah, I wasn't really actually speaking a lot about the science of Darwinism. I was just speaking about it more from a political perspective as to why I believe, this theory was pushed out, and what it was actually used for. What was the reasoning behind this Darwinism evolution theory and the effects of this Darwinism evolution theory? That's
And
my.
here's
I'm not.
another thing
Can I
about
just
your
finish,
Prophet
please, mate?
Muhammad
Mate,
that
can I
you
just
have in
finish,
Hadith.
please?
No,
You've
but
not allowed me to
here's the
finish
thing.
my
No,
point,
I
please.
don't
Don't
want you
tell
to
me.
finish
Don't tell
because
me
you
as an
did this.
atheist
You spoke
what I should
earlier.
do,
You're
whether I'm
talking
not following
about
Allah or
you're
not.
talking about
Because
racism.
Let
You're
her
talking about
finish.
racism. Muhammad created.
Yo. Why so religious? You did grant her to ask the question. So let her finish the point, and then you can carry on with what you were saying. You can either address the question or forget it and carry
Okay.
on moving. Yeah.
I like
I
the
mean,
camel back down.
I will be perfectly honest and admit that I'm not very well educated in the science of many things. I'm not a scientist. It's not a subject that I'm very invested in. I know what I know, but I don't know, intensive or extreme information based on these things. And I'm willing to hold that up. I'm not well educated on those specific subjects. But like I said, as a Muslim, I have my
What's your
principles.
question?
My principles. Now I'm answering what you're saying because you're telling me how as you as a Muslim shouldn't be able to speak about things that you don't know about, right? And
Allah
I
told you
made
that,
sure that I
not
did
me.
do that.
Allah
I
told you
didn't.
that.
I made sure that I specifically spoke about the political aspect of this Darwin theory. Maybe I might have mentioned that thing about the dinosaurs and stuff like that. It was just really a question, actually. It wasn't a statement. It was a question. I said, how come, if it's about survival of the fittest, how come dinosaurs didn't survive and insects
Okay.
all survived?
Let me say this. You're talking about
You, man,
racism.
hold on in the back, yeah?
In your
Wait, well,
hadith,
hold on one sec. Rights and religious, hold on one sec, yeah? Okay, I need to swap up a couple panel members, yeah? Because I've got
I
couple
bet I'm
members
going to be the
back.
first one to be chucked out. Watch what's going to happen.
Yeah, we've got to swap
Nah,
Raj,
what
yeah,
Raj
first of
saying
all.
still?
Yeah, they're going to chuck me out. They always get triggered.
well, I'm
Camel back,
Hey,
I'm
one
about
sec,
to have
yeah?
to get off anyway. So just let me say this real quick. Zobida, you're talking about racism. In the tafsirs and your hadiths, let's mention those. Muhammad said that
Oh, here we go. Let's dive back.
he planned in Tabri, he said that he planned to exile everybody that wasn't a Muslim, that wasn't an Arab Muslim from the Arabian Peninsula. Okay.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a complete
In
lie.
a hadith, that's pretty racist. Also, he said
That's a lie,
also
though.
in a hadith, this is a Sahih hadith. He traded 2 black slaves for 1 white slave.
We've been through this many
would
times,
say
my
that
friend. I
he-
think you're on mute.
which means he values them less. Also, he says that the Dajjal, the Shaitan, comes as a one-eyed black man. So
Okay.
here we go with all these descriptions of black
Can I
people from Muhammad,
answer
who
that?
was
Can I
white,
answer that, please?
who was
Because
white.
what you fail to realize is, I don't know if the last sermon of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, clearly says there is no superiority over a black man or a white man or Arab of a non-Arab
Inside of
except for
Islam,
good deeds and
inside of
piety.
Islam, he never says it outside of race.
Second of all,
Never says it outside of
can I
race.
finish? Can I finish, please? Yeah, second of all, what you don't realize is a lot of our prophets that we revere, that are mentioned in our holy scriptures, are black. Yeah, Moses, we believe him to be black. Solomon, we believe him to be black. Even there are arguments that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was also a black man. Second
No,
of
there's
all,
not.
we
All
come
the
from.
hadiths say that he was
Pardon me,
white. You're
pardon
lying,
me.
Zobida.
We come.
You're
We
lying.
come from
All
the
the
lineage.
hadiths say he was
We come
white.
from the lineage of Abraham.
All
He married an Egyptian, Hagar.
how?
Yeah.
Wait.
And
Here's a
I
question.
don't know if you think she was
Here's a
blue,
question.
but obviously,
How
if you do the
come?
math.
Okay.
Excuse me, you're
How
not
come
allowing
if
me
he
to
was black,
finish, though. You're not
Zabida,
allowing me to
if he
finish.
was
You've
black,
made a statement
no,
trying to lie
Zabida,
against
if
my
he was
religion.
black,
You're not
how
allowing me
come
to
the
defend it.
hair?
Otherwise,
How come Muhammad dyed his hair red? How come Muhammad dyed his hair red
it's
if
called
he was
henna.
black?
It's called henna to protect against the sun. A lot of
No,
Muslims
you're an
wear
idiot,
henna.
Zobida. You're a lying idiot.
Are you a
Bro, so
Muslim, bro?
religious.
Who
Let
are
her
you,
finish what
cuz?
she's saying, then you
Let
can
me
Hey,
talk.
but
finish,
wait,
G.
one
Let
sec,
me.
one sec.
Why
Yo,
can't I finish?
let me ask a question on that though, yeah? Because like you said, the henna
Bro,
was to
not to
protect from the
finish
sun,
though.
yeah? No, yeah, but he's gone, he's ducked out still. But
Yeah.
if your
Yeah,
hair's
he's got
black,
his
why would you dye?
demon
Wait,
in the
one sec,
hair
yeah?
now. That's why you wanted to bring
If
him in.
you shut up, man. If you wanted to dye your hair, why would you dye your hair red if it was black? To protect it from the sun.
Brother, we henna.
Good for hair.
It's got so many good properties. Henna's been used for many things. It's used for women to help them with not help them. Sorry, it was used for decoration and patterns. Like I said, the Prophet Muhammad used to dye his beard red, which is henna. To be honest, I'll be honest with you, I don't know the reason why it was done, to be honest, but I don't see the issue with it either, though. Like, I don't really see the extensiveness for that to be mentioned. I don't know why that's such an issue. Somebody wants to dye their beard red, what's the issue? But my main point is, when he was speaking about racist hadiths and things like that, he also failed to mention a lot of other things, where we believe that racism comes directly from the shaitan, where Shaitan was exiled from heaven because he refused to bow down to Adam because he believed he was superior based on his natural nature. And like I said, the last sermon of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he clearly said you can't differentiate between a white man or a black man, an Arab man, a non-Arab man. only based on good deeds and piety. And last point is we have a lot of prophets, yeah, that are black. Like I said, Prophet Musa alayhi salam, we believe him to be a black man. Prophet Solomon alayhi salam, believe him to be a black man. Yeah, Abraham married Hagar, who was an Egyptian, right? So I don't understand what this guy's talking about. I'm not going to say that they wasn't racist Arabs, but that's not an Islamic principle. Yeah, and this is what people fall into many times. They try to make out as if Arabs' behavior is directly linked to Islamic principles. When they want to bring up these hadiths about this and that as slaves and this and that as slaves, like we can go into that, even though we've gone into it many times. But when we spoke about slavery at that time, that was the trade that was happening pre-Islam. So in order to free, if you want to free your brother and you got to buy your brother to free him, that's what you're going to do. And I said this to Nanifa before. If somebody had your family member hostage, and the only way to free your hostage family member, you'd have to pay for that person. So if someone kidnapped my son now and said, the only time I'm going to free your son is if you pay me 100 grand or whatever, then that's what you're going to do. So that's how the Prophet, peace be upon him, freed slaves.
We're really bad, man.
Yeah, but that,
The Magdalena shots.
yeah, that's yeah. You know what? Yeah, I can't even let you slide with that one, man, because you're saying that
How
my
is this
man was buying
diverted
slaves
though
to
from
free slaves.
Darwinism to Islam yet again?
No, but because just that last statement there, like I was saying, I wanted to go back to the Darwin thing, innit, way, yeah, because like I'm saying, if anyone's on a laptop or on a computer or whatever, let's Google some facts about Darwin, and then we can put any of the Darwin whatever to we can put the facts, the truth, and the falsehood to bed, innit? Because like I keep saying, man don't care whether Darwin was racist or not, because that's not what it was about. Yeah, man's not trying to support any of his racism. Yeah, so it was about man's only trying to support anything that man can prove. So if his theory of evolution is the theory that's used today, like that to prove or to lean towards being the most likely probable way, the way that humans have developed to the way that they are today, then yeah, I can only lean on that. But his personal feelings, how he felt about black people, white people, whoever, and so whatever.
But do you realize when Raj quoted that quote, he's going against his own theory? No, but Reddy, you see when Raj quoted what Darwin said, speaking about barbaric people, he's going against his own theory, because he's saying that the original people was black, but then again he's saying that they are barbaric. Raj, can you re-quote that thing that you said? Because he's actually going against his own theory.
Let me find it.
But it's what I keep trying to say, that you're trying to use again in, so say this was a professional debate, yeah, they probably wouldn't accept that evidence, innit? Because you're using his own personal feelings on what he said, not his actual evidence on what he's bringing forward.
I reject Darwinism not because of the racist aspect of it. That's a huge part to playing it, and it makes me realize why it was used. But I reject it because I'm a Muslim. I reject it because I'm a Muslim. I don't believe, I believe in Adam and Eve, and God created us. The way you know the story, Adam and Eve. That's how I believe we as
mankind.
All right,
so Zabila, let me read it again. So from the Descent of Man, he wrote, the Western nations of Europe now so immeasurably surpass their former savage progenitors that they stand at the summit of civilization. The civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate, remember the word exterminate, and replace the savage races through the world.
But he never failed to mention that when he originally proposed this idea. He never mentioned the first primates were savages. He didn't use that. It was only till he saw the outcome of his evolution to be the white man that he decided to say, actually, I'm going to call these lot the savages.
Can I get in here quickly? No more monologues here, just quickly. Yeah.
Oh, shut up with the monologues. You do the most of them. You've been talking all day for 3 days. Non-stop. Every time I jump in there, he's on there talking, and he says everyone else is doing monologues. You need to go back in.
Just jumped on the panel.
No, but he's always talking like people doing monologues, but he does the longest monologues.
Like you're his dad or something.
No, he does the longest monologues, though. Don't tell people to not do monologues, or you do the longest monologues.
All right. So yeah.
Cool. Raj, don't get kicked off. I don't want you to get kicked off, Raj. I don't want you to
No. They're not kicking me off, man. Unless the James Jones pays Veli some money, then he's gonna.
Andy, no problem. No problem. I don't take what he said seriously anyway. He said I've done a monologue. That's fine.
You hear me? Like anytime anyone else is talking, you're chilling in the background. Once my man opens his mouth once, and you're shut up.
No, because he's telling other people not to talk for ages. But yesterday, every time I jumped on the panel, he was talking all day for hours.
Raj, please, bro.
Yeah,
Go on, James. What are you saying?
Cool. Yeah. So basically, just a few points. So whether or not he's, I think Benny made that point just now. Whether or not he's irrelevant is whether or not he's racist is irrelevant. He's not the only person. So he's very famous because of the work he's done and because of the way he codified it, put it into a book. So survival of the fittest is what people is like a colloquialism of natural selection because it's obviously a lot easier to understand, right? So there are many other factors, not just natural selection, that go into what do you call it, to the sort of the whole theory of evolution, if you like, yeah, or more specifically speciation, isn't it? So going from one species to another, because evolution is just the fact you observe all the time. So I said it to you last time, be it a mutation of a virus like a novel COVID, or you not looking like your parents, that's evolution. That's a growth or change over time. So you see it every day. So you can't say I disagree with evolution because of the Quran, because God tells you, you believe that, you know, for a fact that you don't look like your parents. So you know evolution.
Of course, we do believe in a form of evolution, but not that evolution.
Right. So, and then so when it comes to stuff like Darwin, right? And this is, I feel, what many people need to know. Do you know that in the 1800s, yeah, you know that there wasn't any DNA machines? You know that, right? They couldn't analyze. Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad you know that. So most of what we now believe or know to be true about evolution is based on actual evidence that is close to 99% true. Yeah. So whereas with Darwin, his theories were based mainly, and the other thing is he's mainly observing other creatures, you know. So like in his Origins of Species, he's not doing his research on human. He's not like humans. He's not an anthropologist. He's not looking at different human societies and saying, oh, this is why we're the same. It's just a logical conclusion to say that if we all
but he is based on his quote that Raj has just said.
That was in the Descent of Man, though.
Why was he highlighting the fact that the white race surpassed the black race, and why the black race is so savage? Why?
Listen,
what was it in the nature of black people which made them so savage?
Do you want to listen to what I'm saying? I would have to look into that because I don't know that. I didn't hear that. I was on mute for a second. But what I'm saying to you is he isn't the So when someone said Darwin's theory of evolution, what they're talking about is natural selection. So a lot of other people observed evolution. A lot of other people had the theory that we've all evolved from something. But the main question was why? What is the push? And how is nature, if you like, selecting how and why we change? And this was his theory based on a life's worth of research. So when you guys say Darwinian evolution, the reality is that is giving credit at some point, a bit of undue credit to the man, because the theory of evolution predates him. He's not the first person in the world. And what's funny is when Isa came on here, he showed us some Muslim scholars. Hey, anyone that was there, please speak now. Yeah, he showed us a bag of Muslim scholars that he believes Darwin got his theory from, and some of them were black.
And I'm not being rude, yeah. A lot of those scholars, and this is not my personal opinion because I don't know a lot about these scholars, but they're called. But some of them have been rejected a lot amongst the Muslim world.
I agree, yeah, because your religion's stupid. The point is, yeah.
So why are you being disrespectful, bro?
That was rude. I apologize.
Oh, man.
But I mean, because your religion is a bit closed-minded and rigid, yeah. But
all right.
The point is that it predated him, innit? So there's people that believe and understood that. Now, if a man in 19th century, late 19th century, is able to observe different creatures, observe different habitats, and see reasons for species evolving, and see reasons for them becoming subclasses within species, and literally totally different species, and trying to trace their origin with fossils and so on and so forth. If he's able to understand that, and we with all of the technology we have now can prove most of what he's saying is correct, i.e., slight genetic changes between creatures that have evolved and speciated. Like, I don't think it's not really too difficult of a proposition for you to just look into it, man. Like, it's not, because you believe that DNA is real. Someone could show you how a DNA machine works, show you how the little light correlates to letters, and how you have similar sequences to your mom and whatever. So you could actually find out for yourself. It's not that. Like,
all right, so Zabida, I'm gonna read a bit more, yeah, so you can understand the full. So Darwin didn't hide his views that his evolutionary thinking applied to human races as well as to animal species. The full title of his seminal 1859 book was The Origins of Species. Yeah, he followed up with a more explicitity in The Descent of Man, where he spelled out his racial theory. The Western nations of Europe now so immeasurably surpass their former savage progenitors and stand at the summit of civilization. The civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate
where's
and
that
replace
from?
the savage races through the world. So that's The
Where's that?
Descent of Man. So his original book was
All right.
Origins of Species, which was about animals. Yeah,
Let's go in.
which was The Origins of Species, and then he done a follow-up book which was about The Descent of Man, and he applied the.
Where are you getting that from, Raj? Where are you getting that from?
No, don't worry. You need to do your research, man.
No.
The Descendant of Man. Oh, it's book The Descendant of Man. Is that right?
Shut up. Post that link, whatever you.
Oh no! You need to do some Google research, man.
All right, so listen.
Don't worry.
A new rule here.
Jones, I've got to deliver.
This is an open source information platform. Do not come with a quote if you're not prepared to put in.
No. I'll come with whatever I want, Padida. You can't come with what
I'm going to tell you now.
No, James, louder.
You're not dictating nothing. You're not dictating nothing. You're mad.
Look, I found a quote that says the Sikh gurus hate all black people.
Well,
no, man. We're not discussing that right now. We're discussing Darwinism, yeah, based on people.
Let me go.
Raj, as a Sikh, can I ask you, Raj, as a Sikh, yeah? Hold on, Raj, as a Sikh, yeah, do you believe? Hold on, Raj, as a Sikh, do you believe we descended from apes? Raj, do you believe we descended from apes?
I don't say it's a mad theory. I don't disagree with it, and I don't think Sikhism would disagree with it per se. But it doesn't mean that. The theory of evolution, yeah, it was used to suppress other races. And Darwin was one of the main kind of like believers in that theory, and he's the one that created it. So. That doesn't mean that I totally disagree with it.
He didn't create the theory of evolution. Darwin didn't create the theory of evolution. I hope you lot
he researched and wrote a thesis or a theory on the
on natural selection, which comes
it was spectacular because in the 19th century, with all the technological advancements we've made, it has been proved to be true, down to even the sequence of amino acids in proteins. Like we are and common ancestry. Again, or a common ancestry with apes, to have a common ancestry with apes. I mean, obviously, he suggested common ancestry. He believed everybody ultimately has a common ancestor, right? That's what he, like, logically he's saying we essentially all creatures would have had to evolve from a single point. In the same way that all human beings, let's say even Homo sapiens at some stage, would share, like, that exist now, may have a common ancestor. It's just logical to say that. You see what I'm saying? Everyone will.
Do you believe in eugenics, James? Because it sounded like you did yesterday. You were saying that low IQ people.
No, it's a simple answer.
Remember when you said that? Because I remember you saying that autistic people like myself. Remember you said autistic people like myself.
But why are you infatuated with me? Just relax, man.
Can I speak about the environmental factors? You were speaking about.
No, Aaron Masele. Hold on, what's the meaning? Aaron Masele. Hold on. Aaron Masele came on and disagreed with that quote. And seeing as this guy's not providing us evidence for the article, and I don't have time in the next half an hour to read the fucking book, Aaron Masele, you know the challenge you have for that.
Right, here it is, everybody. Here you go. I know you're not.
Can we speak about the environmental factors, yeah? Because based on Darwin, yeah, people evolved due to the environment. Okay, fine. And hold on. Based on that point, why don't you not let me speak? I'm
Everyone's spoken for Raf. Let Raf say something, man.
Read it then.
Let Raf speak for a minute. Thank you, Rod. Thank you for that. Rod, let Raf speak though, man. He's been on silent for time.
Okay, this is another quote from The Descent of Man, innit, by Charles Darwin. As a man advances in civilization and small tribes are united into larger communities, the simplest reason would tell each individual that ought to extend his social instincts and sympathies to all the members of the same nation, though personally unknown to him. This point being once reached, there is only an artificial barrier to prevent the sympathies extending to the men of all nations and races. If indeed such men are separated from them by great differences in appearances or habitats, experiences, unfortunately shows us that's what it meant, how long it is before we look at each other as fellow creatures.
Yeah,
Does that sound like someone who's racist?
Yeah, well, I mean, read
What are you arguing? It's not racist, Errol
bro,
Masoli.
to be honest, he didn't read it very clearly. I'm not gonna lie.
All right,
Okay, no problem. This is where I point to you. I'll point you to a video to where I read this from, innit? Because this argument has been told, like, I don't know why people keep going on about this, like, oh yeah, man is racist and all this stuff and whatever. But yeah, there's a video that was called, I think it was by Aunt Kakek, yeah. It's called Scientism Revised, isn't it? Scientific Racism Revised, isn't it? And in the video, he basically goes through the arguments and whatnot, and what what's his name, Charles Darwin actually went through. And a lot of people goes, oh yeah, it was Charles Darwin that talked about racism and evolution and all this stuff and whatnot. But actually, what Charles Darwin's book, which everyone refers to, says, which is called The Origin of I think it's The Origin of Humanity or something like that.
The origin of species, are you talking about?
Origin of Species, right? Yeah. He never mentions anything to do with human beings.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was trying to say. Is it's not, that's more of a, because that's the evidence he had. He's not an anthropologist in that way. He was not studying human civilization in as much as he was studying different creatures.
But he did in the Descent of Man, which is a book he published.
But I'm not.
Yeah, but the quote I read from this
in that book, he said the Western nations of Europe
I'm not
now
just saying I'm
immediately surpass their former savage progenitors, stand at the summit of civilization. The civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races.
Yes,
the world.
listen.
That is definitely a racist ideology.
Yes. I would agree. I would agree. I would agree. Hold on. I would agree that. Hold on. I would agree that in the same way someone works in a lab that is a racist, right? I could agree with them producing some kind of thesis or treatise on an experiment, or what I'm saying, that they've produced that is correct and they could still be a racist. Like,
yeah, I agree with that.
The main points though here is, and what I feel like, because when Davida's made this argument to me before and she's refined it, it's pretty much the same argument, but she made it to me before. And I laughed and I was like, that's an interesting argument. It's not bad in the sense that it makes logical sense. The problem you have with that argument is there is a wealth and far more advanced technological research being done by people that you can't argue every single person in the Human Genome Project is a racist. Unfortunately, you don't have that luxury anymore.
The reason why I bring up this argument is because
one second. All these other people that ratified that information is what makes your argument weak, bro. Because there is literally at this point hundreds of thousands of scientists and researchers that have got far more advanced techniques, of evidence gathering and data analysis that can prove now that we have a common ancestor with chimpanzees and shit.
Okay. Can I make a point here now, please? Yeah. If somebody is a racist, but he managed to find a cure for cancer, he's done a good thing, but doesn't take away the fact that he's still a racist. Yeah. Right. What I'm saying to you is, with this Darwin, his ideas have been used, whether that was his intentions or not, which is very hard to find out considering he was a racist himself.
What ideas were used?
Excuse me, just wait. His ideas were definitely used in order to justify slavery and racism. Second of all, we have seen how science, even to this day, has been used to justify things like pedophilia, for instance. We had people like Banksy who actually tried to use... Hold on, he tried to use psychology or dysfunction in the brain, right, to suggest that is the reason why people commit pedophilic acts. Also, we have another idea with this thing about people being born gay, saying that that is also a reason to do with something with the development of the brain or something to do with genetics as to why people have these homosexual... Why are you going off? But I'm trying to show you how science... I'm trying to show you how science can be used to do evil. Whether that was the intentions of the scientists at the time, or whether it was the intention of the scientists at the time. This is why I don't sit there and take these things for gospel. I question it from a spiritual perspective. Yeah, how does this thing affect people or society in the long run? This evolution thing, for me personally, has affected society badly in the long run, and it's happened the same thing when with this gay thing. Yeah, when people are trying to say that you're born gay, and now we have a bunch of people with an identity crisis out here.
You know
Right,
what?
so James, I gave you the link here. Are you not going to address? Are you not going to read it? What's the point of me putting it in there if you're not
No,
going to
really,
look at
right.
it?
Yeah,
And
listen,
check it?
I
So was
listen,
that quote right?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't
Well,
read the
no,
book.
if you're asking for a link and then you don't look at it,
No,
what was
the
the point of
fucking
asking for it?
offensive thing. Most people say stuff, put a
No,
link.
no,
in
no. I put the link in there. Have you looked at it? Because you was
This guy is
begging for it.
offensive. All right,
You was begging for it like a bitch. Did you read it?
Cool.
Can you read it at least? Because there's no point
Yeah, I'm
putting
not
it in
reading.
there.
I'm not going to read it
So
out
it's
loud.
on
You're
there,
right.
and it's a clear cut that he said the civilized races of man would almost certainly exterminate
Yeah, I'm not.
and
Have I
replace the
argued it?
savage races through the world. So who
Have
are
I
the
argued
savage
against
races?
it? Have I
Who are
argued?
the savage races that he's talking about that he's going to exterminate? Those are the Indians, those are the Africans, and those are anybody that was not European. So
Okay,
there's no doubt that Charles Darwin was a racist,
I
but it
agree.
doesn't mean
I
everything he
agree.
said
What's
was
the
wrong.
point? I agree. What's the
Doesn't mean
point?
that everything he said was wrong. No, you
Yeah,
was bitching about wanting that article,
yeah, I
but you
know.
never read it.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Why did you not read it, weirdo?
I did read it, brother. Like, just relax, man.
Yeah, well then you didn't answer
No,
because
no,
you
The
no,
knew
no,
only
it.
no,
common thing we have with apes is nation building, yeah, reproduction. They don't have a spiritual system. They don't have law and
Yeah,
order.
all
Like,
right,
come
man.
on, like, there's many
All
things,
right,
man.
all right, all right. Just relax, everyone. Relax. Just bring it down. Cool.
Yeah,
The
Veli, add
reality.
me back in still.
Say again. What did you say? Oh, yes. Cool. No one's disagreeing that the man is a racist. And Zabida, like me and you have been over this. You're not prepared to do any, and a scientific said it as well. You're not prepared to do any research. You're not prepared to learn so you're not prepared to learn tools and methods of even obtaining new knowledge. For example, learning about science is complicated because you have to literally go from scratch. Like, what is DNA? What are genes? What is the genome? You know what I'm saying? What are chromosomes? Like, all of this stuff is complicated to even be able to understand it. So what you have is someone telling you man was made out of clay, and someone telling you man came from apes. And I get it, from your paradigm, it's more logical to believe that a puppet master in the sky made you out of clay than
Well, yeah, anyway,
no, but I was being, this is fair though. Then somebody, then a human mutating into, an ape mutating into a human, or what you now know as a human. I get it. It's more complicated. It just requires more work. And obviously you're lazy, but you're 20.
it's not complicated because I already have my criteria set. I already know what I'm dealing with.
No, but you don't understand.
I don't need.
No, but listen, kid, you don't this is a big man thing. Like, a lot of things I feel from religion and just people online, and my mom will tell you is a lot of hubris, a lot of arrogance in the way that you just you don't understand. That if I told you perform a quadratic equation or solve a quadratic equation, you'd have to be honest and say you don't even know what that is. So stop giving me.
I don't want to know what it is because listen. People have different priorities. You understand? Your priority might be you want to be a scientist. That's not a priority for me in life. I don't need to. I don't feel like these things benefit me in life. How I want to live my life. Yeah, these things don't come into play with me living in my life. Yeah, my principles and my priorities in life are different to yours. I don't need to know every maths equation to get by in life because that's not a tool that I need to do what I want to do. If I want to do something in my life and I have set out my road, yeah, I don't need these other tools because they're not important to what I'm trying to do. They might be important to you because you set out your life and disprove religion. So of course, if you're trying to disprove religion, you need to know all these scientific facts and all these math equations to prove your point. But I don't.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you, bro. We can hear you.
One second back. Can I just go to that? It's not. First of all, you're not. No disrespect, but you're not like some super successful person. So it's not like I've clocked life.
And neither are you, my friend. Neither are you, James. I haven't seen you in any newspapers. You're not. You get me? You're not on Wikipedia. Like, come on, bro. You're just James Jones on the net. You're not a successful person yourself.
Hold on.
This is what I hate about people. They come on the net, yeah. They try to use all this posh vocabulary, trying to think that they're sort of Einstein. Like, allow it, Joe.
Yo.
Relax.
If we put you in the jungle, yeah, or put you in the ring, you'll be the first to fall. So allow it. You might have certain qualities, and I might have certain qualities.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Cool.
And this is the sort of people that believe in IQ tests. This is the problem because they only have one criteria to prove that you're smart. Yeah, your criteria for being smart is using all these vocabulary. It does not make you smart. That makes you somebody that's good at memorizing and being told what to do. Yeah.
Can you stop getting No, Rod, please let me respond to what I'm saying.
Because you're putting other people down. Like,
listen. Bob, listen.
Tell
I'm
us.
gonna jump off in a minute. I'm gonna jump off in a minute. So just let
Tell
me
us
say.
tell us what your qualification is.
I was
Because you're always
talking to Zabida.
with that being
Yeah,
dumb.
you would expect this guy to have a PhD and chatting
Well,
shit.
Zabida, can I finish
This
what I'm
guy's got a
saying?
PhD in being the ultimate dickhead.
Can I finish what I'm saying or not? Please, yeah. Thank you. What I'm saying to you is, I can't remember why I said you weren't successful, but I can see how that's a bit rude, so I apologize. Yeah. What I'm saying to you is you're saying I don't need to know about quadratic equations. I don't need that for my life to be successful in my life. Da, da, da. The reality is, it is when you're speaking about fucking maths. When you're talking about maths, you should know what the fuck you're talking about. If you're saying quadratic equations are bullshit, I'd rather use X equation, then you'd have to explain to us what a quadratic equation is, then what the other equation you want to use.
I don't care what a quadratic
Hold
equation
on, but I beg you,
Seriously,
smart
man,
enough to
you talk so
understand
much
what I'm saying.
shit, man.
One story.
quadratic
Hold on,
to be quadratic
I beg you.
Put this fucking quadratic in your ass, fam. But
Let-
quadratic
One story, one story.
But
Hold on,
quadratic
hold on.
sushi, quadratic
Guys, please. One narrative is God made humans out of clay and in water. Cool, we get it. A child could understand that. A 4-year-old could understand that story. Another one is far more complicated. To say the other one, I don't, man come from monkeys. What do you mean, fam? And dismiss it. You don't understand it. You don't understand it. So get upset and emotional and triggered about how great or shit your life is. I don't care. The point remains, you don't know what you're chatting shit about. You don't know nothing about it. You're not gonna learn it because you're lazy. You're not gonna learn it because you're lazy.
No one knows who you are.
You're not gonna learn it. You're not gonna learn it because you're lazy.
Can I ask James a question?
That's the fact.
And show us your face. Then you might.
Can I ask James a
Right
question?
now, you're an internet avatar and a pussy.
I don't want to learn it because I
Raj, can I
really
ask James a
believe
question?
where I
Your people,
where I
can I
came
ask James
from.
a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. James, how do you know these things like quadratic equations? How do
I don't know how to. I don't know. I know what a quadratic equation is. I don't know how to perform it.
No, I mean, like, how do you know these things though?
God, he doesn't even.
How did it come to your
Well,
knowledge?
I know about quadratic equations from poker. When they tried to split money in the end, like those rolling equation to see how much someone would have won. That's how they use quadratic. I don't know how to do it. I need a calculator or whatever device would perform it. I know it from poker. How do I know about evolution? From really, I've only learned about this shit in the past 6 or 8 months. I didn't know what I believed before. And when people talk shit about it, I research whatever they're talking about to know are they right or wrong. So Raj said something just now, and I said, can I have the article so I can read the article so I can know what you know? It's not complicated. Zabida's lazy, and she believes that Islam is the truth because she was taught it. It's her culture from a child, and she's lazy to do any real research.
You know what though?
The simplest argument was Darwin's racist, therefore I've disproved everything about evolution. The reality of that is you would need to do a month's worth of research.
No. Can I correct you on that, James? I already said this before, bro. Yeah, I became Muslim because I decided to do the research. Yeah, I actually fully accepted Islam when I was 16 years old, even though both my parents were Muslim. Yeah, so I'm not a blind follower. I have all the information that I need to accept Islam.
So no, I just wanted to make an interesting but facetious point here. That if we can learn religion from racists, then we can also learn science from racists.
Oh no!
This is a nonsense point, man.
Like hitting.
What did you say? Say that one more time. What was that?
Blows there.
If we can learn religion from races, we can learn. But you know what's so sad, Shaka? I literally brought up a point to Jordan M one time about the. I said to him basically, there's a quote about the raisin head. I was like, "Do you accept the quote about the raisin head? The follow raisin head." He said to me,
"You don't need to go down that route."
No, hold on, one second. No, he said to me, this is his logic to me. He said, "Yeah, but the Prophet didn't say that to himself. He said that to people." I said, who did he say that to?
I don't even know about that. The raisin head thing. I mean, Chuck.
No, but hold on. Let me finish.
I'm not. You know, guys.
More really funny. We're dealing with linguistics from 1,400 years ago. A lot of the Arabs they use this sort of terminology when describing people. Yeah, it wasn't coming from a racist point of view to degrade that person.
Hold on.
Yeah, they would call each other red skin, white skin.
Can I finish my statement, please? Yeah, the point he was making,
go ahead, my black brother.
What he accepts in Sunni Islam is that the first generation, the best of us, what Allah called the best of us, were racist. He said, yeah, the Prophet was telling them they have to follow, even if it was a fucking Ethiopian, because they were racist, not the Prophet. And he thought he won the argument. He's saying the people he took his religion from, the best of who God the Creator said is the best among us. Those people are all racist.
All right, no. On a different note, though, yeah, because when I actually came on, what's it called? yeah, when I actually came on, to make the point, yeah. But I let you go because the conversation was different. But this is on the subject of the week here. This is an important conversation in the sense of the fact that scientific racism, quote unquote, as they refer to it, was also a tool of the demonization of African people and culture. And so like the whole Darwin thing.
You're talking about Piltdown Man, not Darwin though.
No, but I'm saying it wasn't just Darwin. There was a number of.
I said it wasn't Darwin at all. It was Piltdown Man that you're talking about.
Okay, I'm not really I'm not really an expert on the subject, but I'm.
No, but it can be Darwin. It can be Darwin. Why not?
It was not Darwin at all. There is no proof of Darwin. Come on, man, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, but all just for Iram Shelley, yeah, I'm not as passionate as you are about defending Darwin.
I don't care about Darwin though. I don't care. I will tell you fuck Darwin to your face.
Yeah.
No, I don't give a fuck about that guy. Get me, Darwin K.
But as somebody who's studied the subject, if you're saying that you read him, I take that said certain and certain things.
No, I ain't gonna lie. There's hold on. I've looked online, so me and you will have this discussion another time, Aaron Masele, but there is quotes of Darwin being racist.
Well, that's my understanding of it, but I wouldn't debate it because I'm not an expert on that.
Yeah, go on, carry on.
Yeah, but yeah, no, but I was coming in to make to on the angle of the religion thing because it wasn't just you know the religions that demonized the people and their culture. It was also the scientists. You see what I'm saying? The European scientists of the time facilitated the dehumanization, yeah, of African people, if that makes sense, and therefore their culture by implication. Is what I'm saying. So it's very important to understand that, and I don't, even though we shouldn't reject scientific concepts if they're proven to be true, just because they were published by a racist, we should also still investigate how their racist ideologies informed scientific practice, because those things would have been used in that real time, because of it, things like horrific experimentation was done on African people in these periods, if that makes sense, in the name of science. It's very, very important to do that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Shaka, people telling you to fix your mic still.
It sounds alright to me, though.
Yeah, man. I thought I was sounding sexy in that.
No, you sound you sound loud. Like it's not. We can definitely hear you. But it sounds.
Where's George gone, man? I can't comfortable with all these atheists and whatever, man.
In reference, but one second.
Don't run. Nah,
you know, I'm trying to be as productive as I can be, but if it's not going to be productive, there's no point, you know?
Yeah, man.
Like, bring it back.
Go search up Al Jahiz.
Am I sounding right here? Am I too loud? Or what?
No, you can't.
No, they're just saying it's like a muffled type of, like an echoing or something. I don't know.
I don't understand.
No, you're good now. But Bankboy wants to ask you a question.
Yes, Bankboy, go on. Blessings.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, you know, with the last point you just made, like, you know, them using these things, their theories to say X, Y, and Z,
yes,
and then wait until later till whether it's disproven. But what it does for the time, yeah, it's done what it was meant to do, innit?
Yeah,
so let's compare that with Zabida's point, which is I thought was a valid point. Say they're saying nowadays that you know, being gay is part of your makeup, it's part of your DNA and whatnot, yeah.
Yeah.
And that runs for a while, and then after X amount of time, it's proven that, you know what, that was just bullshit.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's still
but they haven't proved
what they intended.
They haven't proved that. You know that they haven't.
Scientific literacy is a real issue in this community. I don't even know how we can like dispel it right now, Car.
It's not a real issue, bro. But the point is that we have to understand.
It is.
It is a real issue.
Said that has the scientific community actually agreed that being gay. Like,
no, that's what I just said.
No, they haven't. There's no scientific evidence or proof of that. Although I would argue that it is treated as a scientific fact. Sorry, although I would argue.
No, listen. That's a weird one, but I feel like we should probably focus on Iram Marcellus' point, which is, and it's evidenced by this discussion we're having with Zabida. But there is a lack of sight. Like, it's how can you not be motivated to understand something that literally tugs at the fabric of your entire belief? It's like if you can prove, let's like for example, you know, I find interesting how Muslims never want to, and it's not about Muslims, not Muslim bashing, but just for example, how Muslims don't want to engage on this mathematic problem that Rob and these lot keep bringing up. It's I don't care about the problem, and I don't really have the argument with people. I never have had it, or I had it once in the chat. The point is though, if they're right and you're wrong, then that changes the whole understanding of.
But James, can I say something to you, bro? Yeah, just give me a second, yeah. The reason why I reject all these things, and I'm just going to be honest with the people, it's not for people to accept it. It's really to understand. We believe in God's process 100%. Yeah, we believe what God has told us sincerely with all our hearts. So anything else that anybody says is going to be a rejection. If it's the truth, if it's the truth that aligns with Islam, then we will accept it. And another thing as well with the science stuff, yeah, and why I feel like there is an evil aspect of this science thing, yeah, because the more technology has evolved, the more that I believe mankind is in danger, yeah. So when I speak about simple things like mental health, right, instead of actually giving that person a holistic way of dealing with it, because there's many ways to deal with mental health via meditation, via exercise, via many things, they will prescribe you a tablet which actually gives you so much negative effects, and they know that. And what my issue with the current state of science industry or pharmaceutical industries is that they are profiting of people's vulnerabilities. Yeah, hold on, they're profiting of people's vulnerabilities and weakness, and that for me, from as a spiritual person, shows that the devil is working right now. Yeah, so I'm not going to support that, and I'm going to acknowledge that, and I'm going to distance and disassociate myself from that. And it's the same with this Darwin thing. Yeah, I look at this and I think this is a blasphemy against God, because God did not create us in this way.
Quick question, yeah. So you trust Waleed, innit? Yeah.
I trust him as much as I can throw him, as far as I can throw him.
I'm not making it personal. I'm just giving you like, let's say, okay, let's say your mum.
No, of course I trust Waleed because Waleed's proven his trust, definitely.
This is your mum, yeah, because there's no. I know you trust your mum. Sorry, you trust your mum, and let's say, yeah, the kettle's on, and you touch the kettle and it burns your finger, and you tell yourself, I'm not going to touch the kettle and burn my finger anymore. Or let's say maybe it doesn't cause you pain. Let's say you put one of your prized possessions in the fire, yeah, and you see that it burns it. So you've got another prized possession. You're like, I'm not going to put my prized possession in the fire because the last time I put it in, it burned it. And your mum said, no, put it in the fire. Just put it in the fire. You wouldn't do it, right? The scientific method proves something to be fact or not. The fact that God, someone you trust, tells you something that is clearly wrong shouldn't be an excuse or a reason to not observe what you've already observed as a fact. And the facts, the way that we interact with the objective reality, yeah, is with science, with the scientific method. So don't call science like some static thing. It's a method.
Islam promotes science, though, James, and I'm sure you know that.
One second, Shaka, that you use every day. The only difference between what you're talking about now and the science you use every day is you understand the experiments you do, but you don't understand the experiments they do, and you're not prepared to because you're lazy and it takes a lot of effort, and that's just a fact of it.
Here's the fundamental thing, though. That there is a not all religions have that conflict, yeah, with understanding or embracing concepts like evolution. Based upon the fact that even though most, if not all, religions have creation stories or ideas about the creation, not all of them are considered to be literal in that kind of way. You know what I'm saying? So if you was to go into, probably most other religions on the planet actually, and their creation stories, the extent to which it's symbolic and the extent to which they actually believe that this is a literal thing that happened varies. Yeah. So most religious systems, I would argue, wouldn't have a problem with addressing or dealing with or embracing a concept like human evolution. And as an African spiritualist, I can definitely affirm that. I've never come across an African spiritualist system in which the adherents, and I'll be willing to be educated if there is one, but in which the adherents have a problem with scientific concepts like evolution. It's not even a conflict. Like it doesn't present a problem or a conflict.
But Shaka, can you see how someone like James Jones would kind of like prefer to argue against literalists? Like they're easier to disprove. Well, so he's got a bias. So when you speak, he's got a bias in picking out your.
obviously, but so does the literalist in that regard. So I think if one is a scientist or someone who adheres to popular scientific concepts, and they come across the creationist in the literalist sense, then they're gonna encounter debate and conflict. That's just what it is. You know, and so that's just a reality that one has to accept. I'm just making the point that this has nothing to do with religion in general, because not
just
all
religious supremacy.
No, not even
Religion,
that.
people who like claim religions
It's religious literalism.
above everything, including science.
Yeah. It's religious literalism in that respect. Like I don't have a problem with like if I like for me, the concept of evolution doesn't conflict with my concept of the creator and nature, Olodumare, Orisha. You know what I'm saying? Amin-Ra.
So do you believe you evolved from apes?
I don't have a problem with the idea of evolving from or having a shared ancestor or being a part of the ape family. That's not a problem for me, because the African spiritualist concept is that we are all a part of the allness anyway. You see what I'm saying? So I don't have a problem with being a part of apes, because I'm a part of everything. Right? So
but hold on. Because of the racist implication, and this is interesting because this is what people always wholesale reject. Or what are you saying, fam? What, man come from apes and that, yeah? And then they reject it. The reality is, the real argument, if you realize it, is that we all, every single organic material on this planet would have come from from a common ancestor. So that's
like clay, mud.
Fish. Yeah, forget that for a minute.
If you can accept you come from mud, why can't you accept you come from a gorilla?
That's plant. Exactly. Oh, thank you, Cod. Sorry, I thought you were arguing against me. Look how childish I am. Thank you, Cod. That's the point.
No, you're not childish. You're just biased.
That's very true. Also, I won't deny it. But the difference between my bias and other people's bias, I'll be honest with you, is
everyone's biased. You just need to be aware of your bias.
But whatever argument I come with, yeah, Zubida can say I'm throwing in big words or whatever.
Zubika. I got a new name for her, Zubika. She likes to bicker, man. You love arguing. You love it. I reckon Zubida actually would take it to fight. Like if we was in front of her, she would fight her. I reckon she'll fight her, man.
Zubida said she'll be.
Allow me, G.
Allow you said that, Zubida.
She's not going to get you on
that back to my WWE 8 days, man. That shit's over. You get me? I'm retired, man.
Zubida said if she catches me slipping,
I'm a retired MMA fighter. You know.
Trust me. I'll let you know that I wouldn't fight you still. If it's kicking off, I'm dead.
I would. I'd fight her.
All right, Khan. All right. Yo, listen, I'm trying to.
Can we have a little? Let's have a topic change of a little bit more of a nicer subject. So, should Arabs be in North Africa? Go.
This guy.
Here we go. Allow me, G.
If you're bad enough, innit? If you're bad enough, come take it.
I don't think.
No, it's not that should no Arabs be in North Africa. Arabs are in North Africa. Yeah, they are and have been for a very long time. So
do they have the right?
Case closed.
Do they have the right?
They haven't been in there for that.
Might, have you not heard the saying? Might is right.
Yeah, that's if you agree with that, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Let me do another one. Be honest. Do you think it's fair that that North Africans are allowed to have a dual identity, are allowed to be part of the Arab League, and should still be admitted into any kind of Pan-Africanist conversation?
Well, if they didn't have nothing to offer, you wouldn't let them join in. Get me?
You're misunderstanding.
It's not like they're turning up with their cap in their hand going, can we be part of Africa?
Yeah, well, no, this is the thing, Khan, yeah? Wait, he asked me the question, Khan. Let me answer, bro, yeah? Because, North Africa, geographically, is a very, very important place. And I would like to call it a gate of Africa, especially when it comes to the Europeans, who would be classed as a threat at some instances. So in order sometimes for them to really, and I'm going to say this because they have entered Africa through the west side, but for them to really infiltrate it, they got to get through the north, the Mediterranean Sea, and we have kept them out or tried our best to keep them out for a very long time. That's why, all the previous colonizations, we dealt with that, we got them out, and they haven't been able to come back since. And we control that area very, very firmly. I mean, the top three military the strongest military in North Africa. First is Egypt, second is Algeria. So you know they need us because we have the resources. You understand? If the whole of Africa really united now and say, for instance, Senegal was
I thought it
under
was
attack,
Nigeria.
Algeria and Egypt, if they really pulled up, then you know it would be peak because we have the resources. We have established a very strong military in order to defend anybody in Africa.
Just to be clear, really quickly.
You can go research the top strongest militaries in Africa, Egypt, and then Algeria second.
Yeah, so you also believe that, for example, let's say, you know, I'm not sure you're aware, but like there was a period in apartheid South Africa where they wanted to move all the black people to certain designated regions called Bantustans, I don't know how you pronounce it. And in that period, the main, what you consider to be South Africa now, be it the Cape Towns or whatever, it would have been majority white people in the leadership structure or whatever. You would have argued that they themselves also were Africans, yeah?
Why are you trying to put words into people's mouths? Like, why would someone accept that South Africans are
no,
African?
hell no. Because let me tell you something, yeah?
That's just ridiculous.
Hold on. I can't.
It's beyond ridiculous. It's actually
I
absurd.
don't know why you're running.
You see North Africa. North Africa is so linked with the Middle East, yeah? Look at Egypt. Egypt is what unites the Middle East and what you would call Africa or specifically North Africa. And hold on. Hold on, bro. Give me a second. The environmental factors of North Africa and the Middle East are very similar. For instance, you look at Syria, Lebanon, Palestine. They also share the Mediterranean Sea. It's the same with a lot of the North Africans. The Middle East also share the desert, yeah? So there is this aspect of this nomadic culture. This is why when the Arabs came in, especially to like Morocco and Algeria, the reason why they were able to eventually unite is because of the major similarities in culture and lifestyle.
Yeah,
you know, from the way that they dressed to even the way that they, you know, traveled.
Isn't it?
But it is though. There was a huge similarity. They weren't complete foreigners or outsiders the way that you would make.
In relation to your initial question, the only real issue is the extent to which, anybody who wants to align with African people, for mutual benefit, and for shared interest in them kind of things. There, I think for the most part, most Pan-Africanists would be open to that. The only issue is the fact that when we begin to talk about African self-determination, that is a concept that people would want to fight against, and it threatens certain people. So that's the only issue. The only point is that any alliances with between Africans and non-Africans would have to come from the basis of African self-determination and operating from our own power bases. Otherwise, we're just going to become subsumed into other people's agendas and subject to their ideas and their imposition. That's the only problem.
That is a brilliant point. Yeah, no one can argue that. I want to ask a question though, Shaka. Do you feel that somehow that this is like we're looking at a situation where it's like the tail is trying to wag the dog? In other words, like people who live outside of Africa, are trying to tell Africans how to be. So they're like, oh, well, we're outside of Africa. We're living in America and we've been oppressed by white people. So, by the way, over there in Africa, don't have nothing to do with white people. And Africans are like, but wait a minute. Some of us have actually got good relations through Christianity with the West. You got some, you know, other Muslims saying like, we've got good relations with Arabs. Should the tail wag the dog or should the dog wag the tail?
I'm gonna forgive your ignorance. Only because
it's the question.
No,
I respect the answer. I respect your answer.
I'm just being clear that in another setting, I might totally bun up your question and you with it, right? I'm just being honest with you, right?
As long as your wife's not there, I'm all right, you know.
That's cool, right? That's cool. Right?
I'm off the duck and cover.
Indeed, right? No, but I'm gonna forgive your ignorance only based upon the fact that there are brothers and sisters, yeah, not all brothers and sisters, but there are brothers and sisters from the continent who would have given you reason to ask that question. Again, the issue is African self-determination. Your question betrays your lack of knowledge of the development of the Pan-African movement, because it was never Africans from the diaspora dictating to Africans on the continent. Yeah, little as it's known, the development of Pan-Africanism has been an African diaspora initiative including Africans in the diaspora and Africans on the continent. The Pan-African ideology was not shaped exclusively by Africans in the diaspora. Yeah. So if I speak of Kwame Nkrumah, this is a man who has written 19 books. Yeah. Of which, and these are staple diet for Pan-Africanists around the world. You know what I'm saying? Right?
No, it's not about writing books. It's about someone else paying to publish your book, though, isn't it?
His
point I can write
Shaka, I beg you, don't go through history to explain. It's a simple point. You'd have to validate that. If you're telling me that you've done a survey and most Africans are saying X and we in the diaspora are saying Y, then fair enough. But you don't. You're asking a question. It should be summarily dismissed. That's not the case. A lot of Africans have not had good interactions with white people. I don't think that takes a genius.
So I've not carried out a survey of all the people in the world.
No, James, I'll take your point.
I'll give you examples of people online, like for example Reggie, Betty, Jupiter's husband. Even one time Jedi was at the park saying, "I don't identify with the label black." Even so, I'm not making it up. I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, but these are all people that are completely irrelevant.
No, but 1 minute, Shaka's giving an answer, and James, you're the one saying no, that should be dismissed.
You've got to take a break. You got to take a break. You just gave an example, and someone's responding. Then you're going to respond to the response.
Yeah, but I'm not posing the question to you.
But you should have added James into that equation as well, Khan, because you don't care about Africa either.
Yeah, cool. The point I'm making, is all of those people are immaterial. Like you're talking about Pan-Africans, and I don't think
as a movement. That's the point. That's the point. If you're talking about, let's say for example, if I use the Mau Mau for example, who went around Kenya sitting the throats of white invaders, and the people in Zimbabwe who went to war with the European invaders and that kind of thing. If I say to you, a lot of the Pan-African organizations in this country began off of the inspiration of the Pan-African Congress of Azania in South Africa. Like, you know what I'm saying? There is no dichotomy to be drawn here. In the African diaspora, as it stands, you have different sensibilities. The same sensibilities in general terms that exist in the diaspora exist on the African continent. That's all it is.
But how can you not understand if a group of, and I'm like you're right, Khan Zabi, whoever said I'm not Pan-African. How can you argue with someone who's saying that they don't want white South Africans to have control of specific regions because they are not indigenous to that landmass? How can you have, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's why I tried to ask Sabida the question just to see where she stood on that.
How does that fit in with the model that I'm using, which is, I didn't even use the term Pan-African. I'm saying people outside of Africa in the diaspora are trying to tell Africans who live in Africa, at home in Africa, how to think or how to behave. I'm not saying it's true.
I know.
I'm not saying it's true.
You have to appreciate what's frustrating the people them is that the question itself creates a false dichotomy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there are no sensibilities that are unique to Africans outside of the diaspora like that.
Exactly.
In the way that you're defining.
It originates from Africa. Genius.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the point that's being made. Yeah, there's no inherent what's it called, massive difference in terms of political movements. Yeah, it
can't be what you're saying though. Shall I tell you why?
One second. There are groups of sensibilities in the diaspora, and there are groups of sensibilities on the continent. So not everybody on the continent is a Pan-Africanist, and not everybody in the diaspora is a Pan-Africanist. Yeah, that's
very cool. So if what you're saying true,
not everyone thinks like that. Not everyone like a Pan-African. Like, hold on, listen to this. Not everybody that is a Pan-Africanist or a Pan-Africanist doesn't necessarily mean I don't want white people in my country. There are people that are not Pan-Africanists, that don't like Shaka, that also don't like white people, because they've had there's a far more far-reaching effect of colonialism and white people in Africa than their dislike toward Pan-Africanists. So someone might say, I've been hated white people because everything I see that's been destroyed is because of them, and Pan-Africanists, I don't like them too. But it doesn't mean like the way you're posing it, like because we're.
But can I say something, James Jones? Yeah, like when I'm having conversations. Hold on, when I'm having conversations, even with Shakara, what's his name, M.A. Brown, and some other black brothers, I do feel like they're speaking to me as if I'm accountable for the previous colonialism, and I do feel like sometimes they're speaking to me as if I'm an oppressor. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, but simply because I'm an Arab, yeah, and based on the historical facts that had happened, I'm automatically associated with that. And when I'm coming with this narrative saying no, I'm not associated with that, I don't agree with racism, I get completely dismissed, and it's like, oh, you're just begging it. Yeah. So it's really about the energy, because some people, and this is where Khan had to really check me. Some people want to build with you, but if they don't want to build with you, or they don't want to discuss with you, or they don't want to engage with you, there's no point. Hold on, I'm not finished. Brother, I'm not finished yet. What I'm saying is, yeah, there are some people that I've spoken to who want to build or even engage with a conversation with someone like me, yeah, because they're not coming from that mindset where they want to be completely disassociated with everybody else. And there are some people who just simply don't want to engage, don't want to talk with you based on, for me personally, history and current events now. And what I find is just because there is certain racist things happening within the Arab world or North Africa, somehow we're all accountable for it. And when we do speak out against it, no one wants to hear it. So, you know, sometimes these conversations for me personally it's like what's one of those sayings, fam? I don't know, fam. Watching paint dry or something like that. You get me?
Respond, Shaka. Are you gonna respond to that or not?
No, not particularly. I don't feel responsible for Zabida's hurt feelings.
Yeah,
it's not hurt feelings, to be honest, because it's not hurt feelings. You understand? You know,
let me help you explain to you.
Yeah, Shaka's a bad man, you know. Like.
I don't need to disrespect this guy. You get me? You know me, how my mouth can be, but I don't need to do that. You get me?
Yeah, but
you know what I'm capable of. I'm capable to be respectful.
You don't want to steer in the ring, Shaka.
Hear what I'm saying, yeah. Shaka made it very clear. If you want to help with the movement, yeah, you can help by having your own group set up outside, and you're in support underneath them and struggling with them to help them achieve their goal. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Brother, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm not. That's not really what
I
I'm
know you're not a
prescribing to.
Pan-Africanist, but if you want to get involved, you said you wanted to get involved. Okay, you talked about also as well how they look at you from a historical point of view as if you're the oppressor, right?
Yeah.
The point is that, what's it called? Like the Europeans, yeah, some of them don't take, like, okay, we know that there are Europeans out there who, what's it called? You know, they are upset about what happened with slavery, yeah, but the way they show it, the actions that they show, it's like, do you go out actively trying to tell the government to pay reparations, or do you go out trying to stop things like police brutality, or telling or talking about the racist system and really sticking it to the people that actually
brother, let me tell you something here, and I know a lot of people might think this is some like insincere argument, but it's just my reality, yeah. You know, my child is half black, yeah, so he's gonna grow up in society having to identify with both cultures. Hold on. He's gonna have to grow up in a society identifying with both cultures or one culture, yeah. So obviously, I'm trying to gain knowledge from people that have a more understanding of this, because I'm also somebody that comes from dual cultures, yeah. I've got the Algerian culture, the Iraqi culture, yeah, and I know probably more about the Algerian culture. And that is how people form their identities. You understand? I don't want my son or anybody to walking around like a blind shepherd in this land, which is not really indigenous to them. Yeah. So I want to educate my family on where they come from, because I've had to go through that process, and I find it very enlightening. Right. So when I'm trying to reach out and speak to these people and it's completely dismissive, right, it becomes very difficult, because I'm coming with a good intention. Now, in Islam, we have brothers and sisters in Islam, and then we have brothers and sisters in humanity. So, you know, I'm against, you know, racism and oppression towards anybody to be at that matter, whether he be black, white, whatever.
Unless it wins your country, though, because when it wins your country...
Excuse me, be quiet, yeah? So what I'm saying is the reason why I try to involve myself in these conversations is because, you know, I want to help, because I'm against that sort of stuff, you understand? And when people are being very dismissive, it's a waste of time.
Hold on, 1 second, Zabidi. I'm not even against you. I'm not even against you. Honestly, hand on my heart. You know that you just said I'm not a real African anyway. So you know what I'm saying. I'm not trying to take a side, but
no, it's not. You know.
But what you are saying though is you're saying I'm against all of these things in principle, and after 1,000 years. So if someone's done all of that, 1,000 years removed from that, I don't have to judge them by that standard anymore. Because anyone,
No, that's completely incorrect. Because when you're speaking, because when people like you are speaking about the invasion of North Africa, you're coming with a bias. You're not being 100% genuine with your argument. You're not being balanced. You're saying,
I know. To be the common man, you spoke for like 40 seconds. I spoke for 5. You cut me. What I'm saying is the people that are arguing this are not arguing because they hate you personally. Yeah, or not, I don't think I speak with Shaq.
I don't hate
blaming you for anything.
How can I?
What he's saying is,
I love Zabada.
Hold on.
Vader.
I know.
What he's saying
I had to correct him today as well. So
I know.
That's why I was laughing earlier.
Are you my recording, bro?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, is if you don't agree with the point, then obviously the man will argue with you on it, right? So if he's saying that the borders that are drawn up, the countries that are occupied by Arab people that actually identify as Arabs are as a result of conquest, and we should, in the same way we reject colonialism, we should reject the Arab form of colonialism. If you say, nah, fam, we're indigenous to the land, that's the reason he's arguing with you.
But I've never ever made that claim that we are indigenous to the land. This is where you people are getting it confused. People are trying to think. I think people got it confused. Where I'm claiming to be black. I'm not claiming to be black. Yeah, I'm claiming to be part of Africa. Yeah, because that is where my family have lived for centuries. I'm first generation in this country. Unlike you, I don't know about you, James Jones, how long your family's lived here. Yeah, but both my parents are immigrants. Yeah, my mom lived 32 years in Africa. Yeah, so did her grandparents. So did her. That's my home. That's my home. When I go there, that's my home. Yeah, we've got families. We've got houses up there. Yeah. So when now I'm trying to express the fact that I want a betterment of Africa. I want a betterment of African people because I have a direct link to that place. Yeah. I've been there many, many times. That's my home. And then somebody wants to come along and say, actually, no. Why are you here for? Why are you here? What about your ancestors? You're Arab though.
It's a beater.
I think a lady's trying to. I think there's a lady trying to speak in the back. I don't know.
Yeah, I am.
Funny.
Big up the panel.
Oh, Shaka. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, whoa, 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me bow my head real quick. All right, go ahead.
Bow knee.
Bow knee.
But no, I just heard this lady say she has a child of African heritage, and a lot of what's being said to you, the reason why I believe that you can be very racist in your narrative and your conversation is because you're not trying to see things from an African point of view. You're always telling people who they are, what they're doing, what they're not doing. That's not coming from a sympathetic point of view or an empathetic point of view. Not at all. Yesterday, your first line of questioning was, when it came to African spirituality, is this is what African spirituality is, and this is what you're doing. That's not going to help your son, because your son, if your son is of dark complexion, your son is going to instantaneously be seen as a young African boy. So you're raising him really and truly as a because you're talking about Algeria and Iraq and that heritage. That's all well and good because that's who you are. But how do you really immerse him in his African culture if you don't humble yourself first and foremost to understand that you have a conditioned mentality? Every Arab, more time, and European has a conditioned racist mentality. If we as African people suffer from self-hate, because of a conditioned mentality, how do you think that you are above that? Enough of the things you say is very racist. And when your son gets to a certain age, he's either going to have self-hate issues or he's going to look at you like, "Rah, can you hear what you're saying?" So you have to humble yourself to not telling people about, well, on the continent, they don't think like that. Like you only represent Algeria. You don't know nothing for anything else on the continent. African people are a diverse people, but you can't tell if Shakara is telling you, facts in real time What's happening on the continent? How are you going to come and tell me this is not what they're doing? This is not, you're forcing something on people. This is what I'm saying. You do not understand the African experience.
No, but her mum's lived there for 32 years. So obviously.
Okay, can I respond to that, please, James Jones? James Jones, be quiet, please. Let me respond to the lady.
Oh man!
But even when
you
you
bro.
have a conversation,
Never mess with Sean going.
Yeah, says the guy that's called James Jones.
My mum lives in Algeria as an
Okay, can I have a chance to respond now, please? Yeah?
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay. Can I respond now, please? When I speak to Shakara, I've heard Shakara speak many times, and you know, from my point of view, he's been very dismissive of conversating with people like me. I've seen him in the park speak to many Algerians as well, who identify with being African, and they've been very much dismissed. I don't know a lot about African spirituality because personally, I don't see it as something that affects me. Yeah, it's a way of life that people practice. Doesn't do no damage to me in my daily life. But since we're here, I've simply asked questions. I've not told anybody how to behave or how to be. If it's come across that way, then that's my bad. But that's not the intention. Yeah. So when I was asking about specific things that were happening within the region, I asked him, you know, what do you think this is? Do you think this is related to African spirituality or African culture? For you to say that I've been conditioned to be this way, I think that's very, very insincere and very unfair, because you know, everyone here has a life experience. Everyone here has, you know, been around people.
The fact that you say that's unintelligent in and of itself. I made it quite.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Everybody is affected by white supremacy. You are not exempt. And
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And the things that you say make it clear that you're not exempt. You never asked him a question that was innocent. You said this is your understanding. You broke down for somebody who talks about their negative jinn and all this kind of thing. You had a very deep, in-depth understanding of supposedly bad conjuring up bad spirits and all these things. You was telling him this is part of his religion because this is what you've seen here and there. But this is a different conversation. The main point I'm saying is you have to humble yourself. So I'm saying for the benefit of your son, yeah, if your son again is of a darker hue and he is taking on the African genes, them on a full scale, you're going to have to humble yourself, because your son will let you know, I am living a full black African experience, mum, not my Algerian granny.
But can I please respond to you, because it didn't actually allow me to respond, yeah? I don't know if you're aware, but I'm a Muslim, yeah? So we don't really live our life based on culture or race. That's not a main principle. If anything, when race is involved in Islam, it's about being tolerant and respectful to everybody, yeah? So in a sense where I want my son to identify with the identity, yeah, to know where he's from, because obviously a lot of us are not from England, yeah, we're not English people, that's not our roots, and we have certain traditions, yeah, within our culture, which I definitely want him to learn, i.e. the language, speaking his language, Arabic, yeah, but at the same time, like I said, we are Muslims, so we don't have this thing about African experience or Arab experience, you know, and like I said to you, everyone has their life experience. So I've been around many people.
Yeah, that's
Ethiopia.
Can we just identify? Yeah, the idea that being Muslim contravenes one's own personal experience is absolute nonsense. Based upon the fact
you're not a Muslim though, you don't know.
Yes, I know, but I am a citizen of the world, and the fact of the matter is that when we hear Free Palestine and when we hear campaigns about the people in Syria and the people in Yemen,
but that's not an Arab issue. That's a Muslim issue. That's our Muslim brothers and sisters being oppressed.
I haven't said anything about Arabs. Yeah, I'm saying that the idea that the only relevant identity among Muslims is Muslim. And identify with Islam is not the case. Muslims don't see it as a contradiction around the world to say Free Palestine and I'm a Muslim. Muslims don't think it's a contradiction to identify as Pakistani and be proud about being Pakistani or Kashmiri or any of the related identities and being Muslim. And it's completely legitimate to campaign and fight for those respective identities and the national movements, yeah, that are built around those identities, and also be a good Muslim. There's no contradiction there. Okay, so again, once again, the only issue here, the only issue here is that Africans deserve and should be concerned about self-determination. I'm not really interested in any non-African's opinion on that. I'm only interested in other Africans.
But this is why I don't know why James Jones brought this up. I didn't want to have this conversation, to be honest. You know, at this point, I do feel like I'm forcing a conversation. But can I finish, please? Because you and your wife were able to speak and make accusations. You were able to make accusations against me, and you have not actually allowed me to finish to at least defend myself. Yeah. So,
but I don't know what you said.
Yeah, I was told that I was telling people what they are, and I need to humble myself and all these things. Yeah.
Yeah, you do. That's a fact.
Okay, I think everybody needs to humble themselves. Do you agree? I think everybody needs to have a bit of humbleness.
I'm a Yoruba man. We don't know humility.
So anyway, like I said, I came onto this panel initially speaking about. I came on this panel speaking about Darwinism initially, and James Jones, with his controversial self, decided to bring up a topic which I'm pretty much tired of speaking about because I'm not getting anything out of it. Maybe I have to redirect my questioning to different people, but from the 3 days or how many days I've been conversating with Shaka Rah, I don't think he's very interested in what I've got to say. Like I can very much tell the hostility in his voice and even his wife's voice. I think they've very much misinterpreted what I'm trying to say. And that's on their head, to be honest.
We can have the conversation later.
Yes,
we can have the conversation later.
Well, you know, like I said to you,
I'll be going soon. Still, I'll be going soon as well. I've got an interview conducted on Got Crush TV. At the same time, if nobody's forcing anybody to have this conversation, if you don't want to have it, then don't have it.
Yeah, you good?
That's cool. You know, I'm not really.
No, I was forced to have it because James Jones brought it up in the midst of the conversation.
No, you didn't have to entertain it. You didn't have to entertain it.
Well, I mean, maybe that's it. I don't have to entertain this conversation anymore.
At the same time,
and I will not entertain these conversations anymore. Definitely.
That's fine.
Yeah, but you can have the conversation with me. I don't mind. I'll explain it to you.
Because quite frankly, I've never pursued anyone to have this conversation. So I've only ever been on and you know, here's come on and they want to, you know.
Yeah, I think it's just fair,
you know, you decided to add in some Islamic sources in the back chat whilst I was speaking about Darwinism. Why would you add Islamic sources knowing that I'm the only Muslim on the panel? You was obviously trying to tell me something.
I think it's unfair, Zabida, though. Yeah.
You know, I don't like. You know.
Can I just, hey, Zabida? Can I just
Zabida,
say?
We're just joking with you, man. We're winding you up a little bit.
Yeah, come on now.
One second,
Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah every time, man. No love lost, man.
Hello, Zabida. I just think you're being really unfair. In my opinion, yeah, like your worldview is really unfair to white South Africa. Because I feel like
I mean, that's your issue, Joe. Like, you know.
No, but listen, but why is everyone cutting me off? I'm saying I feel it's unfair to white South Africans because if you guys get to be Africans, shouldn't they get to be Africans too? Because some white South Africans, they've lived in Africa for more than 32 years too.
Brother, I don't care. At this point, wallahi, listen. At this point, wallahi, I don't care. I'm so bored of it. I'm so bored of it. I'm not African. I'm not Arab. I'm Chinese now. Whatever. I don't care. Like and this actually affirms me and Islam when they speak about nationalism and all these things. It makes sense why we don't have these conversations and we don't engage in it because it becomes this thing. You know, I'm better than you because I'm this. I ain't with it, man. I ain't with it, man. Islam, man. If you wanna bear Africans, then good for you. Inshallah.
You just gotta win for Islam right here, Zabeda.
No, shut up. I just gotta win.
This James Jones, that's all he does, man. He comes in, he shit stirs, and then when he's put on the pipeline, he's not shriveling.
Just winding you up, man. Relax.
No, listen, chill. No, listen, I won for Pan-Africanism. Hey, Shaka, if I do join the team, I want honorary membership status.
James, if you're black, you get membership. Wait, if you're black, why would you want honorary if you're black, James?
No, honorary membership.
Damn, James.
Like I come in at a higher stage, a higher level than any of you motherfuckers. You know
I want Shaka's position.
I just made an Arab.
Yeah. But you know as well. What I just want to highlight, when Shaka Rah's being asked the same questions that I'm asking him by black people, he doesn't have this sort of energy, you know. But because I'm an Arab, and this is what I feel, I definitely feel this anti-Arab sentiment. Because I'm asking the question to the point where his wife has had to come on and tell me to humble myself and tell me that you when other people are asking exactly the same questions, you know, and actually being more disrespectful to your way of life, and I don't hear the same energy. But it's Adi.
Chill.
Yeah,
You can't come for the you ain't gonna you can't come for
just
you can't come for a sister now. Chill out, chill
yeah,
out.
yo, Sabida, yeah, no,
I don't need to
don't
come
do
to you,
that, man.
Aki. You know, you guys got a lot of work to do, man. Like, you know,
We do, we
it's not
do,
my
we do.
problem.
But alhamdulillah to you. You know.
Yeah,
Alhamdulillah,
Sabida,
man.
yeah,
It's Adi.
yeah.
It's not that
Don't let
deep,
man,
man.
don't let man
Do you know
catch
what it is?
you about this again, Zabida, though, yeah?
Do you know what it is, Sabida?
Shut
Yeah.
up, bruv. You're a waste man, bro.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
This guy came on the net claiming he was a white man. Shut up.
Yeah, no. He really James is on something today because he has to be an honorary member of his own race movement uniting. So I don't know. I look at him differently.
No, but big up Islam. No, this is what I'm trying to say, yeah? It's true, like Islam tells you to denounce nationalism. Do you know what I'm saying? Even though Allah says that he created nations. Bit confusing. Big up.
Yo, I mean, big up to my Muslim brothers in the back chat, yeah, that want to come on, you know, but Braden refused. Yeah, whilst they're getting ambushed here, but it's all good, man. I hold it down. You get me? No problem.
No
problem.
As well, yeah, for coming on.
It's a new segment on G Block. It's called Blocked. So you've been blocked.
Yo,
can I just say for coming on and convincing us that we evolved from clay.
I never mentioned that argument once, but
denouncing evolution.
You believe in some other stuff as well, bro, that I don't really care about. So, you know, it's on your head, though.
Family, I've got a run here. I've got an interview to conduct.
Don't run.
Hey, Shaka, can I ask you a question?
Very
you
quick.
live with it? Shaka, you going live with it or you recording?
Yeah, live. Yeah, I've got.
All right, cool. I'm gonna
Yeah, what is,
my guest ain't here yet, so that's why I'm still here. But yeah.
Yeah, you know I can't remember her name, man. The woman you interviewed recently.
I know you're talking about, James. I was looking at her video yesterday.
Jamelia or the Black History?
Oh yeah, you interviewed Jamelia.
Jamelia too, bro. Chakra. Yo, is she single, bro? Is she single, bro?
No, she's not, bro. No, she's not.
Who?
Jamelia.
No, I know Jamelia's not, but the other one
doesn't stop
anyone,
bro. Doesn't stop humanity. It's 2020. Doesn't stop anything.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to get your revolutionary. I want a revolutionary.
With confidence.
Apparently she's not single. Apparently she's got a man. The Black History.
No, that don't matter. That don't matter. Still, approach that with confidence, fam.
Hey, everyone was LA, man. You come on, fam. What kind of this? Look at you lot trying to do in the black community. Don't bring me to nowhere, bro.
Yeah, I do appreciate the appeal, but apparently she's taken. She's spoken for. So
okay, because
you need to just maybe I'm not gonna tell you what to do, Shagra. I'm just suggesting as a fan. Maybe you should have like the Mrs. do like a segment where she's like single, powerful black women. They just have conversations, and you just be like, as a single.
Is that the tribute to Brad Edition?
Yeah. You know what? No pun intended. And like we should do like an African dating show and call it the Black Silla Show.
Joker.
You like that one? Isn't it? All right. Rest in peace.
That was brilliant, bro. It's brilliant.
Rest in peace, Silla Black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, family.
We got my Muslim brothers and sisters out there wherever you are.
Yeah, bring up my Muslim brothers and sisters out there still.
Hey, Shaka, just remember though, when we live today was a real positive day for Pan-Africanism. We made an Arab renounce their heritage.
That's the thing. I have no intention to do that. So once again, the issue, the only issue is whether African people deserve self-determination, and self-autonomy. That's the only issue.
Yeah.
And if nobody has a problem with that, then they don't have a problem with the.
But I've never said I had a problem with that, though. I don't understand where
that's fine.
I said that I don't want Africans to self-determine. I don't think I've ever said that.
At the moment, I'm not addressing you. I'm just saying to the issue.
Well, I'm addressing a point that was made, which I feel like is a reference to me.
At the moment,
you can see the very rude disrespect, proper disrespectful, you know.
At the moment, I'm addressing the issue that James raised, and he raised the issue about this thing. And I'm saying the only issue is whether African people deserve self-determination, and the idea of Black African unity is problematic for some people, and they're entitled to their problems.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? But that cannot affect our own self-definition and our philosophy and how we develop our movement. That's
Yeah, like 32 years doesn't make you black. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're in the landmark for 32 years.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, family.
No, James, like don't make me start cussing you, Joe. Like, trust me, it will get very peak. It will get very. Yeah, no one's claiming to be black here. Alhamdulillah. They see the way you lot are proud of your melanin. I'm also proud of my olive skin too. What? Like, like you know, you want to act like I'm claiming to be something that I'm not.
Are you green
or black?
Are you green or black?
Brother, you know what olive oil looks like? It's gold, yeah.
Oh,
you made that gold.
Oh, you're gold.
You made that gold.
No. Black women in the sun are gold.
You look like.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro.
You know how I know you're a Muslim?
Yeah.
Because you look like you're made out of clay.
You know, this is the thing with you atheists, Sam. Like, you know, this is what it is. Alhamdulillah, we talk about sabr, you know, we talk about patience. We speak about patience, you know. So I'm implementing an Islamic principle here: patience, sabr.
Alhamdulillah. Hey, no, on a level though, you are very patient, mashallah. Like, you are patient.
Yeah. Well, no problem.
You know where? Do you know I saw you have the most patience used?
Go ahead, go crack a dead joke. Go on. Go make the crowd laugh.
Now you killed it. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, no, that was dead.
You never killed it. Listen, Zabida, they're saying in the chat that you stood
Hey, what's
strong.
up with all the laughing, bro? What's up with this atheist attack, man? What's up with this atheist ambush? Why you ambushing on my sister, man?
Bernie,
This is the second time y'all did this. Jesus, somebody gets on and block me out.
Bernie, you're about to be caping. You're caping, Bernie. You're caping, Bernie.
With you atheists, man. Look at that, bro.
You're black first, Kate. You're black first.
Why y'all just out there like that?
Listen.
To a laugh line. I was already on here. They're gonna sit here and kick me off and throw in Ultra just to say I love you. Like, what kind of stuff is that,
He's gonna
man?
keep you off again if you keep doing this. If you keep
That's
doing
why
this.
we got religion. So we
Bernie,
don't do shit
no
like
problem,
that.
Aki, brother. We know what it is, man. It's not that deep, Joe. That mindset is very destructive. So let them have that mindset. You know, we're blessed, man. We already know where it's at.
Hold on. Wait. Zabida, brother. Zabida. Is he your brother? He believes that a prophet came after Muhammad.
He is my brother. Yes, he is my brother. You're not gonna come on no divisive
he's
shit.
not
He is my brother.
Hold on, stop. He's not a Catholic. He believes that there was a prophet.
Yo, you see all that tactic stuff is not working around here, Joe. Bernie is my brother. Alhamdulillah.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Chill. Rewind. Hold on, James Jones. Before we got onto the North African thing,
God, he's about to start caping.
No. Start what?
How dare you?
Brad, you're a gin shapeshifter. Yeah, behave yourself, right? You're a gin, bro. I'll vaporize you easy, bro. Behave yourself. Yeah, bro. Don't mess with me, bro. I'll recite Quran on you, bro. You just disappear, bro. You go back to the gym.
You gonna recite an Arabic man's Quran on me, bro? I have African.
What were you gonna say? Arabic? All right, let's start with that. What's wrong with Arabic? Where does Arabic come from? The language Arabic.
You see the anti-Arabic, these are not like Arabs.
I got him. This is a problem, yeah.
Bring your Arab words at me,
Hold
bro.
on, stop. Where does the Arabic? Listen, the confused Pan-African. Calm down. Calm down. You come here. Look, I come here to give you some licks and humble yourself, right? Check it out now. Very simple. You want to talk about Arabic? Where does the Arabic language come from?
Oh no, I'm not playing this game with you. I'm not playing this game. I'm not shocked.
Okay, good. No, it's not a game. It's not a game. It's a lesson for you.
It definitely doesn't come from Africa.
Before you talk, it doesn't come from where? Hold on, it doesn't come from where?
It definitely doesn't come from Africa.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Alhamdulillah.
No, you're Shemitic, remember?
No. Excuse me. Behave yourself. Where does Shemite?
What is wallahi?
Hold on, one sec. What's your name? Raf. Simple question, yeah?
Error Marcellus.
Simple question. Yeah? How old is Africa? How old is Africa?
Say my name.
Raf.
How old is Africa?
Yeah.
How would I know how old Africa is?
Stop. Listen to the question I'm asking you, yeah?
You're
referring to hold on. Listen to the question I'm asking you in context to what you've said, yeah? So when you're saying it definitely did come from Africa, how old is this Africa that you're talking about?
You say you win.
You're damn right. This is they
don't care, Aki. Nothing that's indigenous to Africa and it's foreign. It doesn't matter to them.
I surrender.
No, it's not
that. Hold on, man said Bernie's her brother in faith. These times Bernie believes that.
Yeah, we know they don't care. They do the atheist shuffle.
For that.
Calm down. The point I'm making.
Sorry, guys. My daughter's even frustrated with you atheists, man. My daughter's even atheist, frustrated with you atheists. I'm sorry, that was her. Check out Dana Marniche, man. She's an archaeologist and a historical person. She'll tell you during the time of the revelation of Muhammad, Saudi Arabia was a part of African jurisdiction. Boom! Islam is African man's religion.
Hold on, this guy's a mushrik.
No.
You are the biggest mushrik out here, bro. Like either way, like you're still a mushrik yourself,
aren't you? James converted and left. I know you
guys are internet.
I know you converted at some point and went back, didn't you? Yeah, I know you.
You know what he says as well? Do you know what them man say about you? Yeah, you know what them man say about you?
Yeah.
All these Quranists and that.
About me?
No, I'm saying
Bernie.
The Quranists.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say that the way you put Muhammad in the Shahada Tain or whatever you call it, that's all shirk, yeah? That's what they will say about you gladly. But
James Jones, no one cares though. Like, why are you coming here chatting shit, talking about this one, that one, bro? Like, you don't even believe in it in yourself. So why are you questioning a man on his faith? Why are you questioning another man on his faith? Like, who the hell are you?
Just trying to
if you two are brothers and sisters.
Yeah, Satan was the first atheist. He caused confusion. That's all you're doing.
This guy's an atheist, but he's so invested in Islam and Islamic principles, Islamic teachings. Help him, man.
Guys, can you see the beauty of this?
The union of
Shia,
both
Quran and a Sunni working together.
Roma said it. No. You have to understand. It's not working. We have to work together to refute garbage. When you bring garbage, the garbage has to be refuted. So I ask you a simple question.
We're witnessing a beautiful thing, guys.
Ref, wait. I'm saying, I asked you a simple question.
That today, on the 21st of April, 2020, that all...
Bruv, stop all the nonsense, yeah? You tapped out, you tapped out.
Work together.
Stop. Oh my God.
April 28th, tell me what does morality come from.
It's good that you know
you just educated guessers.
Oh, have we got a subject here, or are you like just running around chatting rubbish?
Zabida believes in Noble Drew Ali as the prophet coming out.
Everyone's on.
You know, this is somebody that likes to come on here and act like he's got a PhD and some shit. Yeah, you got a PhD and being the biggest cunts on the internet. Yeah, that's what PhD is.
But yeah, you're gonna.
You're a joke, man, James Jones, and you know that. You know that.
No one can believe Zabida's racist. You believe Noble Drew.
Yeah, the atheists support LGBTism. So what are you? You're causing more confusion than we are. We got kids out here with this atheist belief. I'm a girl. I want to be a girl. I want to be a girl, and the boy. I want to do some sit-ups and.
I thought this is the same man that said colonialism was good for Africa. Now let's focus on that, yeah. But James Jones, I've been hearing you say some wild stuff, trying to say that slavery and colonization was good. Is that what you said, Joe?
No.
Or should I have to go out and bring something little?
No. And it's
when Hitler,
someone said that.
Shut up.
Let me get in with this, Zabida. When Hitler allowed the African Americans to join the Olympics and he won the race.
So what you say? Did you say that colonialism and slavery was productive for Africa? Is that what you said?
Alhamdulillah, there's no more 72 sects.
No, my question is Bernie a kafir?
There's one sect.
Look how we trying to divert. Why are you diverting from that comment, Joe?
I didn't say that.
Shall I bring it to Lil now?
I did, yeah, bring the deal. Is Bernie a kafir? I said no. Is Bernie
Hold on, James. Before you go to that.
Bernie a kafir?
Did you say that?
No. Mom's life, I didn't.
I know all you guys support LGBTism.
Is Bernie a
Or now,
Bernie
or now Zabida could have
What'd
said
you
no.
say, Bernie? Hold on.
Or
What
now
did Bernie
Zabida
just?
could have said no.
Hold on. Bernie just said something about Sheila. What did you say, Bernie?
No, Issa, man. Why are you letting her get away?
If I'm a Catholic, then you support the LGBT community.
You have to
Hold on, James. Bernie just said something about
man. You
Sheila.
have to ask her.
Flipping hell.
Is Bernie a Kafir? I answered the question. You asked me, I answered. Is Bernie a Kafir?
No, he's not. He's not.
You are
Hey, we're not gonna play the atheist trick of throwing a stick and hiding your hands.
Bernie. Hold on, Bernie.
On the
Bernie, what did hold on,
Okay,
Bernie? Stop. What did you just say about Shiism?
Bidder. That's just bidder. Pure
Hold
bidder.
on, bro. Forget that. Bernie, what did you just say about Shiism?
Kafir, fam. What are you talking about?
Oh, for flips. Go on, Bernie. What did you say?
Hey,
Hello?
It's not what I said. It's what God said about the other.
No. Listen. Hold on. Stop. Bernie, what did you say? Just tell me what you said. What's wrong with you lot? Hello?
I said nothing about Shia. James Jones sticks and hiding his hands. I don't know.
You just said something about. All right.
They're doing the atheist. But yet they support the LGBT community. So oxymoron, man. You kind of
can agree that
man. Which way you want to go?
How is that not bidder?
What's that? What? All right, let me deal with James Jones because Bernie, you're not answering what I asked you, man.
How is that not bidder? A man said a prophet come after the prophet. How can that not be?
I'll tell you why. James, I'll tell you why. Hold on. I'll answer your question, James Jones. How it works is this: there has to be an acceptance, of anyone that follows the Quran, that because people went astray after the prophet. This is regards whether you're Sunni or Shia. Both of us agree that even you can say we say the majority went astray, but even Sunnis will say that certain Sahaba went astray and Abu Bakr killed a lot of them, right? So that's part of what they say. So the point is, even different groups, so you've got 4 schools of thought in the Sunni part, and they will call up the other schools deviant. But there's still an acceptance. Hold on, wait, I'm getting it. Hold on, I'm getting it. What? One sec, bruv. Stop. So I'm saying they can call them deviant, but not necessarily kafir. So it's totally okay.
Why do you have to false equivalence? He's saying.
Hold on, bruv. Wait, I'm getting there. For flip's sake, if you shut up, I'm gonna tell you, innit? I'm saying to you.
I don't need a 10-hour story.
No, it's not gonna take that long. It's bruv. 60 seconds. Calm down. I'm saying to you, these words, and the dictionary and so on.
Move on.
Hold on, for flip's sake, bruv. If you don't keep interrupting me, it take longer, innit? So as I'm saying, because these people have literally tried to redefine Quranic words, right, as the mainstream, therefore it has allowed other people to come along and say this doesn't mean seal of the prophet or what seal means and da. So you still have to accept them as individuals who may be ignorant as Muslim. Do you understand? Even though you don't accept that there's prophets are.
So that's not bid'ah.
Very simple.
You don't think?
Can you speak?
The whole lot's bloody bid'ah. The majority are practicing bid'ah. What are you going to do about it? She is a practicing bid'ah. What are you going to do now?
Listen to what I'm saying. So if someone said there's 2 gods in the sky because they've interpreted that from the Quran, is that bid'ah? Is that shirk or not?
That'd be very different considering the
Why
thing that's
are you
consistent.
asking this guy questions? Because even when you don't care, Issa.
No, hold on. It's not for him. There's people listening. So what I'm saying is very simply, very simply this. One of the main structure.
Where's the delays?
Hold on, the main part of Islam, as you know, is the Wahid and the Ahad relating to Allah's oneness. Yeah, so that's the foundation of the whole of Islam. So for you to try and mess with that, however, there have been different prophets. Do you understand? So there's a dispute.
Well, you know what? All right, cool. Then I also am a Muslim. Yeah, I believe that there is no such thing as one God in that, because I've read the Quran and I believe that it's actually just the lyrics to 50 Cent's Candy Shop on repeat. and that's why
say that again, you idiot.
What
did he just say?
I'm a
You're entitled to believe that, just like I believe that you support the LGBT community.
There's nothing coming out of this. Just
I dare someone call me a kafir. I'm more Muslim than
conjectures.
I dare one of you say that. I dare one of you.
Kafir.
Man, you can't even tell me where morality comes from. You can't even tell me morality. It was a 17-hour conversation on StreamYard just to answer that question. The question never got answered where morality comes from an atheist perspective. Get your fucking facts straight, bro, before you try to talk to me about what I know. Try answering that question.
Oh shit, man, just stuck it in you. Oh,
Why do you guys support the LGBT community?
Can I be
They
honest?
believe just like you do. You want to go there?
James Jones, can we explore that? Because I did hear, I heard from a couple of sources that you were defending some sort of Western colonial, colonization, and you were saying it was something good. I don't know. Do you remember having a conversation like that?
You know this internet community.
I remember that conversation.
Because you will say some nonsense that you heard from Raspek is what you believe, and yet he lies on you every day.
No, it's not about respect. It's not about respect. I'm not using this from respect. I think I was actually listening, and you were saying some wild stuff, but then I looked off.
Everybody, see how atheists they poke at other people. See how they throw sticks and hide their hands.
Oh, he said this about you. Like I'm sure you know that me and Respect are not the best of friends. Okay, so
So I'm saying the only person that says that, the only person that's got that wrong and that's tried to use that is Ras, because he's a bit of a fraud when it comes to them thing there. He just makes like anything he hears, he just does, and he's got a problem with someone, he'll use that as an argument. No one else has said that. So if you're, and I know you listen to his show, I know that for a fact. So that's the only way you would have said that, because I didn't say that at all.
No, I'm sure I actually heard it real life when the conversation was happening.
Well, then I would have to assume you were a liar. Then I don't know if you're being honest.
No, you were saying something along those lines. I definitely do remember. You was actually justifying certain things and advocating for certain things as well.
You didn't.
But you remember the conversation though. You know what conversation I was speaking about, innit?
Yeah, whatever. I don't give a shit, to be honest.
Okay. Well, you seem very like you're a bit,
But I heard you say that. I heard you say that you condone racism and the Arab slave trade and castrating people. I heard it. I know I heard it. I know I heard it. Okay. Now what? Now what do we do? It's true, innit? Shut up. Hey,
James Jones, you're a waste man. Like, and now I understand why people really don't like you. Now I understand why people just don't like you.
Well, Bernie, yeah. And to speak to your point, and this, Bob, I say this with the greatest of love and respect, yeah, you are nowhere near intelligent enough to have a debate on the origin of morals. I would never engage someone like you on that, because there's so much philosophy.
Brother, you make a fool like yourself every time on the net. You sit there and you be very divisive. You're like a little snake. Yeah? One minute you're sitting there backing people. And then next minute, you're picking the other side. Like, we know what your tactics are. At least I know your tactics. Don't work with me.
I agree with you, man.
Shut up, man. Bruv, shut up, bruv. You shut
up, man. Bruv, we know what you look like, cuz. What are you on about, cuz? Like, why are you talking like you're some big bad man on net, cuz? Like, we know what you look like. We know what you look like. You understand? We know what you look like.
Tell me what I look like.
So humble yourself, bro. Listen, I'm the first one to look what you look like. Because your camera came on. Your camera came on about a couple of months ago. Yeah, you're a black man. You had some little small dreadlocks on your head. Yeah, I know exactly what you look like, my friend. Laugh all you want. I know exactly what this friend looks like, His camera came on, yeah?
Yeah, boo, James, boo.
Has that usual atheistic character.
You know what, yeah? I'm going to have to look at my laptop because I think I screenshotted it. I think I actually screenshotted your face. I'm not even lying. I'm going to have to go on that laptop. I swear I screenshotted this done.
Yeah. Yo. What do you think? Like, hold on. What do you think? That's what I'm trying to say. What do you think happened here?
I think we need to put a face. I think we need to put a face to the name that likes to chat their shit in it. So at least we know who we're addressing. You get me? I don't want to be addressing no picture of two men dancing. Yeah, I want to actually, see what you look like.
Fighting. Stop. Yeah. Hey, listen. If you felt
you wanted to become famous, innit? You wanted clout, innit? So you got it.
If you wanted to do that, then you should have just done it.
Because I thought he was a cool bro, but I'm sitting here thinking, like this guy's getting a bit too big for his boots, like that.
Don't think
he was just joking, man. Why are you upset? Actually?
Yeah, don't think you.
No, it's not about upset. Yeah, this guy's very cocky. He's very arrogant. Yeah, he's very arrogant.
No, listen.
He's very arrogant. He's very arrogant in the way that he speaks, and he needs to humble himself. Anyone needs to humble themselves. It's definitely James Jones, and a lot of people will agree with me.
No, don't. You're the most arrogant person on here. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm arrogant. I don't come on here telling people that they're not successful. I don't come on here telling people that I have no intelligence to debate them on morals. Shut up, man.
Why are you talking so much?
Yeah, boo James,
Well,
man.
you
James, don't
chat,
come
you
up here
love to
talking about
talk, you
morals,
chat
man.
worse, you
Yeah,
chat
man,
rubbish.
get the fuck
You're
out
like
of here,
a
man.
girl, you're like a bird, you're like a bird, always
Yeah, you look like
chatting.
a
Nobody
bird, fam.
fucking cares,
Hey,
man.
no
A Tweety bird, a Tweety
Your
bird.
statements take 90 seconds on average. They take
This
90
guy
seconds.
chat shit, bro. No one rates him, man. That's
No
why he gets
atheist
dissed left,
created
right,
the
and center, bro.
I
LGBT
don't
Shut up,
rate
man.
no
community
more,
cannot
fam.
talk
Push
about
you on.
morals.
Do you reckon?
Yeah,
Like, you
come on then.
reckon,
Let's have a debate then, man. About
you're gonna make
this
me, hold on,
fucking.
hold on. You reckon you're gonna make me your new one? Get
Yeah,
out of
let's talk
here.
about
You're
morals
wet.
and
You're
all,
wet.
fam.
Just know
Yeah.
that you're wet in it. Just know that you're wet. Yeah, you're very moist.
Man,
You're a
moist.
little boy, fam. We see what you look like, cuz. You're not nothing really like, you know what I'm saying? You look like one of those little sneaky youths, fam, that goes uni and comes home, bro. You
Yeah,
look
the
like
Tweety
them
bird, the
sneaky,
Tweety bird
sneaky
ones,
guys,
innit?
fam.
The
It
Tweety
looks like them
bird
proper
ones,
good
innit?
boys. It looks like them good boys, fam. You can
Yeah,
tell he's a
man.
good youth, fam. But
The one
for
that
some reason, the internet
ankle
gets him a bit
swingers. Remember the
hyper.
ankle swingers and
The
that?
internet
Remember the
gets him a
ankle
bit
swingers and that?
hyper.
Is it?
He's a
The ankle
definite,
swingers and that.
he's a definite ankle swinger guy. He's a definite ankle swinger guy, 100%. You can tell by his face.
Yeah, this bread, fam.
Hey man, peace and
Real.
love to you, James, man. But you cause too much confusion, bro.
What does
You cause
that
too much
mean?
confusion.
Shut up. Wait, what does that mean?
You're atheist.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, let's have a debate. I want a debate with Bernie, man.
What does that mean, though? That's the interest. What does that mean? What's an ankle swinger? What does that mean?
You should know, innit? You got a
Say,
whole
you got high
collection.
trousers. You got high trousers and shit, bro. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not
Give me
gonna lie to you though. Yeah, I wear slim fit joggers still. Like, is that a bad thing? Like,
Oh, fuck off, man.
We got a debate. Let's get it in. What up, Ellie?
This guy's just a troll.
What
That's
up,
all he
B?
does. That's all he does. He's got
you
nothing
know,
else to
you're
talk
an
about.
emotional little kid though. I'll tell you why. Yeah, because what are you upset about? What are you upset about? That's been said to you.
Because you're chatting shit, bruv. You're just on here chatting shit. Like, we're not, you're sitting there telling me to call next man a kafir. Like, who the hell are you? Why do you even care?
Is that why? All right, I take that back. Don't worry. You don't have to call him a kafir. It makes you a kafir, but you don't have to call him one if you don't want to.
All right, cool, man. That's no problem, Joe.
Yeah, so what you say, Bernie? You want to debate morals or shit, yeah?
What's up?
Yo.
Get your chest out. What's
Hear
up?
me? You hear me?
Oh, now Bernie, man, why did you
I
try
hear
to
you. What's up?
and I feel deep now still.
Yeah,
I
man.
can hear you. Testing, testing.
Be up,
Everybody hear me?
be up, James.
Yeah, man. We were saying we want to debate some morals about some moral positions and whatnot, yeah?
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, okay.
Hello. Testing.
Okay, man. We got old type Orthodox boy, old type Bell, yeah?
Hello.
I can hear you, bud. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. You say you want the debate.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, Bernie, you might need to come back and go in and come back, innit? Your team's moving nuts.
I mean, what does it matter? What does it matter? What does it matter, Veli? He's gonna. Oh.
Yeah, we can see you. We can see you. Yeah, we can see you. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but you can't hear us, my guy.
Yeah, you can't hear us. Come back in.
Put him out.
Right, what are you just gonna say? Nah, he needs to reset his thing in it, man.
What you can't
Can
do?
you put him out and then? Yeah, but if I put him out and put him in, he still can't hear it. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me now, yeah? All right. Yeah, man, so what was you saying then, cuz? You saying then, cuz?
I
heard you got problems, partner.
Hey, partner.
Hey, the partner. I heard you got problems here, partner.
Hey,
do we have a problem?
You little mark ass trick.
Hey, you know what that's from, innit? Do we have a problem?
No,
Jeez.
It sounds like my man.
Don't be a menace, innit? Don't be a menace, cuz.
I ain't gonna lie, that's Veli's kind of movie. That's like if Dave Chappelle was the director of a movie, innit?
Yeah, that was mad shit. So I Mo and Mel, I need to try and give Bernie a sec to see if he's gonna jump back on. Yeah,
I'm gonna jump off in a couple of minutes anyway, though, so one of them can take my place. I'm trying to think what did oh yeah, that was it, evolution. Yeah, but just so we all know, yeah, we all agree with evolution. It's a fact. Yeah, we all agree that it's a fact because we don't look like our parents. So let's no more. I don't want to hear about Darwin and this because Darwin's not, whether he's a racist or not, he's not the
Well, for those that understand, yeah, you have
I
your
don't want to hear this
narrative.
clay talk either.
Basically, yeah.
What's all this
But
clay talk?
that's what it was, yeah. You know what it is, yeah. And it's always I say it's a straw man. Hey, James, it's a straw man, yeah. Always trying to use Darwin's a racist, yeah, because it really and that's for soft-hearted people as well, yeah, that don't want to find out what actually is or what isn't. You get me? Because like you're gonna say, so all man has to do is say that so and so is racist, and then you're not going to look into nothing that man said. Like you're not going to find out for yourself, or what the person might be right, the person might be wrong. At least find out what the facts of the evidence is. What the facts of the actual argument is. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what I was
and
saying. That's what I was saying.
like the people them have been saying in the chat for a little while that Darwin's theory of evolution is not even the theory of evolution that is widely used as the main theory today.
Yeah, but it's hard.
He's talking about the theory of natural selection. His thing was natural selection, not evolution.
But that is the main point.
It's evolution via natural selection, right?
No, evolution is the topic, right? But what he focused on was natural selection, and natural selection comes under evolution. So it wasn't like he actually.
No. But yeah, there's also other factors that he wasn't aware of because he wasn't able to study, i.e.,
genetics. Yeah.
No, but you know, it's like a random, arbitrary sort of genetic. I think it's genetic drift, right? So the fact that there were always mutations that will, what's the word? Like not appear, but like basically will happen randomly. Right, there's the likelihood that you run the process and there will be anomalies within a process which could cause speciation. But generally speaking, it's natural selection that causes speciation, i.e., how you evolve in relation to your environment. Yeah, so we can credit Darwin.
Mel, you're next. Yeah,
we can argue. I'm going to jump off for Mel in a second, but you can argue that Darwin, with his primitive tools, was able to ascertain that was most likely the process with which things were evolving or changing over time and developing, and new species were being formed. Simple, but all the actual evidence to support that is what we have now. Like I would implore anyone to look at modern evidence and not research Darwin. If you're interested in the history of it, look at Darwin. But if you're interested in a modern scientist knows what Darwin knows times a modern geneticist or an evolutionary biologist knows what Darwin knows times 1,000 because they have DNA evidence, they have amino sequences, there's so much proof, they have far more fossils, they can chart the growth of hominins throughout history. They can genetically compare you to chimps and other apes. You know what I'm saying? Like so. It's too much of an easy argument. If you want to, I told Zabida, the argument about him being racist is independent of anything to do with biological, because you can verify.
Yeah, I understand that.
You can verify.
Yeah, no one even argued against that though. No one argued that Darwin didn't say any racist shit or whatever.
I think they were, weren't they?
Darwin's not the
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. No one made the argument against that.
No, but when he said the white race will surpass the savage barbarics or the original people, that's a very important statement that people need to definitely take into consideration.
No, because you're taking it out of context. You're taking it out of context.
What's the context
what
of being
context?
taken out?
It's very clear.
Because
I don't know about that.
In the book, yeah, he also goes on like the part I read up here. It said something. It said more about how human beings were looking at trivial things to divide themselves and not see themselves as one human being, humanity in general. So,
but that's racism, though.
No, he said in the same book that Raj brought and said, yeah. Later on, he goes on. I don't know if it's later on or what, but in the book,
you just confirmed that he wants to differentiate human beings based on.
No, that's not what you're saying. Say that again, Ruff.
I said that in the same book that he brought, he also goes on to say that human beings are fighting over trivial things and that they should see themselves as one humanity, really and truly.
But you know what's interesting? You know what's really interesting about all of this, yeah, is and I would like to see it done because from my understanding, like Neanderthalensis, Neanderthals, Homo erectus.
I've broken this down in the Kalam video before.
Yeah, but most of these discoveries were made after Darwin's theory was already published.
Exactly.
So the actual out of Africa theory, the migration pattern out of Africa, may not have been cemented in concrete. So he may have not known, he may have not known what we know now to be all Homo sapiens began in Africa. If in actuality, most of the hominin sort of evolution started and was conducted but happened in Africa, for example. So he may not have even known that. So what Zubida's doing, which I said to her before, is a comical, like it's a funny argument. It's a good argument, yeah. In that, like from a sociological perspective of like, if you take this plus this equals a facilitation of racism. I get that argument.
Hold on.
It's not actually accurate because you don't know.
Let me just read the title. No, but this is the problem is a lot of people don't know the original title because they actually edited the title for the front cover, and then when you go to the next page, it gives you the full. So watch this. It's called The Origin of Species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Right? So favored races is what? You get me? So obviously he's saying there's a continuation. Because remember, in his time...
Just assumed from a title. That's what he's saying. You haven't even read the book, but you're just assuming that.
Are you dumb? Who hasn't read the book?
Have you read the book? Have you read the book?
I got the blooming picture book. I didn't even know.
So
Rob,
what does he talk about human beings and human races then in the book then?
No, I've got the Descent of Man as well. Yeah, and what I'm saying to you. Hold on. So when he says favored races, what is he talking about?
What, in Origin of Species?
Yeah. So that's the title of the book.
Have you read the book? Isa? See, you've just
very long
translated
time
two
ago.
different things, bro.
Stop. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
No,
Stop
because
going
I've just told you he never talks about anything to do with human beings in the book.
Right. Listen to
He
what I'm
talks about
saying.
plants and species and plant species.
Right. So what does he mean by races? I've asked you a simple
I'm gonna
question.
jump off. I big up everyone. I big up everyone on the panel.
He's referring. In the definition of the book, he's referring to.
Hey, James, James, before you cut real quick, I got a quick question for you.
I love you, Zabida. Go on.
Are you were talking about the concept of coming from like mud or clay earlier, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't really talking about taking piss, but go on.
Yeah, are you familiar with the concept of abiogenesis?
Abiogenesis, yeah. I mean, roughly. It's a hypothesis, but yeah, I'm roughly aware of it.
Are you familiar with the clay model of abiogenesis?
Yeah, but are you saying like as in that we evolved directly from clay, or are you saying that is the crucible in which these single cell organisms, like the mitosis or whatever they
define evolved from clay? Because you're talking about like the whole macroevolutionary theory, human evolution theory, or hold on, or just the microevolutionary concept.
We talk about
in this instance, microevolution. I'm saying clay. Are we accepting that it's the what's another word for crucible? Like if it's the environment that this single cell involved in, or like some bacteria came into contact with the clay and therefore. So I'm saying, what are we saying?
Abiogenesis has multiple facets to it. So there's the elements involved, and there's some form of energetic interaction or whatnot, right? Some people deal with light, some people deal with lightning, some people deal with combustion, some people. You see what I'm saying? Like so it's.
What are you saying? Are you saying that clay?
So in the clay model, clay is part of the mix. That's all I'm saying. Like so for instance, right? Like in the Abrahamic tradition, you have the clay model to where you have the clay as the basis. Then you have an energetic, like so we talk about like the ruach being breathed into the nose of Adam, right? So there's the concept of an energy mixing with the clay in some way, shape, just like abiogenesis we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, so you're saying like clay being organic matter, and from it,
energy went into it, and then everything springs from that concept. Like so, like there's a clay model to about.
Let me say this really simply. Yeah, I would not criticize any stage of evolution prior to what is observable because it's ultimately going to be a hypothesis. So we couldn't know for definite. We may do, but we don't right now. So I wouldn't mock it. I'm only mocking it because and the reason we're taking the business because we're saying that you believe that a human being could come from clay, but you don't believe that a human being could evolve from a great ape or some kind of bipedal creature that has different morphology than us. That's what I was just saying. It's comical, but outside that,
we are apes. Yeah,
it's not really that. It wasn't. I'm not disregarding any sort of scientific hypotheses that predates what is observable because ultimately it's what we're going to rely on. But it would have if you follow the chain of evolution. So if you work your way backwards. Then obviously the logical conclusion is that we came from some kind of single cell or any kind of organic matter. Some kind of non-organic matter would have had to at a stage produce organic matter. So there's nothing that beggars belief, or there's nothing that is like stupid about. There's no ridiculous hypotheses That predates, yeah.
So, right. So, do you confirm that the human evolutionary concept that we do come from apes?
Do I confirm it? Yeah, I would agree from the scientific literature I've read, and it's not extensive, but I would agree that that is it's almost what we're talking about, like the 99th percentile, 99% accurate.
Do you see? That's not even close to true. Like, so that's the funny part about it. Like, so are you familiar how they come up with that number?
What with DNA?
Yeah, 100%. I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a good question. No, I don't think I am.
So the study where they cut, like, so apes. So we have. Let me say it like this: we have a different set of base pairs in DNA.
How they come up with how you're going to tell me how DNA is 99% accurate, not with apes.
No. How they came up to that number of 99% accurate, because it's not 99% accurate.
What? So DNA. So if I find your blood in a crime scene.
No, that we share 99% of our genome with apes.
All right, now that I think I am a bit more clued up on that.
Cool. So how many base pairs of DNA do the apes have in comparison to us?
22.
Nope. They have 3.7 billion base pairs. Right. We have 3.2 billion base pairs. Right. And so to get to that 99% number, they chopped down 3.7 and 3.2 down to 2.4 billion base pairs.
So you're saying they take a small sample size and
they took out a large, so they took out 18% of the chimpanzee genome and 25% of the human genome to get to that 1.23% difference.
So what exactly are you trying to say then?
Okay. No. To re-answer your question, then no would be my answer. And I would have to Google. But can you make your can you give me your premise now, and then I can research to that effect?
So my premise is basically I confirm a macro or microevolution. I don't confirm the human evolutionary concept because there is no genetic evidence directly linking us to any prior hominid, etc. Whatnot, like the Neanderthal.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, would you provide it for me real quick?
Well, you said there's no genetic evidence linking us to hominins.
But what's the alternative, Orthodox Bull?
No. What was that statement again? You said there's what?
Yeah.
You said there's no genetic evidence
directly linking us to any so-called common ancestor.
When you say directly linking us, expound upon that, because obviously.
So most
common ancestor.
Yeah.
With like chimps and stuff.
No. So chimps they come after the so-called common ancestor. So
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Ask your question, bro. Finish asking your question. I can answer.
Humans have Neanderthal DNA though, so we would be, and that's a hominin, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that concept comes from from interbreeding, right? It's not direct descendancy. You understand the concept?
How can you breed with them?
So
how can you breed with them? How can you breed with them if there's not a link?
Yeah.
So my question is, can you show me the genetic link? Is there direct genetic evidence?
Yes.
Show it to me real quick.
One sec. Are you saying, Orthodox more, that the others have genetic links?
Ask that one more time.
Other than human beings, are you saying other animals have genetic links, i.e., they have common ancestors with other animals? Are you saying that?
Like does the chimpanzee have a common ancestor with the Neanderthal, etc.?
No. Right. I'm saying monkey, or let's say wolf and chihuahua. Are you saying that dogs and wolves and whatever, cats and lions and whatever else, are you saying apart from human beings, the other creatures have common ancestors? In other words, there are certain Muslims that say everything else.
I hear what you're saying. Like that macroevolution.
Every other creature evolved. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. They say that every other creature evolved, and they got a genetic ancestor, the single cell, except human beings.
No.
Okay.
I'm saying the same process that applies to all of life applies to us. What I'm stipulating is specifically that. So when it comes to specifically the human evolutionary model, okay, the model in quotation marks, right? We can track the oldest mitochondrial DNA that we have. We can track the oldest the Y chromosome that we have, right? But and neither one of those sequences goes back to any known hominid out there, right? So when people use a genetic hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, bro. So when people talk about this genetic concept that there's a genetic tie, they typically go back to this study that says that we have a 99% comparison with chimps or whatnot. And what I'm stipulating is what that was based on is they trimmed down 3.7 billion base pairs from the chimp and 3.2 billion base pairs from the human being to 2.4 billion base pairs, and they made their comparison from there. They eliminated 18%. Hold on. They eliminated 18% of the chimpanzee genome and 25% of the human genome to reach that 1.23% difference in genes. Right. So hold on. So real quick. What I'm saying is that there's no model out there that's showing any direct genetic lineage. And if anyone has that study, I will gladly take a look at it.
Quickly. The lineage one, I'm just gonna have to put that on ice for 1 second just to fully understand your point. So you're saying that if we were compare the totality, because from my understanding, you don't compare DNA like for like, right? You compare it in clusters, so like chromosomes and genes, right? That's my understanding. So if they were to, if you're saying that if you were to compare a complete like for like, so if I don't know if this is even possible, which actually is putting the holes in my knowledge of it, yeah. If you had the ability to compare every single gene, then you wouldn't find such a close percentage of similarity in comparison to, let's say, some kind of organic material or some kind of plant or something. So, like for example, like a hypothesis would be, you take a plant and we're 40% genetically similar.
Yeah, like we share like 30% like genetics with like a banana or something like
that. Yeah. And then you take a chimp and we're 99% similar.
Right.
With the plant, we're comparing almost, like for lack of a better word, every gene. But with a chimp, we're only comparing a portion of our genes. That's the argument in a nutshell, right?
Correct. So technically, when you actually add it up, we're closer to 70% genetically linked to the chimp, not 99% in terms of how the base pairs read out and whatnot. And even then, that's including that's like reading base pairs backwards and forwards and all kind of stuff that don't actually print out the same way.
Right. So the Human Genome Project, in which they sequenced the entire human genome, right? You're saying that they don't extend that, and that's where the definitive proof of, if I'm understanding correct, for the chimps is. Also, then is it nucleic sequences, the amino acid sequences, in the proteins, which also comes from the Genome Project. You're saying that within all of that evidence, they had the opportunity to compare the entire human sequence to the chimp sequence, and for whatever reason, to push this agenda, they instead just took the portion that was most favorable to the common ancestor hypothesis. That's what you're.
I'm not putting in the push the agenda part. I'm just explaining how different. The knowledge I come off this comes from evolutionists who actually said they didn't like the way the study was done because it looked messy the way they did it. Right? They said we weren't completely happy with how you did that part because, again, like so if you take a Neanderthal, a gorilla, Heidelbergensis, etc., they have 3.7 billion base pairs. We have 3.2 billion. So there was evolution saying like it looks like you fudged the numbers to make.
Did you say Heidelbergensis?
Yeah, all of them, bro. You take any of the hominids, they got 3.7
Do you know what
billion.
Heidelbergensis is?
They're big apes, bro. Bipedal apes.
Heidelbergensis is not a big ape. Heidelbergensis is a human ancestor. Well,
okay, so bro, so what I need you to do is show me the genetic link then.
What?
What I need you to do is show me the studies breaking down the genetic link too.
Heidelbergensis, go check it up here. It's what they
I
believe.
did, so I'm asking you to show me what I have not seen yet.
What?
I did, hence I'm asking you to show me what I have not seen yet.
1 sec, yeah. Yo, Raf, James, and Orthodox Moore, yeah. There's a link in the back chat that maybe all three of you need to click on and then discuss from there stuff.
No, I do actually need to bounce, but Mo, when you coming back on? Because I'm gonna just do the research. So
probably in a day or two.
All right, cool.
But I gotta jump off in a minute myself.
Huh?
But I gotta jump off in a minute myself.
Yeah, no, because I appreciate shit like this because it makes me learn. I can become far more technical when I describe things. Because my understanding is, number one, the protein sequences is one of the most definitive pieces of evidence. I.e., it still possesses the exact same functionality without the sequence being identical. But the sequence being identical is proof that it's because of common ancestry. We've been given the genes that contain that sequence. Yeah, if you know what I'm saying. I'm probably fudging that, but you know what I mean. So that's like that, and there was a probability attached to it where it's like because it's functional and it could have been any other combination. If it was outside of a hereditable something that was passed on heritably, I think you say that, then the probability of it was like, you know, astronomical. I think it's like more than there are atoms in the universe. I'm like, that was number one, and I'll post that evidence when next time we speak. And then the second thing was because there was I think because I've heard in debates with atheists and theists, there's like a reference to a specific find in either the chimp or human genome where there was like a clinching piece of evidence. So it wasn't the totality of the two comparisons of the genes. It was like a something that arguably what you'd argue is that is found in chimps or some combination or something, some gene that is found in humans and chimps that isn't found or is found far less. So like some kind of specific sequence that's found or something that's not found, a specific type of gene. And I feel like that was the clinching piece of evidence, and that's why there's a scientific consensus in it. So it's not how you're describing it. I'd have to look that up because I'm not sure that's
Yeah, you definitely do, fam. But I don't know what you're. Yeah, listen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Homo howder began.
Big up on the panel, man. More. We'll do this again. Big up, everyone.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, what you refer to as okay, so ape. When we talk about the ape family, what we call the ape family, yeah, you know, you have greater apes and lesser apes. Under the lesser apes, you have this I think it's called the gibbon or something like that, or something. And then, can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's the I can't. It's been a while still, but I think it's the gibbon. And then when it goes into the greater ape family, now you have what you call the orangutans, the gorillas, the chimpanzees, which have 2 species. In gorillas, you have 3 species, and then the human beings are also as part of the great ape family. Then, when we refer to the human beings family alone, we call them Homo. So, when you're talking about Neanderthals are called Homo neanderthalis, and then you have also the Denisovans, which are called Homo denisovans. And the common ancestor between all 3 of these groups is what we call Homo heidelbergensis. Then Homo heidelbergensis ancestor is Homo ergaster. Homo ergaster is what people refer to as Homo erectus. Homo erectus is what is found outside of Africa. So
right,
the ones
whole
that
chain goes back to Australopithecines. Got you.
No, but
No,
what we refer to as the modern man, what we refer to as the originator of man is Homo habilis, which means tall man. Okay.
No, I'm with you. I'm very familiar. Got you.
Yeah. So when we're coming to this idea about the genetics and whatnot, that they have sequenced genetics as far back as to the common, even to the point where the lineage of where chimpanzees and humans split off. So I don't know
what I've asked you to do was to show it to me, so I understand the naming concept.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
hold on,
Yeah.
real quick, and this is why I'm asking the question. It's not a disrespectful concept, right?
No,
So this is why I'm asking the question, because in the concept of macroevolution, there's this concept of holding traits in stasis, meaning that like you know how you're saying like there's the genus starts with Homo. That Homo has something in common, right? Hence, you can call them all Homo. Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
So that concept in macroevolution is are traits being held in stasis, right? And so recently they found out that they found Homo sapien bones in North Africa, in Morocco, that are 315,000 years old, right? And so when you look on the timeline that they're talking
they
about,
said Homo sapien, or did they say part of the Homo sapien?
Homo sapien.
family.
No, they found Homo sapien 315.
Okay. All right, no problem.
In Morocco, right? And so what that does is like, so there's traits that we have as Homo sapien that
I remember that. That wasn't a Homo sapien bones. But continue. Yeah, continue.
Okay, I'll look it up as we're talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
So
it was it's part of the hominin family, but it wasn't Homo sapien.
I know you folks some out. Sorry to distract, but yeah, big up people. Peace and bless.
All right, cool.
Time. All right, quick.
Yo.
Your brother's
Almost like
just
Morocco. So real quick, like, so what I'm saying is that there's traits that we have that have no lineage in stasis with any other so-called hominin, right? There's
Hominin. You mean homine or hominini, or which one are you referring to?
Oh yeah, you're gonna do that to me. Okay.
Yeah, because when you said hominin, are you talking about
any genus of Homo? How about that?
Okay, so there's no relation between any Homo.
So there's
genetics, right?
traits that we have that are not in stasis with any other. So the concept of evolution and macroevolution going to microevolution is there's small changes from here to there, right? It's not overnight drastic change, right?
Yeah, of course, it's called mutation over time period. Yeah,
right. So you're not going to see it. You're not going to see, for instance, you shouldn't see, for instance, what an ape coming like so ape 1 having 5 times the bone density of ape 2. You shouldn't see ape 2 having aquatic adaptations that ape 1 doesn't have any traits of at all, right? You should see small changes from ape 1 to ape 2 to ape 3 to ape 4 to ape 5. You're not going to see
you're talking about you're talking about human beings in comparison to chimpanzees, gorillas. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm talking about human beings in comparison to every other genus of Homo before it. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying that
so let me narrow it down for you. You're talking about the ones I just mentioned now: Homo heidelbergensis,
facts,
Homo Denisovan, and Homo.
All of them.
So okay. So what?
So for instance, they all have tree climbing adaptations we don't have. We have
Neanderthals.
Yes, they all have climbing adaptations we do not have, and we have aquatic adaptations they don't have. And the issue for me, the specific issue for me in terms of this whole link concept is, so now that we have the Homo sapien back at 315, it's literally they're living side by side with some of these. They're living side.
Yeah, sorry. I don't want to.
Can I finish? All I got to finish one sentence, bro, and it's done.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
They're living side by side with some of these animals or some of these creatures that they're supposed to come from, but yet there's no in between changes in stasis. Go ahead.
So I didn't understand that last bit of in between changes. What do you mean by that?
So for instance, we don't have the bone density of a Neanderthal. We don't have the muscle structure of a Neanderthal. We don't have the climbing adaptations and all that type of stuff, right?
But how do you know a Neanderthal has climbing adaptations? They haven't even found the full, like the argument that you're making. Like the fact is, if they weren't related, they wouldn't be able to interbreed.
So there's okay. So that's an arguable point. That's an arguable point, right?
But I don't know how bone density is. Yeah.
So here's the question. Simple question to you: does 315 put us contemporary with any of these homos? Yes or no?
Is what?
Does putting us back 315,000 years ago make us contemporary with any of these genus of Homo? Yes or no?
When you say contemporary, related, yeah.
No, contemporary at the same time. Like we were walking the earth, same time, contemporary.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, around 300,000 years ago.
So if we're walking the earth contemporary with them and they're right before us, there shouldn't be that many drastic differences between us, correct?
There is no, because I'm giving you the breakdown here. When I told you about how
you're not giving me nothing, you're giving me your opinion. I'm telling you why. I need the facts you haven't given me yet. Do you understand?
Let me.
You ain't even trying to prove yet, bro. And I'm telling you why I need them proved.
Okay, no problem. Let me. Sorry, brother. I'm not trying to argue.
So why does the Neanderthal have 3.7 billion base pairs and we have 3.2?
I'm gonna give you the reason. Yeah, basically, the common ancestor of all these three, like I said, is Heidelbergensis. What happened was that Heidelbergensis.
Okay, you're talking. Give me one other genus of Homo that has 3.2 billion base pairs. Give me one other one.
Brother, I'm
just say I don't know, bro. That's all you gotta do. Just say I don't.
Yeah, I don't know about the base pair thing. I'm trying to give you the. Hold on. The base pair thing, because it relates to changes of mutation over the time period, right?
Damn straight. And so
hold on. So this is
3.7 billion, and we're the only one with 3.2. Show me the in between, bro.
Okay, let me
Show us going
get.
from 3.7 to 3.2. Show me how it walks from one.
I don't know how. I don't know what about the 3.7 to go to 3.2.
5 billion base pairs is a shit ton of base pairs.
But hear what I'm saying, because you compared it to an ape in the beginning. You compared it to. I'm not an ape, sorry. I mean,
the ape
you
has
compared it to a chimpanzee.
We don't.
I need to stop using these terms. You compared it to a chimpanzee in the beginning, but now you're comparing it to,
they all have them, except
a common
us.
ancestor.
Literally every
A
other
very recent ancestor. That's what I
ape
mean.
has 3.7 billion base pairs, but us. Do you understand that? Hence, I'm saying, show me another one with that. Show me walking from one to the other.
Okay, this is all I know.
Or a direct genetic link to one of 3.7.
Hold on.
I'm waiting for it,
Hold on. This is all I know that can help you understand why.
Okay, so you don't
genetically. Hold on.
You can't
Genetically.
give me
Hold
you
on.
understand that, right? You said you had it earlier. I've been waiting for it ever since.
Yeah. Okay. This is all I know to help you understand why genetically.
No, what you know is not helping me out
Neanderthal-
at all, bro. Do you have a study giving me a direct genetic link to from us to any of the other genus of Homo, or can you break down why we went from 3.7 base pairs to 3.2 billion base pairs?
It's based on environment. It's based on environmental.
So
process.
show me
That's
the micro evolutionary change that got us from 3.7.
It's mutation. What are you talking about?
Show it to me, bro. It's not. Can show me the observation? Science is observable. Yes.
You can't observe something that happened 3,000. All they're doing is going to be sequencing DNA.
You show me how we're contemporary with things that we have less.
Let me explain to you in it.
One sec. Orthodox More, do you have in America? Do you have something called like a natural history museum?
Do you have a what?
A natural history museum.
Yeah, bro. I've seen most in person, bro.
Yeah, I posted a link. Yeah, from the Natural History Museum about the story of evolution. Yeah, like it's got.
I'm with it. I read it. It does not have what I'm looking for in it, though.
No, he's asking. He's asking a very specific. He's asking the DNA change that led to
I'm simply asking for the study that shows us genetically being linked and going and directly linked, not compared to, but directly to one of those genus of Homo, brother. It's a very simple question.
Yeah, and I've said to you they've sequenced it where they've gone back to the common ancestor of Homo heidelbergensis. That's what
you're talking about an observational study of human evolution.
So if I take a DNA test,
that's what he's asking for.
It's going to show where in Africa.
That's the question, bro.
Hold on, real quick. And the oldest mitochondrial DNA we have on record, the oldest Y chromosomes we have on record, and neither one of them, family, I'm telling you, have been linked back to any form of hominid, any form of genus of Homo.
Because they're already trying to find it for the common ancestor of humans today.
Bruh, so I'm telling you, the oldest.
And they probably sequenced it back even further.
You're not giving me no study to no sequence. You're talking about a comparison study of base pairs where they drop base pairs to get to 2.4.
No, it's not base pairs.
You know what
you're telling me? No, so show me. Prove me to be wrong. Show me the study. You're talking out the side of your neck. You're not giving me the study, bro.
Like I'm saying, listen. If you're asking for, like, I'm not 100% sure yet, but if you're asking for an observational study of human evolution, that's going to be impossible, isn't it? Because I'm asking for an observable study of any one of those. Hold on, real quick, hold on, because y'all keep saying we have the DNA from these animals, right? From these hominids, yeah. I'm asking for a simple, basic, direct genetic test for us going back to any one of those genes that they found, or any one of those genes that they found from those other hominids. I'm going to try and find it for you, Nick. So what would I be looking for to try and find? What would I type to try and find what you're looking for? Whatever you like, bro. I've typed 100 billion things. I ain't found nothing on it yet. So what is it? What is it that you find? Direct genetic link. Anything with the direct genetic link, bro. Direct genetic link to from us to any known hominid, bro.
Say direct genetic link to Homo heidelbergensis. Homo heidelbergensis. Trace that one, please.
I'm with that.
Yeah. Heidelbergensis.
All right, let me go on mute here. One second.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I don't think it escalated. I feel like
I'm joking. How
you living, Queen? What's good in the melanated goddess world?
I'm good. I was enjoying the dialogue, and it really is good to hear like someone a Muslim person who isn't just like one, you know.
I must be one of the few Muslims who read that verse that says, "Don't talk about what you don't know, and bring your proofs if you are truthful." So,
Listen, I'll say this, yeah. The what I was trying to explain to you, Orthodox, yeah, was that if you look at what they call the common ancestor, Homo heidelbergensis, right? What happened was that Homo heidelbergensis, some of the family stayed within Africa, and eventually evolved or mutated to become what we know as Homo sapiens. Yeah. Some of them now went out of Africa. The ones that went out, some stayed in the region of what we call Saudi Arabia today, and then some went down to what we call Turkey also today. Yeah. And the ones in Saudi Arabia became Homo denisovan. They're the ones that went down to Turkey became Homo neanderthalis. Do you understand what I'm saying now? And then Dave also said,
I understand them.
Hold on a sec, yeah, and more. Hold on a sec, bro, yeah, because I'm typing it in on Finbob now, yeah. So direct link between Homo sapiens sapiens or just Homo sapien.
Homo sapiens, not Homo sapiens sapien. That's the recent one. Type in Homo sapiens sapien and Homo heidelbergensis.
How do you spell that?
H-E-I.
Was it Homo or just
Homo? Yeah, Homo heidelbergensis.
It's HEIDLBERGENSIS.
HIEDLBER.
I think it's HEI. Sorry.
Yeah,
HEI.
Yeah.
BEL.
DEL.
D as in dog.
DEL.
B as in boy. ER. G as in God. ENSIS.
Homo heidelbergensis. All
How you
right.
spell the head? Yeah.
I'm just gonna look through them, yeah, while you start talking.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, yeah, so my man, I understand the whole model, right? I'm with that. Like I studied it. I've been studying the model for years, right? Like I said, I went and saw Lucy in person, yeah. Like so I'm with the game, bro. What I'm saying is when I've looked into it, I have yet to see direct genetic links. What I see is comparison studies in terms of comparison of base pairs where they eliminate. Right. So I'm asking for direct genetic links and not comparisons, right? So again, because if you can compare us to a banana and we have 30%, you know what I'm saying, DNA with banana, right? What I'm trying to
yeah. Let's just say would because maybe Veli could also search this up instead, yeah. Can you show the genetic link between Homo sapien sapien and Homo sapien neanderthalis? Or Homo sapien Denisovan.
Yo, let me just read out something, yeah? Before I go on to that next search, yeah, let me just read out this one, yeah, because I went through a couple of the pages, and this one was interbreeding between archaic and modern humans.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
No, I'm with it. So what I keep looking for is the direct genetic link, though. Like so again, like so. Interbreeding means that two different species came together, right? So after that coming together, the seed of those two species coming together are going to share genetics from both of them, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about direct genetic evolutionary descendancy. You see what I'm saying? So for instance, right, they can tell that hold on real quick. So for instance, they can tell that the Denisovan came from the Neanderthal, came from the Heidelbergensis, etc. Right? They do that direct genetic study link, right? I'm saying, can you show me the direct genetic link from us to that in that same fashion? Because what they show, what I've been able to find is comparison studies of base pairs, and like I just said, they admit that they chopped down the 3.7 and 3.2 down to 2.4 to get the comparison number.
So, but if you can't find the evidence of the two species mating, or anything like that. What other evidence? What other genetic evidence can you show?
It's real simple, bro. Like I said, so they can take the bones of a Denisovan, right, and test it and see that it comes directly from a Neanderthal. They can take the bones of a Neanderthal and see that it comes directly from the Heidelbergensis, like you was talking about, right? Those studies are there. Those studies are.
But do you know what? Do you know what? As well,
let me just read this bit out for.
Hold on. So real quick, there's been no studies taking the bones of a Homo sapien and seeing the direct genetic link from them to any one of those. That's what I'm saying, fam. It's been comparison studies from base pair.
So wait, hold on. There is no genetic. They've never done any genetic link that breaks down
not
Neanderthal.
Not directly, brother.
Not a Neanderthal.
Because on here, yeah, they've got Homo habilis, yeah, that creates Denisovans, Neanderthals, Homo sapiens.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's the granddad to Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, and Denisovans.
So I need you to show me the link about the Homo sapiens actually going back to it, right? Like, show me the genetics that shows them taking human bones, like I'm saying they do with the other hominid bones, and show how they link to the other ones, bro. Like via the the DNA out of one set, take the DNA out of other, and they test them out to see if one comes from the other, right? They have not done that simple test yet with us and them. And if they have, all I'm saying is just show it to me.
So let me
just read this small bit, yeah, because I was trying to read this, yeah, and see if this helps anything, yeah. So a model of phylogeny of Homo sapiens over the last 600,000 years. Vertical axis. The horizontal axis represents the geographic location. The vertical axis represents time in thousands of years ago. Homo habilis is shown as diverging into Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Homo sapiens, with the expansions of Homo sapiens.
You're talking about the phylogenetic tree, right? And the phylogenetic tree is not something that's
he wants genetic. He wants to. He wants you to take Homo sapien. The comparison between that and Neanderthal. That's what he's trying to ask for.
All right, listen to this bit and see if this fits for you. Yeah, it's going to take a couple of sentences before I get to the.
I need Maury saying Neanderthal is the daddy. I need Maury saying that Heidelbergensis is the daddy. You feel me?
All right, yeah, but listen. In Eurasia.
Well, they can't prove that because they don't have the bones.
Hold on. Let me read this for you, man. Yeah, in Eurasia, interbreeding between Neanderthals and Denisovans and modern humans took place several times. The integration events in modern humans is estimated to happen about 47,000 to 665,000 years ago, with Neanderthals about 44,000 to 54,000 years ago.
Let me ask you, my man, a simple question: is genetic modification? Hold on, I got you because you keep bringing up interbreeding. Is genetic modification natural interbreeding?
Bro, it wasn't the part that I wanted to read out for you.
My fault. Go ahead.
Neanderthal-derived DNA was found in the genome of all contemporary populations. So is that sort of what you're looking for? The Neanderthal-derived DNA?
No, because if you're going to tell me that it's a result of interbreeding, it doesn't matter. I'm saying direct genetic descendancy. Do you understand the concept, bro? You get it. Like your son comes from you, not from some other person. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so listen. Where was I? The genome of all contemporary populations. It accounted for 1 to 4% of modern genomes for people outside of sub-Saharan Africa, although estimates may vary.
So not the people inside sub-Saharan, right? Gotcha. There's a problem there. There's a big problem there.
Yeah, you keep either none or possibly, according to some evidence, 0.3 is for those in Africa. So
wait, I'll be back.
So it wasn't saying that there's no Neanderthal DNA of the people in Africa. It's saying that there's less in it because the Neanderthals left as a later time and they mixed with them less in it.
So right, so interbreeding is a very simple word, right? Hold on. Do you interbreed with something that's the same as you or something that's different than you?
Well, something that's sort of it's got to be the same sort of species, though, innit? Else the kids.
No, but if you're the same, it's not interbreeding, right? Like so, like even if it's species wise, it's there's a difference in the species somewhere, right?
There is though, because if you like you're saying, if you have a child with your mum,
if it's not different, it's not interbreeding. This is very simple.
That's what interbreeding is, isn't it? If you have a child with like we're talking about that nowadays. Yeah?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you like the same question I asked you 5 minutes ago that relates to the same concept: is genetic modification natural modification?
What when they're sleeping with each other?
No, it's GMO. Is a GMO plant a natural modified plant, like a naturally occurring plant in nature?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that still because I'm not that good at science still. So
you don't know how like wait. You don't know how a GMO plant is made?
Yeah, but listen, that's what bro. You know what it is, yeah, man. That you don't give a chance for the answer. You're in debate mode. Like, I'm trying to.
You've been saying the same thing over and over again, right? Talking about interbreeding, right? So I'm hitting it right on the head, my dude.
Yeah.
So is interbreeding the same thing or something different, my dude? It's real simple. I'm meeting you. What you're talking about? Yeah. I'm just ready. You feel me? I'm just ready.
Yeah, you
wait, hold on. Yeah, wait.
Again, like I was trying to say, man's trying to learn, innit? So some of the stuff what man's talking about, man don't know what that is, innit? So like
if G Block is undefeated, can I get some answers right quick?
Let me explain it to you. Yeah, let me help you.
You know what? Let me be easy. Let's wait till you put the atheist on blast to bring me back on, so y'all can get ready right quick.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, wait. Can you hear me? You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. We can hear you, man. But it's like it's cool though. Yeah, it's all right. I remember.
Let me explain. Let me explain something. Yeah. You see how we have Homo sapien, Homo heidelbergensis. Sorry, not heidelbergensis. Homo neanderthalis, Homo sapien neanderthalis, and Homo sapien denisovan. Yeah. Did you hear that? Yeah. That common ancestor, right, that we're talking about, where we're referring to Homo heidelbergensis, the same way that we have these three, what we call archaic humans that become humans today, yeah, existing, we also probably had other groups of Homo heidelbergensis type creatures or type of ancestors around at that time. So one of these groups could have also had a direct link to what we call Homo sapiens and Homo Neanderthals and Denisovans today. But just because we don't have that ancestor, that the fact is that from that region at that point in time, yeah, Homo heidelbergensis, yeah, was around that time, and that could have been one of the early ancestors that led to us today.
Cool. However, I appreciate you saying could. I appreciate that.
However, though, yeah, they don't have. I don't think they have actually sequenced the Homo heidelbergensis genetic, and some people. I think there was. I know you know Brother Ngozi, right?
Oh, facts. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Brother Ngozi was talking one time about the Yorubas. Apparently, there's some claims that they have a genetic that is been sequenced that they can't find in any.
It's in Cameroon, actually.
Sequence. Sorry?
Yeah, it's closer to Cameroon. It's 275,000 years old.
No, they said they can't. They call it the ghost DNA, like as in like they can sequence it, but they haven't put any. They can't put it to any type of thing that they've sequenced today. Do you understand? So they're saying that genetic could have been an older archaic human, which they don't know about. Yeah, that.
Oh, there was definitely interbreeding in West Africa. There was definitely interbreeding in West Africa of a different hominid facts. I agree with that.
When we mean So when we mean like there was different homonyms around. So this idea that what's it called? We're gonna have a direct link. No. But the concept still stands that from that time when Homo heidelbergensis existed, there will be an ancestor, whether it's Homo heidelbergensis or Homo whatever they can find, yeah, it's going to be that direct link to what we call the hominins today. And even then, there might have been intermediate, like you said, that led to Homo sapien Africa. And then obviously when the heidelbergensis or the ancestor around there left, and they mutated and became those type of people outside of Africa, innit? Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
No, I understood you the first time you even tried to say it, right? So here's what I'm saying. I'm gonna leave it here, right? So again, I'm gonna ask 3 questions for later, okay? So if we are contemporary with some of these animals you're talking about, including Heidelbergensis, if we are contemporary, right? I need you to explain to me and show me the how, why, and something observable as to where we go from where we lose 0.5 billion base pairs, because 500 million base pairs is a lot, first and foremost, right?
Because
hold on, bro. I'm asking questions for later, bro. Because maybe you might be able to find something that can help me learn something later, right?
You're not accepting evidence given though, or you want a specific.
You haven't given me any. You haven't given me the evidence that I've asked for, Bill.
You're not accepting no skulls, nothing else apart from.
Hold on. When did you give me what I asked for, Bill?
I told you to look in the back chat, bro. I posted the link to.
I looked, bro. Where in that is a direct genetic study that I'm talking about, Bill?
What's a direct genetic study?
He wants like
it's real.
If you line up a Homo,
you know what, Bill? Next time I come back, I'll show you. I'll show you.
I understand what you're saying. He wants a direct way. You line up a Homo sapien DNA here. That's it there. Boom. Next to it, there's a Homo Neanderthal DNA there. Boom. There's a Homo Denisovan DNA there. Boom. Then he wants that to be traced back to what you call Heidelbergensis. But I'm saying to him, even at the time of Heidelbergensis,
I'm asking just for the Heidelbergensis and the human DNA, bro.
Yeah, I've said to him, So what's your argument? Are you saying
my man also you just said that they never you said that they never sequenced the Heidelbergensis DNA. You literally just said that. Do you recognize that, right?
I'm not too sure if they've sequenced it or not yet, but from what I've known, I don't think they have in it.
So if they haven't sequenced it, how can you say that it's the genetic ancestor? That it's the common ancestor? It literally scientifically, it's an assumption. It's not a scientific fact. You understand?
No, but it was never put out as 100% factual. It could never be broken.
So I'm sitting here saying I need to see the evidence for me to consider a fact, and y'all saying no, I'm not accepting the evidence. And I'm saying you haven't even shown me the evidence I can accept yet.
No. But
I'm saying sharpen up, come back. Let me come back. Let me get my work in.
You're strong. I realize you're strong, man.
I'm not strong. I'm asking for direct evidence that you're not showing me, bro. I'm not strong man at nothing, Vel.
That was. Listen.
Vel, I'm talking above your head, Vel. Stop playing.
Let me explain why though. Then, because like we're saying,
you said you didn't even know what a direct genetic test is. How am I strawman into you? Up your game, Vel. How about that one? How about you let me show you a direct genetic test when I come back next time, Vel?
You
tell me what I'm not accepting.
Like I was saying, when any evidence that we are showing you that is pointing to this most likely being the answer, you're not accepting, and you want a one specific type of evidence.
Damn right. And I explained why when I came on. I came on explaining that evolutionists point at the comparison studies, and they say that they don't like the way that it looked messy because they went from 3.7 and 3.1 and chopped it down to 2.4 to get a number that they liked. Yeah. So I said I can't accept that evidence until I get a direct genetic test. Okay. Got you. Got you.
It's not, bro. See, listen, bro. I'll tell you what.
You look at the information. Tell me that's not what they did.
Listen.
You look at the info. You tell me that's not what they did.
No, but it would
send it.
It would be. Listen, it would be. I got you and all them sort of things. Yeah. If man was saying,
hey, Vel, check the back chat. I'll holler at you, bro.
Yeah. All right, brother. You got yourself more. So it would be a I got you sort of moment, if man was saying there's no other way that it could be, it's only this sort of evolution, and that's the only way it could be. Like no one's ever said that. No one, even the scientists don't make them sort of claims.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, scientists they say that the ancestor doesn't mean the directly, but they're saying around that time, this is what they existed from the skull type, and they compare it, But obviously we don't have the genetics today, but we're obviously it all falls into place anyway. So if you want to keep arguing it's not true, cool, innit? But I don't think that's a good argument to say that human evolution is false, innit?
There's more evidence leaning towards that being the case
than there is for that not being the case. Do you know what I'm saying? That because you've not seen this one specific type of evidence that you said you was looking for, now you're trying to say, I got one, and man's like, bruh, man, that's
bias.
yeah, man. If you was doing it on a like, if he was doing it on a fair one where he's really like, trying to find this evidence and so and so. If it's something that he's previously tried to look for before, knows that he can't find it, and then tried to come here with an argument like, if you show me this specific evidence, then I will accept it. It's like, you already know that you can't find that evidence, or because you've only asked for one specific type of evidence. Anything else that's linking any similarities or making it look like it could be that, you're not accepting that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we already got him anyway because we said that if they weren't related, why would they be able to interbreed with each other? So the argument that they don't share a common ancestor is silly. Like, looking for DNA direct lineage link to whatever, that's silly because we already know that we all share a common ancestor because Homo sapiens could interbreed with Homo denisovans. And they
big up more, man. He's a slip. Mars a little slip. He's a slick motherfucker, credit, that was slick still. Well, grandpa, is he there?
Yeah, man. I'm sorry, bro.
Bradley.
Yeah, what's happening?
Bro, hey, you got the Nicki Minaj remix on there.
I can't even hear you easily.
On the ad libs, bro.
Yeah, man. My bad, man. I just want.
What you saying,
science
bro?
talk got me. This science talk got me like hype right now. See Kim on the chat, right? And I feel like I've been unfair because he sent me all the information about like the Ashanti and all these Hebrew.
Look at his information, man. Have a look at the information and go through it, man. Because obviously he's feeling all bossy and all that. You know what I mean? We're bubble poppers around there. We fuck up men's dreams around there. We ruin your dreams, bro. Until you start, get a job, forget about your dreams. Just get a job, save up, and you'll be all right, bro. Forget about your dreams, B. You get me?
By the way,
your dreams,
if you're listening,
okay, I remember you told me last week. Oh, go ahead, Val. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I feel like there's a lie. I was
gonna say, Orthodox More. Yeah, you didn't win. You got messed up because you already accepted that. What's it called? If we weren't related, we wouldn't be able to interbreed with each other. So your information that you're trying to find is just something to say. Oh, we can't.
He done a Takia watch. He done a Takia watch, where he was. You see, when Takia watch come on the other day, and he was going, well, if this science says incest is good, and the psychological study says it's good, do you agree with it? Do you know what I mean? Like trying to put you in a thing where you sort of have to say one or the other, and it's like, you chucked it, man.
No, this science talk got me like I, because I'm more of a historical based guy, so I'm trust me, push me to the back chat when it starts coming up. You know what I mean? But no, I was looking at the language speaking group because Ezra has said it, God Jacob has said it. I've heard Jada Barber type it in the chat. I've seen Kimo type it in the chat too, that the Israelites, that the Israelites were responsible or part of various West African groups' origins, such as the Ashanti and things like that. But the Ashanti are part of the Bantu or Niger Congo.
Hey, hold on. What you need to get at, first of all, is Kimo screaming right now in the chat that there's before you go into that, you want to get into this so-called Shemitic speaking Bantu group. So there's a so-called Semitic speaking Bantu group, not Afro-Asiatic, a Shemitic speaking like. Anyway, go on, carry on.
Oh no, I was only going to attack. I was only trying to get like a small L on because I was going to bring up the course King James not being black thing, but that was just too easy. But you see, one thing I'm seeing here though is that the language group, the Ashanti language group, right, belongs to the Kwa, or I hope I'm saying that right.
Wow.
The Kwa language group, and the thing is that the Bantu speaking group has never left the continent. Ever. Like in a next, what I mean by like Niger Congo, its origin starts between Nigeria and Cameroon, extends all the way to Somalia, then goes all the way south and I think I saw Sam Roan in the chat. So I wanted to ask Sam Roan if he can do it from the chat. If he can tell me where the Somali-speaking Bantus are, the south or the north, because the way the map shows, it goes from the east. It goes from West Africa to southern Somali down to the Cape, and then back up again. So I love to see, Kimo can if Kimo can show me like another
language migration. Yeah. So you're showing. So what you're doing there is showing language migration patterns. Yeah. Of the language groups of the Niger Congo region. So including the Kwa language group includes Ashanti and a couple of Twi, Akan, so they're called the Twi and Akan groups. But there's another grouping, so the Igbo say that they're Hebrews as well. But their language grouping done.
Yeah, because there's a guy, there's a group known as the Visigoths that came in through Europe. They were Jews, and there's a guy known as, I'm going to type it in, West Africa. His name is Bilal El Sadan. And he was responsible for...
What about the language groups of the Yoruba and the Igbo?
Oh, here's the thing. They're all still...
Do you know what language groups they're...
They're all still part of okay, so...
Yoruba, I didn't think Yoruba and Igbo was under the Kwa language group. I thought it was similar. No, it was under the Niger Congo, but it wasn't under the...
Well, it is, but it's... Okay, so you have... Actually, let me share my screen because I have the map right here.
Yo. That's convenient.
Yeah.
Got a map here. Yo, Wagwan.
What's up?
Share the sound as well,
Man. How are you, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. What are you saying, man? You good, yeah?
Woo!
Yeah. Yeah, that was nice.
Listen,
you can pull out big how it was before, man. Man, can see that still. Yeah.
You guys are tripping, you know why?
So Euroboid, that's the group that I was talking about, the Benny Congo.
Because look, we all come from the same people, right? At the end of the day.
Whoa,
Mohammed, relax for a bit, man. Relax for a bit, man. It's time to break hearts, B. You get me?
Yeah, bro. We gotta crush dreams right now, bro.
We're fucking up dreams right now, B.
All right, so we know Mohammed, we know the Cross River, and is Ralph still on?
I'm still here.
Cross River would represent that of the Delta states, right? That would be more like Biafra, correct?
My dad, you know what? Yeah, apparently we're more closer to the Yoruba through my dad's side, you know.
Oh no, I'm saying the Cross River. Can you see the map here on the thing, right?
Yeah, I can see Cross River. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
All right,
look, guys, look.
Can we look at this?
Hold on, one sec. Yo,
Mohammed, we're talking about Africa right now.
I can't hear you guys. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. We're talking about Africa,
guys. So I'm gonna have to dip.
Yeah. It's black man talk.
I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'll see you guys later, bro.
You're coming back. We can't integrate. All right, so we see that this is where the Ashanti language group, okay, Yoruba right here. Now, I was looking up why the Yoruba have a separation, and some say because of the influence of Arabic that you see that's been well integrated in, but also I do see some in some language groups you do see a connection to like the Cross River areas. The only thing that's crazy about this whole language tree is that it is not on the continent. It's not found anywhere else off the continent. So I just need Kimo to do me one solid favor. If he can show me a source that indicates that, okay, because historically the Bible would have been like what? I mean, like the Bible narrative would have most likely been what, 4,000 years tops ago?
Yeah. 4,000 to 6,000 years ago.
4,000 to 6,000. Okay.
So obviously, in the 4,000 to 6,000 years, there needs to be some proven language migration, as
into
well
this
as into this area from a Hebrew-speaking tribe.
Yeah.
So what you showed there on that list of language groups was that the language of the Ashanti people came from an original language that was in the region. So it was derived of language that came from people in that region previously.
Yeah, it never, like, in other words, Rudolph Windsor's
It's not
book.
an imported language.
Yeah, Rudolph Windsor's book, Babylon at Timbuktu. I'm starting to realize the elder may have been bullshitting all of us because, like, Wagadu? Like, are you kidding me?
That book got debunked ages ago, man.
Huh?
Yeah, that book got debunked ages ago still.
No, and the thing is, there's a speech of John Henry Clark did where he said that he saw no patterns of he saw.
So listen to this then, brothers, yeah? So you got language migration up in there, yeah? What other patterns of migration could you show that correlate with the people always staying there? Like, is there like plants, food, DNA, or anything like? Is there anything else that shows that these people are the same people that was always there, or they come
and I can
from
also
people that was there from before?
Yeah, the haplogroup E1B1A.
Oh, that's what you see. You see, hold on. That's what I was going to bring up. You know, Chemo said that to me last time about why the Yorubas and the Igbos and the so-called Ashantis are Hebrews. So the E1B1A. That's what I want to know now because Feli, you said that.
E1B1A. Why mitochondrial DNA? Where does that come from, brothers?
All right, so E1B1A is excuse me. 1B1A is sub-Saharan African. It is like when you see it origins comes from the Nile. So I'm trying to get a good map here, a good illustration of a map that shows Nile migration. It comes off the Nile, but the original because you see if you ever take a DNA test and they always show you like who the famous person that might be part of your haplogroup, you would always hear like Ramses the Great, or I think it was Ramses the Third. You see that connection to, I guess, shout out to the Kim. But E1B1A is an African. It doesn't come from any place else but off the Nile, and the migration of it predates the Bible. So unless Kimmel can show us that, you know,
what's the migration pattern of the Y DNA of the E1B1A? It starts off in.
It starts right off the Nile. It shows right off the Nile.
Goes west.
Yes,
back
it goes
east.
west. Well, it goes right off the Nile down to central. God, I want to show this on the map. I can't explain it properly. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Share my screen. People can. Either way, my whole point is that this idea that
Let's show your screen. Can't see it still.
I'm pulling it up now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, even this E1B1B that Samaroon's talking about. You see this stuff here. It's this misrepresentation of misrepresenting genetics. That's what people need to stop doing, fam. Just because it's,
Raf, what it is, is them man will use science or genetics when it fits into their story, but only the part that fits into the story, not the full story of what the genetics is, where it came from, how it got there, so and so. Do you get me? Nothing to do with. There's nothing saying that. If man was saying, I've got J DNA, the J haplogroup or anything like that, man might have a bit of an argument in it, like for them titles there still, man.
Hey, my screen sharing.
And man's got the E1B1 A's and all them shits. You need to make it bigger, bro. They can't see. I can't see that still.
Oh, it's too small?
Yeah, it's a bit small. If you can make it bigger.
So she can sit back there.
What does that look like? That good?
You're gonna have to describe what you're looking at and what it is.
All right, so what we're seeing right here in the top here, E1B1B is older than E1B1A. You see the split. I'm sorry, the split is right here. Apologies. Adam being the first, and you see the split. So E1B1A is what most West Africans, what we originate from. We went here. You see us going west, and you see us going south. E1B1E went up, and it went north. Unless, you know, Kemo and all the other Muslims or anyone wants to show where Black Africans went here in early migrations. Now, mind you, this predates the Bible we're talking about here, okay? We're talking about...
Wait, hold on, because this is going to debunk, what's his name, Samaroon's thing as well, because he's tried to say E1B1B doesn't have ancestry from West Africa.
No, it's okay. E1B1B, you see the split right here, Ralph, right? This is E right here. Split.
Yeah.
E1B1B went north and went, this is when you, because I've heard Somali say this too, that they have ancestry, that they have like closeness to the Berbers up north. So you see this, like, you see that from right here, because we know that Adam originated right here on the horn. So we know that.
Yeah.
Because obviously E, it's our mother lineage right here. This is the matrial. Yeah. So it starts here.
Matriarch.
So it starts with Adam, and it breaks off. You see the split here. You see go north. You see two going north and going northwest, up north, and then over. Then you see a split going here across the Congo. Excuse me, across the Central Africa and as well as South. So right here, E1B1A is what belongs to these Bantu-speaking people where we descend from. So unless I just need Kimo to show us now where this section of the map.
Hey, brothers.
Section. Yeah.
So for someone to get this sort of information, what sort of what test or what was carried out for this information to be received? What is how is all this confirmed? Like, do you get me?
Well, I read a paper from a source about the E1B1 migration, and it talks about how they were able to say that the language group, the Bantu language group, or the Niger Congo language group, they found that there's a lot of similarities.
It's not. Hold on a sec, yeah. Let me correct you there, yeah, because the Bantu is under the Niger Congo language group. So
well, that's why I was using it because they use the term.
You just use the specific terms in it. Yeah, like the Niger Congo group here is the whole everyone, including Yorubas, Igbos. Do you know what I'm saying? Like all the Bantu speakers and so on so that includes everyone, innit?
Yeah, but when they talk in regards to the migration, they're trying to. The only point was from the migration component that they were trying to show that the Niger Congo, of course, you're 100% part of the overall language group, but they as the language of migration using the term. I was only using the letter term of Bantu, so I apologize for the confusion. But I was just quoting the letter, which I don't mind posting in the main chat. Actually, but no, they use that for the letter. But you can easily look up E1B1A migration, and you would see that in regards to Niger Congo speaking language groups, you don't see any migrations that go outside of what we know as Africa today, let alone E1A going above the Sahel. Because if you look, I don't know, hey, can you see my mouse, Alcon?
Yeah, I can see your mouse still.
Okay, so you see what this line right here is?
Wait,
this E1B1A right here?
Wait.
Yeah, okay, where my mouse is moving?
Wave your mouse around.
Where my mouse is moving at right now? You see that icon?
Yeah, I can see it.
E1B1A, we don't see us going above this, what's modern day, above the Sahara. So unless he can show something of us going above the Sahara, you don't really see much. So, and then
so just to confirm,
Yeah.
Yeah. So just to confirm here, I don't want to break you up in mid talking it. The E1B1B, is it? E1B1B has also West African origin, doesn't it?
It has it has a West African relation. I wouldn't say origin. It would have a relation. Because unless you want to consider
relation. Okay. He said he makes it because Samaroon says it doesn't have any West African
well, Samaroon is from northern Somali, and I actually had a conversation with him a couple of days ago about a place called Puntland.
Yeah.
Puntland wasn't just in northern Somalia, it was also in southern Arabia too. So, his viewpoint on genetics may be different from ours. We would be more homegrown we never really left the place until the white man and the Arab came.
Yeah. Okay.
Yo, so you see what Sam's talking about with the E1 B1B? Yeah. What obviously before the hey, leave that. Don't touch it, man. Move from there. Yeah, sorry. Before the E1 B1 A and B separated into the two thingwobs, they started off the lower Nile Valley, migrated up, and then that's when it split to the E1 B1A, E1 B1B, and E1 B1B went up and further around into say like the Libyan sort of side, went like through Egypt, Libya, or whatever that way, and then the B went like through like central west sort of over to the west side of Africa or whatever. So he is sort of right when he's saying that it's not the but he's wrong as well, because they did come from the same line. Do you know what I mean? Like from the E line, the first E line, isn't it?
Yeah, but Ralph is saying that.
But it wasn't that. It wasn't. Sorry. The point I was trying to make here was that where he's right here is like they didn't come from West Africa into there. It was like, do you know what I mean? Like, so it was the people that was in the central region first of all made their way around to there, and then after the Bantu migration, that's when the Bantu Somalis.
I think Simran answered that. Simran answered that earlier, but So other than that, if he can, he said check your Hangout, Valley. Apparently he said put it.
Check your Hangout.
Send it to me, Kemal, because I have my Hangout out.
One sec. Yeah, send it to Brothers, man. Because he's got the Hangouts up, isn't it, man? He's got the Hangouts up.
I'll message him.
So what are you saying, Brothers? Like, so you're saying that no Igbo, Ashanti, Yoruba.
No,
basically, if you're claiming a West African tribe or South African tribe, what about Zulu then? He's South African, isn't it?
Well, if you're claiming any of these,
what's the Mbile language group?
If you're claiming any South or East, East. If you're claiming any South or West African or West and Central African heritage, you have no Hebrew heritage. Like you don't. I'm a heritage. You have no Hebrew in you, and there's no origin that ties you off the continent. So unless you can.
So for this guy, to get the sorry to cut you there. I thought you'd finish there. But for this guy to get the information or the people who's got the information, what work had to be done? Have they just tested one person's DNA in Africa and then said, "Oh, this is E1B1A," and now, do you know what I'm saying? Like, what was carried out?
Give me 1 second. The language.
Because you know what? Why I said that to you, brothers. If you clarify the work that's gone into the information that you're being able to produce and provide at the moment, if you provide that, then it sort of puts weight on whether it's
Yeah, that was good, man. Carl. This is what we need. Can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you good. You're good, man.
Yeah, that's good still, Carl.
Yeah, one sec, yeah. So, like I was sorry to cut you there, bro.
No, go on,
Yeah,
go
like
on,
I
bro,
was
go
trying
on,
to
bro.
say there, yeah. Yeah, these Bradbury Deets, you know. Yeah, so I was saying that if you show that how they've been able to get these markers and the work that's been put in for this evidence to be shown, or why you holding up this evidence more than someone else's evidence from the Bible or blah 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 or whatever, yeah, like then obviously it might put a bit of weight on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, the thing is, though, the claim that the entire Bantu people are Hebrews, when you're talking about a subclave of a overall like language group. Okay, is it John 3:16? Is this Hebrew? Are you a Hebrew? Please be Hebrew.
No, it's K. Yeah, big up K. Well, go on. What's that, K?
Yo, can you hear me?
Where are you in the gym?
No, I'm just well, I just popped in to say big up. I'm just off to work. I'm not really sticking
Big up
around.
yourself, bro. Yeah, big up yourself,
Bring
K,
up.
man.
Yeah, look, I found. Can you see that?
Come on. What are you saying? Did you run up to give me another W, yeah?
Yeah, well, you know, you've been taking those L's lately, so.
What's that? It looks like a picture on the wall.
No, it's I found this at the tip, man.
It's a
I
what?
found this. This. Can you see it clearly?
Not clearly, but explain to us what it is. It looks like a picture.
I'm sort of like. No, it's an ancient, some sort of, I don't know. I found it. It's like a ancient Chinese case. Like I don't know how old it is, but I've collected all these rocks, certain sort of rocks that fit in it. So I don't know what they are at the moment, but I'm just trying to like go through it and stuff. So I thought I'd just, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Share that with the family, yeah. I said, man, hey, listen, yeah, if any of them are worth £1 million, yeah, just 10% me off, yeah.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah, 10%, yeah, 10%.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
just come up and say some love, man. You know, like so just let's
Them
up have a
G-block
good show.
feeds.
Yeah,
Yeah, big up yourself, bro.
You know how
Bond the Bible, man. What do you mean?
I'll have a good show, man. Everybody
Yeah, big up
bless up
yourself,
and-
bro. Big up yourself, K. Alright, peace, man. Peace. Yes, brothers.
Yeah.
Why does your evidence hold any weight, man? Why is your evidence? And why aren't you sharing your screen on what Kemo sent you on WhatsApp? Kemo on
I just
Hangouts.
sent it to Bradley.
No, send it to Bradley's Hangouts, innit? Because he's got the screen share up. I'm on my mobile. So if I come off this page, it's gonna lock me out again. Because it's gonna have to download whatever you sent in it.
Yeah, I've
So
only been. I was researching.
Send it to Brothers, yeah?
Yeah, send it to me, man. I sent you a message.
Yeah, send it to Brothers, man. If yeah, man.
He's online, so good. Let me pull up his information. All right, because there's a book he posted called The Hebrewisms. I think it was The Hebrewisms in West
Yeah,
Africa.
send it to Bradley.
Right, go on then.
Yeah. So So what a lot of the, and I'm not trying to expose or what am I talking about? Fuck it, we break hearts. All right. Sorry, I just want to pull up his so everybody can see it. So I'm just gonna review. I'm gonna go over a lot of the stuff he showed. All right.
Yeah, put it on the screen and go for it, man.
Yeah. A lot of it. A lot of it is just him showing me the word Hebrew in black, or Hebrew. And is my screen sharing, Dolly?
Yeah, screen sharing, bro.
All right, cool. All right, so
can you make it any bigger? We're gonna have to.
I'm actually going to show you the parts he wants me to see. So it's like this right here, the proto history of the Igbo Jewish identity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we were to actually look up this right here, okay.
What is it? Read it out because I can't see what he's. You're saying this right here.
We
can't see what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like half the stuff is unreadable, but a lot of it's just really I'm showing communities that adhere to Jewish culture, which you see. What had me discover this guy called Bilal El Sadan, who just established Jewish communities in West Africa. One being Port Harcourt. So it's in Nigeria. Okay.
Port Harcourt.
Huh?
Port Harcourt.
Say it again.
Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt. Okay, so this line, right? For example, he showed me this right here. If you can see the screen, you can't really read it. I'm sorry, but it said it is well.
What's underlined? Read the bits that's underlined.
Yeah, I'm about to do it right now. It is well known that 1,500 years before Islam, Judaism was present in Africa. Travelers, tales, and the stories and journeys across northern Africa, the Sahara, and the Sudan provided considerable evidence of the existence of Jewish communities on the African continent. Shall we go on with this? All right, we know
1,500 years ago.
Yeah, we know the time of St. Jerome's 340 to 420, a chain of Jewish commercial towns stretched along the uninterrupted from the Mauritania to India. Does he want me to keep going? Yes. Okay, so these chronicles of the Sudan and destinies of these kings of Ghana originated in this group. The Jewish context influenced with Black Africa was noted by the Arab geographers. I can't even read that, but who stated